Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 50, Another Day of a Main Character in Marvel. Ahoy. So because of the nature of the FIC, now I have the habit of always watching shows, animes, movies and read mangas and books with one thing in mind. Can this be used in my story? And I now at least start to watch anything to see if I can turn in material to this story. And story arc, a card. So. I made a mistake again, my brothers. I watched the new series Velma. And it is bad. Now I'm really convinced that these people that write these new series bad like that on purpose. Maybe they're at war against us. The fans of the classic. And if we hate it, they say that we are the problem. Fred. Remember what I talked about all white males nowadays being caricatures? Yeah. That series only proved me right. I'm sad. Well, at least Puss in Boots is Fier. Pride of the VA of Death Wolf being BR. Another side note. I was researching Blade and other supernatural things from Marvel to the Vampire Hunt arc, and discovered that there's a character called Caretaker and can make portals too. Exactly, Lyle Isabella. I swear that it was a coincidence. Should I change Isabella's codename? Readers, author, you can't deceive us. We know that you're planning a vampire arc only to use the Gacha to give the MC Sarah's Victoria, Lady to Mr. Q, and other vampire babes. Author, yes, refuses to elaborate further. Little spoiler jokes aside, the vampire arc is really to give the MC nice cards like Alucard, Helsing, Cadisa Trauma D. Rizel and Castlevania, games and Netflix show. Any idea of other vampire-related things? Recap, in the last chapters our MC summoned Cassandra, Chun-Li and others. The Eidolon interview is the first interview of a mutant in history. His words cause great repercussions and unforeseeable consequences. Jennifer Walters finally awakes as the She-Hulk and receives Eidolon's help to control her strength. In an unknown place. In a small and poorly lit room, a young woman is sitting in a small bed hugging her knees while her eyes are focused on the small and grainy TV in the corner. One day I will reach you too. Eidolon says on the TV while looking directly to the camera. A message to his fellows metas. The teenager with dark and unkempt hair doesn't even blink while watching the reprise of the interview. Knock knock asterisk. Two strong knocks assault the metal door before someone unceremoniously opens it. An older woman, using a medical coat, enters the small room and turns off the TV without asking permission. Time to your exercises, she said. The young woman's eyes glow red for an instant. Unnoticed by the newcomer. No, not red. Scarlet. Jennifer Walters POV Baxter Building, New York. So. Let's see if I understand. While I was sleeping. New York was attacked by two Norse gods that used a cosmic artifact to open two portals so that an army of frost giants and an army of technorganic lizard aliens invades. I say while watching the footage of the incident, or the invasion, depends on how you want to call it. Yes. Bruce says at my side. Pretty much like that. Sue says too. And to fight against it. Captain America resurrected from the ice, another Norse god appeared to help, you Bruce, I point at him, still in disbelief that he actually used the Hulk, a Russian spy and a guy with a bow and arrow. I'm the one that sees that his group is a little unbalanced. Bruce laughs. And then a super strong mutant, metahuman appears to help with his group. Yes. You forgot some people though. Bruce says. Like us. Sue adds. Sorry, but, you guys, Stark and Spider-Man are old news. I say, and Sue makes a fake affronted face that makes me smile, even the Pym couple I know. I remember Bruce talked about them in the past. But it appears that we know nothing at all. Wait till you watch Eidolon's interview. Sue comments with a smile. Very eye-opening. Bruce smiles too. Ugh, they look like kids that know some spoiler from a movie and want to tease me about it. I can go back to the coma and continue blissfully ignorant. I'm feeling like I'm not gonna like to watch it because of your smug faces. I think nowadays is almost a necessity to watch that interview. Bruce says while adjusting his glasses, anyway, you can continue to watch it later. Eidolon's fight with Thor in the interview. Let's go meditate a little, shall we? Okay. I still don't feel the need of it, but I'm not doing anything either. I say truthfully. My problem is different from Bruce's. But he asked me to do it with him because we never know if my symptoms will increase. Maybe tomorrow I will have problems like this, so is to the best that I prevent it now. And Eidolon also commented that would be good for me. That even he meditates daily, something about the connection of body and mind and blah, blah, blah. After I and Bruce walk a little, we arrive at the gym of the Baxter building. There's some interesting equipment here for super strong people like Ben. And me now. Ben even brought me here before. Reed said that my rock physiology is not like a muscle when we talked about growth. No fibers or something like that. Ben said to me before, but it's good to be aware of my body and know my limits, so come here often. Old habits die hard. And another good part is that I can eat a lot and I don't get fat and will not have health problems. And he laughed loudly. Apparently, I also have a good metabolism, as we tested. So I can eat as much as I like. This transformation has its perks. And I also like to exercise, discovered it recently too. Or maybe is something new. We're cataloging possible changes in my behavior. So, now that you're more than a fugitive. You and Betty. I ask Bruce after we sat down on our respective mats. Bruce makes a difficult expression. We still haven't talked yet. He says. Translating. Knowing you, you haven't tried to talk with her. I say. Why? I ask. He sighs, this, Jen. You must think that everything is going well now, but to me is like the calm before the storm. At any moment, everything can go wrong again. So. He sighs without completing. He is afraid of messing up. It's gonna be all right now, Bruce. It's different from the past. There are people that can help you, like the Fantastic Four and Stark. And even people that can contain you if you go Hulk. Like Eidolon or Thor. I tried to argue. But he doesn't look very much convinced. And then we go to meditate. Respiration, emptying my mind. All that stuff. But to me is so hard. I'm so full of energy. I want to do something. Punch something maybe. Looking back now, was surprisingly fun training with Eidolon. Using a lot of my strength, destroying some things. Should I find a place to let it go? I can't go to Peru that easily. Maybe a beach and go swimming. Swimming is one of the most strenuous physical activities and the water must dampen my strength. People wouldn't find it weird if I go out, right? I mean, I have seen how people responded to my transformation. The media is still shit-talking about the dangers and asking for clarification. The internet, though, allowed me to see what the public really thinks and, with the exception of people asking to have their pelvis crushed by me, the rest is really taking my existence pretty well. Probably because I was with Eidolon at that time. He purposefully opened a portal in the middle of the street for me to be seen acting rationally. And because of Bruce too. Bruce created a good precedent for me. I'm really grateful for that. I know that his life has been hard these last couple of years because of the Hulk. Well, his life has been hard since, forever. Since he is a child with a scumbag abuser of a father, he always comes to play in my house to escape. Bruce has taken all the blunt of being a Hulk, and thanks to him conquering his fears and prejudices and stepping out to fight with the others, many people like and accept him now. And consequently accepted me more easily. And for that, I'm grateful, and I listen to him about the whole Hulk thing. Maybe I can help him now, even if it's just a little. You know. I start talking, making him open his eyes to look at me. Eidolon himself said that he is the world's greatest power specialist. Maybe he can help you. I'm thankful for the thought, I really am, but I don't think he can help. I'm not a mutant, or a meta by his classification. Bruce says, unconvinced. He helped me. Control strength is different from control, this. He says, pointing to his interior, trying to show that he is signaling the Hulk. Eidolon said that many people don't control their powers properly because of the lack of use. A common circumstance when people has strong and destructive powers. I said, looking at him. This he can't deny, I can't practice. He says exactly what I want. Maybe you can now. You lacked a training partner before. Now there's Eidolon, Ben, or even Thor if he comes back. They can keep you in check if you lost control. Go to a deserted island. Heck, there's me too. I can't say that I know a lot, but if you get out of control I can punch you in the head and make you comport yourself like I used to do when we were children. Haha, I say. He laughs a little, but does not answer. Just think about it, cousin. I decide to say nothing more. Trying too hard to convince can have the opposite effect. Bruce can be really stubborn in some things related to him. But it's not a bad idea after all. I know firsthand how Eidolon is strong. When I punched him many times he doesn't even move. He said that I have untapped potential and I'm very weak for a Hulk, but the fact stands. He is strong. I wonder if he will visit. I can throw my idea to him. Maybe he can even kidnap Bruce too. Hee hee. Now I want to see that. I remember he is a good teacher too, attentive, talks well with his deep and smooth voice. His hands and muscles that I could see glimpses of it when his mantle is moved by the wind. TSK, Bruce, I'm horny. I say with no shame to my cousin. He sighs heavily. I don't need to know this. Maybe you need. I decide to tease, maybe an increase in libido is a side effect you know. You could have talked about this with Miss Storm. But I wouldn't have seen your annoyed face. I say, poking him on the nose like I did when we were children. Hee hee. Another thing that I noticed after my transformation. I have little to no filter. I almost always ended up saying what is on my mind. I problem to my career as a lawyer. Cortana POV. As I watch my master's training, I get more and more convinced that he is some sort of freaky. Right now, in the training ground 01 of the space station Zeta, he is only in his boxers while sitting in the air in a meditative pose. That would not be weird if he is meditating and training his mental powers, but he is going beyond that and training his body. He is doing muscle training too. The application of force goes beyond simply using my physical strength. Is more like an act of conscious will. Using my mind. Because of this I can vary and apply 1 kilogram of pressure. 1 ton of pressure. 100 tons of pressure using exactly the same movement of my body. He said before. And he continued, and because of that I can do muscle training without the need for heavy machinery. I can use my own strength to put pressure on every muscle fiber of my body. What better gym equipment than myself? Haha. He explained his training to us earlier. That Shago woman said that this is fucking bullshittery, and even if I don't agree with her choice of words, I can understand the sentiment. The level of concentration, focus, and multitasking ability to accomplish that is ridiculous and not something that you can expect of a human mind. And this is not all. Enveloping him is a sphere of 5 meters in diameter of unknown energies that he can train. Is a perfect sphere, nothing escapes from it and is not even affecting the surroundings beyond its limits. To a human eye is possible faintly see my master figure inside, in the middle of stormy distortions of space together with flashes of golden and white light that shine occasionally. My sensors indicate that in the interior of the sphere, the temperature and pressure are at astronomical levels. In some years of growth and if my master stops holding back I think would be possible for him to create a singularity using this method. And this is only him training. The sphere starts to recede and my master figure is finally visible. The training is over for today. Now is possible to see him clearly as he exhales and opens his eyes while his feet touch the ground. There's a sheen of sweat in his powerful muscles and some prominent veins run through his body. Screenshot. That woman Shago asked for it. He rolls his shoulders and cleans himself with his powers. Hector POV working out is great. Today is one of the rare days where I can do my training for more than an hour. Sometimes I need to cut my training short for some reason or I can't keep up with the mental exhaustion of doing many things. I still prioritize control over growth. With every assimilation I will grow strong, so it's better that I always have flawless control of my body, powers and energies. Bruce once told me that it's needed to train every part of the body so that when you want to move it, you will move it. I can proudly say that my mind and body connection is excellent, and I plan to keep it this way. Today I could train till I feel that burning sensation of a good workout. A rare feeling to me and will probably become even more difficult to accomplish with time. Looking at my hand and forearm I clench my fist strongly, the veins jump, and I ask myself how strong I am with only my physical strength. I can't test it without causing great destruction. All my support powers are growing strong. Like one for all. At a really surprisingly fast rate. Sometimes a weak body grows strong to adapt to a stronger power. The reciprocal can be true as well. I think one for all is growing so fast to keep up with my already strong body. The power has been stimulated and is passively getting stronger. After taking another deep breath I let my body deflate, for the lack of a better word. What I mean is, I have 3 body types. My normal that I was while training, my Eidolon version that is more muscular and taller, literally an older version of myself, and my civilian version, smaller and with fewer muscles but still ripped. Very easy to hide with baggy clothes. Even my civilian version is great for my age. I have to tell you. Very aesthetically pleasing. I use a power to make a mirror-like surface in the air and flex a little and then turn around. Raising my hands higher than my shoulders I put pressure and BAM. Demon back. Hee hee. So cool, and a little weird. How my back has abs. And look, now my back is laughing. And now is crying. And now is angry. I play with changing my back expressions for a little. Well, the demon back only appears when I put an effort so is okay. Yep. My normal body would be too weird for a 16-year-old to have. Sorry, I'm not in an American movie where high school characters are played by 30-year-olds. And the time that passed since I was a skinny kid is too short. With time I will be capable of using my normal body in my civilian identity. Did anything happen while I was training, Cortana? I ask my dependable AI. Nothing out of ordinary, master. The world is at its normal peace. She says, appearing at my side. Normal peace, huh? So not in peace at all, just no problem worth my attention for now. Kerbanig, come here. I say to my recently summoned pet. Yes, this is his name now. But I will probably shorten it in the future. The white and fluffy rabbit obeys, abandoning the meat that he was eating before in the corner of the training room. Yep, he eats meat. I tested his ability with some bots, and let's say that I had flashbacks of when cars became the ultimate life form and make his hand become a squirrel and killed a bunch of soldiers. The movie where he originated has a shitty budget, that gives it charm, so here he moves like a white streak of lighting. The little thing can break the sound barrier, and his mouth can open to ridiculous proportions to show many inch-long teeth. Sitting on the ground he comes to snuggle with me. Aren't you the cutest killing machine? I say, petting the white ball of death. I brought him here to the station to increase the relationship and keep him away from Cathalhu. Kerbanig is pretty chill, but very territorial. And boundaries are not something that a cat respect. Cathalhu even more so. Now I have 3 pets, and probably will increase even more. Gamera does literally nothing all day, very easy to take care. I enter her mind one day to see her past. In her timeline, she was never found and continued as a wild turtle all her life. She died when some sort of bird of prey caught her, flew away, and released her on a rock. So she never met Giorno and the gang in that universe. Cathalhu has no past, he is like a generic flurkin. Kerbanig has only memories of killing and eating people. I still haven't summoned my Flora Colossus because of these observations. Apparently, he will come like Cathalhu. A generic of its species, without past. I also could make him come like a sapling, by the way, like Baby Groot or already an adult. I asked myself why I could choose it now and not with Cathalhu. Must be the customizable part of the card, and I could make Cathalhu come as a little kitten if I used the background customization card. The change in appearance is solely cosmetic too. This will give it no advantage or disadvantage. And I can't choose mystic or magic trees from fiction like Yggdrasil. Too bad. Only of earth flora. Still thorn between a cherry blossom or another white tree. They are cool. And let's be honest. A Groot is no pet. I have no place to put him for now. I can't simply ground him at home, but I also can't let him alone. He could be a little too gullible, to not say idiot, and expose himself in some way. Bringing him as a sapling will take too much time for him to grow. And his teenage years will be a pain in the ass, even though he is super cute as a child. Oh. So this is what parenting feels like. I could put him with the Morlocks, but doesn't sound right. So for now I'm holding in summoning him. Not super necessary anyway. Now that I'm thinking about my summons, let's see how they're going and adapting. Summon administration time. Still sitting, my rabbit rolled in a furball on my lap, I open my tab to see my summoned characters. Time to check them. I already talked about the pets. Isabella. Bond relationship August 10th. I live with her, so I interact with her daily. She was my all-round helper before, but with the advent of Cortana, she can focus on only caring about my household. Combines with her wishes to live peacefully and is excellent to me too. Having someone to take care of these small things is a blessing, makes my life easier. Shago also has a Bond relationship of August 10th, even if she was summoned after Isabella. Strange if even with the same number, our relationships grew in different ways. Shago is overall lazy but is surprisingly fired up in making her club. And even if she say that don't like doing hero work, sometimes she goes with Helena to patrol. Most of the time, she is simply enjoying life. Isn't her life too easy? Damn, I'm a good employer. Helena. 7/10 in Bond relationship. Lower than the other two, but this fact is attributed more to her former world and natural suspicion. Before she was always 2 points lower in Bond relationship when compared with the other two. Is only 1 point now, so is a progress. She likes to constantly do hero work and patrol. Old habits die hard apparently. She is as much active as Spider-Man. But it's not always that she works in New York. With the advantages of teleportation, she is active in many cities. Especially Detroit. That city needs it, not gonna lie. Helena is a good someone to talk to, because her world is very similar to Marvel, is literally the competition and twin multiverse. Our relationship is platonic. Very different from my relationship with Shago in that the sexual tension needs to be cut by the sword of actuation. Edna is close but not as much as the others. 3/10 in Bond relationship. Passing the thresholds of multiples of 3 is always a little hard, I noticed. 3 to 4, 6 to 7. And must be hard to achieve 10 too. No one reached this level yet. Well, except for the 2 special cases. Gigantomachia and Cortana. Makia is a fanatic and living proof that is much better to summon the followers types of characters. He is always with the Morlocks. Sometimes I visit him to talk with him. But I'm curious if it's possible for the bond relationship to go down. I think the image of All for One is already replaced by me in his heart. And Cortana. Well, nothing to complain about her. Best acquisition ever. And I noticed she was more alive than I thought she would be, so her feelings for me go beyond the expected. I'm not that dense. We are connected. HM is the 10th level in a relationship with a woman, always romantic love. I don't see myself and Isabella like that, or even Helena. But a very long life can have unlimited possibilities. I will not exclude anything from happening right now. Who knows, maybe Helena will be the mother of my children one day. One of them, at least. Cassandra surprisingly is already 4 out of 10 in bond relationship. Well, if you think about it. She is young and is living with me. I used the background customization card to give her an identity, but she said that she has no interest in school. So she is watching TV and eats good food most of the day. Obviously, she trains daily too, and goes on patrol with me at least 3 times a week. But her life is good. Again, I'm such a good employer. Recently Isabella started giving her the education that she needed, so no problem with her don't go to school. Now, to my secondary summons, if you want to call them like that. The ones that I let to their own devices after I established some objectives/missions and rules. Seiko is an interesting case because she can be considered a secondary summon, and not at the same time, like Edna. She has a surprising bond relationship of July 10th. Probably because I helped her with her issue. One of them at least. And she is very submissive. I still remember that interesting day when I visited her after she made her unexpected debut. On a certain day, some sort of 3 meters warrior robots appeared and caused havoc in the streets of her city. Typical Japan. If a monster giant attacks, I will not be surprised. Fun fact, Godzilla is part of Marvel, so. Anyway, Seiko then appeared to stop the malfunctioning robots, probably an attempt to copy Stark Tech. In all her purple female samurai glory, with her half-Hanya mask she dispatched the things pretty easily, and I have to admit. In an incredibly cool way. Now she is very popular, and at that time her obi has the SCP symbol hanging from her waist, so people connected the dots that she is one of mine. So she is the talk of the town, and people are also asking themselves how many more of the SCP group are around the globe. Good, continue guessing. More will appear eventually. Search now and be disappointed by discovering nothing. Heh. Flashback, third-person POV. After Seiko appeared on TV, Hector warned that he would visit later and cleared any doubt that she would be punished. For some reason this was a worry of Seiko's part. To arrive at Seiko's home, Hector unceremoniously teleported inside, but only beyond the front door to take off his shoes. He knows basic education from the place. To his surprise, Seiko is waiting for him in a seiza. Kneeling at the front door with her hands on her thighs to welcome him very traditionally. Welcome to my humble abode. Gashijin-sama. She says, bowing. The last part is said with a twinkle in her eyes and a little smirk. Hector groans, you're too much in contact with Shago. Hector deduces. She said that you have an Asian fetish and this would please you. Seiko says with a teasing smile. Even if Hector is the master, he is not protected from some teasing from his summons. Seiko's eyes shine again and she continues, do you want to have dinner? Or maybe take a bath? Or maybe do you want me dash, Watasher, she teased but is interrupted. Okay. Enough. Let's talk business. He says, taking a deep breath and covering his eyes. His weeb heart is being very stimulated. Is becoming harder and harder to keep my stoicism. He sighs mentally, but I'm living the dream. Thank you, Gacha. He thinks. After walking a little, the two arrive at a room where a bunch of trash is on the floor. Not trash, but the leftover parts of the robots that Seiko destroyed. Here, these are the important parts that you said to separate and tell Isabella to transport. She says. Good. Why don't take everything though? Lets them think that we know little about them. Hector says while bringing some pieces close to him with telekinesis. Yep. A very bastard version of the arc reactor. No adamantium, huh? As expected. You cut through it pretty easily, even with a wooden sword. Looks like an early design to the Silver Samurais. He analyzes Yashida. Yashida. An influential family. Close ties with the imperial family. Seiko says. I know. What are you gonna do? Seiko asks. To them. Nothing for now. I want to do some things before making contact with them. He says while thinking about his plans. There's an order to everything. But let's have a spar. It has been a while, huh? He suddenly says to Seiko and smile. She smiles back. They move to the dojo. From her wrists, Siko makes 2 wooden swords. One of her powers that was given by Hector. I will go with my fists, he says after being offered one of the swords, and take a real sword too, he says to her surprise. After a second she goes to take a real sword from the wall and assumes position. The spar that they will partake in is more of a minigame. The two will stay at a close distance and attack in turns while the other defends. Is a little similar to Ryu's training of Nen that Killua and Gon made in the Greed Island arc. While Hector assumes a relaxed stance, with his right hand lowered to his waist level while the left hand protects the left side of his face. His left foot is a little too much forward too, remembering a Muay Thai fighting stance. I see. Without weapons, that means he can attack with all of his limbs. This will be tricky, Siko thinks while assuming a standard Chuden no Kami. One of the initial body positions used in Kendo. And the most standard and basic position. With the sword slightly raised in front of her body, he wants to test my vision. She guesses. You first, Hector says. Siko doesn't hesitate. Giving a half step forward, she raises her sword and goes with a downward slash in Hector's right unprotected shoulder. Equalizing her speed, Hector moves his torso making the sword miss. After this exchange, they assume their initial position again. Siko will attack again because Hector dodged. This time she goes with a horizontal slash on the right side of his torso. Hector, still using the same speed, raises his right hand and lowers the left hand and catches the blade between his palms. Your feet are betraying you, Siko, he advises. She takes a breath while observing him with attention. It's his turn now that he defended. He rotates his hips a little, making her eyes go to his left. At this moment his raised left hand suddenly goes down on her shoulder with a chop. He is still using her level of speed. She dodges a little flustered because she was preparing to defend from her left. Falling for such obvious feint, he admonishes. She blushes a little in shame but says nothing. They're too close, it's hard for her eyes to look at all the parts of his body simultaneously. This is one of the main points of this minigame. And it's not like I can guess anything looking at his eyes either. Siko's thinks while glancing at his face. An impassive face and calm eyes. Blue eyes like a calm and windless lake reflecting the sky. It's said that the eyes are the windows of the soul, and that it's possible to see through lies and the real nature of a person if you look into their eyes. But a person can't see through Hector's eyes. They can't see his depths through these windows, they can only see their own reflections. Nothing more. In the past, in a moment of meditation, Hector has this epiphany while looking at his inner world. The great expanse of a lake reflects the starry sky above. Like his eyes, which never show what is beneath them, only the reflection of the person that he is seeing and interacting. Hector noticed that this is a representation of his way of acting. He can be good, bad, or neutral to people. His way of acting only depends on the people reflected in his eyes. He is not a saint to everyone without reason, but he is not a monster to everyone either if they don't cross his line. He attacks again, a casual jab aimed at her face. Siko retracts the sword and turns the flat of the blade to stop the attack. Another disadvantage that she has now. Can only defend with her katana, a weapon mainly used to attack. And she has only one katana right now. But that is her path. She uses katanas. In many moments she will eventually find herself fighting against people with a weapons advantage. No is her turn to attack again. She feints with a diagonal slash, but in truth goes with a stab in Hector's chest. He uses the joints of his index and middle fingers to tap the side of the blade, changing its course. And the game/spar goes on. Slowly they increase the speed and strength of the attacks. Siko is hit 3 more times. She received a very well punch in the stomach because he hasn't put in enough strength to stop the attack. A kick on her shin after she just dodged the same kick in the same spot. She hasn't expected to Hector to attack the same place 2 times in a row, and because of the high speed, she was off balance. And the last attack would fall in her face. Hector's 2 fingers would gouge her eyes out, but he stopped and just jokingly catches her nose and makes fun of her. Like is some sort of tacit agreement, the two of them start to use Nen. Training Gyo and Ryu. And still increasing the speed. After a little more time and 2 more hits that Siko received, she start using Haki. With a still equalized speed, they exchange hundreds of attacks in a few seconds. When the attacks became invisible to the naked eye of even trained fighters, Siko started using observation Haki. From the outside would be possible to see the two staring at each other while blurring and after images appearing around them. At some point, when it's Siko's turn to attack, she goes for Hector's neck, already waiting for him to defend and observing the rest of his body to see how he will counterattack. But he didn't move. Exclamation point. Surprise assaults her eyes, seeing the blade almost touching his unprotected skin. He even tilted his neck to the side while smiling at her, to give her a clean cut. But she stops brusquely and retracts the attack. Her actions made her arm bones hurt a little, but she succeeds in stopping her attack. Hector's gaze studies Siko while he abandons his fighting stance. Why did you stop? I even retract my aura and other resistances. Well, even so, your blade would only cut 1 centimeter deep anyway. He says. That's a point of study to Hector. How much the summons could hurt him and how they're stopped to do so. Can they accidentally hurt him? He already proved that if he commanded, a summon can attack him. But that time with Yuvajin. Yuvajin himself was certain that wouldn't kill Hector. Because he holds himself back earlier. Would some invisible force stop the summon if they use fatal force against him? Or is it just a mental suggestion? If a master meta controls them, something will stop them. Can they even be stolen from his control? I was. Reflex, I think. Siko answers, stammering a little. Her answer doesn't help Hector. So he decided to let the matter rest, for now, and he will continue with Small's test in the future. Did you ever cut someone before, Siko? A person, I mean. No. She gave bruises and broken bones, but she never cut someone. Do you want to try it? Hector asks with a glint in his gaze. I'm planning an attack on a certain group of people. Bad and disposable people. She watches her, shuddering a little. The implication of his words brings excitement and anticipation. None of this escaped Hector's eyes. But now I feel that maybe is not appropriate. He starts and puts on a pensive expression. Siko's eyes widen a little in disappointment. Thinking that her display of hesitation made Hector have second thoughts about bringing her to the said attack. I'm ready. I will do as you command. She says too eagerly, making Hector chuckle and think she is cute. It's easy to forget that she is a normal high school girl sometimes. Relax. I will bring you. Will be a good test and initiation. I'm just thinking that would be a waste that your first experience be with some low-level cannon fodder. He says, giving a step closer and grabbing the handle of her sword. His hand is big enough to encompass her 2 smaller hands and her sword. Your first time shouldn't be special. He says with a smirk full of innuendo, making her blush. Still holding her hands and looking directly into her eyes, she uses 2 fingers of the other hand to grab the blade and point to his own chest. The feeling of your sword passing through the elastic skin, muscles full of pulsating blood and bones. What about trying it now? To not feel any surprise or disgust in the crucial moment. He gives reasons, but his mouth and eyes are still playful. Putting his own nen, hockey, energy, and strength in the blade, he leads the point even close to his chest. Siko's eyes are wide as they can get while her gaze flicks from his face to his chest and then settle on his face. On his eyes. Don't worry. I can assure you that will not hurt. He continues with the innuendos. Right now her face is absolutely red, she wants to turn around but can't break eye contact. The sword inches closer and closer. She shudders when she felt the first obstruction of the skin and then shudders even stronger when the sword surpasses it and slides smoothly into his chest muscles. Hector continues to hold her strongly and bring her closer. Not only the sword, but Siko herself is also approaching slowly and unconsciously at him. When the sword hits his ribs, she is already biting her lower lip. And when cuts through his rib cage and approaches his heart, she is panting heavily. And then abruptly Hector strikes. Pulling her with a sudden burst of strength, he drives the sword through his chest completely, passing his heart and getting out on his back. Siko falls in his arms with her legs weak. She leans on his larger frame because she didn't trust her trembling legs at the moment. Is just meat, bone, and blood. Hector says nonchalantly while a hand hugs her small waist and the other finally leaves the handle of the sword. With the katana buried till the guard, Siko lowers her head to hide her face while feeling Hector's hot blood on her fingers. You can take it out now. He says. She hesitates for a moment, wanting to enjoy the moment a little more. But eventually, she removes the katana in a swift motion that again brings some sort of ecstasy to her and assaults her nether region. She moans. She really let escape a moan. Hector decides to not comment. He chuckles again. You're so fun to tease, Siko. I'm glad that you did it now. You could have been overwhelmed if unprepared. He says, making her blush that was receding come back to her cheeks. Is not unsightly. She asks finally and turns her gaze away. I already said before, no part of you is unsightly, Siko. I can and want to accept everything from you. He removes some strands of her that were glued on her face because of the sweat and look at her kindly now. And see. Already healed. He points to his chest. Now I need to go, the blood will evaporate in no time. Bye. He pats her head 2 times before disappearing. Siko doesn't move from her spot even after Hector leaves. She is staring dazedly at her katana, the blade is red with her master's blood. She can still feel the sensations of a minute ago, the blade going through his body, his hand holding hers, the lewdest part of this whole ordeal obviously, his breath when he was close, and his hug. When steam starts to appear, showing that the blood is evaporating, her eyes go wide again and she seems to hesitate for a moment before her eyes became hooded. She raises her katana a little and lowers her head. Her pink tongue wets her cherry lips once before being extended out of her mouth. With the tip, she touches the almost hot burning blood and moans. She likes the metallic taste and likes to know that is her master taste. Seeing the blood disappearing even faster takes her off her daze and she runs her tongue on the side of her blade with more enthusiasm, more passion. Her imagination went wide. Imagining that is another thing. Imagine Hector's hands in her hair while he looks down at her. Sometimes with cold eyes, sometimes with kind eyes. But independently of how he looks at her, she shudders slightly. She falls to her knees. Her legs are finally giving up, but she doesn't care. Her free hand goes to her waistband and very fast goes into her pants to find her already wet privates. She moans on the ground while her hand and tongue move fast. Hector-san HNG. Gacha-jin-sama on. She repeats again and again before she spasms one last time strongly and goes still. Her pants and the only thing heard while she stays on the ground. The katana is now shining. Probably has been for a long time and she hasn't even noticed. With a deep breath, she assumes a seiza position to center herself. Looking at her glistening sword and fingers she murmurs to herself, how disgraceful. After this, she goes to remove the tatami dirt by her own juices. High in the sky, an invisible Hector observes everything. Okawe. I'm not weird from finding that hot, right? Right. Can someone tell me? I'm starting to question my fetishes. Maybe I'm a degenerate. He says to himself while watching Seiko Ban's relationship go up. He shakes his head to dispel his thoughts and control his body to stop his natural reaction in his crotch. He then disappears repeating to himself that he is not weird. End of flashback. Hector POV. I can't help but chuckle remembering Seiko. Luckily I always keep the black blood deactivated. Yes, I can change the color of the blood to look like normal red blood, but it's not about tricking normal people. Someone with powers maybe could see that the blood acts and moves differently. Black blood is a little more viscous, by the way. And is not only about this skill in particular. People with super senses like the Daredevil could hear that my heartbeat rarely changes, or my body heat is a little higher than normal, that I do not sweat, my smell is different. Other people could see other things with power. My aura is different or whatever. Heck, even my way of walking can expose me. Because of this I never let a clone take my place at school. Thankfully, I can duplicate myself now. To prevent this I now know how to manually operate my body. To trick these people I can increase my heartbeat and temperature, sweat at my will, dilate my pupils and do the smallest muscle contractions to fake real facial expressions. Even my mind. The truth is, someone with a mind that cannot be read, stand out. So if I don't know. Emma Frost decide to pass by my hospital or future college she would notice that I'm different. Not only her, telepathy is disgustingly common power in this universe. So I already made my countermeasure. A fake mind. While I'm on my civilian identity, my true mind is enveloped by a fake mind that can be easily read by a telepath. I already programmed 10.504 thoughts, 2.102 images, and 564 videos memories to appear somewhat randomly or be triggered by words or events of the external world. Talk about food. I miss the hamburger of that place that closed with the invasion. My first thought when a hot woman appears in my front. Nice breasts. This I made specifically for Emma Frost. And last, but not least, I let my real memories of this world, together with some fake memories be unprotected too. The memories of my other life and the meta-knowledge is kept very secure in the deepest part of my mind. Hopefully, I have that standard transmigrator mental protection where the Gacha would protect the information that this world was a fictional universe to me. But I'm not counting too much on it. Now I'm almost secure that people can't easily figure out my identity. But, how I'm feeling that is impossible to hide it forever. It's okay. I just need to hold off till I'm an adult. Wanting or not, if people knew that I'm a teenager, people's respect for me would decrease. At least compared with right now. I can imagine the older heroes telling me, son, it's better that you stay out of this, and you don't know in what you're involving yourself. Ugh. Whatever, I said that I awakened my powers at 6 years just to give myself more experience in case my real age is discovered. I always think ahead. I have 10 years of experience more than you. I could answer. So what I started as a kid. My awakening made me mature faster. Anyway, back to my summons. By the way, Cortana, you have seen that episode with Seiko, right? I ask out loud. Yes. But I thought wise to not comment at that time. She answers. Since I'm connected with Cortana, I'm allowing her to see and hear everything I do. Is no different from when people in sci-fi have wrist devices with their AIS or some sort of chip under the skin. Even if I don't care. From now on, don't be surprised if I cut our connection to protect my and other people's privacy, okay? I say to her. Will always be your call, master. She answers dutifully. Good. Now continuing the inspection of my summons. Tsukasa. Only 2/10 on bond relationship. Well, I literally summoned him 5 days ago and has 2 conversations with the guy. About this world and about culinary. Should be only 1/10, but I gave him super senses and talked about the infinite number of ingredients on the omniverse. So he is a little hyped. He is a quiet and closed guy too, so is natural to progress slowly. He is in France right now, participating in gastronomic events and competitions. Knowing interests, motivations, morality, and bottom lines of my summon is super important. People like Tsukasa that want to be the best were easily moved by the infinite possibilities that they can acquire if follow my path. And obviously, always giving the right job to the right person. I ask myself when I gained such leadership skills. Well, I have a bunch of leaders assimilated, so is one of the things that I have and only notice when I use it. Agent 47E Chunli are the summons that I maintain the least amount of contact. The 2 are at 1/10 in bond relationship. Agent 47 is on his own devices, working in Eastern Europe doing what he does best. I gave him an arsenal of weapons, money, some useful powers and information about this world. Sincerely, I do not expect much of him, but having a guy with contacts in the underworld of crime can be useful down the line. Chun-Li. If I had summoned her before, she would probably be in my inner circle. And not because of her thighs, I'm not that much led by my dick. But she is competent and has a sense of justice. Too bad I really need people in other countries, especially China. She is working with the government and did a useful report. Apparently China is controlled by old families secretly. If I have to guess, they probably use the country's resources to do shady things like research for immortality or something like that. I think this is the plot of Kunlun. There's also Shang-Chi and his family, I think. Recently I noticed that other countries like England, Canada, and Russia are in a hurry to have supers. Is the arms race again, just that this time the nukes are the metas. I really hope no one does a dumb move like trying to recreate the Hulk and explode a city or trying to summon a dragon. With the all-seeing eyes of God, I saw that China is full of shine points that could be portals or pocket dimensions. Ugh. China, China. Just continue on your turtle shell. Don't provoke me. If not, this young master will teach you guys who is the true MT Tai. Heh. Armstrong. A guy that I haven't been much in contact. 2 out of 10 too. Funny enough, he is in the political party that is compromised by Hydra apparently. And I only know this because of the movies. I still haven't found clues. Well, I haven't searched anyway. Sniffing around can bring attention and make them more cautious. Erwin and Saul are working on their own. The 2 have 2/10 in bond relationship. Erwin is working well with the police and receiving information from me and Yuvajin. He is already a remarkable asset. Gwen's father likes him very much. The 2 have my lie detector power. And I started to see boards and commercials of Saul frequently now. Hee hee, do you know that you have rights? I do, so better call Saul. He spent a lot of his initial money on propaganda. But he is a businessman, so he knows what he is doing. To gain money, first is needed to spend it. Yuvajin is just working to the kingpin. 3/10 in bond relationship. I only gave instructions to let heroes get away and for him to pass information. He is just living his life. One day I could reward these guys. Taking Tsukasa to Toriko universe, dropping Yuvajin in a battle-oriented planet here in Marvel, taking Erwin back to an Attack on Titan universe. Even Johan. Weirdo. 5/10 in bond relationship, flashback. Third-person POV. In a dark apartment in New York is possible to hear the sounds of keys being put on the lock of the front door. From the door, Johann Liebert emerges. This is his apartment. After hanging his coat, he walks to the living room that has a huge window to New York. There's no need to turn on the lights. New York, the city that never sleeps, has enough light to illuminate his chair and allows for a peaceful moment. But his chair is already occupied. Long time no see, sir. Johann bowed with a hand over his heart to Hector. Your appearance is very awe-inspiring. Not Hector. A shadow-like figure of Hector. Hector hasn't come in person. With the combinations of some powers, especially Yon's capability of sending an astral projection, Hector can send his mind far from his body. Right now in the chair, a spirit-like being that appears to be made of black flames is sitting calmly with the legs crossed. So sure that is me. Hector comments in a neutral tone of voice that no one would recognize. Can my summons always know if it's me under disguises or something like that? He thinks to himself. As always, he likes to create small situations to test things. Who else? I have no friends in this world. Maybe I have some enemies, but they would have killed me already. Johann comments with a smile. Hector decides to go to the main topic. How are your first meeting with the Kingpin? He asks. Tonight is exactly the night when the two met at the art gallery. Very enlightening. Is Johann answer, he is not a man difficult to figure out, especially with your information about him, sir. Johann bows again. And then he continues, now. How do you want to deal with him? He asks, raising his head to look at Hector's projection. For a long time, I asked myself this question. Is the answer after some time of silence, do you ever ask yourself why I'm going through all this trouble, Johann? When I can simply blitz at him and give you a shapeshifter power to take his place. The shadowy flame eyes go from blue to red while looking at the blonde man. The thought crossed my mind. And what is your deduction? Hector asks. Maybe you want to enjoy the hunt. Sometimes the process brings more pleasure than the product. Johann says. You're half right. I don't want to enjoy the hunt. I want to see if I will enjoy the hunt. Hector says to the silent Johann, I have no doubt that in your mind you analyze my every word and action. You can't help it. But you will not find results when there's no answer. I want to be slow. How do you suggest doing it? Hector asks. Hector himself already knows that he takes no pleasure in torturing people. When he needs to end someone, he ends them fast. But what if he has a personal grudge against this someone? He wants to know what he will feel to see his enemy suffering from his own doing. What if someone in the future hurts someone that Hector loves? Emotions can cloud rationality. Maybe feeling this now can help. He will allow himself to be selfish in this vengeance. From what I know of Wilson Fisk, he has some sort of twisted messiah complex, where he thinks that his evil deeds are a necessary sacrifice to better the city. Thinks highly of himself, acting he is the only one that can see this truth and shoulder this responsibility of being the necessary evil. His work was the most important thing from here, but now. Johann analyzes. Vanessa, huh? Are going to explore this weakness. Hector eyes Johann carefully. It's too simple to be something coming from this guy. Someone's greatest strength and great weakness sometimes are not different, sir. His strong body, his criminal empire, his woman. Everything that is his greatest source of strength and pride. But pride cometh before the fall. I suggest making him destroy everything by his own hands. Oh. And what do you suggest? Hector asks with an even voice. Simple. Give him the illusion of control, but be the one that distributes the cards. Start small. Attack 2 places or convoys at the same time, making him need to choose to save only one. Give him trouble when he wants to spend time with his beloved. Make that with every choice he loses a little. No right answer. Slowly take his competent and trustworthy subordinates. Give him the responsibility that he loves so much and show him that he is not fit for it. Stress him to the point that he will lash out at his Vanessa. Make him choose between his beloved or his work constantly. Watch him try to juggle many balls and looks helpless when he can't keep them in the air. Watch his life work crumble and he has no one to blame but himself. And when he loses everything, give him the hope to recover to his peak. An opportunity that with one stroke, one big effort he can have everything back and more. And then crush it mercilessly. Johann ends his speech. Hector observes, you know. You have an evil mind. Hector says equally a scold and a praise. But is your evil mind, sir? Johann bows again, but your mind is not behind mine in this aspect, sir. You're the one that gave someone like me an empathic power. A blessing and a curse. A gift and a punishment. Johann says. HMPF. If I want to curse you I would have messed with the chemicals in your brain or I would have given you empathic powers that you can't turn off. Don't overestimate your own importance. We will go with your plan. Send me your details later. Erwin can work on it too. Hector says and felt weird seeing the bond relationship going up. It will be done. And I always consider your blessings as a gift. Everyone is a different book that is a pleasure to read even more than rewrite it. He comments. Continue working well and I will release you in a universe full of assholes to you to have fun. Hector says before disappearing. End of flashback. Hector POV. Some people's mind simply works differently. Why the bond relationship is high? No idea. But he is useful. Being capable of using people that I don't like is a must. When he is no longer useful I can dispose of him. Killing or rewarding. Maybe find him a universe where he can have fun with nasty people. Like Game of Thrones or Akame Ga Kill. The mental image of throwing Johann in Westeros as OC son of Cersei makes me laugh and interested to watch what would happen. Now, everyone is in their right place, no need to move them, no treacherous thoughts, and everyone is good at what they're doing. Excellent. For now, is easy to administrate, but I can predict that the number of summons per month in the future will increase because I'm growing stronger, and will not be always necessary to assimilate some characters. In 5 years I must have hundreds of summons. Will be a problem to keep in touch with everyone. Well, a problem for future me. I really don't envy that guy. The great thing about the summons is that I choose who and when to summon. Next night, New York. I observe the night sky of New York, while standing in a gargoyle obviously, and paying attention in case of any trouble. I'm on standby and letting Cassandra run around alone tonight. Obviously, thanks to my powers, I can follow her every move. Right now she is moving into the shadows, searching for people to help. She is a very good fighter, but that not means she is a good hero. Beating some thugs alone is different if there are people to save in the middle of the confusion. On the last nights I taught her how to assess the situation, the best take in each case, and who to take down first. The basic. Now I'm letting her do it alone, but I can intervene at any time. Oh. And she already has fans. Some people that we saved have taken pictures and posted them. Idolin's sidekick, they said. And obviously, the guessing game started. If she is my daughter, sister, some girl that I saved blah, blah. Let them guess. Well, at least she is popular. Spider-Man is not patrolling tonight. Ah. The exams are getting near. He must be with Ned and Gwen. While still watching the city I raise my hand and create an object. A silver needle, 15 centimeters long. A senbon, if you want to call it like that. Is really impossible, huh? I murmur looking at the failure in my hands. Passing it between my fingers and caressing it with my thumb I used my thoughts to activate it, making it vibrate a little. Well, is a success in its own way. My hand blurred and I threw the senbon perfectly into the eye of a gargoyle at my side. A second after landing, the senbon starts to crumble to dust. I'm finally capable of producing nth metal after studying the Thanagarian mace. But it's not perfect. Is basically a consumable, a one-time use thing. Pseudo-nth metal, if can be called like that. I and Cortana deducted that lacks something in my body to perfect the production. Some sort of special radiation that emanates from nth metal. Still works. I tested passing a sword of pseudo-nth metal through an illusion made with Loki powers. The illusion distorted and disappeared easily, but the sword cracked and lost integrity. It's nth metal but very brittle. A failure in making armor. But success in throwing and disposable weapons. I can imagine myself producing a spear of pseudo-nth metal, Okiora style, and throwing at some sort of magic being. And if we consider that it's self-destruct and leaves nothing to people to study. Anyway, I produced a lot of crossbow bolts to Helena and shurikens to Cassandra. Now, I'm thinking in using a lot PF power boost cards in the creation power. There's a chance that will help. But I'm the type of guy to hold the consumable to use later, never using a potion in a game. I should change that. This is real life. Oh. I focus on Cassandra with my senses. Ha. Not so lucky tonight again, kitten. Your name is not helping you, it seems. I laugh seeing Cassandra subjugating Black Cat. With a knee on the back of the criminal and holding her arms from behind. Black Cat POV. And here I thought that Idolin is bad. This little girl is a menace. It had to be his sidekick. But at least it's possible to make a conversation with the guy. I did nothing, girl. I say when she pushes my face to the ground with her knee between my shoulder blades. She answers nothing. I was just taking a breath of fresh air. I say. Suspicious. She finally says something, but is not what I want to hear. I know Idolin. He let me off the hook last time. You don't want to contradict your boss, right? I appeal. But she doesn't budge. At this moment I hear the sound of a step and turn my head to the front and I see the man himself landing. It seems that you two already met. Black Cat, Shadow. Shadow, Black Cat. He says like this situation is normal. I want to punch him now. Arg. A pleasure. Can you take your creature off me now? I say annoyed. Shadow. He says, and like an obedient puppy, the little monster lets go of me and goes to his side quietly. I stand up and glare at the men. You can let her go if she doesn't hurt innocents, Shadows. Knowing how to judge the situation is an important skill. He turns to the side to instruct his sidekick. And then he turns to me, long time no see, Black Cat. How have you been? He asks nonchalantly. I was much better before meeting you. I say aggressively. Maybe I shouldn't act aggressive with the guy that can throw me at jail on a whim, but I can't help myself. And I have the impression that he is not that petty. He just tilts his head to the side, acting dumb about why I'm angry with him. I thought we departed on somewhat good terms. He comments. Good terms. I departed poor, this is what you mean. I ask incredulously to this bastard. Will he arrest me if I punch his perfect face? That. He says and fakes realization, even putting a show of beating his fist on his palm. And here I'm thinking that you're mad that the sidekick spot was taken by Shadow. This guy has the talent for getting under my skin. Okay. Don't grit your teeth, Black Cat. Don't give him the satisfaction. I can see the amusement in his eyes. You're mad for losing money that is not even yours. Talking about entitlement. I can't simply let you get away that easily, right? He chuckles. A nice deep chuckle that reverberates in my bones. Down, girl. So this is the deal. I will not arrest you if you don't hurt innocents or steal things of cultural value. But if I catch you, I will confiscate your gains. He gives me a thumbs up, so work hard. Really infuriating. Come on. Don't act like it's unfair. If you rob a mob boss and be caught, your fate would be much worse. He comments. And he is right. My night activities are not risk-free. I'm advantage here if it's not game over with Eidolon. I sigh and massage my forehead. The spider is much easier to deal. I comment. Oh, did you meet him? Be easy on the poor guy, you're a bad influence. He says with amusement. Yep. I notice. Really gullible. I got away easily. A little flirt and he was all flustered, raising his hands to the air and saying that has a girlfriend. Heh. At least my charms still work. Is this Eidolon that must be a eunuch or something? To my comment is Eidolon's turn to raise his hand to his forehead to massage it. Ugh. Really, Spider-Man? He really has a big mouth. So you really know his secret identity, huh? I accuse. Obviously, I'm world the greatest detective, Felicia. He says nonchalantly. It takes a second for my brain to process that he called me by my real name. You. Relax. Do you think I use it against you? But a tip from a pro, domino masks are dumb. He says. Okay, deep breaths. Is not game over yet. The little girl looks bored with our conversation and walks to Eidolon. Or better saying, she walks into Eidolon. She literally merges with his mantle. So she can merge in surfaces. So that is how she caught me off guard. I was sure that my back is facing a wall. Is a power that I would kill to have. Well, I have things to do now. Are you planning some burglary tonight? He asks. Like I would tell him, to what? So that you can take my hard-earned trinkets. No sir, I'm done for tonight. I say. Okay. Bye. Good luck next time. He says taking flight. Sigh, I really don't know if I hate or like that guy. Hector POV. Next day, Mutant Town. In the makeshift hospital that I made to take care of the victims of the workshop, I walk with Callisto, Mikhail, and Cassandra. Everyone is already in a good condition. How many plan to go away? I ask. Half of them. But they will probably come back. Almost everyone has their appearance changed, so they just haven't suffered the discrimination yet. Cal List answers with a shrug. I see. And the ones that want to stay. There's enough empty houses here in Metatown for them to stay. Cal List says. Metatown is what the residents are calling the place now. Officially, Mutant Town. To the outsiders, Mutant Ghetto. But it's good that they changed how they called themselves. Is the first step. And the gangs? I ask. Is Mikhail that answers disbanded? There was some resistance. Some thugs want to be the new boss. We put them in their place. He says. Things will be peaceful while you provide with food and other things, but Callisto starts uncertain. Charity can only take them so far. Mikhail completes direct to the point. I know. I'm just equalizing the chances. With less worries they can focus in improving themselves. I say. Mikhail nods. Without the need to worry about their safety, their hunger, and other essentials for their livelihood, they have no excuse to continue to live like rats. He says, a little too rashly, but without reason. But an influx of money is needed. I comment, or be self-sufficient. There are ways to help in the two paths but will take time. We finally arrived in a bed in the corner of the hospital. Sitting there is a woman with light pink skin and red/purple hair, the color of the wine. She has some protuberances in some extremities of her body. Bones. I know her. I say nothing after arriving. The woman is looking at me intensely. Her name is Sarah. She wants to thank you personally. Callisto says. She doesn't look very gratefully. I comment. And I feel Shadow moving discreetly to the woman's blind spot to take her down if she tries anything. She is always with an angry face like that. Callisto says, then looks at Sarah, urging her to say something. Let me join you, is the first thing that gets out of her mouth. Okay. You will be under Callisto's command with the Morlocks. I answer without hesitation. I want to be under you. Phrasing, woman. No. My inner circle is not something that can be entered that easily. I say. She doesn't look happy, but she never did since the start of this conversation. She finally nods. Do you have a code name? I ask and she shakes her head. I turn around, making my 3 subordinates follow. Will be Marrow. Follow me too. She quickly gets up from the bed and settles behind us, at Shadow's side. Something more to report? I ask. The gangs are using a boy to profit. Callisto says. A frog boy can produce a hallucinogenic substance from his skin. Mikhail adds. Like Beak, his bones are weak. But is even worse, he can't even walk. Calist comments. I see. I make a portal and stop. Callisto, take Marrow with you and make a research on Metatown to see the people with crippling meta powers. I want details. I will help them later. She nods. Mikhail, Shadow. Follow me. Xavier Institute, Kitty Pride POV. I hate and love the internet in equal measure. At the same time, the internet is a tool to disseminate hate and bad things. It has memes. I can't stop laughing to myself with the memes of the Eidolon interview. There's even a remix of his words with autotune. Ha ha ha. He talked about a little of everything. People are finally thinking about the meta question. His revelations shocked the world. His inspiring words touched many people too. A new trend is popular now. The hashtag Eidolon challenge is what is called in social media. People are going to hear his words that they can change themselves in 6 months and is filming their progress to show the world and inspire others too. I pass my thumb on the screen of my smartphone and see one of them. Day 3 of the hashtag Eidolon challenge. The soreness is already gone and I'm feeling better. I see the caption of the video of a skinny guy in the gym. The comments are surprisingly supportive. Here, King. You dropped this and a emote of a crown. Nice going, bro. And other things. That was nice. Is mostly men in the challenge, and most of them are going to the gym or practicing a sport or martial art. But there are people doing other things. Like the guy that is learning how to cook, or that woman that is learning C and C++. People are doing and reporting their progress on social media. Even me, Rogue and Jubilee have joined Jean in her yoga. Right now, we just ended our session here in the garden of the mansion. There's also the controversial topic of men and women that Eidolon talked about. Many people are mad at him. Many agree with him. I have seen some news that restaurant owners are mad because their winning decreased since the Eidolon interview. They said that men are not taking women on a date in fancy restaurants anymore. Ha ha ha. If I go around on Instagram and see the post of some girl in a bikini, there will be comments like, "Don't simp, brothers. Stay strong. Don't let virtual women distract you from your grind, brother. Begone temptation. Are you horny? 10 push-ups now. Ha 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 ha. Why men are so funny." This last one is always accompanied by a picture of Eidolon giving his glare. And people said that he disseminated hate against women. The men are making fun of these people with memes. Like the flood of men versus women memes. There's no aggression, it's just comedy. I search for the memes on my smartphone. Hee hee. Found it, women, no. Their body is so unrealistic. No normal woman has a body like that. Is a bad influence on the little girls. Asterisk. And there's a picture of Lady Jade and Black Widow. Then there's a picture of literally Gigantomachia, the Hulk and the Thing and the boys talking. Damn, I need to hit the gym. Men versus women and the bathroom. The women one is just gossiping and the men one is a gif of Eidolon and Thor exchanging attacks at high speed. Ha ha. I really love the internet. I don't know why people are mad. I agree completely with Eidolon when he said that, we are not the same, but we should be equal. Even me that likes a lot of boys' things. Jean also agrees with me. She always defends Eidolon. She is also a fangirl, even though she doesn't admit it. She even talked about her own experience. Even the way we do bad things is different. She said to us, I can read minds and I know that when a guy sometimes messed up with his friends, most of the cases is immaturity, some dick measurement contest. And when boys fight with punches, they are okay shortly after without hard feelings. But woman. Hey, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, indeed. In school, when a girl does a bad thing to her friend is because she is really trying to be mean. And they never forget. Never. That must be most of the cases. Thankfully, here in the mansion, everyone gets along. Must be the outside threats that unite us. I can't say that I'm good friends with every girl here, but I at least am on amicable terms. Scrolling through my phone I come across a video. Idolin bathing dogs in the most wholesome and cool thing that you will see today is the title. Girls. I call the other three, come watch something. From Idolin. I say. They lean on me to watch. In the video, there's Idolin, without his mantle squatting while scrubbing in soap a big dog. Around him, there are dozens of dogs, almost 100. They're in the air too. Jean exclaims. Idolin is keeping the recently cleaned dogs in big bubbles in the air, they're running around like giant hamsters. Look how the dog waits patiently. Jubilee comments. He can talk with animals. Rogue says. Such a cool power. I comment. The camera shifts and shows the sky filled with dogs in bubbles having fun flying around. That's cool and really beautiful. Jean comments. And really is. The bubble shifts the light, making little rainbows fill the street. There are many other people filming too. Become some sort of tourist attraction, but at least no one is interrupting Idolin. He must be keeping them close with telekinesis. Jean comments about the dogs. Apparently the soap is a power too. And look, is a jet of water and wind from his hand, I say. This is where? Rogue asks. I don't know. Looks hot. Miami, maybe. I say. These poor dogs must be suffering from the heat there, Jubilee sighs. Check the comments. Jean suggests. Oh, is really Florida. They say in the comments that Idolin healed the dogs too. I read the comments. He is a cool guy. Jubilee says. The video shifts to a small mountain of dog food where the already dried dogs are eating. When I was going to comment about that, Jean suddenly raises her head. What? I ask. She is looking around and frowning. And then she smiles a little. Follow me. She said and start walking into the garden. We look at each other and after shrugging our shoulders we follow. Doesn't take long for us to come across the laughs of children. Turning around a bush wall, we met a strange situation. There's Idolin and Mikhail, the ex-evil, apparently, brother of Pyotr. But Idolin is juggling 4 small children of the mansion like they are balls. Pfft. I can't help but smile at the situation. The children look like they are having fun, and Idolin has great strength and control when he puts them on the ground after seeing us. So is not dangerous. Long time no see. He says with his hot guy voice. I can feel Rogue stiffening slightly by my side. But Jean doesn't have this problem. Idolin. She smiles broadly and advances to hug him, even kissing his covered cheek. I notice that Idolin really lives up to his philosophy of respectful distance. His hands never leave the side of his body and he just inclined forward slightly to allow Jean's kiss. Oi, oi, oi. Aren't they getting along too well? Jubilee whispers in my ear. I look at them. The distance between them is less than a step. Jean still has her hand on Idolin's shoulder and because she needs to look up, her back is a little arched and her breasts a little too forward. She is laughing at some joke between them. A very relaxed laugh. A rare laugh coming from Jean. I look to my side. To Rogue. She is frowning her brows and pursing her lips slightly to the scene. Oh. Drama incoming. End of the chapter. Chapter 51, Ex-People. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Thinking you're no good and worthless is the worst thing you can do. Nobita. Little An, hello, sorry for the delay. Let's talk about 2 things briefly. First, is not like I trolled you guys don't giving the X-Men part last time. Hee is that I decided not cut it in half and just teased it slightly. I believe is better this way, so I add some extra things in the middle of the last chapter to make the chapter end in an interesting cliffhanger. Second, the extra with Wanda is me teasing and testing the waters of the harem progression of this story. Is non-canon because is passive to alterations. Many people think in harem and imagine that the MC will put all girls together in a castle or something and let them there. But no, the guy has literally no limit to what he can do. Sincerely, I can't imagine any man that can travel throughout the omniverse, any store with multiversal travel where the guy don't make a harem. I mean, tears stories that don't even has romance. But this is another case. There's also the common sense of the world where he visits. If he go to DXD, he can literally in one travel and one swap catch them all like Pokemon. The morals of the world allows it. Is this gonna be shown in this story? No. Even if I said that the MC will eventually have unlimited girls, that doesn't mean you guys will see it. So don't worry about limits. Put himself in his shoes. MC, I'm sorry, insert your waifu name here, but I can't accept your feelings for me even if you're completely fine in sharing me with other women, and I'm the one that brought you here, and you love me unconditionally. Sorry, but I set the limit to 17 girls. What? You don't see yourself with any other guy and will remain alone forever if I don't accept you. Well, not my problem. See? Sucks, huh? Limits are weird to the guy that has the omniverse at his fingertips. By the way, I was thinking in practicing writing smut, writing side stories about Hector in the future in Vacation Worlds. What do you guys think about that? Little snippets. Now, to the story. Enjoy. Recap: after making some plans to the future and manage his summons, Eidolon finally visits the X-Men mansion. Eidolon POV. After leaving Callisto, I and my two sidekicks arrive in the airspace of Xavier's mansion. Making a platform in the air, I observe things a little before announcing my arrival. Mikhail continues by my side a little nervous. Cassandra decides to go into my mantle. Is it her favorite place now? Or she is just shy? I look at the mansion. A large expanse of land. Xavier's parents were loaded. I use my visual powers to check everything. Everyone is here. Good timing. Why the girls are in yoga pants? Is this my Yuki Rito's luck acting so that the moment that I visited I will be graced with such a sight? Thanks, I guess. But I have to say, comic book pretty really makes wonders in this world. Oh. A bunch of cameras. I see. Thanks to my special/super senses I can see the camera activities. Similar to Superman, I can see through the electromagnetic spectrum. I can see radio/television waves and broadcasted/transmitted frequencies. In this way that he avoids satellites, by the way. My vision is not a good of the DC main character, but is still pretty good. Cortana. I say in my mind. The cameras are broadcasting to 3 different places, Master. Should I investigate deeper? My AI companion asks. No. Let's not underestimate the technology of these people. Even if they can't counter you, they can still notice you. I answer. My meta-knowledge is a good advantage. Let's say, for example, I can bet 100 gacha points that one of the people spying on the X-Men mansion is Mr. Sinister. To the people who know, he is an annoying villain. Tremendously capable and cautious. A guy that is hard to kill because he has no qualms in cloning himself and controlling his clones remotely, or even transferring his mind to another body if he dies. Something that I would do too. Is annoying to see the similarities between myself and the villains sometimes. So, back to the focus, the number of people that know about him in this day and age could probably be counted on one hand. I only know about him because of my meta-knowledge. If he suspects that I know that he exists, he will probably hole himself up, making it hard for me to catch him. Actions have risks. He will not act if he thinks he will be discovered/caught. The same principle works with me. I will not act against these guys if I'm not sure that I end them completely. If I fail, will become harder to deal with them. This is not a game where I can load my last save and try again. Sinister, Sublime, Trask, Pierce, the 2 of them, Donald and Alexander. When I act against them, I don't want them to come back like this is a comic or a movie. I watch the X-Mansion with my many visual powers again to make sure. Yep, they're only cameras. No bombs or traps. I analyze the layout, residents, and other things. Cortana. Record everything. I instruct. Already doing it, Master. Is her reply. Looking from above I confirm that the X-Men are really in the initial stage of formation. There are only 5 adults in the whole facility. Colossus is only 19 years old, Storm is in her middle 20s, Beast and Xavier are in their 30s and 40s respectively. And Wolverine is really old. After this, everyone is a minor. But in 3 to 4 years the first generation X-Men will all become adults. This is another analyze of mine, observing the age of the people here, the progression of things. I think in 4 years this world will be like in the comics where supers are common as cabbage. I need to prepare. Too many people is always trouble. By the way, my investigations into Charles Xavier showed that he also has been in contact with other adult metas, like Forge and Darwin. So it's safe to say that Xavier people are much more than the ones here. I even searched for Sage. But I couldn't find her, because I never knew her real name and she has no distinct features. Her powers are nice but are not something I would die for now. I decide to finally go down and knock on the door. But there are some kids playing nearby. I plan to just wave at them and continue to the mansion, but they have different plans. They stopped me and Mikhail and with amazement on their face started asking all sorts of questions. Well, one of them at least, the extrovert one, the rest are too shy to say something and just keep staring at me. Are you Eidolon? The kid asks the obvious, this one has brown tree-like skin. I jokingly look at my hands, I think I am. They giggle, and then the barrage of questions starts for real. I answer the best I could. Mikhail at my side looks constipated, still nervous about meeting his siblings. Imitating Metroman, I decide to juggle the kids, obviously taking care to not hurt them. But they are having fun, so is not a problem. Megamind is a potential world to visit, but the powers there are inherited from their alien races and the technology is not a priority. Obviously, I'm still curious about the true power level of Metroman. The guy literally lived a whole day in less than a second. This makes him have relativistic level speed and reaction time. And that is fucking bullshit. This is Silver Age level Superman bullshit. When the Men of Steel used to fly around the world to revert time, sneeze entire solar system out of existence, and created superpowers every other day. Is like Saitama. Being strong as much the plot needs. One day when I have biokinesis, I would go there to try to take their physiology to myself and see if Metroman is a joke character or not. I also am not in a hurry to go to the mansion, because someone will come at me first. Some seconds ago I felt a wave of mental power wash over the place we are. Jean. I could have evaded it, but she probably recognized my mental wavelength, and is convenient that she takes me to the mansion. I can feel the 4 girls approaching. I don't remember them being close friends canonically. Kitty and Rogue, okay. But Jean was always with Scott, right? And Jubilee with Logan, like his sidekick. Seeing Jean appear from behind a living wall, I continue to juggle the laughing children while greeting her. Long time no see. The others appear too, following Jean. HM. Is Jean a little different? The other are very surprised in seeing me, but Rogue. Wait. How? How? Her heartbeat is increasing, her cheeks are gaining color. Sometimes I think my super senses are almost an invasion of privacy. But serious. I have a 2-minute contact with her. Is she that much lacking in love? Or this is some sort of hero worship? I'm starting to think that Mr. Sinister is manipulating her too, like Scott, to her to like me and we make a baby. A meta that can absorb powers and physiologies is a scary prospect. Like me, but with Osmosion powers from Ben 10 too. I want an Osmosion card. Eidolon. Jean exclaims, making me focus on her again. There's really something different about her. My paranoid mind goes to dark places and imagines that Xavier did something. But maybe not. She looks better, I think. I put the children down while they protest and make sad noises. She advances with a smile and goes for a hug. Our evening together made us somewhat friends, but she is acting very friendly and outgoing. But she doesn't look in love with me or anything. I only incline myself a little, while keeping my hands at my side. So you finally visited? She asks after kissing my cheek. Well, I would visit earlier. But I have a bit of an unforeseen circumstance to deal. An alien invasion. Do you believe it? I say, acting like is no big deal. She giggles. I think you are the only guy that can use this as an excuse and be true. Not true. This is becoming very common. These outlandish excuses, I mean. Another day I stumble into a wife trying to explain to his husband that she cheated because she was under mind control. I say. And it's true. There's also that guy that stole a vehicle from the company where he works and said that was destroyed in a battle of Spider-Man versus Rhino. Her eyes widen and the laughs while contouring her mouth. She is pretty when she laughs carefree like that. Oops, down, Hector. Bad Hector. Don't even start it. In my defense, she is very close and using yoga pants. Can you blame me? I turn to the other 3 girls, they're approaching too. But acting more reserved when compared with Jean. Nice to see you two again. I nod to Kitty and Rogue, Tentakitty and Rough Rogue, right? I tease a little, remembering they're roasting each other during our fight. Kitty, that was going to say something, almost chokes and Rogue's face goes to compete with Jean's hair to see what is redder. Seriously? Is this what you remember? Kitty exclaims, exasperated. Well, it made an impression. I say and watch Rogue cover her face while muttering to Kitty to kill her fast. Rogue. Girls pact. Never talk embarrassing stuff in front of others. Deal. Kitty extends her hand to Rogue. Deal. Rogue replies and the two do a strange secret handshake. I turn the 4th member of this group. Jubilee. Famous in the X-Men 90s cartoon. She has Asian features. I'm meeting a lot of Asian girls recently. We haven't been introduced. I say to her. You act like you don't know her. Or everyone else in the mansion. Jean says at my side while rolling her eyes. Excuse me. I act offended. You say like I'm some sort of paranoid guy that investigates everyone's background. Is this what you think that of me? Yes. She says, making her voice deeper and a deadpan face. She is imitating me. I can't resist letting out a chuckle. Okay. You're right. Did your telepathic powers evolve enough that you can finally surpass my defenses and enter my mind, Ms. Gray? I asked jokingly. She stops her giggling to make the deadpan face again. Maybe, she answers exaggeratedly deep again. Her mouth twitched a little, holding a laugh. Woman. These yes and maybe are trademarked. You can't use it against me. The cheeky of this woman, using my vague answers like that. We too laugh a little, but feeling a negative emotional feedback in Rogue's direction, I decided to change the focus of the conversation. Jubilation Lee. A pleasure. I extend my hand at her. The tacit confession that I indeed know about her makes Jean rolls her eyes again, exasperated. Yikes. Call me Jubilee. The Asian meta says while shaking my hand. So, international superhero, what brings you into our humble school? She asks the main question. Later, the 6 of us, 7 if counting Cassandra in my mantle, walk to the mansion entrance. I said to them that I have business with Xavier and come to check on Jean too, like I promised last time. I don't reveal too much, because it's a personal thing for Jean. I don't know how much she told the people here. But my words made the mood a little awkward. I will not act like I don't know the why. Rogue must have a thing for me, and it looks like I and Jean are very close and compatible. From an outside point of view. Jean said that she sent a telepathic message to the professor, and we start walking slowly while talking. The girls, Kitty and Jubilee mostly, asking a bunching of questions. That purple Oni samurai that appeared recently. Is she one of yours? Kitty asks about Seiko. Yes. I answer. From my peripheral vision I see Jean holding a laugh again. Okay. Maybe I have a problem in answering too little. Do you have people in, like, all around the world? Kitty continues. Yes. This time Jean laughs out loud. Okay. Is not my fault, but vague answers are the best. Things will change in the future. I will have even more people, and I can't say that most of them now are spies. I decided to continue my explanation, even if I act more in America and Europe. Yes, I have people around the world. Why didn't they help in the invasion? Jubilee asks. Why didn't you help? I would be an asshole to say it. A good question of her part nonetheless. Because they didn't exist back then. But I can't answer this. See why vague answers are good. Not all of them want. Or are combatants. I say, shrugging my shoulders. I said in the interview. Our help is not always appreciated. I can't force them to expose themselves. I say. Seeing their pensive expressions I continue, and is not needed, really. The invasion was a piece of cake. Is better to let them stay anonymous for now. Who knows what type of enemies will appear in the future, right? Better to have trump cards. Is the invasion a piece of cake? Jubilee asks a little incredulously. Yep, I successfully changed the focus. Yes. Look at me going again. The Chitauri army is very, very weak when compared with others out there. The words, weakest army in the galaxy, is not an exaggeration. They're really pathetic. I say to their surprised faces. Obviously, when compared with the armies that fights these interplanetary battles, I add, if Thor was not mind-controlled we would have ended that battle in 12 seconds. I say. Jean looks at me a little. Because of this you don't like these types of powers, huh? Well, is the type of power that I less like. It makes things annoyingly complicated. I say with a shrug. We finally reach the mansion. And I'm not surprised in seeing the lineup waiting for us. So. Should I be thankful for the welcoming party or be prepared for a fight? I whisper jokingly to them, making the girls laugh. Spoiler alert, I will win. I complete. I look at the people waiting. If I need to organize them, I would separate them into 3 groups. The adults, the main group of X-Men students, and the secondary group of X-Men students. The adults are the 5 that I said earlier. The main X-Men group are the ones above 15 years old, but not adults yet. Jean, Kitty, Rogue, and Jubilee are part of this group. There's Scott, Spike, Kurt. The ones I met last time. But there's also Robert Drake, Iceman, Warren, Angel, Ellie, and Yukio. Together with the adults, they're the first-generation X-Men. Then there's the secondary X-Men team. Younger people with ages between 12 and 14. I recognize most of them from movies and cartoons. Some are obscure characters from the comics. Sean Cassidy, the Banshee, is a blonde skinny teenager with middle-length hair. His power is to create sonic waves with his voice. He can use it as propulsion to fly using that suit with wings. Samuel Guthrie, the Cannonball, is another blonde guy, but with shorter hair. His power is thermochemical energy field propulsion. Sounds cool. But is literally a hot powerful fart. His lower body became a turbine. Interesting to note is that the Guthrie family is full of metas. The children are all here. Melody and Joshua Guthrie are part of this secondary X-Men group. The two had brown hair. The boy is called Icarus and obviously, he has bird-like wings like Warren. The girl can fly without help, but only this. The other sister is much more interesting. Paige Guthrie, Husk, has a power similar to of Darwin. She can adapt to extreme situations. She literally sheds her skin, changing her body to the best response to the situation. The others, Elizabeth, Joelle, Lewis, Sissy, and Jebediah are younger. Kids. And they are only residents of the mansion. Tabitha Smith, Boom Boom, is a blonde girl with a punk style. I remember her in X-Men, Evolution. She can create energy bombs and I think she defected to the Brotherhood at some point. Ron Sinclair, Wolfsbane, is a lycanthrope. Very petite with short brown hair. I remember that she dies in the comics victim of a lynching. Well, is not happening in my universe. There's the Logia users, Soraya Kadir and Cecily Kincaid. The first is a Arab girl wearing a black jilbab and the other is a redhead that can turn into metal. Crocodile and T-1000. Nice powers. And I was surprised to know that Scott's brother is here. Alexander Summers, Havoc, is the middle of the Summers child. Power, concussive energy projection, but from him, the thing is shot from his chest. I thought that he was a villain initially. Good for you guys, that is not the case here. But my worry is with the youngest of the Summers. And then there are two Brazilians here. Representativity. Woohoo. Anyway. Why did the two have powers with fire? Well. Brazil is hot and has florists. But seriously, jokes aside, that is the image of Brazil to the world. In DC there's a Brazilian meta too. And try to guess her power. One try. Yes, fire. Green fire to be exact. She is hot at least. No pun intended. Like Scandal Savage, the daughter of Vandal Save, that is Brazilian too. Ah. And we can't forget about the new Wonder Woman. Hee hee. From Amazon. How I will not even say anything. Well, back to this universe. Amara Aquila, Magma, and Roberto da Costa, Sunspot, have similar powers. Amara is the love child of Akainu and Whitebeard, yikes with this mental image, but her powers are turning herself in magma and do earthquakes controlling the tectonic plates. In the X-Men, Evolution, she has dark skin and dark hair. Here, she follows the comics in being a boring blonde. An interesting fact is that she is from New Rome, a hidden city in Amazon that is controlled by Celine Galio. Maybe she is a spy. Roberto da Costa is a black human torch that can't fly, for now. But he can absorb heat and fire, so I think he probably would win against Human Torch in a fight. The last two of this secondary group are interesting too. While we are finally some steps away from the X-Men, something happens. I look to the sky. It's darkening and I see. Interesting. I say while looking at the Native American girl of the secondary group. Kitty Pryde POV. Whoa. Eidolon is really here. Is he taller than last time, or is just my impression? Last time he was completely covered by his mantle, hood and everything. So we have seen very little of the man himself. Not even Jean has seen his face before the invasion, but she seems to trust him for some reason. I mean, if he wanted he could have hurt us. And if we had doubts that he is not a bad guy, the invasion and his actions later pretty much confirmed that he is not a villain. Now, I'm a little worried about Rogue. Her mind tends to go in the darkest direction possible. Seeing Eidolon and Jean interact, as Jubilee said, giving coupley vibes, for some weird reason, because they interacted for one evening. Seriously, what they talked about. Now I'm curious. I'm feeling the chemistry from here. Poor Scott. Poor Rogue. I hope she calms down and doesn't create resentment from anything. They're simply good friends. If she thinks about it carefully, they just hit off. And is not hard to hit off with Eidolon, I'm noticing. Even if sometimes he gives vague answers, he is nice. I asked a lot of questions to change the subject and make Rogue focus in other things. I'm surprised that there's another huge group, beyond us in the Brotherhood. Even more surprised is that the Professor and Magneto never noticed them. This guy is really discreet. When we are approaching the rest of the people at the entrance of the mansion, something weird happened. It's like the world is ending. Started with weak and weird winds that grew strong. The sky darkening. A distant sound. Are we being attacked? Well, what bad timing from the enemy. Interesting. I hear Eidolon's voice at my side. He is looking at the sky. Everyone looks up too. There are figures in the sky, is not possible to distinguish them. But they're giants made of shadows. The eyes that shone in different colors are the main distinguish feature. But looking with attention is possible to notice other differences. One of them has glowing purple eyes, one is just a mass of darkness, there's some that are red, another one white, one looks like a woman with a crown that shines in different colors, a bird made of fire and many other strange figures. Most of them are humanoid, or close to this. Everyone is already on high alert and preparing themselves to a battle. HMPF. I hear Eidolon snort and an invisible wave is emitted from his body. Is this some sort of mental power? With him at the center, the darkness is dispersed and the sky starts clearing. A very interesting power, Ms. Moonstar. Eidolon says, looking at Danielle that is between Soraya and Cecily. She is holding her head, looking uncomfortable. Oh. Aya. Is it her power that did that? Danielle, also known as Mirage, can create very realistic illusions of people's fears. The illusion can even interact with the real world to some extent. So everything was. I look at Eidolon. That ending of the world scenario was his fears. He is not looking at Danielle at the moment. His eyes are fixed on the retreating darkness. Right there, something refuses to go away. A figure, very small when compared with those giants from before. But that thing makes me feel really uncomfortable for some reason. I feel like my body and powers are getting out of control. I'm even trembling uncontrollably. I shakily look around and notice everyone in the same situation. The figure looks like is made of darkness and is flickering in and out of existence. A male figure with normal height, red shining eyes and a white smiling mouth. It looks like his hair are tendrils that are moving erratically in all directions by the wind. What is that thing? Eidolon points to the figure and disperses it like all the others, and the world finally goes back to normal. I, and many others, release a breath that I don't know I was holding. Eidolon's head turns to the group again. Well, this is awkward. I can feel the heavy mood. Are you two okay? Eidolon asks concerned. Two. I look at the group and notice that beyond Danielle clutching her head, David is bleeding from his nose, eyes and ears. Was he attacked? I haven't seen it. Wait. Maybe. David Aline, also known as Prodigy, has an interesting power. He can copy people's expertise. Only work with people nearby of him, but he has copied Logan's battle experience, my computer skills, Dr. McCoy's knowledge of science. Well, these things wear off if the person that he copying goes away from him. So he is not taught overpowered. So. Did he try to copy Eidolon's skills? Did you copy Eidolon's skills, David? Jean asks before me with a frown in her face. The 12-year-old boy looks ashamed and nods. There's no harm. Eidolon raises his hand to Jean and then advances a little to stroke David's hair. His hand shines a little. I think he is healing David. I'm flattered that you want to be like me, really. Eidolon say, and is possible to hear the smile in his voice. Wait. So he get hurt because he copied you? Like an overload or something? How? This never happened before, right? I can't help but ask and I look around for confirmation. Eidolon looks at me. Let's say that I'm a little overqualified. Then he looks at David again. This is a nice power that you get there, and you're still young. In the future, you will probably be able to keep the things you absorb from others. Maybe even what you absorbed from me today was saved as untapped potential. Use it for good, okay? To defend people. Eidolon says, huffing David's hair again. The kid nods vigorously with shining eyes and a smile. Ugh. Eidolon is really cool. A word of advice though. Eidolon continues, too much of anything can be bad. Train your body and mind so that you can use your power well and that you didn't suffer. And not use your power so lightly. I know a guy, he is called Taskmaster. He is not even a meta, but he can mimic anything that someone does only seeing once. A genius in his own way. But his talent has a price, as the more he duplicates the skills of other people like martial arts and gymnastics, he loses something else because his mind can't store everything. I call this lack of memory, like a computer. So his body, out of his control, started erasing things. Like memories from childhood, the face of loved ones and other important things. Damn, that sounds horrible. No power is worth this price. You're meta, unlike him, and maybe you won't have this problem, but be careful, okay? Eidolon asks and David nods seriously. This remember me of when Eidolon in his interview said that every power has a price. Did the universe already claim my price? Or I will suffer in the future. Taskmaster. I met this guy once. So this was his thing, huh? Makes sense now. Logan's gruff voice is heard and I turn to him to see him scratching his beard. Seriously, Logan has too many stories to count. And is always something about him killing something or something trying to kill him. Wait. Are we forgetting about that whole day turning night scenario? What was those things? Paige asks exasperated. I look at Eidolon. Is just my fears manifested by Ms. Moonstar's power? Eidolon confirms what most of us think. He looks nonchalantly. Your fears. Jean looks at him preoccupied. He looks at her and shakes his head, just some universe-ending threats. Is more of a worry, really. Would be hard to keep people safe even if I win. And would be hard to win. He comments. Threats? Ororo asks. Cosmic horrors, demons, dimensional entities. These things. He says, and I am surprised at how nonchalantly he talk about these things. Come on, man. But he acting nonchalant calms me. I have to admit. And that last one. The small one. I ask. That one looked different. It was not like the others. Giant's visions in the sky. Eidolon doesn't answer immediately. Is this personal? Now I'm feeling bad for asking, it's me. He finally says. Almost everyone turns to look at him surprised. You. Jean is the one that digs deep into it. Eidolon shrugs again, just my worry about going crazy, being controlled or going to the dark side. He admits and says the last part joking, some of us can't help but laugh. This guy really can control the mood. Thankfully Ms. Moonstar power was not at the Omega level, so all the images have not even a fraction of the real thing's true power. Jean still looks at him worried, but at this moment the professor advances. I think I owe you an apology, Eidolon. This is not the first impression that I hope to make. He said. Eidolon raises his hand to stop the professor. It's okay. Really is. Incidents like these can be really common in the meta community. I can't think less of you all because of an uncontrollable circumstance. And how is Ms. Moonstar? He said magnanimously before turning to Danielle that is still on the ground taking deep breaths. She has no evident problems. But show signs of exhaustion and heavy fatigue. Dr. McCoy says from Danielle's side. I can see Danielle mouthing something, but she is saying it too low for me to hear. What doesn't look like a problem to Eidolon, because he answers her, it's okay, you don't do it on purpose. And it's not like these fears are some deep personal trauma, only a preoccupation that sometimes keeps me awake at night. He then chuckles before continuing, and I dealt with them easily, maybe I should thank you for the free therapy. Despite the situation, Danielle smile. TCH. This guy is too smooth. The Gapmo is strong in this one. Looking all dark and being a nice guy. He extends his hand to the professor. We finally met, Professor. I read your articles, Children, Nature versus Nurture, and Influence of the X gene in the Development of Preadolescence. I personally call it meta-gene though. Eidolon says, chuckling, you too, Dr. McCoy, your study about that new rocket fuel would accelerate spatial exploration in 100 years. Too bad you have to cut contact with the world. Eidolon says regretfully. Nerd. The professor and Dr. McCoy look pleased with Eidolon, and the professor says, let me present everyone, Eidolon. They're most excited to meet you. He greets everyone normally. But at Scott's time he says something different. It appears that we started on the wrong foot last time. I had my reasons, I can understand yours too. As time proved, I had no bad intentions, so I hope you all, he says gesturing to the people of the fight last time, including me and the girls, can forgive me and we can let bygones be bygones. He extends his hand to Scott. Oh. He is being the big man here, Scott. What are you gonna do? Scott nods a little stiffly but takes the offered hand. With an okay, he nods and shakes Eidolon's hand. Well, you didn't need to hit us so hard. I joke while elbowing the black-clad hero. He looks at me with the eye smiling. Well, I have my reasons to keep secrets at that time. And I can't go easy on you guys, maybe I would lose. He says. Pfft. Okay, you say this lie and I pretend that I believe. Even Jean rolled her eyes at this. Good that any lingering grievance has been solved. The professor says with a smile, but I ask myself if you have any deep reason to visit, Eidolon. If you want to see around, you're more than welcome. Well, there are some reasons for me to come, yes. I promised Jean to visit, but this can wait. I want to talk with you, Professor, and ask for some things. But first. Eidolon turns around. You guys must know Mikhail, Pyotr's brother. He says, gesturing to the silent men. Yep, we know him. We had a little problem with him in the past. He is taller than Pyotr with a low ponytail. He wants to talk with his siblings. Eidolon continues. The mood becomes a little awkward. The two brothers stare at each other without any of them saying anything. Eidolon decides to end this situation. Before you two talk, I need to say something. He told me about the last encounter between you two. Let's say that he is not that man anymore, there are circumstances for that. I will not enter in details because it's not my place to say. But let him explain himself, I can vouch for him. Eidolon says firmly. Well, if the man is saying. At this moment, a little blonde girl come running to us. Most of the kids, below 10 years old, is watching us from afar, curious about Eidolon. But like feeling that is about her brothers, Ilyana Rasputin comes and hugs Pyotr leg while cautiously looking at her eldest brother. This is somewhat of a mistake on our part. Ilyana is just a small girl of 5 years old. She doesn't have power, but Pyotr was her last living relative. They thought that Mikhail was dead, so she lives here. She shouldn't look at Mikhail like that, but after the fight with Mikhail in the past, some of us let it slip and she heard it. So in her mind, her eldest brother is a bad guy that hurt her other brother. And she also hasn't many memories of her eldest brother. She was a little more than a baby when Mikhail was an astronaut and presumably died. Hello there, you must be Ilyana. Idolin says with his eyes smiling, your brother told me about you. He didn't lie when he said that you're cute. He says. Ilyana smiles slightly but still didn't let go of Pyotr's pants. Is my brother your friend? She asks while looking between Idolin and Mikhail. You could say so. He helps me greatly. Idolin says, in some cultures it's natural to give gifts to younger relatives of friends when you meet them, you know. There's something that you like. I can get it for you. Oh. So much power. Ask for world domination, Ilyana. Plushies. Ilyana answers uncertainly. I see. Idolin's hands move under his mantle a little before emerging from the 2 front slits. He is holding 3 plushies. They are like a foot each and look like chibi versions of Idolin, Mikhail, and Pyotr. Cute, I want the Idolin and Pyotr one. Here, he gives to her. She smiles broadly while accepting the gifts. She then turns to Pyotr and shows him, look, it's you. The big man smiles and nods, yes. What we say. He nudges. She turns to Idolin again, thank you. He simply pats her head. Ugh, this guy can also give fatherly vibes too. I can almost hear Rogue ovulating beside me. I decide to be shameless, hey, do you have more of these? I haven't seen them for sale. I say to him, acting overly friendly. He chuckles, let's say that they're unique because I made them myself. Want an Idolin too? He teases while taking another chibi Idolin from below his mantle. Cute. With mantle and everything. Yes. I don't even hesitate and snatch from his hand. This is a collector item. Will sell for a lot in the future. Hee hee. Thank you. I at least have good manners. Wait. I hear Jean's voice. Did she want one too? You say that you made it, but Ilyana only asked it now. And you gave her of her brothers too. How? Good question. Do you have a lot of plushies of all the heroes? Jubilee asks. He chuckles again and shakes his head. No, I made it now. Is a power of mine. He says vaguely. Do you have the power to make plushies? Jubilee asks incredulously. This is a very specific power. He only laughs and takes another plushie from under his mantle and gives it to Jubilee. But this time is a chibi Jubilee. With a yellow coat and pink glasses and everything. Wow. She exclaims, thanks. And this is a weird power to have, by the way. She adds, making him shrug his shoulders. Not my weirdest power, you know. I have one that is literally healing people by kissing them. He says. Well, should I punch Rogue in the mouth now or what? Idolin, my neck is all stiff because of how I slept, Paige says shamelessly. Her brother can only sigh exasperatedly while closing his eyes. Is that so? Idolin asks while advancing. Wait. Is he really gonna do it? When he finally reaches Paige, she gulps loudly in anticipation, but Idolin simply raises his hand to touch her shoulder. A second later he retrieves it. Done. Should be better now. He said and goes back to his previous place. I have a lot of superfluous power. He says. Pfft. I should have known. Look at Paige's face. Hee hee. You're too forward, woman, and now I'm sure. Idolin is a troll. He likes to mess with people a little. I watch Idolin offers Jean and Rogue plushies too. 2 for each. One of him and one of them. He also gives his chibi version to Jubilee and my own plushie to me. Heh. Cool. Pyotr and Mikhail goes to talk privately in the garden. Aurora holds Ilyana for now. Idolin talks a little with the professor. Is not any big secret, there's no need to talk privately. I hear Idolin say after I pay attention. I think they're discussing where they can have a talk. So follow me to my office, Idolin. Hank, Logan. Come with us. Aurora, can you watch the kids? The professor says and she nods. Oh, they will be talk privately. Too bad. Well, we can wait for him. Watching Aurora move away and then the rest of the adults, I turn to Rogue. Look, he has better self-control than you. I say. She looks at me confused. He hadn't looked at Aurora retreating booty. I smirk at her, making her blush. Then we follow them, at least we can go to them till the professor's office. Eidolon POV. Is interesting interact with these guys. In my past life, these are the people that I looked up to as a kid. Wanting to be like them, have their powers, playing as being them. Heh. Now, I'm the big shot here. And most of them looks up to me. Is a strange feeling. As we pass through the entrance, I think about how these people look like their comic versions. Like. Xavier doesn't look much like Patrick Stewart even if all bald heads look a little the same. Logan looks like Hugh Jackman a little, but he is small. Hee hee. The 6 feet tall Hugh Jackman can make us forget that Logan is 5 feet 3 inches. Aurora is a little similar to Halle Berry but even more beautiful and more, Kavya. Even being young she has almost a MILF body. Is this a perk of her connection with Gaia? The MILF of the MILFs. At the entrance hall of the mansion, Kitty pokes my shoulder. You can hang your mantle here. She says pointing to the coat hanger. I look at her and she looks at me. I shake my head slightly, I know her intentions, but goes to take off my mantle nonetheless. But first, I use my right arm to open my mantle and Cassandra gets out of it. Meet Shadow. My sidekick, if you want to say that. I present her to them. Like always she says nothing and just stands there. Hi, I'm Kitty. Nice to meet you. Kitty, the most outgoing of these people, extends her hand. Cassandra hesitates a little before shaking the extended hand, but says nothing. She doesn't say much. Don't think she is rude, please. She had a troubled childhood. I explain. They nod in understanding. Many of us can relate. Jean says. Yep, we can accept some eccentricity. Jubilee says. Yep, they're nice people. I then remove my mantle and hang it. Wait here, Shadow. Can I trouble you guys to take care of her? I say to them. They didn't say anything for a while. Oh. Absolutely. Nice body by the way. Kitty winks at me and gives taps on my back. This is what she is looking for. Well, is natural to be looked at, I'm using a tight suit after all. And she is doing it mostly as a joke anyway. Your suit looks a little different from last time. Jean comments. Ah, yes. My designer changed it a little. I comment while looking at myself. Basically, Edna just drew better white lines in my suit, but the difference is notable. My body looks even more aesthetic. Less is more, darling, she said at that time. You really have a designer to hero clothing? Kitty asks. Yes. You guys not? Nope, Dr. McCoy did that, and we mostly chose the color and other things. Kitty answers. I have noticed that the clothes of our plushies is different. Jubilee comments. Well, is because I made it with the suit of you guys that I think is cooler. I could take you guys to her one day. She would love to do something to you all. I say. That would be cool. Kitty exclaims. And now I say my temporary goodbye and follow Xavier, Hank and Logan. Leaving Cassandra behind, I hope she socializes a little with girls at her age. Now, about the men in the wheels. I'm only half surprised that he didn't try to enter in my mind at the first greeting. The fanfics lied to me again. Or maybe he knows better than try. I had an entire scenario where I would flip people's opinions of him after he mess up. TCH. Well, keeping things civil is good too. Entering in the men offices, we sit in around a little table in the middle of it. Xavier positions his wheelchair between the 2 couches where I sit alone and Hank sits opposed to me. Logan simply goes to lean in a wall a little off my field of view. A good position to attack me, but I don't care. So Eidolon, we can talk calmly now. T. Or another thing. Xavier says. No need. Thank you. I will be direct, Xavier. All of us are busy individuals, no doubt. I start, making him nod. 3 things. There are 3 things that I want to ask you. You can refuse everything, I will not be offended. Very well. If is in my power. He says smoothly. Well, to start. I would like to propose a technological exchange. I say. Exchange. This perk up Hank. Sincerely, this first thing is only a distraction. I doubt that they will accept. Yep. Nowadays, world-class genius have become common. I chuckle with Hank, but it's hard to come by at good world-class genius. And we have similar objectives, even if we tread different paths. I say to nods. So we would research together. Or do you want something specific? Hank asks. Well, this deal would consist in us sharing things that we discovered concerning the metas. As I said, we are busy people. Would be hard to meet often. And about something that I want. I want the schematics to the Cerebro. I say, making the raise their eyebrows. Like I say, you all can refuse if it's a sensitive thing. In truth, I have my own Cerebro in production. Stole the idea from you guys, but start doing it in my own, alone. So probably should be different in some things. Would be nice in exchange to compare our creations. I say. And I not even lying. I really started making a Cerebro. But I don't put it forward because I wanted to check the Cerebro from here first. In the BNHA/MHA world, the prison Tartarus scanned and read the brain wavelengths of the most dangerous inmates to see if they use their power and neutralize them at first notice. My Cerebro follow a similar principle, and I believe that the one of X-Mansion 2 is a global scanning of the brainwaves of the metas to see when the powers are being used and locate them. There are other things that I can share too, like medic bays or hard light constructs research. Jean told me that you guys used it on the danger room, but appears to be a little behind mine. I say. Medical research is not even a problem if it's to save lives. And if Elixir joins the X-Men, will become obsolete anyway. I stop talking and wait. Xavier and Hank exchanged looks, and are probably talking telepathically. Xavier is good at hiding his traces of telepathic activity. Sincerely, I don't care what they say. They probably will deny it with flowery words. Eidolon. I'm sorry that I can't give you an answer now. I and Hank will discuss it later. He said. Called it. The Cerebro is like their greatest weapon. And there's that thing about maintaining saved metas' minds to resurrect them later, that I saw in the most recent X-Men comics in my former life. Is this what I truly want? And I already scanned the Cerebro earlier while I'm flying above the mansion. Sorry, but not sorry. You guys probably haven't made that save thing yet, but if I see you starting point I can get there eventually on my own. No problem. As I said, I will not be offended. Answer, do not answer, answer in some years. I really will not be offended. I say politically. Good. And what about the other things? Xavier says. The second thing is divided into 2 parts. And is about the students here. I raise 2 fingers, you know, Xavier. I admire very much your work here. It takes money, dedication, and time to set up something like the Xavier School. Time is the thing I lack now the most. I say, speaking in a low voice the last phrase. Thank you. It's good to know that you appreciate my efforts. It was really a challenge in the beginning, but everything is worth it now. He says. Xavier was a billionaire. But he spent a good amount of his inheritance on setting up this school. I have something similar. Recently I helped the mutant town, taking care of the gangs, giving medical care to some metas there. Very recent project, but I'm working on it. I say. This is very good to hear. That place really needs help. We visited it in the past, but is a hard place to convince people that I want to help. He says. And adults are hard for you to indoctrinate, I bet. Yes. I want to eventually make there a better place, but will take time. What I want to ask is. In the eventual situation that I find a recently awakened young meta, could I bring the kid here? I confess that I don't have the structure to take care of them, for now. I say. Is bad to give more people to Xavier? Maybe. But I really don't think that he is an outright villain. Just a weirdo Dumbledore. I really don't have a place to put a kid that awakens a power and has no parents. Mutant Town is not a good place for now. And better here than S.H.I.E.L.D. And the fact that I can eventually bring a summon of mine here to be my spy is a bonus. Oh. Of course, you can. I would be more than happy to help anyone that you bring. He says smiling. Thank you. I nod. The other thing is about your actual students. As they're responsible, I would like to ask you first, the permission to do some exams with the students. Obviously, only the ones that want it, and nothing invasive. I say calmly. Exams? Hank asks. Well, it's like that. You all must have watched my interview. They nod. I said there that I'm producing a serum to help all metas to better control their powers, to make their bodies more adaptable and other advantages. But to make the better of it, I want to study all types of metas, powers, physiologies. This school has a good amount of people with strong powers too. Metas' physiologies can vary greatly from one to another. I need to study everything. I say. They stay in silence for some time and I decide to continue. There's another immediate thing that I'm making. I say, taking a gun from behind me, simulating that I took it from my utility belt. Holding by the barrel to not scare them. Can I try it on you, Dr. McCoy? I can assure you that is harmless. I say to him. I could have explained, but dramatic effects are good too. After some time, he nods. Trusting me. The design is a gun on this, but I will be making it a wristband when I can make the energy shooter smaller. To direct send to the body constantly. I say before pointing the gun and shooting at Hank, that instinctively raise his arms. A ray of energy touches him without a problem and does nothing. He acts like received a shock and his blue fur starts to recede. His appearance slowly went back to normal human. This gun is one of the first things that I gained with the gacha. Capable of rendering useless the meta gene of someone for some time. I studied it and already produced collars to keep metas under control, but I will not tell them that. I'm surprised myself that people here hadn't produced something similar till now. I remember that they made it in the comics and movies. Again, I'm too early in the storyline. Amazing. Hank mutters while looking at his smaller, normal, and boring hands. He raises himself from his seat, holding the waistband of his pants, and goes take a smartphone to look at himself. After some time of admiring his own appearance, he comes back. That's really incredible. How is that possible? How long does it last? He starts bombarding me with questions. It just paralyzes the meta gene and I put in the lowest power, so will wear off in 2 minutes, I think. I say, works perfectly with most metas, because bypass the defenses and attack directly the meta factor. Most. The professor asks. Sometimes only lowers the power level of the meta and do not make some appearances change when is unrelated to the meta power. I shrug. As an example, if I shoot your student Kurt, he would still be blue. Wolverine would still have his claws inside his body, but couldn't pull it off. Things like that. I answer. This is revolutionary to help people with detrimental powers. Hank starts and goes on enlisting the advantages and uses of this technology. I interrupt him. Yes, because of this I'm making a side project of studying all metas that I can. But sorry to burst your bubble, but I can't share this technology for now. I say, and I can see his excitement leaving his face. You guys must understand the disaster that would be if this fall into the wrong hands. I say to them. Their serious face shows that they understand. But Hank goes to argue. Sorry, Dr. McCoy. Non-negotiable. And you guys must know that you all are on constant watch, right? I say. Their refusal to cooperate early only makes things easier for me now. The order in me presenting my proposals is well thought. Want something from me? Give something in exchange. And there's no good reason for them to stop me from contacting the students. And maybe I can recruit them with time and copy their powers. So many Omega levels here. How can I not want it? My power manipulation almost makes me salivate just from standing in this school. Now I understand all for one. Yes. Mostly for S.H.I.E.L.D., right? The professor answers me. It's good that you're aware of this. I say. In the past, I made a deal with their former director, Peggy Carter. Would be impossible to keep this place a secret only with me. He says. I understand. Convenient to the two sides. I bet Fury must be watching this place like a buffet of new recruits too. About your proposal. I will talk with the older students, Eidolon. Xavier says, and I nod. Not really worried about it. Having contact with them would accelerate things, but is not overly necessary either. The last thing. I would like you to arrange a meeting with Magneto for me. I say, surprising them. Do you want to meet him? Xavier asks to make sure. Relax, I will not hurt your lover. I don't plan to have a fight with him. If this is what worries you. I really want to talk with him about some things and I have a proposition for him. I say, I know where he is. But knowing that misunderstandings can easily become fights, I prefer to ask you to convey my words to him. I say. Well, so I will contact him. If he comes or not would be his decision. Xavier says. I nod. Can be here. The place of the encounter. A middle and neutral ground, if you allow it. You can participate in the talk too. I say, making him nod. I then take a special smartphone of my utility belt, but really talking it from my Sky Poison Pearl. You can contact me with this. Can call or send a message. This thing encrypted the message, untraceable and other precautions. But only calls me. I give it to Xavier. You can call me if some trouble appears too. I say. After this, we have some small talk about the world and our work. Logan is the only one that keeps himself out of the talk. I think he has his memories back, not all them, but enough. Next time I will talk with him. We leave the office, still talking a little about the professor's experiences in some countries and me talking about what I saw there too. Different treatments of metas and other things. When we arrive at the common room of the mansion we see the girls fussing over Cassandra. With my super hearing I heard they asking Air about me all the time. But Cassandra never said more than 4 words during the whole conversation. But even so, Kitty and Jubilee made a great effort in including her in the talks. There you are. Girls, why don't you take Eidolon on a tour of the mansion? Showing him around. the professor says before saying his goodbyes. I think he is going to discuss our talk with the adults, including Storm now. We would love, Professor. Jean exclaims and the other girls follow suit. Look at me, I'm popular. You know, we totes want to help you and the Avengers during the invasion. We are this close to jumping in X-Jet and going to New York, but the professor stopped us. Kitty says while showing the said X-Jet in the hangar below the basketball court. I'm glad that he stopped you guys. I say, it was too dangerous. Hey, we're X-Men. We trained, and we're pretty good too. Jubilee exclaims at my side. I apologize, this is not what I mean. I say, bowing my head slightly to disarm them, is that making a big debut like that would attract attention. Most of you guys don't ever wear a mask. Would not be hard to track you all here. And here, live kids. I say, making them understand. It's even a joke in the Marvel fandom in my former life on how the school is attacked every Sunday. Makes sense. Jean says. Almost every one of the first group of the X-Men was accompanying us. We walk a little while I answer some things my people and we arrive at another interesting place. The last of the tour. This is Danger Room. Where we train. Kitty presents to me the big space full of white tiles. We are observing it from the control room. This room can become any environment and we mostly fight ourselves or robots. Bobby Drake says. Interesting. I see that mostly use holograms and the hard light constructs become a footing. Not efficient. Say to Dr. McCoy to instead of trying to make the hard light constructs better, try to make the place more susceptible to the existence of the constructs. A certain frequency of electromagnetic waves can help solidify the light better. But he needs to pay attention to the effects in the human body too. I say while analyzing the place. A little behind me. They are looking at me strangely. What? Nothing. It's easy to forget that you're smart. Jean says smiling. Nerd. Kitty mutters. I shake my head. Want to spar? I can teach you some things. I offer to get back to her. No, 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 no. Rogue already showed us that will not be fun. Kitty exclaims, shaking her hands. I raise my eyebrow at that. What are you talking about? I ask. You didn't know. Kitty asks while raising an eyebrow too. Last time when you and Rogue tumble. She says with a hint of sexual innuendo making Rogue blush, she absorbed your powers and mind, don't you know? She absorbed what? Impossible. I protected myself thoroughly. My defenses, mental and physical, are raised to the highest level at that moment. She should just absorb some of my stamina. And be energetic for a few days. I say seriously. Well, not exactly. Rogue really used some of your powers and acted differently. Kitty says. This makes me look to the goth meta while narrowing my eyes. Did she have access to my memories? No, I would have felt. Her powers harmless washed over my mental barriers last time. It's only a little, Eidolon. Jean says, probably guessing what I'm thinking. She is only influenced a little by your ID. No memories. She says. Oh. So is a little similar to that boy, Prodigy, from early. Some sort of uncontrolled psychometry that absorbed the overall foundation of my mind. I analyze and about my powers. How much did you absorb? I ask. A little over 100. She says, stammering a little. So little. Then it's okay. Little. I hear Kitty muttering dumbfounded. I ignore her and approach Rogue. I think I owe you an apology too, Rogue. I say with a little bow of my head, I had my reasons to test your power at that time, and I was pretty sure that would not have consequences for your part. It seems I was wrong. I hope you haven't been in trouble, I say sincerely. No, no, no. Is not a problem, really. Is even a lil cool. She says in her characteristic accent while shaking her hands. Why did you do that anyway? Scott asks. As a test. As you guys must have noticed, I'm very preoccupied with people controlling me, cloning me, or absorbing/stealing my powers. So I want to test to make countermeasures. I say to them. I continue, I also wanted to see how rogue power works to help her and others. I say. Help. Kurt, Nightcrawler asks. With a mental command, I control the nanobots of my suits, making them recede off my arm. From the wrist to the elbow, leaving a glove to protect my fingerprints. Go on. Touch it. I say to Rogue and she widens her eyes. When she goes to say no, I stop her. Relax, I can resist if I want. Even if you pass my defenses, you can't hurt me in a little time. I say and then smirk at her, and the worst that could happen is that you gain a temporary Eidolon power package. Some laughs, obviously, if you don't want I can't force you. No. I will give it a try, she says and takes off her glove. Slowly she approaches her hand on my forearm. And then she touches it. Everyone waits with rapt attention. Nothing. I'm absorbent, nothing. Rogue mutters dazedly while growing bold and starts stroking my arm. Wait. Shouldn't this be the cliché moment where she would kiss me? The fanfics lied to me again. Oh, wait. I'm using a mask on the lower half of my face. TCH. Who thought in this design? Calmly analyzing, is possible to notice that Rogue's skin, especially her pores, have some sort of suction force of bio-aura. I think it's possible for you to control it. Too bad you can't, because practicing is lethal to others. So you continue untrained, I say. And she continues to caress my forearm. Woman. Calm down. Well, I can let her have it. I decide to tease her a little. I mean, you can't blame me, right? I take hold of her arm to look attentively at her skin. Yes, the pores. The hand has more absorption power and... I turn to her, raise her chin, and look at her face from close. She blushes. Hardly. Your lips are the area that can absorb stronger, I say calmly. And she blushes even more. Arg, my heart. I'm faltering. Can I kidnap her and take her home? Calmly I remove myself from her and act like I did nothing much. It's not hard to make a device to shut down the suction force. And Rogue can accustom herself to the situation and train. I was working on things like that. Don't worry, Rogue. Will not take long so that your power will stop causing problems. I say reassuringly, consider this a compensation for the trouble. K. She mutters weakly and still a little dazed. Then the X-Men start guiding me to the surface again. So. You're good at sucking, huh? I hear Kitty tease her friend from behind the group. Jean Grey POV. Our group reaches the normal mansion again. When we are close to the entrance I turn to them. Can you guys give me a little privacy so that I can talk with Eidolon? I say. Most nod without a problem. But I noticed some making faces, like Scott and Rogue. Ah, this is complicated. Shadow, stay here. Eidolon said at my side to his sidekick. The girl/teen nods obediently. I understand her name now. She is Eidolon's shadow, always following him silently. After we walk off the entrance, I guide him to a separated part of the garden. On the way, we saw Mikhail and Pyotr talking. It's looking like they're getting along now. Good. Knowing that this is a mansion full of people with powers, I guess that is hard to have privacy. So should I take us somewhere? I think our spot in Everest is still there. Eidolon jokes to me. I laugh, thinking about the funny situation. Imagine someone climbing and finding a rock shaped like a couch in Everest. In the Everest. A man with a beard and white streaks in his hair is taking a deep breath while looking at the scenery. The man is using a blue GI. You did well, Strange. You're almost ready. Suddenly an old Chinese person appears by his side. He is bald with a 3-inch goatee. Even looking old, his posture is straight like a lance and has eyes that shine. Ready for what? Stephen Strange asks. You don't need to know now. The Ancient One responds vaguely. You're preparing me for something and you can't even say what. Wouldn't be better if you warned me beforehand? Strange asks, annoyed. A specific goal can narrow your vision, Strange. Let your mind be open to the infinite possibilities. The Ancient One says sagely. Strange can only grumbles. Let's go back now. I will say to Wong that you can officially visit the part of the library that you have been invading. The Ancient One says while turning around and opening a portal without even making a gesture. Stephen goes to follow him but stops when sees something unusual. Is that a couch? He asks. His question makes the Ancient One laughs. Let's go, don't mess with the Lovebirds' Day place. He says before passing through the portal. Back to Jean. No. Here is good. Relax, no one will eavesdrop. I say to Eidolon. He looks at me with a weird face but does not comment. While we sit on a bench I see him waving his hand a little. Maybe using some power so that people can't hear us. I let out a sigh while we sit. This is nice. I finally figure out why I like to be around Eidolon. I mean, he is nice and considerate. Even if this would be the first impression that someone would have of him. Even now, he's simply waiting for me. Letting me to my own thoughts. But the main reason I discovered after getting better with my powers. My empathic powers to be exact. Eidolon is calm. Empathic powers are not a super pleasant power. You don't simply read what the other person is feeling. You feel it too, even if slightly. And when I get close to Eidolon, the major feeling that I get from him, or better, is calmness, or better, his state of mind is always mostly calm. Like a mountain or the ocean that can't be moved so easily. Is nice. Sometimes I catch other feelings like amusement or surprise. But he is always in good control of his emotions. And this is not something that I feel often. The most negative feeling that I get from him till now is a mild annoyance when Prodigy copied him, or when he thought Rogue read his memories. But it is so small, and he controlled it quickly when he accessed the situation. And wasn't nice. Someone that calmly thinks and seeks information before saying or doing something in anger. Not letting their negative feelings take over. So. You look better. Idolin says while looking at my face. I smile at him. How can you tell? Are you analyzing my blood flow, pores and respiration? I say with a smirk. And I almost laugh seeing his eyebrows rise. Rogue. He guesses right. Ha. Yes. I see. So you investigated my mannerisms from Rogue and using your powers, now you have a good idea of my way of thinking. He says. Analyzing it perfectly. Rogue passed 3 days acting like Idolin and she said how she felt and some thoughts at that time. So I paid attention and now have a really good idea about this man beside me. He nods, looking impressed. Not bad, detective. He says and I chuckle. So. News. He says and I laugh. Idolin making small talk. I ask him. What? A good way as any to start a conversation. He shrugs. I guess so. Well, I read and practiced the texts that you gave me. Helped a lot, thank you. I say and he nods. The Idolin Rogue episode was interesting. She kicked our asses while being you. I say and he chuckles. We almost has no troubles with the Brotherhood recently. Maybe it's because of you. I continue. And I broke up with Duncan. I say and watch his reaction. Oh. Sorry, I guess. He says looking at me. Giving nothing of what he is thinking. Don't be. I'm feeling light now. I say. I see. So Scott has a chance now. He asks teasing. I can feel my lips twitch. I decided to imitate him again. Deadpan face and deep voice. Maybe. Pfft, ha ha ha. You're getting better at it. Be careful to not become a habit, can be very addictive. He says to me before taking a deep breath and going silent. He keeps himself like that for a time. There's something troubling you, Idolin. I ask making him look at me. He looks deeply into my eyes. Is that? He starts, a little unsure. I have something to tell you. But it's not good to tell you now. And I'm feeling bad for hiding it from you. He says. Something? Is important. I ask. Yes. Very important. He says seriously and I can feel my heart beating faster. And why didn't you say now? I nudge. Is better for everyone that I wait. Even if it's not fair to you. He gives a sigh. I look at him and takes his hand into mine. I'll wait. It's okay. I trust you. I say. I can see him smiling under the mask while looking at me. Thank you. I will make up for you. And even let you attack me one time if you get angry in the future. He raises his index finger. Ha. Attack. Yes. One move. He says seriously, no fire. He adds. This remember me. The phoenix thing. One of the illusions that Danielle made was a bird of fire. Was that the phoenix? Is Idolin scared of it? Or scared of what that can do? About that phoenix. I start. Did you feel something about it? He asks and I shake my head, so there's no need to think too much. Don't worry about my vision of the future. Can never happen after all. He says. Okay. One often meets his destiny in the road he takes to avoid it. Idolin quotes from somewhere. These visions of the future are tricky. Just keep it in mind. He says. After this, we stay in comfortable silence for some time, but I decided to break it. So. How is the hero business? I ask with a teasing smile. He smiles too, tiring. I see some bad things that are not pleasant, but someone needs to do it. He says. I think is nice what you're doing. For everyone. Especially the metas. I say. Hoo-hoo. Good that you think it. He says and pauses before speaking again. All of this is unexplored territory, you know. I think I know what I'm doing, but I really don't know where this path will take me. Us. Everything can go wrong at any moment. But this is needed to be done. We can't stay like that. He confesses. I don't think you're wrong, Idolin. No matter what other people say. Remember that. I say squeezing his hand that I'm still holding. We see many people making protests about him. Asking the government to arrest, kill, or kick him off the planet. Dumb people really. But sometimes a lie can become the truth if many people repeat it. Must be hard for Eidolon, doing his best and seeing people hating him even so. Thank you. Means a lot coming from my first fan. He says. First fan? I ask with my lips twitching. Well, I gave you my autograph that time, Marvel girl. I hope you kept it. Must be worth a lot now. He says with a smile. I must have thrown it away. I don't even remember where. I lie cheekily. How dare you dash? He starts to act hurt but stops. He looks in another direction. What is wrong? I ask. A visitor. He said, and the fact that he raises his hand to shield the mansion in a force field shows that is not a simple visitor. A second later something crashes against Eidolon's shield like a cannonball. Not something, someone. The shield distorts and cracks. Eidolon dissolves it and let the intruder fall into the ground harmless. I know that guy. He is problematic. But. I look at Eidolon at my side. What bad timing, Juggernaut. XAAAAVIEER. Come to meet your death. The Juggernaut, the professor's brother, shouts to the sky. You need to jinx it, huh? He jokes at my side, making me roll my eyes, but I think that is my fault. He murmurs before moving fast enough to disappear and reappear in front of Juggernaut. At this point, the rest of the X-Men is already appearing from the mansion ready to fight. Sorry, can you come back later? I already booked the whole day of the mansion. Eidolon quips while calmly standing facing the mountain of men clad in red that is the Juggernaut. You thinking that you can tell me what to do? I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. He exclaims before trying to hammer Eidolon down with his right hand. To meet the attack, Eidolon raises his left hand and catches it. The encounter makes a shockwave that pushes me a little and makes cracks spread like a web in the ground. Oh. Stronger than Thor. But slow. Eidolon says before disappearing from his spot. He appears already giving an uppercut in the Juggernaut chin. The attack made another big shockwave. I thought that the Juggernaut would fly in the sky. But he only floats less than a meter from the ground, before heavily falling into the floor again. The whole exchange makes Juggernaut appears that weighs thousands of tons. Juggernaut then tries to catch Eidolon. But he dodges, appearing a few steps to the side. And Juggernaut tries again, and again, and again. And Eidolon simply sidesteps everything faster than the eye can see. Eidolon then stops in the middle and lowers his body a little. Raising his elbows behind his back and, boom. He throws himself against the Juggernaut's chest like a panther and carries him away. So fast that they disappear and I can only see a dot on the horizon. The wind generated from the collision makes the trees bend 45 degrees. Wow. That's the thing about Eidolon. Like me, and others in the mansion, he is an Omega level. But it's not like we are invincible. We are humans. If I'm caught off guard, I can be knocked out like any other person. But Eidolon. He has this aura of invincibility around him. He is simply too fast, too strong, with so many powers that is like he has no weakness and is perfect. How can you defeat something like that? I couldn't even follow him with my eyes. If he wants he can blitz through everyone in the mansion and defeat us before we even notice. Is another thing about staying at his side. I felt safe. Eidolon POV flying through the air with my eyes glued to the Juggernaut that is flying uncontrollably ahead, I sigh to myself. This is Marvel. A planetary level boss can appear at any time. Literally dropping from the sky. That's it. I'm using my travel tickets to farm some powers in other worlds in the next gacha. It's too much of a coincidence that the Juggernaut attacked while I'm visiting the X-Men. If I have to guess, someone tipped him in the direction of the mansion to test me. Maybe Sinister, maybe Magneto. Pushing me forward faster I deliver another strong punch in the Juggernaut's chest, keeping him flying in the air. We already left the east coast of America. The Juggernaut. The guy who siphons power from Sidorak, an universal level threat. So the Juggernaut can reach at universal level in his strongest. Thankfully, like everyone till now that I met, he is still inexperienced and weaker than his best at the comics. Super strong and super durable. It looks like he weighs millions of tons. Because he has the potential to have infinite force, right? F equals ma. But this does not scare me. A brute can't scare me unless it's Saitama. A slow brute like the Juggernaut then. He can't even fly. And because of this the fight is already over. I move again and punch him in the liver, making him go higher in the air. And then I start my combo. Hitting him, adding more strength each time, I guide him higher and higher. He's a good sandbag. I always want to see how strong I am. When we finally leave the atmosphere I stop and fly above him. He has some damage here and there, but nothing that will make him stop fighting. He is the Juggernaut after all. I could simply kill him now, keep him in space eternally. But I have another idea. Let's test my strength. I pull my fist back and concentrate my strength on it. One for all, Nen, Hockey, and other powers. And I punch. The only thing I don't add is too much speed. Only strength. With no tricks. I can hear a muffled sound on the edge of the atmosphere while Juggernaut falls on Earth faster than a bullet. I look at him. Master. Cortana starts. I know. I flex my legs and flew to catch up with him. At this speed, he will pass the crust of Earth, shift some tectonic plates, and bring continental-level disaster only for the aftermath of his hitting the ground. I surpass his fallen speed and use many powers to slow his fall, punching where he will fall to move the air, making the air elastic, boom. He hits the ground making a huge cloud of sand. We are in a desert in Namibia. Juggernaut at the center of a crater with miles of diameter. I use other powers to stop the shock wave from propagating too much. I don't want sandstorms, tsunamis, or any construction being uprooted. I float to the fallen Juggernaut. He is lying in the ground, bleeding all over his body and unconscious. But alive, and I think he is healing a little. I haven't given a chance to the guy. Stepping on his stomach, I skin his body with my all-seeing eyes of God. In the chest, I mutter, find what I'm searching for. At this moment I look to the sky and deactivate the satellite that's spying on my fight. What I'm gonna do, I want to keep it a secret. Cortana, prepare a video about this fight to post on the anonymous website. Are you sure, Master? Yes, maybe people will think bad of me because of the damage, but it's better that I show it. And it's good to make anonymous a neutral party. That shows the bad side of Eidolon. Will be done. She answers and I focus back on my defeated foe. Calling one of my powers, a glove of spiritual energy covers my right hand. The glove is dark red and makes my fingers pointy. I make a grabbing motion and a katana appears in my hand. Yon powers. I don't even need the sword of actuation to it. I murmur before pointing the tip of my katana at the Juggernaut's chest. Using my other hand to aim, I pierce his chest and open a glaring red wound. Making my katana dissipate, I take my glove-covered hand and pierce the wound. Fumbling a little, I found what I'm looking for. I yank my arm back and watch Cain Marco deflate. Then I cure him. In my hands the crimson gem of Sidorak. A red diamond big enough to cover my whole palm. I look at it intensely, seeing if I can discover its secrets. Before I felt myself being pulled by something. TCH is my last sound before I appear in a crimson-red place. Third-person POV. Hector's astral projection finds himself in the crimson cosmos, the personal dimension. Sidorak, the destroyer, is a universal-level being that is worshipped as a god and as a demon by many. In the past, he was banished from Earth together with his peers, and because of this, he uses his gem to spread destruction in the form of his avatar, the Juggernaut. Hector's astral projection calmly floats in the crimson cosmos while taking in everything. There isn't much to see. Only floating rocks and a crimson sky. Finally, he sees a huge figure sitting on a throne. His form is similar to the Juggernaut in a full suit, with a round head. The form extends his hand to point at Hector and says, "Come." Hector raises his hand in apology and says, "No, sorry. Bye." And he yanks himself back from the crimson cosmos. Back in Earth. Eidolon felt himself in his own body again and releases a sigh. Passing a hand through his forehead, he noticed that he is sweating. I have no chance against that thing. He clicks his tongue while recovering his composure. One of Yon's powers is something that Hector calls soul anchoring, the ability to pull his soul or astral projection back to his body from anywhere. Only someone much stronger would have a chance to keep Hector's soul from returning. Thankfully, Sidorak is not a demon with a huge dominion over souls, and he was with his guard lowered, thinking that Hector is at his mercy. So, he didn't try to hurt Hector's soul or anything. Eidolon looks at the gem again, and watches the things dissipate in red dust. So you're not even letting me keep a little spoil, huh? Wait till I'm strong enough and let's see I stealing your dominion, bitch. He thinks. Being weaker than someone else is not pleasant. And the fact that the Sidorak can simply throw the gem again on Earth to another avatar to pick annoys him. Going back to the Xavier mansion, Eidolon drops Cain Marco at the professor's feet. Here. Sorry for the trouble. Eidolon says. I think we that should apologize and thank you for your help, Eidolon. Xavier says. Nah, probably someone sent him here to test me. I don't believe in coincidences. If you enter in his mind, tell me later who. Shadow, let's go. Eidolon says, and the professor nods. Cassandra walks to him carrying his mantle. Eidolon can smell different things from his mantle. Did some of the girls use it while I was gone? He asks himself. Are you coming, Mikhail? Eidolon asks his Russian sidekick. Yes. Pyotr said that I can visit later. He answers. So you guys are on good terms now? Good. Idolin says before opening a portal. Bye, till next time. Hello there. Marvel, the place where sometimes nothing happens and then everything happens. Hope you all like the chapter. Bye, till next time. Chapter 52, Can I have a little of slice of life in my plot, please? Part. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. What good are dreams, if all you do is work? There's more to life than hitting the books, I hope you know. Tamaki Suu. Recap, in the last chapter, Idolin visited the X-Men mansion. After being exposed to his worst fears, he talked with Xavier and asked about a meeting with Magneto. After a tour in the mansion and start to know more of the X-Men, he goes to talk with Jean in private, but is interrupted by the arrival of Juggernaut. Not giving a chance to the Avatar of Destruction, he rapidly defeats him and returns. Xavier Mansion. Just after Idolin dragged Juggernaut away. Whoa, did you see that? Seeing upon close is really something else. Kitty comments to the rest of the X-Men that are ready to jump into the fight, but they had no chance to intervene. Is scary how fast he is. Cecily, Mercury, comments. I can also move fast, but then I have no way of knowing where I'm going. I easily lose control. Cannonball adds, these controlled high-speed movements are really cool. Quicksilver also has high reflex and perception, so maybe he is a speedster too. Jean says while arriving floating. The whole package, huh? Spike says with his arms folded. Last time we could just stop the Juggernaut after taking off his helmet so that the professor could use his telepathy. If Idolin goes to a fistfight. Kitty says. Things will get ugly. Jubilee says. Well, he took the guy away exactly because of that. He must have moved to a deserted place. Kurt says. Okay, kids. Stop guessing. We have no way of know how this fight will end or how long will it last. Let's have faith that Idolono knows what he is doing. The professor says to stop the talk, let's stay on alert for now. Suraya, can you fix the floor till I call someone? He asks the Arab Meta. After she nods, the professor rolls away. Guys. Look at that. Kitty points to the coat hanger. Idolin's mantle is still there. If it's still there, he must come back to take it again. Jean says. But the rest of the girls are looking between themselves. Dibs, Kitty says first, making Jubilee and Paige scream in frustration. Kitty moves fast and in no time is already taking the mantle off the coat hanger. Isn't this a bad idea? Touching other people's possessions without permission. Rogue asks unsure, but she can't her eyes off the mantle too. I doubt Idolin will get angry because of this. And we only live one time. Kit says while caressing the black mantle, ooh so soft and smooth. And pretty too, if you look closely it looks like there are many little stars sewn on it. She says. Kitty then goes to wear the mantle. Oh ho ho. I feel powerful. Stop right there, criminal scum. She points and strikes a pose, dead or alive, you're coming with me. She then goes all serious trying to imitate Idolin. Idolin never said that. Jean says laughing. Kitty, it's better for you to put it back. Rogue starts and Kitty moves fast. But she doesn't go to put it back. She removes the mantle from herself and using her powers, she put it on Rogue. There. Now you're an accomplice, she says and winks. She then hugs Rogue, holding her arms so that she can't remove the mantle. Rogue acts like she don't want it, but she is enjoying too. Let me try too. Jubilee exclaims. Then the mantle was passed to all the girls, with the exception of Suraya Kadir, even Jean used it a little. They took pictures striking poses and having fun. Jean, use your telekinesis to hold the mantle like he is being blown by the wind, I want to take a picture looking heroic. Kitty says while putting her hands on her hips and puffing her chest. But then she notices something from the corner of her eye. Shadow, Idolin's sidekick, is watching all of their antics. Unmoved, with her impassive face, standing there, almost menacingly. Kitty calmly takes the mantle off and with a calm expression, she puts it on Shadow's hands. The other noticed the black-clad Meta too. Shadow. We are friends, right? Kitty says while looking at Shadow futuristic glasses that work as a mask and holding her hands, with the mantle above it. Us girls have to be united. She says righteousness. Let's make a girl pact. You won't tell Idolin about this, right? You're a hero and a girl. You need to protect our integrities. Please. I beg you. Kitty almost prostrate herself on the ground. Don't want to use it too. She goes to the bargain after seeing Shadow's stone face. Please see. She begs while hugging the smaller girl's legs. Shadow never gives an answer. Less than a minute later, a black portal appears and Eidolon comes from it, carrying the juggernaut by his head. The girls avoid eye contact with him while he delivers Kane Marco to the professor and takes Shadow and Mikhail back with him. Hector POV. After letting Mikhail return to the Morlocks, I take Cassandra with me to the space station. Sitting on my chair in the command central, when I take off my mantle I sniff it again and frown. Seriously. What did they do with my mantle while I was away? I ask Cassandra. She looks at me and shakes her head, girls packed. And refuse to elaborate. Look at this girl, ugh, the betrayal. I act hurt, she looks at me and then turns her head away. Pfft. I'm glad that she has some semblance of friendship with the ex-girls. She literally has no other girls her age to talk to. And it's not hard to guess what was done with my mantle. They tried it. Probably Kitty or another outgoing of them, maybe Paige, started too and the rest joined later. I sniff again. Even Jean, huh? A surprise. My visit to the mansion was full of surprises, in many ways. I was half expecting some sort of confrontation. Maybe a dick measurement contest against Logan or Scott. Maybe Xavier trying to enter in my mind. But everything went well, with the exception of the Juggernaut obviously. Now I can say for sure that everyone's personality is similar to what I'm accustomed to. I'm not in some sort of dark universe where the good guys are secretly evil and assholes. Well, I will keep my eyes open to any changes. But literally, everyone's personality matches with the fiction that I have seen in my last life in some way or another. Are you angry, Master? Cortana's voice interrupts my thoughts. I open my eyes to look at her hologram. Am I angry? No. Just a little annoyed. Half of the reason for my bad mood could be attributed to Sidorak. Obviously, I will be uncomfortable. If these universal-level assholes start to appear now, the only thing I can do is run. And I don't like this, not even a little. I'm thinking about ways to get stronger. I say. Beyond the gacha, I can see 3 ways to raise my power level. First, go crazy in searching for relics, powers, and other external help. Not something that is good to do now. These searches always trigger some bullshit that can bring more trouble than what is worth. Second, is a little similar to the first. But is going to learn magic in the Camartage. If everyone's personality is not too much deviated from what I know, the Ancient One will not be an evil asshole, right? But I want to avoid meeting him for now. And learning magic will not be fast. I can simply wait another month to gain more things from the gacha if I would need to take months to get good at magic anyway. What's the point of making a huge effort now in something that can become simple in the future? And I already have ways to deal with magic, is not a glaring weakness anymore. The third is also a way of gaining strength through external factors. With a mental command, the computer starts showing a section of my database. Weapons. All the blueprints, diagrams, and projects of weapons that I'm researching. Planet burster weapons, battleships, warheads, guns, and the section that I'm searching for now. Armors. More precisely, the Hellbat armor. I know how to do it. An armor that treats the host as battery to amplify all his physical specs. Most of the battle armor out there would limit more than help, but this one. With the right materials. With a Clintar. Thinking about starting producing it, Master. Cortana asks me, looking at the schematics of the Hellbat armor. I will call it another name in the future, maybe Hell Raider armor. After all, the main feature of this armor is protect the user of all environment dangers. I will decide later. Just thinking in the possibilities. I say, we lack materials, we can only dream for now. I say. And talking about materials. I raise my hand. From my palm, a silver cylinder start to emerge slowly. I rewatch my memories of analyzing Logan's skeleton with X-ray and microscopic vision. After some time, a bow staff is in my hands. Adamantium. I say with the Arnold weird accent where he said cocainum in that movie. Hee hee. A pity no one is here to catch this reference. Adamantium is a man-made metal. The main feature is being nigh indestructible. That's it. No magical properties, can't absorb energy, is simply durable, and because of this, I can replicate it without a problem. But takes time. And is hard to rework it after cools down. So I will need to make the adamantium, already thinking on the purpose. I throw the bow staff to Cassandra. She catches it and tests the weight. She holds the edges and unlocks the triple nunchaku form of the staff. How is it? I ask, watching her try some moves. Good. She says. Now that I'm on it, maybe some armor. Putting some metal on the sole of your shoes would restrain your moves. I ask. She shakes her head. Full armor of adamantium is a no-no. But covering some key points like forearms, heart, knees, and the soles of the feet can be a boom. Cassandra is good enough to use these parts to defend and attack with the nigh-indestructible metal. I will even spray Musa Black, the darkest paint in the world that absorbs 99% of visible light in it to help with her power. She can literally hide on a piece of adamantium. What can hurt her there? Well, light. But having options is always good. Later I will test if adamantium can cut me in the durability end. When we find the other's materials, we could finally start making your body, Cortana. I say, and she smiles. I remember in the comics that Ultron has a feminine body of adamantium at some point. I will take inspiration from there. But now, let's meditate. The other half the reason that I'm somewhat in a bad mood was my discoveries. First, Rogue and that boy, Prodigy, could copy my template even with many defenses that I put on my mind. How? The only answer that I can come with is the fact that there's no such thing as a perfect defense. I look at my hands with the all-seeing eyes of God, seeing some minuscule aura covering my body. Leaking. Thoughts. Life force. Are oozing out. Not memories or knowledge, but the energy of thoughts. My bioelectrical aura. Everyone has it. I'm a living being after all. I read it someplace about the energy of thoughts and imagination. I doubt Prodigy can learn all my knowledge, but his power can probably read my muscle, my bioelectric aura, and the memory in it. What would be more than enough to the boy become very strong? I will watch him closely in the future, maybe even recruit him. Well, now that I have been exposed to his power, my secondary mutation to create resistance is kicking in. So is a plus in my book. Rogue absorbing my template was probably a similar occurrence. She felt my mind, but couldn't penetrate it. Like touching a wrapped gift and guessing what is inside, but don't seeing the interior in all its glory. Because of this, she became a discounted version of me. That's probably the reason she has a crush on me, so another plus. But seriously, if she absorbed me freely, would be possible for my will to overpower hers and she creates another personality, think that she is me. Powers carry the user's will after all. One for All is the best example of this. Now, about the other power that I was exposed to. Danielle Moonstar. So I'm afraid of myself, huh? Pfft. As if is some big reveal. My biggest worry always has been me going slowly crazy and not noticing. I'm a world that was fictional in my former life, with great power. Would not be weird to develop a main character complex and start treating everyone like NPCs and side characters. And I'm not such a pure person. There's always a small voice in the back of my head tempting me in giving in. What's the problem? You already do enough. What's the problem in having fun? You came from a world where this one is fiction and you have such strong power. What can you be if not the most important person in this universe? What's the problem in acquiring everything? Are you gonna let other people have what should have been yours? You know that some of these guys will become trouble, right? Just make a villain persona and kill Stark, Reed and Pym now, while they're in the beginning. You can take their money, projects, and even women. Why wait so much? You know that would not be hard to make a harem even here, right? You just need to play your cards, right? You know their personalities. Their insecurities. You can conquer all of them. Rogue is all putty on your hands already. Even Jean, if you say the right thing, the whole Phoenix saga will play to your advantage. She will isolate everyone but you. You gain a hot babe and a universal level pet. If you think a harem is impossible, just make a lot of identities. Or take the place of the ones that you killed, like Reed. You can do everything, there's nothing that you cannot do dash. PAH. I slap myself. Intrusive thoughts suck, huh? Always there. But you can't let them win. Is not that I'm not tempted, but would not be worth it in the end. Rush things, be forceful. Even with the dangers, living here is enjoyable. What happens, happens. Let's enjoy the journey. And Jean. I'm not a dense harem MC. Even if she does not love me, doesn't mean that she doesn't have thoughts about us together. During our talk, while I'm talking about the secret of her memories, I had the impression she was thinking that I was going to confess and she was urging me to do it. She wanted me to do it. Even if she is not head over heels for me, she is at least willing. If I asked. But I can't. I raise myself from my chair. Let's go home, Cassandra. I didn't even solve the problems with my own summons, like Shago and Seiko. Clean the house before going outside. And Marvel girls are crazy. But the problem is they are hot enough to be above the line on the hot X crazy scale, TSK. Oh, the dilemma. Xavier Mansion, Jean Grey POV. On the night of Eidolon's visit, I hum to myself while getting out of the bath. Jean, come and check on it. Kitty shouts to me on her bed, Rogue and Jubilee at her side watching something on her phone. What? She shows me the screen. A video entitled, Eidolon vs. Juggernaut. There's a video of it. I ask. Did it show the mansion? I was worried now. Nope, is from a satellite. Is in the anonymous site. Kitty says while I click the play button. The video shows a satellite view of the world. Showing America, then a ping appears on the map, like some sort of radar. Then more pings, and more, and more. Making a line to the Atlantic Ocean. Those are the readings of the battle while they are on the move. Kitty explain. So they went very far in their fight. They are in the open ocean now and the Juggernaut can't fly. That means Eidolon is dominating the fight. I conclude. I continue to watch and see the pings go in direction of Africa. But then the pings stop. Wait for it. Kitty says. A huge ping appears in the south of the African continent, the biggest of all pings. If these things mean the shockwaves this one traveled far. Then the image changes. Not showing a map of the globe anymore, but a sandstorm. Then the sandstorm subsides and a huge crater appears. A zoom follows though and now we can see a huge body in the middle of the crater. Juggernaut, all bloodied and probably unconscious. From our angle, we can only see Eidolon from above, his shoulder and back while he looks down on the defeated foe. The zoom continues. And then Eidolon turns around abruptly to look direct at the satellite, and with that all-seeing eyes being the last image the video ends. I almost dropped Kitty's phone with that jump scare. Did he turn off the satellite? I ask. What that guy can't do. Jubilee answers with another question. From the description, this video was taken from a satellite from S.H.I.E.L.D., Anonymous acquired and posted it. Kitty says. I scroll down to the comment section. Cherry Pacycle, so our security cameras are trash but a satellite camera can even distinguish Eidolon's strands of hair. Zytro, knowing about the dangers out there, makes sense. Darkslayer, so who is the guy that he fought against again? Azura_Vajra, there's a link to a page explaining the Juggernaut in the description of the video. Cap, here there's a video explaining it and many other things, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=dqw4w9wgxcq. Moro_Hisoka, the link above is trustworthy. Overload Vector, yep, it is. Over LRD-71, so, that crater. The radius shows that whatever attack Eidolon used is stronger than an atomic bomb. Professor_Light, damn. The guy really hold back in New York, right? Flightless_Man 2, and the damage to the surroundings. Zytro, no one knows, but is a deserted place, and seeing the beginning of the video shows that Eidolon guides the fight to there. Walking Tall, why didn't he do this against Thor? Laughing Arc Builder, who knows? Maybe he doesn't want to hurt Thor. The guy was mind-controlled, remember? Mateus_Alves, with so many strong supers appearing I hope Earth can resist them. Evans Cannon, I don't like this Eidolon guy. The last comment received a lot of hate. But people are really cynical, huh? Don't click on that link. Is the worst of the baits. Kitty warns me. I go to the description and click on the real link which sends me to the Supers Wiki. The Supers Wiki is, like the name said, a wiki with pieces of information about all supers of the world. Known by the public. What makes this reliable, somewhat, is that Anonymous himself edits it too. I read the Juggernaut page. Juggernaut, a human empowered by the power of an extra-dimensional being to bring destruction, name Dante undisclosed to your protection. Intelligence. Strength. Speed. Durability. Energy projection. Fighting skills. Accurate so far. Very little, but accurate. The Supers Wiki has other heroes too and the stats are fun to see, let me see if there's some change. Iron Man. Intelligence. Strength, 5, with armor. Speed, 5, with armor. Durability, 5, with armor. Energy projection, 6, with armor. Fighting skills. No change. Thor. Intelligence. Strength. Speed. Durability. Energy projection. Fighting skills. Same as before. Hulk. Intelligence, 1, 6 as Bruce. Strength. Speed. Durability. Energy projection. Fighting skills. Hulk and Juggernaut are very similar. Let me see Eidolon. Eidolon. Intelligence. Strength. Speed. Durability, 5, 7 with regeneration. Energy projection. Fighting skills. Sincerely. I can't agree. He must be 7 in everything. My theory is that people can't accept that Eidolon as an all-rounder can be as good as the others on their expertise. As strong as the Hulk, as smart as Reed. They still think that he is good in all but master in none. Big mistake. Kitty is dying to have a page on the Supers Wiki, and I need to confess that a childish part of me wants one too. I ask myself when the X-Men will appear in the world, and how this will change my life. Idolin POV, the progress of your cancer is on the limits of the expected. I say to the couple Deadpool and Vanessa. I'm in their living room, analyzing the sample that I just took from Deadpool. Keep it real, document. We can take it. Deadpool says while holding Vanessa's hand. Stop with the drama. You're not gonna die from it. And while I keep treating you monthly, you will not turn back to be a sack of tumors. But this is not a permanent solution either. Wait for me to finish my serum and you will be cured. Nanites are an option too. I say. We trust you, dude. What you say we do. Deadpool says and Vanessa nods. Well, this is the catch. Will take too long for me to make the serum available to the public, unless. I trail off. Unless. You're one of mine. I say looking at him. You mean? Work for me, Wade. I will pay in gold and you won't need to do mercenary work anymore. I will protect you and Vanessa too. I offer. There's that saying, right? Keep your friends close and the loose cannons even closer. They look at each other for some time, whispering. Then Wade turns to me. There's dental insurance too. He asks. I chuckle and extend my hand to him. He grossly licks his own palm before shaking my hand. And even do some weird finer movements while it. Ugh. Welcome to the SCP, Deadpool. I hope I don't regret it. Mary Jane POV. Huff while scratching the sole of my sandals on the sidewalk and hugging my elbows, I think to myself that I need to reevaluate my life. But seriously, what can a 16-year-old girl do more? Well, not walking alone so early in the morning would be a good start. But I needed to get out of my house, if not, I would go crazy. Because it is Saturday, there's no school, so I can waste a little time. Last night, there was a party. I went with my mom's permission. I even come back much earlier than expected. Somewhere between midnight and 1 a.m. But it appears that is not enough for my asshole of a father. When he came home, stressed after his night shift, obviously he will shout at anything just for the sake of shouting. I'm the target this time. Like always. After trying to ignore him for 30 minutes and seeing that he not gonna stop, I shout an answer back and I walked out the door. Even slamming it as hard as I could. Now I'm not going back anytime soon. And none of my friends should be awake now. At least I'm not hungry or sleepy. I got a half night of sleep at least. Why the asshole doesn't did the same and just went to sleep too? Ugh. It sucks that I can't live alone, even if I really want it. And my grandparents and sister have their own problems. I can't wait to be an adult and just get out of that house. Hearing an engine sound, I turn around to look at the desert neighborhood where I am. There's a car approaching from the end of the street. I can't say what type of car because of the headlights. Should I run? There's literally only me now on the street. A woman alone, and I know I'm attractive, is an easy target for any criminal. I cautiously give some steps back from the road, to give me a head start if I need to run. And obviously, ready to scream from the top of my lungs. The queens are not that dangerous anymore because of Spider-Man and Idolin. So I will abuse the shit of this protection. Try something, bitch. I will scream for Idolin faster than you can get out of the car. I say to myself to give me courage. It's weird how our minds go to pessimist thoughts when we're in a bad mood. Maybe the car will simply pass for me and continues his way. Oh. It's stopping. Is this the moment where I run? But it doesn't look like a criminal car. I mean, is not a white van. Is white. But what was this car? A Corolla. The car stops exactly parallel to my position and the window goes down. There's only one person in the car. A man. Wait. Does he think I am? Do I look like a prostitute? Go on, fella. Ask how much and I'm breaking your window. Mary Jane. The man asks. He knows me. Where I heard this voice again. I bend over a little so that I can see who is inside the car. Oh. Is Hector, my classmate. Is really you. He says, are you okay? Great. I lie with a big smile, why wouldn't be? He raises an eyebrow at me, you're walking alone too early in the morning. He says, are you going home? Want a ride? He asks. No. My home is from where you come from, so. I explain and raise my shoulders. So you're going to where I'm going, at least in the overall direction. I will ask again. Want a ride? He says. No. I'm not going anywhere. No need for a ride. I say a little more strongly this time. He looks at me. Did something happen? Can I help? He asks. Nothing happened, why would you think that? I say, looking around. You are going nowhere, but you are going in the opposite direction of your house. He looks at me intently. Well, well. We have a Sherlock Holmes here. I'm okay. I'm just going out for a breath of fresh air. I lie again. As if I'm gonna tell him my personal problems. He continues to stare at me. Why does his stare is making me squirm? Are you sure that you don't need help? He asks finally. Yes. I answer fast. Okay then, bye. He says, and instantly the car is moving again. Okay, now I'm surprised. Why I'm surprised? I literally said no to him 3 times. Maybe it's because I'm too accustomed to having the boys always wanting to prolong their talk to me or being annoyingly persistent. Interesting. When did I become an entitled bitch? I shake my head at the thoughts, and despite myself, I chuckle a little. Hector's action is very in character. I don't know much about the guy, but I have a good impression of him, and I even admire his personality. The only thing that I really know about him. He gives 0 fucks. That's my impression of him. And all I know beyond the fact is that he is smart and half Brazilian. He cares for nothing of high school social drama or its people. And he is not faking or acting, I can tell. Last year when Flash was picking on him, he just looked bored and after some time asked, "Are you done?" So yeah, this guy really gives 0 fucks about what other people think. I wish I was more like him. At this moment Hector's car stops and starts to back up. When he comes back to his previous position at my side, the window rolls down again. If you're doing nothing, why don't come with me? Distract yourself a little. He proposes. Is he hitting on me? I don't think he is the type that would take advantage of my fragile state. If he was like Harry I would refuse, but... No. He asks and starts to move away slowly again. Okay. Despite myself, I agree. What can happen, right? Any place is better than here. The doors open to me and I enter in the passenger's seat. But you're not getting lucky today, big boy. Don't even think about it. Inside the car, Hector goes back to driving without saying a word. No small talk, huh? So he is really not hitting on me. That would be the moment when he will try to know me better. But I'm grateful that he is not asking anything and just letting me to my thoughts. Oh, maybe he is being considerate. I look around the car. I discovered that is a Camry, but was this type of car always this modern? The panel has a touch screen where it plays some classic music, the rest of the car has a very sleek design. Nice car. I compliment. Thanks. He says without taking his eyes off the road. He is not taking the main avenue, so he doesn't plan to go out of the Queens. Good. Very techy. I continue, passing my hand through some LEDs that glow with the beat of the music. Is this a new model of Camry? I ask. No. The interior was modified by me. He says. Ha. Okay. I laugh, but his face has none of the usual cheeky smiles that a guy would have if he was bragging. Wait, are you serious? You changed the interior? I ask incredulously. Yes. Is a hobby of mine. He answers. Oh, boys like these types of things, huh? I say absent-mindedly while caressing the smooth surface of my armrest. He only shrugs. Why didn't you change the exterior too? I ask. I'm the one doing the small talk. Not a normal occurrence. A bureaucratic hassle. A permit is needed to change the exterior of a vehicle, like the color or adding extra things. He says. Oh, that makes sense. But I changed it, is not recognizable. He adds. He taps the window with the knuckles of his fingers. The glass and all the bodywork of the car is bulletproof. He says. Really? He doesn't look like he is lying. In those times. Is good to be safe. True. Wow. You basically made a new car. I mutter. If you're impressed by this, and you haven't even seen the hidden weapons. He jokes, this time there's a small smirk on the corner of his lips. Ha ha ha. Good one. You're the Tony Stark of the cars. I hop on the joke. Please. My lasers and missiles are much better. And the propulsors too. He exaggeratedly rolls his eyes and fake brags. Pfft. Yeah, yeah. Do you use voice commands too? I say and continue to joke. Car, activate rocket launchers. Voice not registered. Command denied. A robotic female voice is emitted from the panel. What the heck? I stop and slowly turn to Hector. His lips are twitching. Is one of these virtual assistants that are popular. Did you really program it to answer these silly commands? I say, figuring out. He shrugs his shoulders. What can I say? Is cool. Well, I can agree. It's really cool. I go to touch the panel, changing the rest screen and showing the list of music. The music playing is Chopin, Nocturne Op. 9 No. 2. I thought was Mozart or Beethoven. I only know these guys. Who the fuck is Chopin? Hector is really a nerd. Can I change the music? I ask. Go ahead. He says. You can know someone by their playlist. I scroll through Hector's playlist. Damn, he is eclectic. There are all types of music. Rock, pop, country, Brazilian funk, bossa nova, Japanese, French, and of many other countries. I settle with Smell Like Teen Spirit from Nirvana. Good choice. He compliments. Then we fall back into a comfortable silence. Hector is cool, he has a good presence that makes me comfortable for some reason. I even started singing the chorus of the music. I would never embarrass myself like that normally. But Hector doesn't comment. I give him a side glance. He really had a glow up, right? He is very handsome now. Well, he was not ugly before. A little awkward maybe, but everyone went through that at some point. Puberty hit him like Eidolon against Thor. Yep, I observed him before, not like I'm a stalker or like him or anything. It's just my secret hobby of watching him and Peter, living normally. Was nice. Him, because of what I said before, he looks like living his life on his own rhythm and no one can make him even pause. Peter. Well, I know Peter from even before. We are neighbors, but we grew distant in high school. I would like to continue being close to him, he is nice too, but then the boys would pick on him in some sort of macho contest. Ugh. And how I want to have a nice high school experience and be popular. Sue me. I ignored some things for the sake of this, and I'm not very proud of myself for this. And this is the main reason that I enjoy Hector simply existing without caring about high school social life. The other reason that I watch Peter from afar is that he is Spider-Man. Yep, quite a shocker for me too. Imagine my surprise seeing Peter getting out of the window of his room using Spider-Man's suit and putting on his mask. I think the guy needs to be a little more careful. So, seeing Peter conciliate high school and hero work is interesting. The guy is really out there fighting crime and still acts super normal and humble. He is fucking Spider-Man for Christ's sake. Props to him. Where are we going? I finally ask. A place to keep the devil's thoughts away. Is all that he answers without even looking at me. I keep looking at his side profile. Shiny curly hair, no pimples on his face, and clear blue eyes. He is using a long-sleeved white shirt that is folded on his forearms showing that the guy has some muscles. He smells nice too. And he is tall now. You really had a glow up, huh? I can't help but say, what is your secret? I ask half joking half serious. Genetics. Is the deadpan answer that he gives me. Okay then keep your secrets. I make a show of pouting. He chuckles. A very nice and deep chuckle. Okay. Stop it now. Don't matter if he is handsome now. You are not easy, Mary Jane. You worked hard to have a good reputation. Don't destroy it now only because you're fragile. We are here. He says, stopping the car. Okay then, big boy. Show me what you have in store for me. I'm just here to get distracted, so nothing gonna happen. I huff and groan, probably red-faced. Hector goes from behind me, his hands on mine. And he helps me put the box on the table. Here we go, he says, thanks for helping carry the heavy stuff a little. There are not many young people here. Can you help in the kitchen now? I assume from now, he asks. This guy tricked me. Who brings a girl to do voluntary work on the first date? I mean, is not a date. But normally a guy would try to impress the girl by taking her somewhere, right? Okay. That is all I can say. We are right now in the FEAST, a charity institution that is helping the people who lost homes, jobs, and other things during the invasion. FEAST is an acronym for food, emergency aid, shelter, and training, by the way. Hector told me. People really like acronyms in this world, huh? I arrive in the kitchen, there's something I can do to help. I ask some old ladies. Oh dear, can you peel these potatoes? An old lady in green gestures to the mound of potatoes in the sink. Okay. I answer and go to work. There are other two old ladies here close to me, doing all sorts of kitchen things. You're lucky girl, you know that. Another old lady in red elbows me conspiratorially. Excuse me. I look at her confused. Your boyfriend is a catch. She says. What? Hector is really a nice boy. A third lady in blue says. If I was young I would steal him from you. The one in red says and laughs. No, no. You all got it wrong. Hector is just a friend. I explain quickly to avoid misunderstandings. He is more of a classmate really, but he is cool, so no problem in calling him a friend. No. But you two come together though. The old lady in blue says. That's a very outdated view. We just met by chance and he asked if I want to come. I said yes. I shrug. Oh. So my granddaughters still have a chance. The one in green say while giving a small laugh. At this point Hector walks close to us carrying some heavy boxes. Hey ladies, he says with an exaggeratedly flirting intonation. Wiggling his eyebrows and everything. Hi Hector, the old ladies laugh and wiggle their fingers to him, like shy maidens. I can't help but laugh. This looks like some sort of inner joke between them. The four of us watch Hector put the heavy boxes on the ground. He is covered in a thin layer of sweat. He removes his glasses and passes his hand through his hair, making it slick to behind, and then uses his white shirt to dry his eyebrows. Wah-wah-wah. He is a fucking hunk. Look at these abs. I could peel these potatoes in my hands on these abs. And he has that sexy V-cut thing on his waist. What the heck? He is hot as fuck. Then I watch him mess with his hair, making it go back to normal, put on his glasses again and let his shirt fall. Bam. Nerd again. But what was seen cannot be unseen. I look at him even more attentively. His style is lacking, but he is really super hot. You're staring, dear. The lady in blue says, making me turn fast to her. All of them laugh and I know that I'm blushing. Are you sure? Are you not interested? The green one asks with a little smirk. And no. We are simply friends. I say. Damn, I stuttered. HMPF, kids those days are very forward, you know. Don't cry when some other girls snatch him. The one in red, that I noticed is the most forward, advises. We are not like that. I don't have plans in entering a relationship either. I say. TCH. Let me guess. Focusing on work. Study. Career. The green one says. Yeah. I answer unsure. Young women nowadays sacrifice too much for these things. If you're in a relationship and you need to do so many sacrifices, then your relationship is wrong. A true couple would help each other. Not create problems that make you have to sacrifice your future. She says, and makes sense, but hard to find a guy like that and is a bet that can go terribly wrong. I say while peeling my potatoes. My mother is a loser of that bet. I'm not gonna be like her. True. The green one agrees. There's one right there. The red one intervenes, points to Hector sorting the food that he brought from the boxes. Are these old ladies trying to set us up? Old people are really busybodies, huh? Too much trouble. I murmur. What trouble? The red one suddenly says, just attack. Let me tell you how I and my husband get together. She starts and I look at her. Like Hector, my husband was also a catch. Every girl of my time wanted him. But I won in the end. And I was not the prettiest, the richest, or with the better assets, if you know what I mean. Haha, she laughs and I laugh too. Do you know how I did that? No. I humor the old lady. I attacked. While every other girl was simply waiting for him to talk to them, sending gazes and smiles, I took matters into my own hands. I observed my husband. He was a quiet guy like Hector, kind and good but always keep a respectful distance. I noticed that he would never make the first move by himself, so at a party I started the talk and asked him to escort me. At the end of the month, we are in the bed together and he is laced. She finishes and starts cackling like a witch. I facepalm. I thought would be a cute story. Men are like horses, dear. They like to be free and run around, but when you tame them they are very docile. The green one advises, you just need to ride them occasionally. And they laughs again. These old people have no filters. The blue one. The one I noticed is the most behaved, gives her peace too. Is not only about catching them. Men are easy to maintain and keep them happy. You just need to remember to keep the stomach full. She says, as expected of a grandma, and their balls empty. And the three of them laugh out loud again. Et2, Brutus. These old ladies are messing with me. I start to peel the potatoes fast to get out there. Mary Jane. I hear someone say. Deja vu. I turn around to see. Aunt May. Is Peter's aunt. She is nice and just arrived in the kitchen wearing a coat and handbag. Oh. Is really you? What are you doing here, dear? Aunt May asked with a smile. I have known her for a long time. When I was a kid I always liked to have dinner with the Parkers. Uncle Ben was so nice too. A pity what happened to him. If there's someone that I know that doesn't deserve to die before the time, was Uncle Ben. Hi, Aunt May. Me here was more of a coincidence, really. I met Hector on the way here. We are classmates, you know that, and he invited me. I say smiling, leaving the whole familiar problems out of my answer. Oh. So nice of you. She says, giving me a hug. At this moment Hector arrived, Mrs. Parker. Why didn't you say that you're coming today? I would have caught you in your home. Hector says with a smile. A real smile. Not a smirk. I think that's the first time that I have seen him smiling naturally like that. Is a nice smile, by the way. There's no need to you go out of your way. Hector. She says and goes to hug him, but he holds her hand and keeps the distance. I'm all sweaty. How is Peter? He asked. He is sleeping. He, Ned, and his girlfriend were studying so hard these days. She says. Oh. So is Gwen, who is forcing him to study. Makes sense now. Hector says like he solved a mystery. Yes. I like her, she is a good girl. Aunt May says. Yes, she is. Tell Peter to hold her tight. Hector says. I will. You should have seen him when he came to present her to me. All nervous. She chuckles and Hector smiles again. Heh. Don't go bullying the poor guy, at least not too much. He says, talking about bullying. Hector turns to the three old hags. I heard you three laughing a little too much early, and knowing you all, you should have made MJ1 uncomfortable. Stop the bullying, I'm the one that brought her here. I will feel bad. He says, and the ladies grumble about being innocent. Look at them, making a grandma act. I don't trust old people anymore. MJ1. Aunt May looks at him. There are two MJs. He shrugs his shoulders and goes away. He said the same thing to me earlier, the jerk, I said, at least I'm the first. And he simply said, don't flatter yourself too much, I only saw you first. This guy doesn't know how to treat a dame. He will end up single. Okay, this is nicer than I expected. The work here is a little tiring, but the people working here is nice. And helping people is nice. Really cleanse the soul. Early in the morning, I was all depressed, but now I'm much better. And it's not because working took my head out of my troubles and helped at that time, but I'm really all good now. Even if I think about my fight with my parents, my mood doesn't go down again. Why? Well. If the work took my mind out of the gutter. The result makes me realize that my problems are not all that big deal. The people that come from food, shelter, clothes, sign up for jobs and other things. Seeing them. Huff. They're in a bad place now but are working on it. I can do better too. What is a little shouting compared when aliens destroying everything that you have? I can hold on for some years, seek my independence, a better life. Shout back to my father will only make my life unpleasant and the time pass slowly. A little over 14h Hector comes to me to take me back. Are you hungry? Let's go eat somewhere. He says. Now that he said it, I'm really hungry. We are here from early in the morning after all. I didn't bring any money. You can take me home. I say while we walk to his car. He turns to look at me. Normally, we would pay for what we eat. But today is on me. Consider it a payment for your work today. He says. Okay then, I warn you that I eat a lot. I joke. He just chuckles and looks at my waist. That was the first time that he looked at my body during the whole day. That is another point to him, I guess. Will be no problem, you're so skinny. I heard that you're trying to be an actress or a model. Are you anorexic? He asks me with worry. What? Obviously no dash, then I see his lips twitching. Holding back a laugh. He is messing with me again. I slap his shoulder. What about the no bullying rule that you said before? I ask jokingly. That's them and this is me, MJ1. He says while entering the car. The guy really is not a gentleman, he doesn't even open the door to me. Well, at least he is not fake like the guys trying to act patronizing just to get in my pants. Can you stop with the whole MJ1 thing? I ask while putting on the seatbelt. Why MJ1? If I call you 2 MJ will be confusing, MJ1. He says. Do I need to kill Michelle for you to stop with the numbers? Like in Highlander. There can be only one. I say and he turns to me fast. Do you know this movie? He asks. Obviously. I like cinema. It's not because I'm pretty that I want to go into showbiz. He laughs a little and I don't know why. Hector asked if I know some good place to eat nearby. He said that he rarely eats outside. He scrunched his face when I said that there's a place that sells hot dog nearby. Let's eat true food. And hot dogs from here are lame. He said. Lame. I asked. Yeah, I'm accustomed to the Brazilian ones where we put other things on the hot dogs. He said. Other things. Everything. Everything what? He looks at me seriously. Everything. And is the only explanation that I received. Is a simple hot dog. How can be different? Weirdo. We sit at a family restaurant to eat. You can order everything, anorexic girl. Don't be shy. He says looking at the menu. This guy really doesn't pull punches. Okay, then dude. I will show you. Let's attack your wallet today. Don't mind if I do. I ordered a bunch of things. A lot of things. He just keeps staring at me with a quirk on his lips. When the waitress turns to him he said, one of everything. To drink, a jar of orange juice. He said and smiled innocently. The waitress, a young woman, looks at him waiting for him to say that he is joking. Are you serious? She asks. Yep. He confirms with a grin. Okay. She says and goes away. I turn to him, are you really gonna eat everything? I ask incredulously. Yes. Is a hobby of mine now, you know. I can cook. So I want to taste everything. If I can't eat I can simply take it home. No big deal. He shrugs his shoulders. You can cook. How many hobbies do you have? Yes. Yes. And I'm very good at it. He smiles, I can make you take your clothes off with a bite. He brags while smirking. I roll my eyes at him, sure, stud. I believe in you. I say sarcastically. He doesn't care to elaborate further and just keeps silent. What you can cook then? I ask, let's call out his bragging. Everything. He says. Again with everything. Everything like what goes in a Brazilian hot dog. By the way. I have no clue about Brazilian food. I say. Not a surprise, is not like is anything special or with a remarkable characteristic like the Oriental ones. He says shrugging his shoulders, we received a lot of immigrants at some points, so you should find a little of everything there. Huge influence from African cuisine from where I came from by the way. He explains. Oh. There's really not distinct. An overwhelming characteristic. I ask. He thinks a little, is heavy. He finally says. Heavy. Yeah. You know how some foods in other countries are spicy, and other things. When I compare to food in other countries. Our food is heavy. Your anorexic stomach can't even support 2 bites, I bet. He really doesn't lose the chance, huh? Oh, so you're a great connoisseur of international food, my good sir. I ask sarcastically. Yep. He answers without hesitation. Okay, this guy is so quite confident. I'm almost believing his bullshit. So, Gordon Ramsay. What would say is the best cuisine in the world? I ask. He doesn't even hesitate, I personally prefer Italian, but French cuisine is really the best with all their professionalism. He answers. France, huh? I want to go there one day. I say a little wistfully. The center of the fashion world or arguably the most romantic place on the planet. I think every girl wants to go there at some point. Is a nice country, the climate is pleasant, great for tourism, good food, even the language is nice. I started to like French music recently, the world really goes well with singing. Hector says while playing with the straws on the table. By the way, do you know who was in Paris? He asks with a smirk. Huh. Nothing. And he laughs alone. So lonely to only have myself to these references. I hear him murmur. Did you visit there? I ask. He looks at me for some time before finally answering, yes. The country is great, has only one defect. He says with a tsk, acting regretful. Which is? I ask to him to continue. French people. He smirks and I laugh. Damn, only this small detail. I say exaggeratedly. You know, right. He agrees with me using the same tone of voice. After a sigh to calm myself from the good laugh, I say that I need to use the bathroom. When I went back to the table, I see the young waitress putting our drinks down and then giving Hector a paper. When she sees me, she acted all flustered and practically run away. Weird. I sit down and Hector raises the paper. There's a number on it. Ah. She gave him her number and thought that we were together. Damn, we are not together but going behind someone's back like that. Where is your sisterhood, waitress? Looks like I'm popular now. Interesting. He says before putting the paper in his pocket. Good for you. I look at the waitress but she is practically hiding now, she is cute. Gonna call her? I ask. Pfft, no. He says like it's obvious, it would be rude to throw it away now, so I throw it in the garbage later. I don't know if he is considerate or ruthless. Whatever, nothing to do with me anyway. But you really have good looks now, you must be drowning in the attention from the girls. I say and he snorts. As if. Is not the same for men, MJ1. We don't receive attention that easily. And I rarely go out too. He says then he touches his jaw in a narcissist way, but I guess I'm the peak of my life, huh? I never received someone's number before. He jokes. I roll my eyes at him. Your glow up is almost unbelievable too. Did you awaken some meta power during summer? I ask in a joking tone. He looks at me and laughs. Okay, you get me. The truth is. Wait, is he seriously? I'm Spider-Man. Ha ha. As if. I laugh even more. If there's a hero that I know that he is not is Spider-Man. Why everyone laughs when I say this. Unbelievable. He shakes his head in resignation. I believe in you, Hector. I'm Black Widow, by the way. I thought people would notice because of the hair. I joke too. He smirks, so look at us. Two arachnid-themed heroes together. Must be destiny. The first time that he even flirts a little, but the joking tone shows that he is not serious. Are you sure about this, big boy? Black Widow isn't famous for eating their partners after the act. I flirt back with a huge predatory grin. He looks me up and down. Ignoring the time when he looked at my waist earlier, this is the only time that he looked at my body. Very different from the other boys. And the fact that he is blatantly doing this is another thing that differentiate him from the other boys that put a gentlemanly act. After he shamelessly stares, he nods to himself, worth it. He said, satisfied. I slap his shoulder and laugh, jerk. And here I was thinking that you're a gentleman. I can be a jerk and a gentleman. He argues, the two don't exclude each other. After some more friendly banter, our food finally arrives. The waitress avoided eye contact with me all the time. Is a little funny. I even make an act of glaring at her. Hector sees what I'm doing, but he doesn't comment. Then we go to eat, falling into silence again. There's something about Hector. Normally silence is awkward. The boy trying too hard to keep talking and keep the conversation going, mostly afraid that I will forget about his presence. Hector simply doesn't care. You look the type that enjoys life, Hector. I suddenly say. Surprisingly, even myself. He looks at me strangely. Where did this come from? He asks while pausing his eating. He is really eating everything. Even I don't even know where it comes from. I just suddenly said. I don't know. I confess, you look like is enjoying eating, enjoyed helping people there in the FEAST. I don't know, is just the impression that I got from you. I shrug, a little embarrassed by my own words. He only keeps looking at me. Arg. I really said something weird, right? Do you go there often? Help with charity, I mean. I say, trying to change the subject. Well. Let's say that is the inherited will from my parents. He says with a distant look. They died, some months ago. He then looks at me, but you already know it, huh? He arrives at the conclusion by watching my face. And he is right. After Hector, episode with Flash. The one and only time that he talked back, seeing the uncharacteristic action made some people search for the reason. Some weeks later, everyone in the high school knew the reason why he was in a bad mood and not taking shit anymore. Even Flash felt bad and stopped implicating with him. Flash is not a horrible person, just tremendously immature. He stopped implicating with Peter too much after the death of Uncle Ben too. Yes. I say slowly, my condolences, Hector. I was really sorry to hear about the accident. I say to him. It's okay. It became easier with time. He says, raising his hand to stop me, the secret is living life normally, acting normally, and eventually things will become normal again. He continues, back to what I'm talking, my parents always helped with charity. So I continued the tradition. But only recently have I went to start to go personally there. It's good to be close when helping. Make you feel better. He says, and I can relate. I felt better too. His speech is familiar. Idolin. I ask him. His eyes turn fast to look at me, say what? He looks at me intensely. The whole thing about getting close when helped to feel the difference that you do. This is something that Idolin said in the interview. Are you inspired by him? I explain. Oh. You can say that is half inspired by him. The other half came from a certain friend of mine that recommended me to do small things. Saying that I was overworking myself. He says, reclining on his chair. Idolin is nice. A good role model. He saved me, you know. I brag a little, even if it's nothing to brag. He did, he looks at me strangely and with a frown on his face. Yep. I mean, not only me. It was during the invasion. A bunch of debris was falling over me and other people on the street and the debris simply stopped and started floating in the air. Only later I discovered that was him. I explain. I see. That's very good to hear. He says with a thoughtful expression. The way that you talked before, it looked like that he swept you out your feet and carried you to the horizons after rescuing you from a villain. He teases. Shut up. Let me brag. Eidolon and Spider-Man are my favorite heroes. A weird combination. They don't have much in common. Hector analyzes. They have a lot in common, okay. They care about the small people. I don't want to speak badly of the others, but Stark, the Fantastic Four, the Pyms and even Captain America was not out there stopping criminals and saving people every day. I say. He observes me silently and waits for me to continue. I can understand that they stopped supervillains with great plots, a meteor from falling on Earth, and terrorists in the Middle East. But Spider-Man and Eidolon are really close to us, you know what I mean. I try to explain. I understand you. I like Spider-Man too. Don't like Eidolon too much though. He looks fake. I'm cynical. He says, joking a little. I throw a napkin at him. Don't talk like that of my hero. I defend Eidolon. I see. A fangirl. Another characteristic from MJ, one that I will add to my mind. He teases. Shut up. After we eat a little more. The guy is really destroying all of his food. I decide to risk ruining this good mood between us. But I need to say. Hector. I'm sorry. I start, and once again he looks at me strangely. From the little I know him, he probably doesn't care, but I need to say, for the bullying. He raises an eyebrow. You're not the one bullying me though. Or is? He says doubtfully. No. But I could have stopped, you know. And I did nothing. Just watched. I say, avoiding eye contact. Afraid of becoming an outcast of the popular kids. He guesses. Bullseye. Yeah. I say, ashamed. I felt bad, it was wrong of me. I'm really sorry. Okay. I believe in you. And seriously. I don't care. It's not like you have any obligation to help me or anything. And I really don't care about the bullying here. Seriously, is very light. Words. Insults. Buffed, please. And they never beat me. A push, a leg for me to trip, hiding my things. He rolls his eyes, so childish. He is really a tolerant guy that don't give a fuck. Don't let this eat you up, MJ1. You're better than most at least. He says and goes to eat again. Yeah, but in this age where we see heroes' big actions, doing things when they're not asked and even receiving shit from the media and the public showed me that I'm really no different from everyone. Just sheep. That goes with the flow. Because of my appearance, I initially received a little subtle bullying from the girls. I eventually get over it and made friends with them. But I still hold back sometimes to avoid trouble. Not using too much makeup, skirts, becoming a cheerleader. All of this to not receive the slut stigma that I know these girls would spread through the school. There's even a rumor some time ago that I fucked a teacher for good grades. Bitch, please. I'm a virgin. Don't even have a boyfriend because all guys think I'm easy and just want to fuck me. We finished our food. He really ate everything, the fucking monster. Where did all that food went? I want his metabolism. Hector still talked and joked with me during the meal. Don't letting my apology ruins the mood. I'm grateful for that. He is cool. Sated and happy. He drives me home. After hearing Guns N' Roses on the way, he stopped at the front of my house. Here we are. Thanks for helping in the charity, MJ1. He says, smiling. No, was surprisingly fun. I think I will start going there on Saturdays. I answer and he nods with a smile. And we start to stare at each other. The guy is really handsome. His hair looks soft, I want to touch it, and this guy doesn't even have pores. Why God? I take care of my skin and hair, they are not perfect like that. Wait, he is approaching. Damn, these are some kissable lips. Hold on. Is this happening? I mean, I think he earned it, right? Yeah. Is not a bad idea. He approaches and I was almost closing my eyes when his hands pass by my body and he opens the door. Here. I'm opening the door to you. I can be a gentleman too. And he smiles innocently. Don't tilt your head to me, asshole. You're obviously doing this on purpose. Drop the innocent act. Is an act, right? He can't be that oblivious. Okay, Hector. See you at school. I really enjoyed today, thanks. You have great chances of a second date. I say a little provocatively. Wait. Was this a date? Oh, mun. Damn, I ruined my chance. He says exaggeratedly and even clenches his fist in disappointment. I laugh at his act. Have a good weekend, Mary Jane. He says to me after some time, with a smile on his face. You too. And I decide to not be the only one being teased. Taking a page from the book of that old lady in red, I kiss Hector's cheek, on the edge of his lips. Till Monday, Tiger. I say, and the dumbfounded look on his face is worth the act. Maybe on my way to the door, I swayed my hips a little too much to tease him too, but I will deny it forever. Hector POV Tiger. Isn't she surprisingly fun? Maybe I had too much prejudice because of the slut Jane from the Spider-Man trilogy. She doesn't even look like Kirsten Dunst. I watch her till she enters the house, a last wave of her hand before she closes the door, and not even because of her tight ass. Peter's luck really only went to one place. But I think my harem protagonist's luck is overwhelming his luck and usurping his destiny. Now he can focus on Gwen and will not waste his luck with girls and have a good life. How good of a friend am I, really? Sacrificing myself to these hot babes so that Peter can live normally. But it's okay because this is what heroes do. Jokes aside, I was not only watching Mary Jane swaying hips, but I was also watching the inside of her house. X-ray vision and super senses allow me to know everything that is happening inside. I see MJ1 entering and having a small dispute with her mom before she goes to her room. She doesn't look in distress, so even this couldn't ruin her good mood now. Her father is sleeping, I don't know his work time, maybe he has a night shift or something. I frown. While looking at every nook and cranny of the house, I play with some devices in my hand. Throwing in the air a little and catching it back. Then my hand moves fast, and I threw the devices like they were hidden weapons. Using my telekinesis, I put the cameras and microphones in optimal places so that I can hear everything that is happening in the house and see almost everything. Sorry, MJ1, but I trust no one. Being a hero has shown me how much low humanity can go. Spoiler, very low indeed. So low that sometimes I think about simply mind-breaking everyone on the planet and solving everything. So I don't trust you, father. An abusive relationship. A drunk and unhappy father, a mother with low self-esteem that is afraid of being abandoned, a beautiful teenage daughter. This is the fucking receipt of sexual assault. And statically most of these crimes happen in homes and come from close relatives. So, is for your protection. There's no PG-13 classification that will protect you. And you almost died. I saved you in the invasion by luck. I don't like to these things to chance. Starting the engine, I drive away. Cortana, make a program to alert me if sounds above 80 dB are emitted from that house. Also, program it to alert me in the case of the following keywords being said: help, Eidolon, Spider-Man, stop it, God, please. After listing more than 20 keywords I stop. It's done, master. She replies. Thank you. And why didn't you stop the car from replying her at that time? I know that you could have acted fast. I ask with a frown. Because was funny. She replies with no shame. My lips twitch again. Okay. It's really funny. I laugh, but don't blow my cover for a joke. I warn. All right. I was also curious to see her reaction. It's impressive how the human minds work, always searching for a rational explanation. Even when the world was not that rational anymore. She preferred to think that you're a geek than someone involved with the super community. Cortana says. It's only natural. Some people try to deny the existence of anything fantastical, while others try to latch onto it with all of their strength. But the main reason is that people don't like to be wrong. Mary Jane had an idea of me on her mind, me being more than that idea would make all her assumptions wrong, and people are really resistant and acknowledging misconceptions. I analyze. Very common to humans indeed. Even after some proof be rubbed on their face, some still maintain themselves in denial. Abusive relationships last because of that, by the way, seeing MJ's parents. The abused partner doesn't want to believe that was wrong when choosing the abusive partner. Think that there's some good on the other, that he will change, blah, blah. Are you gonna press forward this relationship, master? She looked receptive. Cortana asks. I don't see it working. I answer truthfully. Mary Jane. She is beautiful, her personality is surprisingly nice too, but normal woman, you know. Makes me put step back. I will confess. The me from the Marvel world before the merging had a crush on her. On her and on Gwen. Heh. I have good taste in women, huh? There are other hot girls at Midtown High, but I really chose the best to have a crush. I high-five myself mentally. Obviously, Gwen was off the limits after I from the past noticed that she liked Peter and vice versa. And Mary Jane is always with the popular kids, and I from the past, doing another rightful assumption, thought that all of them were imbeciles. So yeah, would never happen. A part of me might want it to happen. She could be my normal partner. Hector needs a love interest as much as Idolin, right? For the public image. She passes all the requirements, but there are things that prevent that. First, if I would choose a normal partner, I would choose the best girl. Ursula Ditkovich. Ursula, all other Spider-Man girls. Jokes aside, the second reason would be the same as why I didn't pursue Ursula or any other normal girl to have a serious relationship. Wouldn't be fair to them. Me keeping my other life a secret, having a harem as Idolin, would be cheating. And let's not lie to ourselves, no normal girl would accept a harem. And third, our paths. My life will be perturbed. But Mary Jane's career also doesn't help. She wants to be an actress. Sorry, but I would never accept my girlfriend to be an actress. You can call me insecure, controller, male chauvinist, but no is a no. Imagining the girl I like in the arms of another man, kissing, hugging, and acting affectionate. Ugh. I shudder only by thinking about it. Maybe I'm immature, but I'm not bending on this. This is something that I wouldn't accept, not even for the celebrity crush of my former life, and while I was only a normal guy, Alexandra Daddario. Are you sure, master? She looks fun, she even likes you as Idolin. Cortana's voice cut my thoughts. It's never gonna happen, I say with finality. Look at this fool African accent. He thinks he is in control. Like all males before going horny. TSK, TSK. Poor guy. Or not, he is lucky. Anyway, this is the chapter, I hope everyone liked it. Some time ago I read a comment asking to be shown more of Hector's normal life. And this was something that I want to show too. Some chapters ago he even questioned himself if he is not more Idolin than Hector at this point. Everything is Idolin related. Obviously, Idolin life is much more cooler and interesting. But a little slice of life can be nice. The problem is that there are not many people that can be part of this. Everyone has a foot on the superworld. For now, only his grandparents and Christine Palmer. So Mary Jane is another anchoring to normal life. Let's see how this will develop from now on. By the way, MJ personality is more heavily based on the cartoon, The Spectacular Spider-Man. She was very cool there. She has a high EQ, is street smart, perceptive, funny, nice. Much better than the slut Jane that everyone dreads. I hope everyone liked her. She was not perfect, she has her flaws too. I really don't know how a teenage girl thinks. If I know I would have more stories to tell about my teenage years, but I hope her personality is believable. Is one of the things that I put effort on this story. By the way, this chapter should have the encounter with M and Oder things. But it becomes too big because of me. You guys know me. And I like to write MJ POV. Anyway, bye. Stay good. Till next time. Chapter 53, The Plot Never Stops. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. It's like everyone tells a story about themselves inside their own head. Always. All the time. That story makes you what you are. We build ourselves out of that story. Bast, The Kingkiller Chronicle Book 1, The Name of the Wind. Recap, previously, after the ending of the visit in the X-Men mansion and after watching the waves caused by his fight against the Juggernaut, Hector decided to slow down a little and do some small good. He ended up meeting Mary Jane and starting a friendship that he had not expected to be worth having initially. Hector POV, Midtown High. Lunchtime, but I'm not in the cafeteria. While taking my helmet from my locker, I feel someone approaching. Hello, Tiger. MJ1 greets me with a smile. Despite myself, I still look behind me to see if she is not talking with Peter. I'm talking with you. She says fast and gives me a light tap on my arm. Well, hello. I answer finally, but please don't recycle your ex's pet names on me. I comment half joking and half serious. The fiction of my former life still affects my reality in this one. Tiger is her nickname for Peter, so obviously is weird to me to be called that. I don't have exes and I never called anyone else Tiger. She huffs. Oh. So okay, that's better. You can use my name though. Are you gonna stop calling me MJ1 then? She asks, raising an eyebrow. Nope, I say, popping the P, just own it already, MJ1. I could call you MJ Red if you don't like numbers. She groans, only red is better, many call me that. No can do, I can only call you MJ Red, like a Power Ranger. There's already another Red. So I would stop confusing MJs to start confusing the Reds. Exchanging 6 by half a dozen. I say. Jean is the other Red. She gives me a pointed look, to someone that said that don't receive girls' attention, you are so full of women that you need to change their nicknames. A coincidence, really. I'm friends with like 4 women. Is not my fault that all of you are similar in some way. Same initials, same hair color. Maybe you attract the same type of girl. Oh, I attract, you say. I answer cheekily. And she laughs, look at you, be careful to not get a big head. She says, and I just shrug. She then continues, I came to ask if you do not want to eat with us. The us that you're talking about involve Flash, Harry, Elizabeth, and the others. I give her a side glance while going back to take my things from my locker. Yes. I sigh. Closing the locker, I turn to her again. I know what you're trying to do, I appreciate it. But it's not necessary. I say. Really, there's no need to try to bring me to the popular table in a way to repay me. Oh, get rid of your guilty. I say. She fidgets a little but still looks at me in the eyes, is not only that. She says pointedly, I think you're cool, people will like you, and you will make friends. To her high school girl mind, this is a big deal. But to me, I really don't care. Seriously, I'm good the way I am right now. I say to her. Okay. I expected that in some way. She says. But you need to try, right? For yourself and for me. By the way, it's not like I'm gonna stay in high school much longer. I'm even going to my interview in college right now. I comment. What? You already going to college? Already? She asks, surprised. Didn't I tell you? I ask. I think I really do not tell her. I have the talent to say a lot about myself without saying anything about myself. No. You are really going to college? Yep. I'm already emancipated, I will graduate early if everything goes well. This is one of the reasons that I couldn't join you to eat right now. I'm already going home to do my interview later. I say. Oh. She looks sad. Maybe it's because she will lose a friend that she just acquired. Well, I need to go now. Bye, I say while passing by her. Good luck with the interview. She exclaims after some time. I don't need luck. But thanks for the good wishes anyway. I say without looking back. And comb your hair. She advises. I loosen the tie on my neck after the successful interview. Obviously, it went well. Absolutely flawless. But while I enter my car and mess with my hair to go back to normal, I think about morals again. You know the saying. Power corrupts. But it's not like I will wake one day and suddenly have the urge to commit mass murder or start a holy war. Now I understand that the corruption of power is subtle and small. As an example, and why I'm thinking about this now, is the use of power to gain some small advantages in life, like using telepathy to make my acceptance in college smooth. It's not like there's any reason for me to be denied my entrance, but nepotism or bribing can happen and my spot can be given to another. And this would delay my life a little. Halfway though the interview I thought of convincing them more subtle with my powers, just to save me from the annoyance and unforeseen trouble. A small thing really, is not like I don't deserve the spot, right? Well, is in this way that starts. From there, things go downhill. Again, is not like a teenager that just awaken his power will have big ambitions of world domination. I can see a normal guy using electric power to steal from an ATM, or reading his crush's thoughts to seduce her. Small advantages, small consequences. With time he could sink lower. I can't judge. I'm a guy with many opportunities. I don't need to steal to have money, use my powers to get a girl or even kill anyone to gain power. So it's easy for me to be good. I literally have no reason to be evil. But I know that a necessary evil is a must, and is better that this role falls in my hands. And because of this, I despise the ones that fall into the bad path without reason, like rich second-generation kids that buy drugs. Bunch of pathetic lowlives. Well, any case is a case. Let's just continue to reflect to not fall for the trap and be corrupted absolutely. Helena POV, having money really makes life easy. I can't help but say out loud while choosing my battle gear for this mission. Right now, I'm on my personal jet, letting the thing on autopilot, while gearing up in the back. A huge locker opening as a small armory to me. All types of bolts with the most diverse effects. Explosive, gases, poison, drills, EMP, with nanites that could track the enemy, and much more. Really, why would I want a bolt that ricochets in walls? Hector can be childish sometimes. No shit, Sherlock. I hear Shago's voice on the co-pilot seat. I look at her lazily lounged on her chair, her feet on the control panel, happy to have Hector as a sugar daddy. I almost growl at her provocations. But I learned that do no good in falling into her trap. He is not my sugar daddy. Don't project yourself on me. I answer while taking a little of everything. Who knows if I will need it, right? Even if it's an easy mission. Maybe Hector's cautiousness is rubbing on me. Oh, please. Just admit it. Everything that we have was provided by him. She says relaxedly. This can't be helped. I exclaim, we literally have nothing to our name here. Yeah. But you can stop to try so hard, you know. I know that you want to prove something to yourself by, using the jet instead of asking Isabella to help. But, just enjoy the advantages. It's not like Hector thinks that you're taking advantage of him. She says while polishing her nails. Maybe I just want to be more independent and I'm trying to achieve it step by step instead of being accommodated like a certain someone. I bite back. Independent. She rolls her eyes, I'm independent. I just choose to not be when I don't want to be. I'm so independent that I'm free to decide where to draw the line of my independence. She starts speaking. I can't argue with your bullshit logic. Having someone to provide for me makes life so easy and good. Sincerely, you simply look a little childish. With this misplaced pride. I roll my eyes at her. This discussion is useless. She has her views and I have mine. And we won't change it. And there's no reason to get angry at her, she is not even saying it in a bad way, I know now. In her mind, she is giving sounding advice. Shago is a carefree person, to not say lazy. In Hector's own words, she likes power without none of the responsibilities, and because of this, she prefers to be a right-hand woman or sidekick. I know of her past, the expectations of her family in being a hero. She simply had enough and started living her life at her own pace. But this lifestyle is not for everyone. Not for me, at least. She knows it, but she will never stop talking about it. She is an annoying friend. Yep, she is a friend now. How far I've fallen. Well, I befriended weirder in the past. She didn't press the issue after I ignore her. I go back to focus on the little armory. There are 2 new things that Hector asked me to test. The first is a prototype hard light floating shield. I take the 2 discs the size of my hand and I stick them in on my belt. According to him, the discs will float close to my body and react to anything that approaches me at more than 100 miles per hour, entering in the way and activating the shield. The second thing is also something of hard light. I'm not that knowledgeable about science stuff. But weaponized light is a big deal, right? Anyway, I take the 2 high-tech fingerless gauntlets. A little bulky to my taste but is a prototype. Cortana, release a dummy, please. I say to the air. Right away. The voice of the AI replies. Another nice addition to our little group. And damn if was not funny when the hologram body appeared to Shago. Haha, the look she gave Hector. A wall opens slightly and a floating target appears. Maybe Shago is into something, an AI, for example, spoils a person on how easy it makes life. Pointing my arm to the dummy, my hand opened slightly, a flex of my fingers made the upper side of the gauntlet change and then a purple hard light bolt is charged on it. Hector is really creative about these things, huh? But I still don't know why the files of my weapons are tagged as Project Vane by Hector when everyone else has their own codenames there. Pointing at the dummy, I pull my index finger like a trigger and the purple bolt flies to it. The balance is good. HM. The power is not so bad, but hard light can't add properties like explosives and electricity. But the selling point of this gauntlet is. I start to pull all my fingers in order and the thing shot bolts very fast. The fire rate is truly nice. But Hector said that the bolts will disappear if they go too far away from the power battery on the gauntlet. So this is a close combat option weapon even if it's a crossbow. Can be useful. And don't waste bolts. We're almost there. Shago announces and I prepare to kick some ass. So, this whole mission is simply destroying some shipment that is destined to arrive in the USA. We're now in England, the place that Hector is a little wary of for reasons of old bullshit magic users. And sincerely, I can't fault the guy. In my other world, 1,000-years-old people are common and these guys that cling to life like cockroaches are surely annoying. Like Vandal Savage. The Predator, the name of my personal jet, given by Hector keeps itself above the docks in stealth mode. We are just waiting for the people that will come to leave with the ships. Do you know that Hector can absorb templates of people in the Omniverse, right? I say to Shago, making small talk. What about it? One of them is someone that I know from my universe. That Bat guy, right? She says disinterestedly. Yep. A fun fact though. In my universe, Batman is a little down bad for a woman there. A cat burglar. Black leather, cat theme, steel things. Sounds familiar. I say, holding a smirk when she looks at me. Hector said that my multiverse and this one are like twins. I can see some similarities. There's even a cat burglar here too. I comment offhandedly. What are you trying to say? She asks with her lips pursed, a sign that I know now that she is annoyed. Nothing. Just making small talk. I shrug my shoulders. She stares at me before turning to the front again. He must have railed her on a rooftop at this point. I say, and she turns to me fast. You're trying to take a reaction off me. Me. No, no. Just saying. I act oblivious. Hector at this moment is holding back, he appears to have some unsolved issues. The guy will not go to have a fling that easily. Shago says to me as much to herself. Sure, sure. I agree with her easily. She turns to the front again, but I can say that she was still thinking about it. This is for annoying me earlier, dear. Let this thought live rent-free in your head for a while. Some minutes later we see some cars arriving on the docks. That's our cue. I say, rising from my seat. Shago follows me. If it's any consolation, Batman is down bad to the villain type. You're on the right track, sis. I say before jumping. Third-person POV down there, the docks in England were poorly lit and mostly empty. This is not by chance. With money is always possible for a criminal organization to set a situation to be the best for this type of endeavor. We will switch the merchandise now. This evening they're approved, so keep the seal intact. And then some of you stay as substitutes to the ship staff and part early in the morning. A man says to the group in a low voice. If looked closely, is possible to notice that this big group is composed of two types of people. It appears that they're allies and are working together on this project. The big factor to notice it is that half of them have Asian features and look more organized than the others with Western features. There's still some guards. The man that looks like is in charge of the Asian group comments, and some of the Asian groups cock the guns. What the fuck you're thinking that you're doing? The man in charge of the other group shouts in a low voice. We're gonna take care of them. The Asian man says in a non-nonsense voice. Are you crazy? Didn't you know who guns attract attention? The Western man says with a pointed look. To this, the Asian man doesn't reply. So we will not use guns, and then some of his subordinates pull katanas. No killing either. What are you? A coward? If so, you should leave this line of business. The Asian man says, annoyed. Listen here, dude. I don't care what you do on your own. But you're not killing anyone in this operation. A dozen of workers die or disappear overnight, and the one in black will sniff around and he will set his sight on us. No killing, dot. The Western guy exclaims. What do you suggest then? The Asian man relents. Wait 10 minutes and the shift of the guys that we bribed will start. He says. After some time the Asian man nods. That's the reality of today's criminal world. Criminals are stepping on eggs because of the existence of a single man. The game changed, Eidolon's influence already reached worldwide proportions. Is not that simple to a big organization nowadays. In the past, the actions of these organizations are almost brazen. They could kill anyone, threaten anyone, do anything, and with money and influence they would get away from any consequence. Not anymore. The one in black, like how they call him from fear of being heard, strikes terror in everyone because he can't be threatened, bribed, or even defeated. Any big wave made by these organizations could be seen by him, and because of this, they need to adapt their game. Especially things that involve lives. Some months back, Eidolon took personally when a robber used a child's life to threaten him and he sent a message. With a little effort, he tracked down everyone slightly related to that gang and destroyed them. And even the ones that are not that related received a huge financial loss. His actions against the human trafficking ring in Eastern Europe to this day left some scars. There's a country that is lacking in politics because Eidolon exposed the involved. So criminal organizations change their modus operandi and rarely take lives in grand proportions, and when taking it, take very discreetly. Is almost a non-written rule at this point, and if someone breaks this rule is ostracized like the plague. If a goon of a criminal organization kills a non-related innocent person violently, is almost certain that he will not live to see another day. Killed by his own group. But even adapting is still hard to keep the previous efficiency to when they could do anything. People fear them less nowadays too. Eidolon influence again. Police are not taking bribes that often and they can't be threatened that easily too. Normal people are the same, not always turning their heads when seeing something wrong, like some goons extracting protections fees from some store. Some would say that Eidolon goodness is infectious, but while this is true, this is mostly because people are not that afraid of criminals because Eidolon has their back. Police and some politicians sometimes facilitate the actions of criminals. Are all of them bad? No. But when you enter in a police force and everyone is corrupted, it's hard to keep your values. When presented with two choices between receiving some money or a loved one head, how many would keep themselves honest? When even if acting honestly nothing changes, how many would keep insisting? People are accustomed to turn their head to evil and allowing it when this doesn't involve them. A form of protection that is not really possible to blame them. But the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Now, that is not that easy to threaten these people. They're really starting to do their job properly and make the criminal's life even harder. That's our people. Let's go. The Western man says, watching the ones that he could bribe arrive. So we're gonna arrest them too. He hears a voice coming from above. Hastily looking up, he sees Huntress and Lady Jade looking down on them from above a compartment. Let's end this fast. I don't like this country. There are too many British people here. Lady Jade says while twirling a lock of hair. What's the problem with the British? Huntress asks. The criminals just watch, shocked by the casual exchange. A certain part of their brains register and simply accept that it's game over, so it's hard for them to pull it together and act. Their English is wrong. Stop being xenophobic. Huntress shakes her head, is literally their language. Bitch, they can't even say bottle of water. Lady Jade says, looking down on the criminals. For some reason one of the men repeats it. The casual conversation is simply too weird. Boowar. The guy repeats to himself. To this, Lady Jade throws her head back and laughs loudly. I can't make this shit up, man. She makes a show of wiping a tear. Maybe her mocking laugh annoyed them, but the criminal snapped out of their shock. The guy is not here. Only his bitches. The leader exclaims, let's take them. Hey. Only I am his bitch. Lady Jade says, offended, before creating a rocket launcher with her powers and shooting at their cars. The people look shocked. Not only their escape route was destroyed, but the explosion will also attract attention. Is truly game over. Lady Jade jumps and shoots some fireballs at them while on it, messing even more with any formation that they could have formed. You big dash, the Western leader couldn't even finish before receiving an attack of bludgeon made of Lady Jade's corrosive fire on the face. Without a doubt, his face will be half destroyed after that. You all haven't noticed. But you're my bitches here. She exclaims before advancing again. Her flamboyant style of attack is not unnecessary. During those big explosions, while she was attracting the attention of everyone, Huntress becomes invisible and is inconspicuous, taking down many of them who try to flee or are simply behind. She is really taking out on these people that talk about Black Cat. My condolences. Huntress thinks while shooting two running goons in the back with electric bolts. These Asian ones are a little more trained. Needless to say, was a massacre. The 30 or so criminals had no chance against the two. When Lady Jade goes to shoot the Asian leader while he was running away with the unnecessary M200 rifle, she turns around quickly and hastily makes a shield. A purple blade crash against the shield and the attacker uses the shock to propel himself back and keep a little distance. Lady Jade looks at the newcomer. Well. Someone a little more fun finally showed up. She says while looking up and down on her opponent. A Asian woman using a purple leotard and holding what is a sort of sword construct, also purple. I think I saw her on Hector Files. Shago thinks, Cortana, she is. She says under her breath. By the description, Psylocke. Metaclassification, Thinker and Blaster. Possible low-level telepathy and can make psionic constructs. Cortana answers in her ear. Hector protected my mind, but I haven't felt anyone trying to read it. So maybe she doesn't have that good control over it or is depowered. Lady Jade holds out her hand and 3 green grenades appear in it. Even showing her grenades and taking her time to throw them, Psylocke doesn't attack and only prepares herself to dodge. So she can't attack at long range. Is the sword her limit? Not that impressive. Maybe she is trying to make me lower my guard. Lady Jade thinks while Psylocke dodges the 3 explosions. If she is not a brute. Lady Jade advances to close-quarter combat, surprising a little Psylocke that thought that she would need to put effort in close the distance. Joke's on her, Shago fought in close quarters her whole life. And with her new powers. She made another shield with one hand to defend herself against the purple sword, taking advantage of her enemy's blocked vision. Lady Jade throws a dozen of green grenades on her feet. Psylocke tries to jump back but Lady Jade grabs her arm. Stay here with me a little, okay? Boom. After the huge explosion, Psylocke emerges from the smoke with an injured leg, but Lady Jade is unscathed. This is what you gain from showing off your legs like that. Lady Jade mocks, there's already a purple samurai girl on our team, so your character is redundant. She says before advancing at high speed again. With an injured leg, Psylocke's chances look slimmer now. Don't kill her. She is on the gray list. Cortana says in her ear, making Shago stop. Ugh. That guy. She says in frustration, must be his Asian fetish, I'm sure of it. The two enemies look at each other. Psylocke is already making plans to escape. Don't move. A voice behind her throws cold water on her plans and she feels a cold pointy thing be pressed to her neck. Unmake the sword and put your hands on the ground. Huntress says seriously. Lady Jade starts approaching them unworriedly while Psylocke complies. I'm not your enemy. Psylocke says while remaining unmoved, her knees and hands on the ground. Don't look like it. Lady Jade says. I didn't try to hurt you. I'm just making a show of it. I do not really work with the hand. In truth, I wanted to enter in contact with your guys for some time. Psylocke says. The other two frown. Continue. Huntress says, but presses the tip of the bolt more firmly on Psylocke's neck to remember the Asian woman to not try anything stupid. My circumstance is complicated. I want to talk with Eidolon. I can give your information about the hand in exchange for his help with something. Lady Jade scoffs, everyone wants to meet Eidolon. He is too busy to the likes of you. And you're not in a place to negotiate if you haven't noticed. I'm not a villain. Psylocke exclaims more strongly, let me talk with him and I can explain myself. Lady Jade and Huntress exchange looks. I swear, the Asian magnetism of that guy is too strong. Lady Jade comments, listen here. Psylocke. Psylocke, yeah I know. If you want to meet the big boss you need to tell us first what you want to talk about with him. Then we will decide if it's worth it. Lady Jade says. Is to his ears alone. Psylocke says stubbornly. Let's just take her and put her some days in a closet, this will open her lips. Lady Jade says. I can't go away for too long, I need to keep my facade with the hand. Psylocke says strongly. Woman, you're not in position to demand anything. I will not run, tell him to meet me on a green industrial shed 20 kilometers east from here at midnight tomorrow. He can find you whenever he wants. Just come with us now. Huntress says, trying to act diplomatically. I can't be away for long, even more, if I don't know if he will want to help me. Psylocke tries to argue. If you don't trust him that much, then there's no reason to even talk with him. Lady Jade says. This back and forth goes from some time. Okay, fuck it dash, Lady Jade starts to say but Psylocke does something that surprises the two. She acts fast to use her psionic swords to impale herself on the edge of her stomach to attack Huntress that is behind her. Huntress jumps back and Psylocke takes the opportunity to run away. I can go with you guys but I'm not lying, tell him to meet me. She shouts before running away while clutching her side. Oh, she has guts at least. Lady Jade comments unworriedly. Let's follow her. She can take us to their hideout. She turns to Huntress. I put a tracker on her hair. Let her go free for tonight. Eidolon can really find her at any time. Huntress comments. I don't want her coming anyway. Lady Jade huffs. Worried that he would fall to her charms. Huntress teases. Please, more like her fall on his dick. Did you see that leotard? Such slut. People nowadays lost all modesty. Lady Jade says exaggeratedly. Haha. Be nice, maybe she will join us. Huntress says making the other roll her eyes, let's go back. The police are here. Okie dokie. Hector POV, his residence. I hum to myself while expertly and at high speed cutting the salad. Using an adamantium kitchen knife looks like is unnecessary, but I'm still holding back, you know. I still have that D-Rouse kitchen knife in my sky poison pearl, using that would be truly overkill. Shouldn't I give the Deus kitchen knife to Tsukasa so that he would use it more? Maybe. But I'm a hoarder and a collector. I'm not giving away my cool things like that. When Siko asked to hold my gun katana HF Muramasa, I almost didn't let it go. She needed to take my fingers one by one off the handle. You can't simply ask a man to part with his blades like that. Is not right. Right now I'm cooking with Isabella while the girls are on a mission. Is a little late for dinner, but whatever. I throw a huge piece of cooked meat over my shoulder. I cooked a lot because of the little beasts, and I felt a white blur pass super fast and take it before reaching the ground. Kafalhu looks at Kerbanig with hatred in his eyes and I can see his mouth widening and the tips of the tentacles appearing. Don't fight. Here's some more. I throw it to Kafalhu too and he grabs it easily. Taking my salad to the dining room I see Isabella setting the table. Putting the salad on the table I look at Isabella's side profile. Maybe I should show my appreciation to Isabella. She is literally the one that I'm the closest of my summons. And also my first. With the exception of Kafalhu. Isabella. I call her. Yes. She turns. I go to hug her by the waist but decide against it and put my hand on her shoulder instead. I don't always say that, Isabella. But I want you to know that I really appreciate everything that you do for me. You really take a huge load off my shoulders. I say sincerely and she smiles. A nice smile. Ugh. Why make women smile so good? I know, master. I really enjoy doing everything for you. She says. You're irreplaceable, Isabella. I say and give her a peck on her cheek. She is blushing a little now but still keeps a calm face. Cute. TSK. Is this the inherent male urge to make women happy? I also can see the relationship loyalty goes to September 10th. One step short of undying loyalty. The mood is good between us now. And then I felt Helena and Shago arriving by one of the portal doors. Aha. I knew it. The other side of the harem protagonist luck. Timely arrivals that create misunderstandings. Heh. You can't caught me lacking this way, Destiny. I'm aware of your tricks. Separating myself from Isabella the first greet the two. I trust that everything went well. I say to them. Yep. Easy peasy. Everything went as expected, except the part of the ninja samurai Asian woman in a purple leotard jumping on us. Shago says dismissively and goes to steal a sweetbread from the table. Isabella swatted her hand and said to her go clean herself first. Psylocke. I ask. Shago looks at me strangely. Exactly. Huntress answers she was working to the hand, but said that she is not really. She wanted to talk with you. Something about wanting your help. Huntress relates. I put on a pensive expression. Psylocke in England. I remember that there's some sort of body swap bullshit that happened with her, right? Or is body fusion? She says that she will be in a certain place tomorrow at midnight. Huntress says, are you going? No. I answer easily, in my time I will search for her. But if hasn't come to search for me and simply talked with you guys about me as an afterthought, she is not really in a hurry. I had too much on my plate already. The hand is an enemy to be dealt after Fisk. My answer appears to please Shago in some way. Is what I thought. Helena says, you can probably find her easily with your X-ray vision or something. I don't answer, my mind trying to remember things about Psylocke. She is hot. That's it. And she is not a villain. So there must be a reason for her to be working under the hand. Well, till now everyone's personality and moral compass is how I imagined it. No reason to be different with her, right? She is even a potential recruitment. Wait. You really have X-ray vision? Shago asked shocked. I thought that they knew it already. That means that you can check the piercing in my nipples at any time. She asks. The what and what now? My eyes unconscious goes to her chest for a second before I look at her face. She is showing the smuggest smile ever and I knew I have fallen into her trap. You checked, huh? Pervert. I do not have piercings. She says. I sigh, I did not check, my eyes move by reflex. I start but I know that is too late. It's okay. You're a growing boy full of hormones. She consoles me by tapping my shoulder and going away to wash her hands. She does not give me the chance to explain myself. Ugh. I'm one of the smartest men alive, with reflex and reaction time to watch the flap of wings of a hummingbird like it is almost frozen. And there are battles that I can win against women. I want underwear coated in lead. Helena says teasing me while following Shago. Joke's on you, lead can't stop my vision, Helena. They knew that I didn't look, but they didn't care. If I argue, we'll just give more fuel. See. If I don't fight I lose, if I fight I lose even worse. How can someone win against the women that he cares about? Now I understand married life. I look at Cassandra that was watching the whole exchange in silence. Don't become like them, Cassandra. I say and she nods in silence. Cute. You're my oasis here, dear, receive some head pats. Third-person POV. Emma Frost returns to her mansion after a long day. Manipulating people is a chore, even when using her powers facilitates her life. As someone that doesn't trust anyone and works alone is hard to have free time. She sighs and rubs her shoulders after dropping her purse on the couch of her office. She still has some things to do before going to sleep. Being a CEO is not only a luxury after all. Only when she turns on the lights in her office that she notices that she is not alone. Imagine her surprise seeing Eidolon standing in front of her desk holding a picture of her and her brother in his hands. Ms. Frost. Sorry to barge in, but taking into consideration your methods to try to enter in contact with me, I think I'm still being very civil. Eidolon's smooth and deep voice reaches her ears while he finally looks at her while putting the photography on the desk. She reacts instantly and almost by reflex, and uses her powers to invade his mind. Oh. I expected this from Xavier, but okay. Come. Is the last thing she hears before she finds herself in another place. She looks around, not on her office anymore. This must be his mind. Shit, that is not good. I invaded instinctively. She says to herself. As someone that has many enemies, she is always on edge to use her powers to defend herself. She is not a combatant, so she can either activate her diamond form or invade the enemy's mind to take control and guarantee her safety. What is that? She looks around in amazement, seeing the huge pillar/tree of light and the starry sky. This is the first time she has seen a mindscape like that. She found herself on a mirror-like surface that reflects the starry sky and herself, but when she walks, her feet make small ripples. Am I in water? She muses to herself, his mind sounds surprisingly unprotected. She looks around. There was no landscape and she felt trapped. When she is in someone's mind, it's easy to her to manipulate the mindscape as she pleases. But here, it's like she is in her normal body. She can't even float or travel fast. She could barely move the water under her feet. With much concentration, she can make the huge lake moves a little but nothing more. What type of mind is this? Is he really a human? She thinks and decides to walk to the only noticeable structure in this place. The pillar of light. She starts walking. And continues walking. Continues walking. 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 She walks for what looks like hours or even days, but the pillar of light doesn't seem to get close. She is already panting and sweating even if this is not her physical body. She is forced to stop and crouches down. What huff and huff? Her words are interrupted by a voice. Are you finding it hard? Idolin's recognizable voice is heard from everywhere, and at this moment 2 tentacles of water latch on her ankles. She raises herself quickly, but she can't move anymore. Another 2 tentacles move at lightning speed and hold her wrists too. This is oddly familiar. If I'm another type of man, this would be going in a very strange direction. Idolin says with a deep chuckle. Emma Frost watches in amazement as a small part of the starry sky coalesces in a male form in front of her. Like Idolin but made of stars and black matter. Now. This wasn't the way that I wanted to talk with you, but you need to admit that is your fault. He says lightly. He doesn't sound angry, so Emma Frost decides to quell her prideful side and admit her mistake. Was not my intention to invade your mind. She says, half glaring at the cosmic construct in her front. This doesn't sound like an apology, but I will take it. Idolin shrugs, is not like is your total fault. If I had not allowed you to enter you would never have the chance. He says. But I want to test. Test. Yes, my mental defenses. You are a very skilled telepath, so I thought and make you a test subject to my first mental barrier. He confesses. I didn't see any defense. She says. Oh, is not to see. Idolin appears to smile, there's no problem in telling you. My first defense is, this open field. He says, opening his arm. Emma just maintain herself in silence. Don't following, huh? Good. He says in a low voice that only he can hear, the first barrier is you simply walking. I made the first barrier a resistance test. Only someone with a mental power greater than mine could ever hope to invade my mind. And let me say, there isn't much of them out there. So. If even you, a gifted telepath, that even if not on Omega level is very experienced, can't cheat on my first barrier. He finishes here because there's really no need to say more. Emma Frost just looks at this man like he is some sort of monster. Wasting this much mental power to create a big empty space to be a resistance test. Such waste. How can he even live normally if his mental power is focused in maintain this huge space? By the way, you're on the easy mode. He comments and then uses his right leg to stomp the ground strongly. The shockwave makes huge waves. The waves make the lake lose the reflect propriety and finally reveals what is inside the water. Monsters. Emma's eyes widen in shock and almost fear at seeing the appearance and quantity of the creatures swimming under her feet. Having the mental powers suppressed, being trapped in his mind, losing strength with every step and still being attacked by these monstrosities. Must be a nightmare. And this is only the first barrier. Anyway, thank you for helping me, Ms. Frost, he says with a smile. Now. Get out. He says, and Emma feels herself being yanked away off his mind. Back in her office, Emma finds herself in her real body. A good thing, if not for a little problem. Idolin holding her by the throat. Even if I'm not mad, I would like to remember you to never do that again. He says in a low voice. His eyes bore into Emma's blue orbs. At this moment, Idolin's eyes, which are always changing, have settled in a gray-white tone that looks like some sort gem. Emma's brain faintly registers that she likes his eyes and remembers some discussions on TV and the internet about the eyes of Idolin representing his mood. But nothing was ever proved about that. Still, with Idolin's hand around her neck, Emma shifts her body to her diamond form in a way of self-defense. Idolin chuckles at that. I think I understand. You're too accustomed to using your powers and getting away. No consequences. And having a diamond form makes you think that you're invincible. TSK. Rookie mistake. He says, shaking his head. He continues, a common case of small powers in an even smaller place. I hope you know that I could break you even in this diamond state, and if I think is too much trouble I can simply throw you away in space. Exclamation point. You don't need to breathe this way. But can you imagine yourself floating aimlessly in the infinity, maybe being found by some space pirates and having a horrible fate? He TSKS again and gave her a look, as if waiting for her. Slowly the diamond recedes and Emma reveals herself again in flesh and bones. To show his approval, Idolin takes his hand from her neck and smiles through his eyes. There. Let's talk like civilized people. He says and turns away to sit in a coach in the office. Emma massages her neck even if it doesn't hurt. She wants to gain time. Time to think. She doesn't say a word when she crosses the office and goes to pour a drink to herself. The pace of the conversations was in Idolin's control from the start. She doesn't like it, not even a bit. You can say what you want from me now. But it appears that Idolin would not give her any chance. She slowly drinks her whiskey to gain time to put her thoughts together. Idolin is not even looking at her overall direction. If you're gonna start with your power plays, I will go away. He says calmly. You're the one with the power plays. She thinks to herself while leaning on her own desk. She prefers to not sit down, maybe even hide her face from him. From this angle, he can't see her. How do you know that I wanted to talk with you? She starts. Idolin maintained himself in silence. After an uncomfortable moment, Emma talks again. I just thought and offer a partnership. She drawls, I'm part of a certain group of people that have much dash. If you're going to invite me to the Hellfire Club, I will respectfully decline. He says, standing up and moving to the door. Emma bites her lips, she can't let the opportunity pass like that. So she decides to put the cards on the table. You're not even interested in the members of the club that are making certain projects against the metas? She asks. And Idolin pauses and turns around. Bullseye. This man can't be baited by money, status, or power. But there's something that he cares about too much. The meta question is the way to having him. Selling your friends. Shame on you. He says with mirth in his voice. I have no friends there. She says with a smirk. As meta yourself, why didn't you give me this information so that I can protect us all? He says, approaching till he is looming over her. I'm a businesswoman, I never give anything without receiving anything back. She says while reclining a little too much on the desk, showing a lot of her cleavage to him. A good friend is worth more than gold, Ms. Frost. Idolin says slowly, his eyes never going below her neck. As much I would appreciate your friendship. She says slowly while blatantly staring him up and down and even putting a hand on his pecs, I want something more substantial. She says with certain innuendos and looks up at him. He chuckles. A deep chuckle that reverberates on her body. He puts his two hands on the desk, trapping her between them while approaching his face to hers, wanting to manipulate Idolin and using him as a spear to take care of your enemies. He guesses her thoughts easily. Are you sure that you can handle me, Miss Frost? He says deeply, their faces very close. One of Emma's hands sneak in a slit of Idolin's mantle and runs on his torso slowly. I can handle everything that you give to me, dear. And I'm sure that you will find our partnership very pleasing. She keeps eye contact while walking with her fingers by his muscular arm till her hand reaches his face. Say their names. He says huskily. She puts a finger on where his mouth should be. I need you to work with me. You mean to take them down in a certain order and at a certain time so that you can reap the most of the benefits? He asks with a raised brow. My dear, we're perfect to each other. Know exactly what I want. I think we will have a great time in the future. She smiles. Promise me that you will not act without informing me and I can give you the information that you want. Promise me that you will take down a certain enemy of mine and everything will be yours. She says, getting closer. Without his mask it would need only her to move an inch and they would kiss. Her other hand would need to only move a little lower and would reach his manhood. He is basically between her legs too. The sexual tension is thick between the two. Suddenly he moves away from her. What enemy? He asks indifferently. Emma is afraid to have overreached and destroyed the mood, so she talks fast. Sebastian Shaw. He is a meta and is not exactly against metas, but he is not a good person. She explains. Like you then. He says, tilting his head. Her smile falters. Worse. You can make your own research and give me an answer later. She negotiates. Unnecessary. Shaw is in my sight for a time. Say when you're ready to swallow the Hellfire Club money and other things and I will act. Now, give me the information. He says, extending his hand to her. Emma almost celebrates internally but maintains a calm facade. She turns around and bends over the tablet to reach into a drawer of her desk. She purposefully sticks her ass in Idolin's direction. A nice ass, he observes. In tight white pants that almost look like are painted on her legs. He decides to not comment on her arousal that he can smell. She takes her sweet time and finally turns around abruptly, trying to catch him staring. She frowns when notices that Idolin is turned in another direction. Here. She gives a pen drive to him, remember, come talk to me before attacking them. She says. The pen drive disappears from her hand and Idolin turns around and walks to the door. I will keep my word. He says before phasing through it. Now, alone in her office, Emma thinks for herself that even if not perfect, the meeting went well. A man like that can't be manipulated easily. I thought that he was a bleeding heart fool with his heroic antics. But he is no fool. She says before putting in another drink, at least, the bleeding heart part is on point. She downs the whiskey in one go. A very hot bleeding heart hero. She raises her eyebrow while feeling the wetness between her legs. Hector POV okay, things went better than I expected. She really gives the information for a promise. The entire meeting was played by me. Tiring her mentally, to low her judgment skills. Power plays. Seduction can go both ways, you know Emma. And talking about seduction. What heck was that? Fuck, I almost bent her over and fucked her on that desk. She has me acting up, fam. I can't lie. Why? Why? I circle the air while thinking. Do I really have an Oedipus complex? Can't be. No. I know why. Fuck Batman. I inherited his fetish for those villainous types. Remembering all the women in Marvel that fall on this archetype. Madame Hydra, Celine Galio, Morgan Le Fay, Black Cat, Mystique, Hela, Sin, Deathbird and many others. Oh boy. The road ahead will be hard. Pun intended. At least, it appears that I have standards. After all, I haven't felt even an ounce of attraction for Amora. Good to know. Black Cat POV okay, the night is not going so well. I hide behind a pillar. The goons chasing after me. Maybe I bit more than I can chew trying to steal from these guys. Well, they're criminals and these gems are stolen anyway. Not even Idolin would care about it. But now I'm in a very bad situation. No escape route, my grappling hook broken and I can't win against that many people. Search carefully. She is still hiding around. She couldn't have escaped. She hears one of the goons shout. Fuck, they're close. The saving grace is that they are using cold weapons. No guns. If not, I would be dead already. I think I must thank Idolin the next time I see him, if there's a next time. No criminal organization is crazy to do shootouts in New York anymore. Heh, these guys are quaking in their boots in fear of only one man. Serve them right. They are even afraid of saying his name out loud. HM. No. This is crazy. But I will eventually be caught. I hear steps getting closer to where I'm hiding. Shit. Is all or nothing. I hope luck is on my side. I take a deep breath. My heart is beating fast. Damn, this is exciting in its own way too. And then I scream, save me. Idolin. From the top of my lungs. Fuck. She was there. That bitch is crazy, she called him. I look behind the pillar. Is almost funny seeing their scared faces. You slut, let's see if you can scream while choking on my dick, a guy shouts angrily and I hate that this triggers some bad memories. Dark thoughts flood my mind. What if he doesn't come? What if he is on the other side of the planet? Or not even on the planet? This bet is too risky. Let's take care of her and get the fuck out here. Another someone shouts. Shit, he is really not coming. Preparing myself to fight till my last breath, maybe even kill myself, I hear thunder. No. A sonic boom. The whole place falls silent. I was not the one to hear it. I take my eyes off the ceiling and look at the criminals. They're immobile, hardily breathing. Looking up as if waiting for the sky to fall on them. I smile smugly at them. Then a black blur crashed on the ground, making the whole place tremble. Slowly, Idolin straightened himself up. Even if he is only one man, his presence overwhelms the whole place. Damn, look at that back. I do not like to be a damsel in distress, but damn if this isn't super hot. He turns around to look at me with a bored look. I'm not your plot armor, woman. I smile and jump on his back. Latching onto it. Come on, you need to say, I'm here. I want the whole package. I tease him and he sighs. I rest my chin on his shoulder and make a show to act affectionate. Ha ha. The face of these guys. Ha ha ha. Idolin doesn't waste time. He raises his hand, everyone starts floating together with his movement like he is some sort of Jedi. Or should be a Sith. He is all black. He lowers his hand and everyone crashes on the ground strongly. Damn, rare footage of Idolin POV in using his power. I need to say, is cool as hell. Do you have a lightsaber? I joke, don't expecting him to answer seriously. Yes. He answers easily. I look at him strangely, is lightsaber a metaphor to your penis? You can get off me now. He says, looking done. Nope. I'm so scared. I say, joking and holding even more tightly. Pressing my breasts on his back. Sincerely, is not a total joke. Tonight I was very close to having a bad end. Let me recharge a little. I can feel the world shift and in an instant, we're high in the sky in New York. Nice view. So, in what type of trouble you're getting yourself now? He asks. Nothing much, tried to pull a Robin Hood. It didn't turn out so well. I answer very close to his ear. If there's some reaction, he doesn't show it. And where do you get the information of criminal organizations? He asks. Come on, I can't snitch on my sources. I say. I could drop you from here. He threatens without any heat. Ha ha. You wouldn't do it. I call you his bluff. Woman, you didn't know me. I dare you to do it now. I tease him. Felicia. He says in a low voice. Him saying my name like that. Down girl. With a little acrobatics, I move to his front. In a very compromising position. I'm a little annoyed to not see any reaction from him. He just stood there like a statue. You would always protect me, Idolin. You like me. I tease. You think too highly of yourself. Don't think the world revolves around you just because you're pretty. He says, rolling his eyes. Oh. I'm pretty. I smile at him. Obviously. He answers without hesitation. Come on, man, help with the mood. I know that he doesn't like me that way, but he is not gonna win this debate. I know that you would protect me. I just saved you from your idiocy. But my patience has limits. He says. I don't think so. I think that you like little me, and can't imagine me getting hurt. Hey, his annoyed expression is cute. Women. He says, you're nothing to me, black cat. He says firmly. Ouch. Now I'm hurt. I say to him, half joking and half serious. Here, that is not pleasant for some reason. So I think you wouldn't save me, right? I ask. Before pushing him and jumping back first to the night. Ah, this is another type of thrill. Putting my life in his hands. A bungee jump that I don't know if the rope will want to save me. My heart is beating so fast. I close my eyes and open my arms. This fall is fatal. Head first on the concrete. Falling is weird, my mind is operating very fast. Maybe because there's nothing to do. Maybe he will really let me fall and die. So my taste in men is really horrible. I finally feel a hand on my waist and smile. I feel his body hugging mine and spinning to counter the momentum. With a huge boom, his feet crash on the ground. I open my eyes to see his exasperated eyes. He is holding me in a Princess Carrie in the middle of a street. We must have made a huge spectacle, but I don't care about anyone else now. My eyes are on him alone. It's really hard to win against women. He sighs. And I can't help but smile. My hero. I say while caressing his cheek. Third-person POV. James Wesley watches in silence as his employer huffs and breathes deeply to calm his nerves, or at least tries to do it. Wilson Fisk, the kingpin, just ended a meeting with Madame Gao, and it's obvious that things are not gonna well. The meeting room is a mess, the table is flipped, papers are everywhere and other things are completely destroyed close to the walls. Probably a victim of being thrown at it in the moment of rage of the kingpin. It's rare for Wilson Fisk to have a such breakdown, but it's not like Wesley can't understand the reason for it. Things are not going so well for his employer, business-wise. Sincerely, it looks like the universe is against them. Losing shipments, men being arrested, hideouts being raided, subordinates double-crossing him or just outright disappearing. The police, heroes, and other criminal enemies appear to come together to do a joint attack against the kingpin. Sir, if there's anything. Wesley starts, but is interrupted harshly. Get out. The kingpin roars without even looking at him. On a normal day, that would be the moment when Wesley would make himself scarce, fearing the ire of his employer and at the same time letting the man calm down and organize his thoughts. But not this time. Maybe Wesley is emboldened by the fact that the kingpin doesn't have that many men to spare, on his level at least, or maybe is because of how despairing the situation was. But Wesley decides to stay firm and hold his ground. I'm afraid I cannot do that, sir. he say, putting in the calmest voice he could muster. Fisk finally turns to him, his eyes promising pain by the disrespect. Undeterred, Wesley continues, there's so much going on, we need to keep our firm hold and act fast. We couldn't lose time. We need to start thinking about solutions. He says while looking at his employer in the eyes. For some moments that look like an eternity, the staring contest continues and Wesley thought that maybe that was the moment that he would suffer some consequence, even if not death. Finally, the Kingpin closes his eyes for an instant and releases a deep breath. You're right. He says. His instant slowly loses its aggressivity, he straightens up and keeps his face calm. You're right. He repeats. Unknown if to Wesley or to his own benefit. With only one hand he grabs the flipped table and puts it on the right spot effortlessly. A small display of strength, a power move that was not unnoticed by Wesley. Wesley also realizes a deep breath and takes a chair from him to sit on while Fisk is sitting on his own chair. That damn old woman. Thinks that she can lecture me like I am her 4-year-old grandson. The Kingpin grits his teeth, I will not forget that. Wesley nods, we are in a bad spot now. Let her think you are weak for now, will give us the opportunity to regain our foothold. But how? If I didn't know any better I would think that some god is playing with me. Or that I have been cursed. The Kingpin confesses, even with Vanessa. He mutters with a distant look. Wesley decides to focus on this last bit. To distract his employer from the whole Madame Gao fiasco and give him time to think of solutions. Problems with Ms. Mariana? He asks. To this, Fisk sighs, a little mistake on my part. You remember that man that I asked you to investigate? Johann Liebert. Yes. As per your instruction, I discovered that most of his documents are fake. But he maintained his name strangely. Probably he wants to hide the fact that he came from that orphanage to troubled kids. He is a smart guy that takes advantage of small criminals. Jumping from one to another. You thought that he was using Ms. Mariana to approach you, right? My initial assumption. But my identity is not something that a small man like him can figure out. Is all a coincidence. Vanessa said to me that he even helped her to sell some art overpriced and that he has taken advantage of some rich old ladies. Wilson Fisk huffs. Yes, he is a con artist, a two-bit scammer. So, what's the problem? We, me and Vanessa, had a small discussion because of him. She is spending too much time with him. She said that was not giving her attention, but you know how hectic things are going on here. Sir, you're not wrong on this. You two are in a relationship and she is looking for a man's companionship. And you know that he lives from scamming people. Wesley defends his employer. Yeah, but he revealed this to her, she has his trust, and he hers. So he is not trying to scam her. But even so, I said that it's not okay for her to spend time with a man but he is gay. The Kingpin gives a relieved and exasperated sigh. Wesley only blinks a little. Fucking German sissy boy. Make me look like a fool to Vanessa. Fisk grits his teeth unreasonably. Sincerely, Wesley doesn't know what to say. Anyway, that guy is no problem. Let's focus on important things. That shipment lost with the hand, that old hag is putting all the blame on me. Like she would fare any better against the SCP. Tremendously unfair, and I remember of her boasting about having a strong meta woman to that operation, but even she failed. Wesley comments. I don't like this, Wesley. We are becoming outdated too fast. Let's put more pressure on the doctor. We need more strong personnel urgently. I agree. But there's a limit to what Dr. Otto Octavius can do while he keeps the farce of working in Oscorp. He is a good window for us to swallow the declining company. It's better to not make him do anything that can attract the attention of him. Wesley says slowly while pointing to the sky. The meaning of who is talking about is clear. Huff. That damn idiot. Installed that robotic arms too soon. He was the talk of the town. Luckily he has a good reputation as a mild-mannered scientist. But without a doubt, he is on his site now. The Kingpin says frustratedly. Maybe we should expand our horizons and accept another partnership. Wesley says finally, a plan forming in his head. Who? The Kingpin asks. We have another, Asian option beyond the hand, sir. Wesley says, and Fisk catches up. The 10 rings. I remember that we talked about it but turned down the opportunity because of the high risk of involving with that Mandarin or whatever fella. The risk in the past is because the 10 rings are on the site of Stark because of the deal with Obadiah Stane. Associating ourselves with them on the past would only bring trouble with the risk of attracting Iron Man's attention, but... He pauses to clean his glasses. Nowadays Stark doesn't look like a big problem, right? Wesley says pointedly. Yes, yes. The Kingpin puts a thoughtful expression. We don't need to depend on the bastards anymore, but we need to be careful. If they discover that we're doing, we will be in trouble. The truth is that I owe them more than I'm comfortable to be in debt with someone. True, but with good timing and planning we could even put the hand and the 10 rings in each other's throat. Wesley says with a smile. Yes, I'm liking this plan even more now. Do you still have contact with them? Fisk asks, and Wesley's is already raising himself from his chair. I will arrange everything, sir, he says before leaving the room. Wesley now finds himself in his car, being driven by his personal driver and security guard. The car plays a calming and relaxing tune and New York streets pass through the windows. In the back seat, he studies pieces of information about the Kingpin business and the 10 rings too, especially any activity of the terrorist organization lately. He needs to prepare himself to don't go like a beggar to them. To put themselves on an equal foot with their possible new partners. At some point on the small trip, a distinct click is heard on the car and everything is locked up. This made James Wesley raises his head from the documents and tablet. Is normal for them to keep some doors unlocked to facilitate a quick escape. While frowning, Wesley was going to ask why the driver locked the doors, but a voice talks first from the speakers of the car. Good evening, Mr. Wesley. A neutral voice greets him, replacing the calming tune that was previously playing. Alarmed, Wesley turns and goes to talk to the driver to stop, but his voice doesn't come out. He noticed that he can't move his body. It's like an invisible force is holding him. He looks at the rear view and sees that the driver appears to be in a similar situation. The man is shaking, tears rolling down from his face, and he looks like he is fighting invisible bounds. But his body continues to drive normally, albeit a little stiff. From how long he was in that situation, Wesley doesn't know. The only thought on his mind is in how bad the situation looks to him and how to escape. It's useless to scream, I want to have a little talk with you, Mr. Wesley. The neutral voice says. Wesley feels the force holding his jaw releasing him and finally speaks. Who are you? What do you want? I'm vengeance. The voice says before chuckling moments later, and is the answer to your 2 questions. Vengeance. This doesn't really narrow the options of who this person is very much. But the fact that is someone seeking revenge lowers the chance of Wesley getting out of this situation unscathed. It's hard to reason with these kinds of people. He thinks. Are you sure that you catch the right guy? I'm just a lawyer. Wesley says to buy time and to seek information. But the voice only chuckles again. I'm very sure. The voice says ominously. You think you're sure? Let me tell you something, you're committing a grave mistake. Do anything to me and you and all of your family will suffer terrible consequences. Consequences that you can't afford. Wesley half shouts and threatens with gritted teeth. Oh, threats. Cute. Already on anger, Mr. Wesley. You're progressing fast on the 5 stages of grief. The voice says unperturbed. Even when you notice that you're in my hands, you didn't believe that this was the end. In denial that something bad is finally happening to you. Too much time behind a desk made you lose touch with reality. The voice mocks. Wesley is sweating. He can only move his eyes and mouth. The driver continues to drive, forced by the invisible power. To where Wesley doesn't know. I can. Wesley starts. Offer money. I know. The voice finishes for him, and now we're in the bargaining phase. Don't waste your time. Look around this fancy car. You're not living it alive. Wesley gulped loudly and starts trembling. The car moves fast on the streets of New York. No escape route is presented to him. Are you despairing already? Depressed of your prospects? The voice says again, this is how all of your victims felt, you know. Why this is happening to me? Humans always ask themselves things like that in despairing situations. But you know the answer, right? The voice speaks, ingraining in his nerves. Every word makes Wesley's heart beat faster. Say it. Why this is happening with you? Wesley closes his eyes and starts shaking. Say it. The voice gives no room to escape reality. Say it. The voice urges. Say it. Say it, say it. Say it. A cacophony of voices gives no mercy, getting louder and louder. Say it. Because I work for the Kingpin. Wesley finally shouts and the voice stops. He is breathing hard now, red face and with disheveled hair. Good boy. Is that hard? The voice speaks mockingly. Yes, is because you work for the Kingpin. Do you really think that retribution would never come? You and your owner decide people's lives in the comfort of your offices. Unaware of how pathetically small the two of you are. The voice slowly said, just sacks of meat that I can squeeze at any time. Living on my mercy. But is only natural, right? I'm your better, so I can decide your life and death on a whim. No problem with that, right? Is finally downing on you how useless your high education and money are. An above-average intelligence and you're so proud of it. Thinking that makes you special. Please. Wesley muttered weakly. Please? Heh. I thought that you're made of tougher stuff. Did you really enter into crime and never thought that you would have a miserable death? Really pathetic. I will do anything. Wesley begs. What part of your being a pathetic lowly existence you don't get? Your life is worthless. You're living till now just to my own amusement. But tell me something, Wesley. Wesley looks up with a glimmer of hope. Vanessa Mariana. The name makes Wesley perks up. Did she know about Wilson Fisk activities? How much does she know? The voice asks. Wesley keeps his mouth shut. Don't be like that. I can still torture you for years if you annoy me, you know. The voice says, making him shudder. She knows. Wesley says, his mouth dry. Betraying his employer is not something that he saw himself doing, but it's not like he is revealing secret information. My employer come clean to her. He wanted to be transparent. She accepted him. She doesn't involve herself, but she knows of his activities. I see. The voice says contemplatively, well, your death will be fast now, Wesley. Congratulations. But this is not what Wesley wants to hear. But Wesley then feels his mouth being held shut again. He struggles and struggles, but he can only let out a little more than a whimper. Now, Wesley. Why don't we pass the opportunity to speak to our fellow driver here? The voice says calmly, and the driver can finally open his mouth. Come on, dude. Please, I know nothing of your grudge against him. Please, let me out of this. I will never talk about this to anyone, and I will, HMFMMFF, the driver begs with snort and tears running down his face, but he is silenced again. I'm sorry, my dear. But you're not innocent, right? The three of us know that, Mr. Derek. The voice says, surprising the driver a pity. Truly is. The voice makes a show of sighing, but you're a collateral, Derek. Wesley here knows about collaterals, right, Wesley? You ordered the death of many people as collateral, right? Wesley shakes. People that are simply on the way of your plans. What is their life when compared to your big plans, right? Only nuisances. Too bad you pulled the reverse lottery ticket and stepped on my toes. Too bad. The voice says, almost snarling. Even you are collateral, Wesley. I only care about the kingpin, but your death will bring him trouble. I want him to suffer slowly after all, and your death is a good way to do this. MMPF, MMF. I'm afraid that I don't want to hear your voice anymore, Wesley. But I can tell you about how you will die. How about that? Is simple. Derek here will lose control of the car and fall on the water, and the two of you will die in this accident. The voice says, I can say that is poetic justice. The two struggle much more while Derek is forced to make a turn to the place of their death. The imminent final, the helplessness of the situation, the feeling of being completely overwhelmed and not having control of not even their own life make the two in the car despair. The driver becomes unresponsive shortly after, tears still falling, his eyes vacant. The fight completely out of his body. It looks like Derek is already in the acceptance stage. And you, Wesley? The voice asks, never letting them forget his presence. The presence of the responsible for their situation. The person that has their destiny on their hand. Their demon and their god at this moment. The driver starts silently praying to anyone to save him, even a hero. Even Eidolon. It's closer now. Our time together was short but extremely unpleasant. I hope you burn in a very deep part of hell and be raped by several horse-spiked dick demons, Wesley. The voice says in a cheery tone that doesn't go well with its words. At this moment, the seatbelt starts being undone by the invisible force. But I'm not a cruel person. I will snap your guys' necks before you two hit the water. The voice says, destroying every hope of survival of Wesley. I think this is your guys' modus operandi, right? Kill before and make it look like a fall, like an accident. The voice said more to himself. Goodbye. The voice says finally and goes away for real. The speakers go back to play that calming tune that is in sharp contrast to the situation. But the car continues to move on its own. The sharp turn that the car does at the same time only grate the nerve of the passengers, and makes a point that their lives are still not theirs anymore. James Wesley is passing through the most horrible moment of his life. Deep down he already gave up, but his brain can't let go. The brain that he is so proud of tries to discover some way of getting out of this situation. Even if he can't even talk, his brain can't stop thinking. And this only makes his stress hit the roof. He starts losing hair, hyperventilating, piss himself, the world around him appears to disappear and only the feeling of moving of the car and the voice exist to him. The talk with the voice is replayed over and over in his mind. His brain intentionally overworking, tiring him mentally, and at the same time his mind is clearer than ever. The contradiction almost makes him go crazy, but it's like he is not even allowed to escape from reality in a mental breakdown. You will fall in the water. Poetic justice. His mind repeats certain words of the voice, searching for clues. Modus operandi. Kill before making it look like an accident. Vengeance. He is so close, but he can't reach it. Deciding life and death. Unlucky. Is like he has an itch in his brain that he can't scratch. Like something is physically impeding him of reach the answer. No good will come from discovering the answer that he believes is in his memories and in the words of the voice. But he seeks it nonetheless. Maybe for some sort of win over the person that put him on checkmate. In 100 meters, turn right. You're close to your final destination. The more familiar navigator voice announces. A final mockery of the voice to them. A tasteful tick-tick that keeps the death present on the passenger's mind. Wesley found himself incapable of concentrating. The answer never comes to him no matter how hard he thinks. In 20 meters lose control and take a sharp turn to the right and you will reach your final destination. Death. The navigator spokes again. The driver starts whimpering and crying even more loudly now. Trying to resist, trying to take control of his body again. They can see a truck approaching, opposite to them. When they are close to the truck, the driver's arms make the car turns a little in the truck's direction, making a show of loss of control before turning right suddenly. The muffled screams and honk of the truck are their requiem. The suspension and loss of weight because of their fall are their last sensation. Wesley never got the answer that was on the tip of his tongue. Snap. Far away, in another state. Eidolon turns his attention back to himself after he has done his job. No change of expression or signals of what he has done appears in his body language. The duality of men. He thinks to himself while saving a cat from a tree and then giving it to the little girl. A kind smile present in his eyes while he pats her head. Xavier Mansion. Early in the morning of this Saturday. Most of the X-Men are in the living room just lazing around after their breakfast. They are watching TV and on their smartphones. Kitty herself is watching a video on social media of a narration of a woman she is watching without earphones to show to the other girls because she thought was funny. So. I never, understand this whole hero worship that everyone appears to have. Especially how all these girls act like are in heat on the mention of Captain America, Thor and Eidolon. A female voice is heard from her phone. A woman with piercings and short hair is in a car talking to her phone, but last week, I was trapped in a building on fire. And was like the worst experience that you can have in your life. My ankle was sprained. I couldn't move. I was just on the ground because I remembered that it's good to stay there to not inhale smoke, even if I already inhaled a lot of smoke. So. I was just there waiting for death. The woman pauses dramatically. And then. Bam. Eidolon appears. In no time he is on me. Don't worry, I'm here. She imitates his deep voice, and took me in his arms like I weighed nothing. The woman makes a whimper-like noise. Damn. Now I understand. Sorry, Eidolon sir. I think my throat was congested by the smoke. Can you help me with your dick? Gluck gluck, she says like she was talking to him and using her two hands to make circles in front of her mouth, making gagging noises and simulating an oral. Seriously. It was like so fucking hot. Now I want to be a damsel in distress again. And reward my hero. I confess. Even with my hazy brain I coped a feel of him and regretted not the eyeing. And the video ends. Kitty is laughing so hard that looks like some sort retard seal having a epilepsy attack. She almost became intangible and sinks to the ground. Other girls are laughing too. Eidolon really attracts some weird woman, right? Jean shakes her head in amusement. Like the one with the tattoos? Paige asks smiling. The one with the tattoos. Haha. And Kitty laughs again. What one with the tattoos? Cecily asks. Don't ask. Rogue advises while Kitty laughs even louder. A weird girl with tattoos that went too far in making tattoos to Eidolon. She is also an artist that drew Eidolon. Being very creative with his body modifications. Jean explains slowly. Let's say that her art is bestial. Kitty says with a chuckle while looking at her smartphone. A look of disgust passes through some of the girls' face. Find someone that looks at you like Black Cat looks at Eidolon. Kitty read out loud something on her phone. After some time she shows a surprised face and even whistles. She is so into him. If Bedroom Eyes needs an image as an annex, just use her face on this. She says and connects her phone to the TV. On the TV, a video filmed by a bystander show Eidolon holding Black Cat in his arms in the middle of a street. There's some crack under his feet. Apparently, he just saved her. A zoom on her face shows what Kitty is talking about. Damn. Eyes looking up. Mouth slightly open. More obvious than this only by baring her tits. Jubilee comments. They look like siblings. Rogue points out, not too happy. Sweet Home Alabama, Kitty sings. The rest of the video is a little more funny. Eidolon dropping Black Cat unceremoniously on the asphalt, ass first. From the side of the boys, Spike says. So. When I can start my hero work again. I'm feeling the call of justice and righteousness. He declares, puffing his chest. Yeah. You can be my sidekick, Spike. Warren declares at his side. The two of them always share the same brain cell in these things. Fuck off. You're the sidekick. Spike replies. Bitch, I can fly. So what? Kitty admonishes them, if you're doing this for the girls, is better to not even do it. Hey. We aren't doing this for the girls. Spike says, outraged. Yeah. Girls are like, the consequence. Warren shows his support. A very nice consequence. Boys. Only think about one thing. Paige rolls her yes. Look who is talking. Women are secretly thirsty too. We at least don't hide. We are honest. You guys literally watched a video of a girl relating her thoughts. Those are not thoughts. Kitty says. Please. If a man does a video telling how he copped a feel on She-Hulk or something, we all know how everyone would react. True. Against this, I can't argue. Kitty agrees in resignation, but two wrongs don't make a right. At this moment, Colossus arrives flustered in the living room, interrupting the light-hearted discussion. Pyotr, what happened? Jean asks worriedly. Is rare for the guy to lose the cool like that. Ileana. She disappeared. He says, sweating a little. What? The information makes everyone show worry and seriousness. I thought that she wanted to sleep till late today, but then I went to her room to take her to eat breakfast. And she was not there. I went to the professor and he can't find her either. He says, his Russian accent even more heavier now. Proof of his nervosism. Calm down, Pyotr. We are gonna find her. Scott says to his friend. Kitty. The professor asked you to check the cameras. Dr. McCoy is always with Logan on the X-Jet. Pyotr pleads. Okay, let's go check it now. She says, and everyone hurries to the security room. Kitty types on the keyboard, making the main screen show Ilian's room. Rewinding, she reaches the point where it's possible to see Ileana getting out of bed. So she went to the bathroom or for water. Scott comments, follow her. He says. On it. Kitty replies, changing the screen to the cameras in the hallways. Controlling the monitors, Kitty follows the path that Ileana took last night. What? What is happening with her? Pyotr asked, worried, when the screen showed Ileana crouching down on the ground, seeming in pain. Everyone watched, holding out their breath. Then, to the surprise of everyone, blue sparks start flying off her body and a portal appears a little behind her. And to make matters worse, long and thin arms get out of the portal and grab Ileana with their long clawed fingers. Most of the girls scream. And who doesn't scream was paralyzed in shock. What a fuck. Seeing a little girl being pulled over on a portal by monsters can scare anyone. No one knows what to say. Pyotr was still paralyzed and can't even blink while looking at the screen. It's obvious that the problem is beyond what they can do. She has been kidnapped, but was not that simple. Without a word, Pyotr takes his phone from his back pocket and dials. Brother. Hear me. Ileana has been kidnapped. He says with a serious face. 2 minutes later, Mikhail arrives with Idolin. There are indeed some traces left. Idolin says while looking at the spot where Ileana disappeared. Using the all-seeing eyes of God, he looks at everything on the scene. He raises his hand like to feel the spot. Yeah, the veil is still thin. He comments. Veil, Jean asks. Without looking at her and still circling the spot, he answers, wall, layer, barrier. You can call it anything. But is what separates our dimension from the others. Idolin comments. Dimensions. So that means. The professor starts saying worriedly from his chair. She was not on Earth anymore. Jean says uncertainly. Everyone looks at Idolin for confirmation. Yes. This complicates things a little. Idolin comments while thinking, with his fingers on his chin. I can feel some familiar scent from this place. Kurt comments when sniffing around the spot. Scent. Rogue asks, confused. Idolin gives Kurt a side glance before turning to look at the spot. Idolin, please help Ileana. I would Mikhail starts to please, but Idolin interrupts him. This goes without saying. Relax, I will do my best. He says with confidence, if I have to guess. Ileana awakened her meta powers. Something similar to Mikhail, but maybe stronger and with more potential. And she ended up falling into another dimension. He says. Mikhail nods, this situation is a little similar to his in the past. And now he is even more worried. His experiences are not something that he wants his little sister to suffer too. Idolin continues, now two things could have happened. 1. She falls at that place by accident, or 2. Someone on the other side targeted her. Wait. How? Who would target her? She literally awakened her power last night. Pyotr says, worried. The capability of seeing the future or predicting certain outcomes are not unseen. And why? I talked about the barrier separating dimensions, but is more like a net. There are small holes in it. The net is to stop the big fishes to come here. But small fishes can still travel between dimensions unnoticed and unrestricted. Maybe some big fish that is sealed want to use her powers to free himself. Eidolon guesses. This is good, it means that she will be kept alive. Eidolon declares, not letting their thoughts wander to dark places. We need to go save her. Do you have a way to go there? Jean asks. Yes, I have, but we won't go now. Eidolon says, still looking to the spot where she disappeared. Why? Scott asks, him and many are a little annoyed by his response. Eidolon doesn't even look at him. From what I can say, she went to some type of hellscape dimension. So I need to do some preparation. Do you know where she went? Do you went there in the past? Jean asks. Not this one. Don't worry, I will go rescue her still today. Give me some hours to go talk with a acquaintance. I want information. We can't fail after all. He says with confidence. Mikhail nods. I trust you. Eidolon nods at him, and then he takes out the sword of actuation. Holding the sword parallel to the ground and close to his face, he stops, as if waiting. Everyone just keeps looking at him. Then, he stabs the sword into the air. Literally stabs it. Half the blade sinks on the nothing, opening a little red wound in space. Eidolon let go of the handle of the sword, but the sword stays stuck in the air. I will let the sword of actuation here to pin the dimension. I don't think I pinpointed the exact place where she fell, but is the closest possible. He then finally turns to everyone, needless to say, don't touch on it. You guys can't even budge it anyway, but don't mess with it. He says seriously, I will come back later. He says and disappears. Kathmandu, Nepal. In an unsuspecting alley, Eidolon knocks on a door. The door opens to reveal a man wearing monk robes. The Ancient One is waiting for you. The monk says with a placid tone. Eidolon holds back the urge to roll his eyes, I bet. Please, lead the way. A.N. Bam. In one chapter, you're having a date with a sexy redhead, and in another, you go to killing people, planning a raid to a hellscape dimension, cooking, and then visiting an old wizard with universal-level powers. Typical Marvel. Sometimes a bunch of small things can be contained in a chapter, and in others the whole chapter is just one scene. I hope the pacing is not weird. I really want to give some depth to MJ last chapter. Anyway, Hector went to do something that he doesn't like very much. Put himself on sight of someone strong than him. Not that the Ancient One already doesn't know about him, but must be unpleasant. Anyway, the fact that he went to Kamartaj not for himself but for someone else is a show of character growth, huh? There's also the fact that he now is more sure that no one is an evil parody of themselves. On another side note, I was studying magic on Marvel. And I can only say that magic in MCU is shit. Seriously, is visually nice with the whole Inception, portals and other things, but is really unbalanced and not that well thought of. So I think I will take off the sling rings of this story. Not any apprentice can simply open a portal. Let's continue to base this story more on the comics. Till next time. Next chapter, a tea party and a raid on Limbo. Again, typical Marvel. Bye. Chapter 54, Tea and Tear. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Assumptions are made and most assumptions are wrong. Albert Einstein. Recap, in the last chapter, Ileana has awakened her power and is transported to another dimension under unknown circumstances. To prepare for the rescue mission, Eidolon decided to visit the most knowledgeable and trustworthy person that he can think. The Ancient One. Assumption breeds arrogance, which breeds mistakes. That's the main reason why I'm coming to talk with the Ancient One. The nature of my power allows me to grow strong and steadily without taking risks. Obviously, it's already been proved that actively seeking power and accomplishing great feats helps with the gacha, but eventually, I would have power that people can only dream of without doing shit. So this allows me to have a huge leeway to choose the risks that I want to take. Yes, I am in a dangerous universe, where the power roof is one of the highest in all fiction. Yes, I have a sense of urgency in at least being strong enough to survive medium-level threats. Medial level equals planet burst shit. Thankfully I am already in a somewhat comfortable position. So, there's no need to take crazy risks like traveling the galaxy collecting power and artifacts, like invading the collector's place or having contact with someone stronger than me, even if I could gain something from that. Depending on my paranoia, I would never even exchange a word with someone I can't one-shot in this world. But alas, it can't be like that. I know that not everyone is an enemy. Everyone is a potential enemy. And this is where my contingency plans enter. But there are people out there, that is, a little out of my scope, even if I prepare. I would not go down easily, but certain defeat is the result. Can you blame me for not wanting to put myself in a potential boss fight without grinding enough and without extra lives? First of all, I know the plot of the actual situation. Ileana is on the limbo. I know the name of the responsible too. Belasco. She would eventually make a cool sword, age up and then escape. Nice. No problem. Happy ending. This is her origin story. But assumptions are dangerous. Will she really escape? Is she really on limbo? What if this is a dark universe where she dies? There's no Amora or Frost Giants in the first Avengers movie either. No Warlock's Eye. No Loki empowering himself with the Casket of Ancient Winters. The portal would be closed without me having to use Captain America's shield to save New York. My rational brain always says to me that I'm not special. That I'm not some sort of main character or anything like that. If I die today, the universe will continue to expand and the world will continue to spin without me. But why if I'm here to bring some sort of balance and prevent bad ends? Maybe this universe is like the dark multiverse of the DC where bad things happen and are fated to tilt to the evil side and I'm here to balance things. Maybe without my interference, or at least some help, things can go downhill. It needs only one bad day after. That would explain some things. Me, here with the essence. At the same time, people are not my side characters. They are their own being and plenty capable of surviving and growing without me having to babysit them. When and where to intervene is a dilemma of mine that I ponder almost every day. The same dilemma that I pondered in the past about taking the nuke out of Iron Man's hands. Too much doting can spoil them. And in the worst case, they will end up lacking when they are the most needed. But I'm not letting Ileana's fate to chance. She is the sister of my subordinate and a kid. Sorry if you will not become a badass magic mutant half-demon with a soul sword, Ileana. You can grow in another way. Now, before going to save her, let's gain some information from the Ancient One. It seems that he is still alive. Makes sense, strange accident is last year, not even 10 months have passed. Not even the guy can become Sorcerer Supreme so fast. Again, assumptions are dangerous. All my meta-knowledge could be wrong and Ileana could be in another hell dimension, the enemy can be another. Better be safe than sorry. And if was not for the, till now, 100% rate of people here having the right/canon personality, I would have risked delving into limbo without coming to Camartage. So the chances of the Ancient One being an evil Dumbledore are slim. Not zero, but slim. I'm still on guard, but my danger sense is not alerting me even while I follow the mild-mannered Asian man that looks like a stereotypical monk through old halls. So this could go well and even open some doors for me to learn magic in the future. Normally, this moment would be when I would strike up a conversation to gain information, but I have a feeling that would be for naught. Would be a breach of etiquette to use the all-seeing eyes to look around. There's even an etiquette about it. I don't know. The monk guy opens a huge double door, without using magic, and then my senses alert me that this is a portal door of some kind. The temperature, sounds, and pressure is very different from the outside. I can tell that we're high on a mountain now. Follow me. The monk says, leading me through an open space. To my side, I can see some disciples doing exercises, sparks of different colors flying with their synchronized movements. So orange is not the universal color of these things, huh? The MCU is wrong again. Maybe is like the chakra in Naruto. Surprise surprise, everyone has chakra in Naruto with different colors. Blue is simply the standard used in the anime. Minato is called Yellow Flash, not only because of his hair. His Rasengan is yellow in the colored pages of the manga. I search around to see if I can find strange, but to no avail. The monk passes by other acolytes. Is this the word? Bowing his head to them and them to him. They greet me with a bow too, and I nod to them. Finally, we arrive at a very inconspicuous door. The Ancient One is inside. My guide says and goes away. Okay. Bye to you too. My danger sense is still not accusing anything. The tabs of the essence are open in the corner of my vision, ready for me to take off a bunch of power boost cards so that I can use them in a power or an item, in case of danger. Yep, some things need to be done redundantly with the essence. Like buying monthly the GP with money, taking the card out, and holding it to bring the item or character. I hope there's a next patch that improves it. Mental control mechanic or something like that. Or maybe simply me and the essence growing together. I literally have had this power for 4 months. I open the door and find myself in a very normal living room in a style. There are 2 chairs and a small table. High, but thin windows keep the place illuminated. There's not much on it, decoration-wise, a small cabinet with some things that look very normal, some plants that also look normal, and some art and calligraphy on the walls. Nothing mystical or fantastic. Even the only man in the room looks normal. If we ignore his purple and yellow robes, he just looks like a normal 60-year-old Asian man. His head is bald and he has a respectable goatee that reaches below his neck. And I sigh mentally looking at him. So not even he can't escape the curse of all men. Baldness. I also wonder if having a goatee is necessary to be the Sorcerer Supreme. And he is a man. As expected, there's no reason for him to be a woman. If I remember correctly, the Ancient One is only a woman in the MCU because Marvel was owned by Disney and is owned by China, so a stereotypical Chinese dude would be offensive. Pathetic. How so being the wise, cool and most powerful human in the entire universe be pejorative? Weirdos. I hate this gender swapping shit, only for the sake of gender swapping. Well, at least Tilda Swinton delivered very well, can't complain. She was the face of the Ancient One in my other old but is not right, sorry. Oh, you're here. Come help me with the tea. He says with a calm smile while carrying a tray in his hands. Tea, huh? Classic, do you know how to properly set a tea table, he asks. Yes. I answer and go to help him. I really do. And my knowledge of the tea ceremony comes from the unexpected Hanma Yujiro, that brute guy is surprisingly elegant and knowledgeable about all kinds of etiquette. Do you like tea? He asks me while he brings a sophisticated teapot in the shape of a bird, no, a rock. Who doesn't like tea? I say back while organizing the table. I notice that he prefers to do everything step by step, very calmly. One would expect him to snap his fingers and make the tea appear magically, but I can understand him now that I have so many powers. There's something enjoyable in doing things with your own hands. Wu-hao tea, one of the few luxuries that I allow myself to indulge in this old age. He says with a smile while giving me the teapot. I put the tea to the two of us, him first obviously, as a sign of respect. He is older than me, he is more powerful than me and he protected the universe for a long time. Any of these things can earn my politeness, altogether earns my respect, even if I don't know him too much. And I'm, technically, in his home too. Take a seat, he gestures to me. I nod at him and take a seat. After some minutes of silence and enjoying the tea, he finally says. I'm sure that you have something to ask me. He says. Didn't you already know what I'm going to ask anyways? I ask purposefully a little petulant. He only chuckles at my words, the process is equally important as the result sometimes, is not good to skip it. He says. Very well, Ileana Rasputin has been kidnapped or fallen, in some sort of hell dimension. I would like to know everything that you can say to me about the dimension, the inhabitants, the power level, races, and the probable culprit. I say directly, I'm in a hurry. I add after some time. He massages his goatee while thinking. Little Ileana will not have her life endangered, but she will face tribulations above her age. He comments wistfully. At this moment I expected him to turn back to me and ask if I don't know already about Ileana's fate, maybe aware that I'm originally from another universe, maybe a multiverse. But he comments nothing about it. So I flip the script. Shouldn't you do something about it, if you look so sad because of her fate? Maybe you could snap your fingers and bring her back. She is a 6-year-old, and her brothers are worried. I say accusatorially. He turns to me with a smile. Hey, you could stop this now. This probing through rudeness. You are not wrong in doing it, but is unnecessary. And now that I pointed it out, unreliable. He says with his eyes twinkling a little. I just look at him for some time before reclining on my chair. All right, but I'm really in a hurry. Say what you think that I need to know before I go. I say acting normal. He was not wrong. I was probing him. Trying to gauge his personality. And consequently how much contact I will have with him in the future. From never coming back to see him again, to casually coming to borrow some magic books and watch the teachings of the masters of the mystical arts. In my other life, I read a lot of fanfic where the MC receives wishes from a god or something like that. Dude. If someone that I don't know comes out from nowhere to give me powers, I would be very, very on guard. Seriously, the first thing that I would try to do is gauge the personality of the god in question. If the god is magnanimous and can take a joke or a somewhat rude behavior. Or if the guy looks petty and vindictive. Seriously, I wouldn't accept shit from someone that looks like wants amusement out of my suffering and will be watching and messing with my life. I would probably ask for small things like a healthy body and mind. Back to my talk with the Ancient One, I watch him stand up and approach a wall slowly. The situation is a little worrying. Little Ileana is right now in limbo. Not the Catholic limbo, I tell you. There are many limbos. The Catholic one, the purgatory. The two are not the same. He says, finally arriving at the wall. With time, limbo became synonymous of sealed place of stagnation. A separated dimension that is not hell, but can't be considered its own dimension either. Because have not the fundamentals to be considered an independent dimension. He swipes his hand and the wall changes. Like the entire wall is a big screen, and he just swiped right. In the place of the inconspicuous wall with some paints and poems, a bookcase appears. I could explain this subject, but you're in a hurry and would take too long. He says casually while he goes to take a book. The limbo that interests you now can also be called the other place. Is part of the nexus of realities and the centerpiece of the archipelago of anguish and redemption, but this also is not that important. He says while looking at the bookcase, searching casually for maybe another book. What you need to know is that fact made the other place a dimension that is visited casually by many sorcerers, demons, and beings of other dimensions. A place easy to enter but hard to get out. So the dangers are unpredictable. Did you ever go there? I ask. Yes, is an excellent place for every aspirant sorcerer to learn demonology. Not so dangerous like the others, and the demons are not that hungry for your soul. He chuckles, there's even a somewhat society. He comments. So is like a hub of activity of mystical and demon-related things. I conclude. Yes. He says, finally getting another book and turning to me, carrying 2 books in his hands, is a magical-based dimension, don't forget about it. I nod, and about the inhabitants. Their power levels. The big shots. There's a ruler there. I ask him to fill the gaps in my meta-knowledge. A normal demon would be stronger and tougher than a human, and smart as one too. There are demonic beasts too. Some demons use magic as well as any sorcerer. But I would say their power level normally can't go beyond that of an Asgardian. So they are no problem to you. He says while giving me the 2 books. One is thick and the other very slim. None of the books has a title. One looks downright evil, the thicker one. With a cover that appears to be made of some black anima hide and letters written with blood. Opening it I see that is a book of demonology. Talking about demons, demonic beasts, and how to use them as reagents, make contracts. Also, explaining many hell dimensions. Skirming fast I get to the part talking about the other place. This book looks like a diary of some sort. A journal of many demonologists. Very useful. The ancient one voice cut my thoughts, you need to keep an eye open for people like you. Outsiders. Who knows? Maybe you will end up meeting a sorcerer as good as me collecting ingredients or slaving demons. He says with a playful smile. Don't jinx it. I say sighing. Is he hinting me something? But the one that you need to worry about is the somewhat ruler of other place. That one would be an obstacle on your path. He says looking at me more seriously now. If I didn't know it already, this would be where he hinted that is Belasco that kidnapped Ileana. Belasco. He pointed to the other book, the thin one. Was a very powerful sorcerer from centuries ago. His talent for the dark arts allowed him to make contact with what he thought are the elder gods, but in truth are an offspring of one. The Ngarai, more precisely their elite, the Madpara. He waves his hands and the thin book opens and some pages are flipped to show what he is talking about. This thin book appears to be a wiki about Belasco. Elder gods. I say in a low voice reading the part about these demonic beings. My eyes focused on their creator. Thon. Isn't this the guy from where the Scarlet Witch magical powers come from? The writer of the Darkhold and a future problem. A problem that I want very far in the future. Like you should know already, gods are a broad subject. There are many types beyond your Asgardian friend. The elder gods, the outer gods. He answers my no question. Outer gods. So Lovecraftian lore is not fiction. I ask just to pry for more information. Lovecraft. A great sorcerer that never was. He exclaims and sighs he had a natural talent and spirituality. But it was not his fate to cross paths with the mystic arts. To this day I don't know if that was a good or a bad thing. He comments. So Lovecraft had the potential to be a sorcerer. Well, knowing the guy I'm glad that this talent was never touched. He is a good example of separating the author from their work. Tell me more about this Belasco. 7 centuries and still alive and now a demon. I say reading the pages of the thin book. He tried to open a portal to allow the invasion of the Ngarai in the past. He was eventually defeated and sealed on the limbo through a ritual that connects his blessing to that dimension. He explains. He continues, this blessing is something that you need to know. He is virtually indestructible. He says to me with a smile. I sigh, how much indestructible? I ask to make sure. This universe is full of people claiming invulnerability, but few can really say that are indestructible. Very much indestructible. Immortality and nigh invulnerability. Impossible to hurt him though conventional means. He says. So basically I will probably fight a low-budget version of the comic, Scarlet Witch with centuries of experience that is indestructible. Okay. I can do it. I see. If that's all. I'm going now. I say, raising from my seat. Everything you need to know is on the books. He says with a smile, you can take them with you and return to me later. I nod. Well, so he is pretty sure that I will come back. Good to have his vote of confidence. Leaving the Camartage, I speed read the books while high in the air and flying away. Also, I scan everything and save them with the help of Cortana and my technopathy. Having the mind like a computer is useful. I can even replay things from my memory in a TV or even play music in my mind. Stopping high in the air, I decide to do something that I don't like very much but would help in this situation. I touch my face and activate Foresight, Night Eye's quirk to see the future. I don't like to rely upon or even use it. This power is unreliable. Even inside the BNHA universe is possible to alter the outcome, so here. And living using this power every day after waking up sounds tremendously unhealthy in many ways. But there are moments where it can be useful, like right now when I will do a dangerous thing. Could at least serve as a guideline. I focus on the visions, wanting to see only some dozen of hours in the future. I see. It seems that my confrontation with Belasco is inevitable. Strangely, but not unexpected, the visions became a little blurry when I entered the limbo, other place, but I saw some interesting things. 3 interesting things to be exact. 1. I will fight Belasco. And yes, he is annoying. I could tell even from the little that I saw. 2. We will meet Ileana, not in a dungeon or a prison. Yes. I saw first that the X-Men will want to follow me. Sincerely, I would prefer to do this mission alone. Is the rational thing to do, but rationality can't always win when a loved one is in danger. Is not right to deny Colossus and Mikhail from following. And then I couldn't stop the rest either. It is not like I'm their father. Okay, if it's like that. I will set the mission on my own terms and says some necessary things first. Using my technopathy, I give a call. After being answered I say, Seiko, are you down to invade a hell dimension and cut some demons? I can almost hear her grin widening. Preparation is quicker than my talk with the Ancient One. Get some weapons and visit another guy. This time I will not exchange a word with him. Now I know that the demons of the Limbo speak another language, so I will visit Douglas Ramsey, aka Cypher. The meta that some days ago awakened his power of omnilingualism. Unfortunately, MCU Loki don't have all speak. Sucks, huh? Even magic is severely limited. Like he is a character that the build is all invested in illusion magic. Is on my list to go to him to copy his power since 2 days ago, but this is one of the things that are so easy that you left it for later. And he is seldom alone. But now he is. He is alone on his room, under the covers of his bed, all depressed. Using Somnambulist, Midnight's quirk, I make him go into a deep sleep. I look around his room for a bit. It's dirty and dark, with the curtains closed. This guy has an issue. The problem is obvious, he is depressed because he is a meta with a weak power. He awakened his power, and noticed that he is now part of the meta community but his power is not good. I even read about this in the BNHA/MHA world. Depression POS awakening. Very common, even so when always happens in a child and in a world that values quirks so much. Everyone wants to have a cool and strong power. But not everyone is lucky in the genetic lottery. A child wants to be the next All Might but ended with the power to change his hair color. Or quirkless. The dreams are shattered, your first and only chance of being a hero, the first and biggest disappointment in a child's life. So they became withdrawn, sad, and unmotivated. There's even a booklet teaching parents how to deal with it. How to act even before the awakening. Lowering expectations a little, saying that is common to be normal subtly. Well, I'm not here to help this guy now. His power is not even so bad. Okay, you're not a flying brick but it has its uses. And your appearance remains unchanged. You can live a normal life. I extend my hand and copy his power. Take some minutes, but I successfully acquire and start flying away. I test the power with the data of the Chitauri and other things. Okay, this power is low-key busted. This guy can become the greatest hacker. And being omnilingual helps with magic too, right? His path is not that straightforward but it is there. He only needs to open his eyes to the possibilities. I appear again in the living room of the X-Mansion. The fact that all X-Men are suited up doesn't surprise me. Okay, let's manipulate the situation a little to my benefit. And cut some wings. I'm back. I say to them and start walking in the direction of the hallway where the sword of actuation it's still there. I'm thinking of using power boost cards in it, because of the talk with the Ancient One and what I've seen in the future. Now I know that there will be a small upgrade if I use 8 more cards. The vision was fuzzy, but I know that could be useful in a place where magic is the norm. Let's wait for now. I see Colossus and Mikhail on guard close to my sword. I walk to them while multitasking reading the 2 books in the files saved in my mind. What are you guys thinking of doing? I ask, turning around to look at the X-Men following me while all ready to battle. Time for a little teaching. Sai, how do I reach these keys? Cartman voice. Kitty Pride POV. Everyone is a little stressed right now. Simply waiting for Eidolon can be nerve-wracking. All of the X-Men are ready to jump into whatever dimension Ileana has fallen down. Even Logan and Dr. McCoy returned and are ready. Eidolon finally appears in the living room. After some words he start heading to the hallway where Ileana disappeared. What are you guys thinking of doing? He turns to us when he finally arrives close to his sword. There's something different about him today. He is more serious. Scott steps forward and says, obviously, we gonna accompany you. He is in his navy blue costume with a giant yellow X on the chest, and with his battle glasses. I would prefer that you guys not do it, really. Eidolon answers immediately. Why? Scott asks. The truth may hurt, but the chances of you guys getting in the way are not small. The rational option is obviously me going alone. Eidolon says and then turns to give a side glance to the Rasputin brothers, but I think sometimes rationality loses. He comments. I want to go help Ileana. Pyotr says, stepping forward. I completely understand. But you all must also understand that this must be done right. The truth is all of you are a liability. There's nothing you guys can do that I can't do myself. He says frankly while crossing his arms over his chest, below his mantle. Damn, that is hurtful, but I sort of understand, somehow. And Eidolon is fucking intense now, with no smiles or pleasantries. This is Eidolon in working mode. But taking into consideration the feelings of Mikhail and Pyotr, would be better that there's a team with them. Capable enough to defend themselves and act independently from me. Eidolon says, but I choose who will come. He says, almost glaring at everyone, daring anyone to challenge him. He touches his ear like he is talking with someone for a second and then focus on us again. From here, the ones that will accompany me beyond the 2 brothers will be Marvel Girl, Nightcrawler, Iceman, Rogue, and Shadowcat. He says. Whoa, I'm included. But I turn to look at Scott. He is gritting his teeth. Beyond them, Shadow and Murasaki will be accompanying us too. Eidolon says, gesturing with his hand to an empty space at his side, where a portal opens and from it emerges Eidolon's sidekick in the purple female samurai. She is called Purple Samurai here in the West, but I read that her name is Murasaka something something in Japan, meaning Purple Mist Blade or something like that. Is a long name. I look at her more attentively, the first time seeing her personally after all. She is tall for a woman. Her purple cool hair is tied in a high ponytail. If let loose, I think her hair would go to that Yamato Nadeshiko style. Yes, I'm into anime and mangas. Even with her half-hanya mask is obvious that she is pretty. Long legs, a modest chest. I think. That cloth looks tight, maybe she has huge badunkas. She has 2 katanas on her left side. A pleasure to meet you all, she says in English, with only a small accent, while bowing to us. Most of us return the greeting. But it appears that Scott is not happy with Eidolon letting him out. Logan too. Listen here, bub. If I want to go save the girl, you can't stop me. And I'm used to going to fucked up places anyway. He says, half growling. And I would appreciate you here much more. There's a reason that I want to let Storm, you and the others are the most attack-oriented metas here. To protect the mansion in our absence. Eidolon says without feeling the least threatened by Logan. He continues his explanation, Jean and Robert can be the heavy hitters. Even if you don't need a heavy hitter with me going, Robert can help with crowd control, Jean beyond helping with that can help with interrogations of the inhabitants for information. Kitty and Kurt can infiltrate and escape easily, this is a rescue mission, I remember you all. And Rogue can absorb information and physiologies of the natives, who know if we need to pass though a defense mechanism that only lets demons in or something like that. Colossus, Mikhail, Shadow, and Murasaki can defend all of you against multiple opponents or even a stronger opponent alone. He explains patiently. Okay, he got a point. This lineup is good, even without Eidolon. This is also a good opportunity to teach you guys something too. I will not always be here, maybe a similar situation can happen and I will be on the other side of the galaxy. But I also can't bring a dozen of you with me. Logan looks a little subsided, understanding Eidolon's point. He can look like that, but Logan has a soft spot for the children, so saying to him to stay to protect them is the right call. Storm doesn't even argue, even though she is worried sick about Ileana. Scott is on the other side. I still think I should go too. He says. Eidolon looks at him, completely done. But then he sighs and starts talking again. Cyclops, you're the leader of the X-Men, right? When the adults don't make the calls, I mean. He says. Scott nods. So let me give you a little lesson about leadership. Idolin starts. I hope Scott doesn't take this the wrong way, he can be prideful sometimes. And Idolin is acting very professionally, even if he is not sugarcoating his words, talking with us like adults and people who work saving lives. Is a little refreshing. There are certain steps that one needs to take to be a leader. A leader needs to prove his own competence and capabilities as an individual to all the people he has under his command. This will facilitate and speed the fulfillment of orders and turn the team into a well-oiled machine that operates very well, minimizing failures. And I need to remember you, failures in the things we do mean loss of lives. Idolin says seriously. The X-Men was a young group, you're the older one, but I'm sure that you proved on some occasions that your decision-making is good and should be followed by your teammates. But you coming together will be a liability, a loose end in the chain of command of this group. I do not have illusions that my orders will be taken without questioning. You guys don't know me, I can't demand this of you all. Even not intentionally, you guys may turn to look at Cyclops or even Jean every time that I issue a command, turning the process of acting slow. And this can't do. Idolin frowns. His frown gives me goosebumps. He focuses on Scott again. We don't know each other, you may think that your ideas are better than mine and act of your own volition. This will endanger everyone. Okay, maybe not endanger everyone. I'm powerful enough to cover most of your guys' mistakes, one of the reasons I'm even consenting and taking more people. But any confusion generated by your guys will make my life hard, do you understand? Idolin explains. I can understand. It's not like he is condescending. He is speaking facts. I'm not dumb, I will not act out of line. Scott argues. You're saying this now. When emotions cloud your head you may act differently. Let me prove it to you. He looks around and spots Jean. The situation is pure chaos, destruction, and fights everywhere. A battlefield. Jean is falling from high in the sky, high as a skyscraper, unconscious and to certain death, and I order you to ignore her falling and escape to safety with the rest. What would you do? He points at Jean and asks, my order is a simple, Cyclops, guide the others to safety. An awkward silence falls on us. Everyone knows what Scott would do. This means nothing. I can't abandon a friend. He argues. Yes. You're not wrong, but is not the right answer either. He turns to the purple samurai, Murasaki, cut your arm. The order catches everyone off guard and before anyone could react, she already has pulled one of her katanas and is swinging it at her outstretched left arm, ! When I was ready to scream. Idolin catches the katana between two fingers. I think a good part of us released a breath. Okay, it was obviously that Idolin wouldn't let her cut her arm. What I'm thinking. That's the ideal relationship between a leader and the ones that follow him. Very important, especially if the situation is pure chaos and everyone is in a pinch. If Jean was falling, you would ignore everything and everyone to try to save her. This comes from your own worry and personal feelings taking precedence over my orders. Idolin explains. Again, you don't know me at all, but are you forgetting how fast I am? If Jean is falling from a building, I would like everyone to go to safety because it's easy to me to save her, no need to waste the efforts of you all that are not even safe. He then scoffs and rolls his eyes. Heck, I could have time to put makeup on her and change her clothes to a wedding before casually catching her. She was never in danger under my watch. He turns to Scott again, his eyes accusingly, but you don't know that. And even if you know, you don't trust me enough to put her safety in my hands. Well, we can't argue about that. Would be more of an instinct, really. I can't really but mutter. This makes Idolin turns to me and I straighten up unconsciously like he is some sort of drill sergeant. You're not wrong, familiarity breeds trust and cooperativeness. If I said so, Murasaki here would abandon all of you because she trusts that I have everything under control and trust my capabilities. Is because we know each other. He says, gesturing to the female samurai, I ordered her to cut her own arm and she didn't even hesitate. This is the result of her having confidence in my decision-making and the fact that I maybe know something that she doesn't. I don't need to explain all my thoughts to her. Maybe her arm was cursed, she trusted that I would ask her to hurt herself for nothing. And she knows that I could cure her eventually, thanks to this she doesn't even feel bad about doing it. Well, she probably figured out that I was asking that just to prove my point, but she was ready to really cut her arm and suffer the pain for the sake of my argument. That's the level of trust she has in me and is not something I can cultivate in your guys today. I explained this so that maybe during this mission, this conversation will come to your minds and will make you all make the right choice at a difficult time. He explains and I turn to the female samurai. Her expression didn't even change. This woman is hellbent on following Idolin. If he asked me to cut my arm, even after he explained everything, saying that he would heal me, even if I mentally prepare myself, I would at least flinch. If Scott says to me to enter in a dangerous place and that he would cover me with his blast. Would do it without hesitation. Yes, I would do it. But nothing without hesitation. And I would still worry about getting hit, worried that he would fail, which might affect my performance. This woman would jump from certain death if Eidolon say that he would catch her. So this is the difference between our teams. We're still newbies. Now I'm going to ask you again, Cyclops. Even after I said all this. Do you still want to come? Sometimes doing nothing can be the best you can do. Eidolon looks at him. Well, Eidolon made excellent points and shared his experience, boo it. I'm going. Scott answers resolutely the expected. All right then. Eidolon doesn't ever argue and turns around to take his sword. That's it. No more arguing. Is Eidolon tired of trying to convince him? Like if reading my thoughts, probably notice everyone weird expressions, Eidolon says. You are not wrong in wanting to come. They're your team. Is okay for you to try to come to protect them. Eidolon comments without turning back, your decision could eventually be right and I could be wrong, we will only know later. I'm not you father and I already said my piece. Eidolon then takes the sword from the spot where is cutting space and then focusing he makes an X in the vacuum. Opening a square-shaped portal, beyond there was only a mass of red clouds and chaos. Whoa, cool as heck. This is very common in this world, you know. Is normal to have different ideas and ideals from other people, and this can generate conflicts. The closest example is the professor with Magneto. That doesn't mean that they hate each other or anything like that. Eidolon gestures to the professor and he nods lightly. So don't be mad if we just disagree. Grow up. But I will warn one last thing to everyone. This time the difference of ideas between me and Cyclops was easily solved. I really don't care. But if the topic is something a little more important. He turns serious, his sharp gaze on everyone. When two people has different ideas and none of them backs off, conflict is inevitable. So, if during this mission or in the future we get on odds terms, we will fight. Gulp. Who is coming? Organize yourselves. Eidolon says before turning to Mikhail and giving him a short sword. Is that adamantium? From our side, we will mostly follow Eidolon arrangements. The only difference is that Scott took Bobby's place. Not a bad idea, Iceman is more suited to a defensive battle. Turning to Eidolon is me, Scott, Jean, Rogue, Kurt and Pyotr. Adding the purple samurai, Shadow, Mikhail and Eidolon himself, this is a super strong lineup. Damn, with this group we can do anything. And we are going on a mission with Eidolon. Is wrong to be excited. That's it. Okay. Let's go. Eidolon says and I'm ready to step on the portal but then I feel something touch my face and see Eidolon's palm blocking my view. A flash of azure light is the last thing I see. Marvel Girl, Jean Grey POV. Whoa, thunk, I felt myself falling on the ground. Where I am. The last thing I remember is seeing Eidolon touching my arm and then. I turn around, noticing that everyone is in similar states of confusion. And it takes me an embarrassingly long time to notice the place where we are. The sky is filled with red clouds, the ground is a dry desert of black and purple earth. There are some dried trees here and there with different colors, some look like are made of rock and are spiked. The only living beings I can see beyond us are some black dots flying high in the air that look like birds, but they're making some horrifying sounds. Is this hell? I hear Kurt asks at my side. He is not using the holowatch that changes his appearance. His blue form exhibited to all to see, know that there's anyone beyond us to see. No, just one of the many limbos. Eidolon answers, only he, Mikhail, Shadow and Murasaki are standing straight from the beginning. Mikhail is helping his brother to stand up. Don't stand up just yet. Get used to this place first. Eidolon advice. What he is talking about? A hug. I feel dizzy, is hard to breathe. It takes 1 minute, I think, from the sensation go away. I finally raise myself from the ground. What is that? I ask, approaching Eidolon. He turns to me, this is another dimension. The laws of reality here are different. I can tell that this place is much more magical in nature. Humans, even if they have the potential, are not that mystical. Is even a weakness? No. A blind spot that we need to overcome. Is natural that we take a little longer to get used. We feel weird from simply going 1,000 meters high after all. He explains. True, we are a little too fragile. Everyone is already on their feet and getting closer to talking about the next steps. What did you do to us? Scott asks a little accusingly, but even I'm curious. Eidolon doesn't look at him, preferring to focus his gaze on the horizon. Just taking some precautions to avoid clichés. He answers casually. Clichés. I ask. Yeah. He's still focused on something else beyond us. I facilitate you guys' transportation so that we wouldn't be separated during the crossing of the portal. He says, and he extends his hand and attracts a big rock to him. When the rock touches his hand, a green light envelopes it and then a marble appears on his hand. Looking closely is possible to see the big rock inside the marble. Carrying you guys like this prevents the eventual separation between us. He answers before throwing the rock away. Oh. These clichés. Very common indeed, Kitty says while nodding her head. She is probably talking about some fantasy thing. This aside, being separated would be disastrous. Is good that he took precautions. Well, is Eidolon after all? Is this way that you carry a bunch of things? Compressing them in marbles? Kitty asks curiously. Maybe. He and his one-word answers. Eidolon then produces a cloud from his hands. A light blue cloud, very big. At least 20 feet wide. Hop in. He says before jumping in the floating cloud and standing above it. Shadow and Murasaki don't hesitate in jumping on it too. What? This is like that anime. Do you even have the flying cloud of Sun Wukong? Kitty asks while testing the cloud with her hands fluffily. And then she jumps on it. I follow her afterward. Yeah, really soft. Everyone climbs in and then the clouds fly to the sky, very fast I could say. A jet is too conspicuous in a dimension like this. Eidolon says and the cloud turns red, to match the sky. From below must be hard to spot us. This is not like I imagined this place. Kitty comments while peeking down. Do you imagine rivers of lava? Damned souls being boiled and whipped? Eidolon asks with a hint of amusement while keeping his eyes on the front. He is sitting in the forefront of the cloud. Shadow and Murasaki are a little behind him, I'm the closest one beyond the two. Ah, well, yeah. Kitty answers a little bashful. Eidolon and some others chuckle, this is not hell. Is not even the purgatory, only a dimension of demons. He says, but there are many other people here too, visitors like us. People visit this place? Rogue asks incredulously. Is convenient. Eidolon shrugs his shoulder, you can come here to acquire things or even train. Going to other dimensions to train or harvest resources is somewhat common to the ones that can. No consequences. He says. Damn. Is all that Kitty says. Yeah, damn. Is that common to simply go to another dimension? What world we are living, huh? Did you do it before? I ask him, he finally turns to look at me. Do you even heard of Eidolon before I show myself? How do you think I tested my limits? He says with a hint of mischief in his eyes, and then his expression changes to sadness. Melancholy. If it were not for my empathic power I wouldn't have noticed. Interesting. Eidolon used other dimensions as training grounds. I ask myself how many stories he has to tell. Now this is a good opportunity to teach you some things, Shadow. You all pay attention too. Eidolon says looking at his sidekick and Murasaki. His words make everyone perk up. Is not like we are doing anything here either. He starts the multiverse is a complex construct of realities or dimensions, with infinity's possibilities. There are universes similar to ours, even alternative universes that are almost a copy but with some alteration. There are even alternative versions of ourselves out there. Wait. So the thing about evil versions of us is true? Kitty asks. Evil, neutral, good. There are many versions of yours out there. Sometimes the circumstances dictate ourselves. What would happen if you guys are not found by the professor, but instead found by some evil organization that would do all sorts of evil experiments with you guys? Would you all be the same? Maybe you would become bitter, angry, and evil. He says, making everyone put a contemplative look, try to remember something that could have gone wrong in the past and imagine that in another universe, it really went wrong and this changed you. Maybe Mikhail here was an evil version before I help him. In another universe, he never suffered his accident and lived happily. The man himself looks a little sad hearing that. All sort of different versions of us is out there. Gender-bending versions, versions that never awakened their powers, old and young versions, different races. Beyond these parallel and alternative universes, there are completely different dimensions from our own. This place is an example. Eidolon opens his arms to gesture to the limbo places that is like hell, like fantasy worlds, sci-fi with totally different races, elements or laws of physics and concepts. Heck, this whole reality may be just a plane. Another reality must be as big as our solar system with only one planet. There are dimensions that don't carry living beings, only energy. Some people can channel these energies to use It's said that the Mjolnir is connected with a dimension of lightning and thunder. Eidolon explains. There are ridiculous universes too, where we are animals, made of pizza, where we are two-dimensional or we are made of blocks. He looks at us. So, where do I want to go with this? When you find yourself in a new reality, try to leave whatever common sense behind and be open to learning. Observe carefully first. Maybe in a reality, the green light is to stop and the red light to go. And this is only a small thing from many examples. I see Shadow nodding to his words. Now, bringing to our situation. First thing first, stay out of trouble and study the place. I already checked if we are not inhaling something toxic and slowing dying, but be attentive in the future without me. He says to our surprise, here we need to see how the inhabitants live. Are they barbaric? Where the strength rules above everything. There's a social hierarchy. Who are the elite and who are the oppressed? What is the language? The currency. Sincerely, realities where strength rules above everything are very simple and straightforward. Just be strong and not attract the attention of something stronger and you can do anything. Take anything. No consequences. If you're lucky, sometimes, the trash of one is the treasure of another, so maybe there are huge reserves of gold, vibranium or other precious metals here and the natives don't care. So you can take everything. The inverse is true too, maybe trash to us is precious to them. If you're running out of money, just go to a post-apocalyptic world and loot everything. Eidolon comments and I look at him strangely. Did you ever do that? I ask, raising my eyebrow. He looks at me with amusement in his eyes. Yes, he answers with his favorite word, don't worry, I will not destroy the economy. He says afterward. Going to a desert Earth and taking gold or anything else, imagine how much he has of everything. Heck, and the other planets. The guy must be a trillionaire. It's very common for stray people to end up rising to overlords on the dimensions where they are stranded, you know. Some people let the power go over their heads. Is not something easy to do in our world, but there are places where the natives would worship you easily simply because of the fact that you are stronger. Remember, not all people here are evil. They have different views. Maybe some will think of you as a food, as ingredient. Don't try to be a revolutionary and change how this place works based on your human sensibilities. Adapt. Temporarily, but adapt. With luck, not everyone are bloodthirsty monsters and we can have a conversation and even cultivate some friendship here. There are all types of humans, so the same should be true to any race. He counsels. Well, a necessary heads up. Eidolon lets everyone digest the information. Sincerely, I was thinking that we would be fighting from moment one here. Like cutting through hordes of demons to rescue Ileana. Well, I think everyone did their own assumptions. After some time in silence, it's cut by Scott asking Eidolon, do you have any idea where we are going? He asks. Yeah, we are flying without direction. But at least we are covering ground fast. We are going to where Ileana is. Eidolon answers without turning back. But aren't we just flying aimlessly? Are we searching for a reference point? Did you know the geography here? Did your friend give you a map? I ask. No, we are flying to Ileana. Eidolon says with care. Some frowns appear on everyone's face, except the ones of the SCP. Do you know where she is? Rogue asks. Yes. How? I ask. I put a tracker on her. What? Kitty and everyone act shocked. When did you do that? Kitty asks. The first time I meet her. He says calmly, ignoring our shocked faces. This guy is really Piran. Wait a minute. Did you put trackers on us too? I ask him and everyone perks up and looks at him. From the corner of my eyes, I can see Murasaki giggling slightly. Is he avoiding eye contact? No. He finally answers, but I'm not convinced. I even try to look at myself. How the heck did he put a tracker? You are all grown-ups. Ileana is a child in a place that is prone to be attacked. The sister of one of my people, obviously I will take precautions. Eidolon explains. Wait. Did he know that something would happen with Ileana? Our first meeting is him coming to me to talk about the possible future disaster that I could cause. Maybe he saw that something would happen, but instead of trying to control the outcome, he just take precautions to help. I don't know how to feel about that. This is a little of an invasion of privacy. Kitty comments. There's no such thing as privacy in our world. Eidolon almost rolls his eyes, even you guys put cameras to monitor the children on their bed. He says. Touché. This is to dash, Scott starts to argue. To take care of them. Observe if there are any changes in their bodies in their sleep, etc. etc. Yeah, I know. Is a good thing. A child doesn't need privacy. It needs to be safe and a little of space. To let them do their things, commit their mistakes and even get hurt a little. But it's our job to protect them from anything fatal. Eidolon says. Parenting 101. Oh. A city. Let's go investigate. He says suddenly looking at the horizon, we still can't see it. I learned some things about this place from my acquaintance, but let's learn by ourselves and compare the information. He says, turning the flying cloud to the supposed city. We arrived at the place. Yep, is really a city. Awful similar to a human one. Eidolon said that is natural, this place has received the influence of humans in the past. But there are also strange things, like that building that looks like a honeycomb, that hole in the ground where people are going in and out, and that huge tower that touches the clouds. This place is like a mix of crazy fantasy cultures. And obviously the most apparent mix. The people. Yes, there are demon-looking people with big horns and red, or another color, skin, yellow eyes, protruding teeth, and evil looks. But not only them. There are people here that have no distinct difference from humans. I'm sure I saw 1 or 2 humans, covered in strange clothes. Some look like humans with some distinct features like pointy ears, a single horn on the forehead, hoofed feet, tails, wings. Kurt doesn't look much different from these, to be truthful. And then there are the really weird ones. Like that mass of tentacles wiggling around calmly, and no one batting an eye. That giant wasp guy flying close to the ground. That minotaur guy and that dragon guy. Is very common for people with the bodies of a human and the head of some creature here. The physique varies too, some are small as children and skinny as you can get. And some are mountains of muscles or fat that could compete with the Hulk and Blob. Just walk confidently. Try not to gawk too much. Eidolon says, leading us into the streets of this labyrinth-like city. You can go anywhere if you act confident enough, like you own the place. You can enter anywhere with a ladder. He advises. We follow him. He is constantly teaching us things, to look at the people more attentively. To see if someone is a fighter, who looks like a bad person, where to find who is doing illegal things. He pointed, these things are easy to spot, you just need to really open your eyes, he said. This place gives a familiar feeling. Cut comments absent-mindedly. We look at him. The one more at home. Would be rude to point it out, even if it's obvious. But Eidolon sometimes is very considerate, and sometimes he is blunt as the punches that he could deliver. Maybe you have some demon heritage. Wants me to look in it later. He offers. Cuts looks hesitant. We always thought that his appearance is simply a coincidence. The way he looks like a demon, but now, with him talking about these feelings, the smell of sulfur that he emits when he teleports. There is something deep going on there. If you don't want to forget about it. But let me say something. Eidolon turns to our blue friend, your parents and family only define you as much you allow it. So don't feel bad about the discovery. And who knows, maybe whatever ancestor of you was a good guy. Did all these people look like sadistic savages? He gestures to some young demons playing some sort of board game and laughing. To a weird couple of a small cyclopes-like dwarf giving a gift to a huge minotaur girl. She is all shy, it is cute and wholesome in some way. Kurt nods at Eidolon's words after some time. But Eidolon is already looking forward again. That's him being considerate, he can be nice when he wants. Wouldn't this be the moment where we separate to search for clues? Kitty walks till she is shoulder to shoulder with Eidolon and asks. Stop with the clichés. He rolls his eyes, there's no need to separate. I can hear everything in the city. Is awful and not useful came up till now, but there's no need to go in different ways, Eidolon says. Yeah, continue rubbing that you don't need us here. Jokes aside, he was not being arrogant when he said that the best way is simply for him to go alone. There's some sort of bazaar ahead. Let's go. He says, pointing to the end of the street. We walk from some time before the street opens to a large area, full of demons. Well, living beings. The place looks like a marketplace, it's bursting with activity. Beyond the people, the most notable structure is the statue of a demon in the middle. I think 30 feet tall. Eidolon is looking around, his all-seeing eyes at full force, there are even some circles in front of his face. He is analyzing everything and everyone, it seems. There's even some interesting things here. In the future, I will come back to check out. He comments lightly. Brings me to. All this magic stuff sound cool. Kitty says, latching on Eidolon's arm, there are even some cute animals here. And, some not so cute. She says, gesturing to a place that is filled with cages filled with beasts. Small humanoid reptilian things, a cute one that looks like a purple sheep, a snake with the head of a bird, some cute little monkeys, and then some dangerous-looking things. Like a rhinoceros filled with spikes, a horse on fire, a giant, what is that thing? A centipede spider with wings. And that thing is enormous. Eidolon burned that. My phone is acting weird. Kitty comments while trying to take pictures of the animals, the battery failed already. Even if magic is not the exact opposite of technology and the two can even work together, some technological things will have a hard time in a place like this. Difficult for radio waves to propagate, electromagnetism is all going crazy here. The place should have sucked the charge of your phone. There are ways to protect tech apparatus from external influences, you know. But I think your phone is not magic-proof. Idolin comments. So like Hogwarts. She turns to look at him. Idolin gives her a look. After all my explanations. Yeah, like Hogwarts, Hufflepuff girl. He rolls his eyes and continues to walk. Hey, what is the problem with being a puff? We're loyal and hard workers. Kitty exclaims with her hands on her hips. Nothing wrong. Idolin says, but he gives a cough that sounds awfully similar to side character. Typical Gryffindor. Kitty shakes her head. Hey, I'm obviously a Ravenclaw. The underrated house. Don't lump me together with those reckless brutes. Idolin looks outraged. I can only shake my head at their antics. After walking a little more, we stopped in front of a small shop, selling trinkets, stones. That may or not may be used for something useful. Some are beautiful. Idolin is acquiring information from the owner of the shop. But he is rizzing up that demon lady good. Kitty whispers at my side, to me and to the other girls. And is true. Idolin is talking with the shop owner in a language that we don't understand, sounds like Latin with onomatopoeias of suffering. His tone is a little flirtatious while he is holding the lady, hand, tentacle. I mean, I'm not one to judge by appearances, but she is not on the beauty standards of the human race. Her skin is purple, her hair is small blue tentacles that move around wildly, her face is full of eyes and her teeth are sharp, is possible to see because of her laughs at what Idolin is saying. She is even blushing and covering her face timidly at some of his words. Okay, she is humanoid and she has a womanly hourglass figure, but her limbs are an agglomeration of tentacles that are joined till her makeshift hand. Well, props to Idolin for don't care about appearance. She has huge breasts, by the way. I steal a glance to my side and see Rogue looking too focused at the exchange. Jealous even from this. Murasaki only appears amused and Shadow looks like don't care. Did she ever have emotions? Best deadpan face that I have ever seen. With a last caress on the demon lady, Lim. Idolin says goodbye and approaches us. All the way that he is waking in our direction, the demon lady doesn't take her many eyes off him. That multiple eyes blinking at different times are triggering the trypophobia that I didn't know that I have. Did she just bite her lips? So some things transcend dimensions, huh? I discovered some interesting things. Idolin starts. Like her address to a late visit. Kitty teases, elbowing him on his side. This too. He answers flatly, but is not important. Has ZY told me about the biggest city in this place? Is relatively close to here. Has ZY, huh? The ruler of this dimension is a sorcerer of our reality. My acquaintance told me about him. Involved with dark arts, turned himself into a demon, sealed here. Do you think he kidnapped Ileana to escape? Mikhail asked, aggravated. That's where things get interesting. There are some rumors that Belasco, the name of the guy, has taken an apprentice. Human girl. Blonde hair. He is teaching Ileana. Wait. Is he good or bad? Kitty asks, confused. Idolin shakes his head. A guy that tried to open a portal to our world so that extra-dimensional demons can invade can't be good. But this was 7 centuries ago. He could be searching for a successor, or he had a change of heart. Now, this is the good news, Ileana is alive. He says. And everyone breathes in relief, a certain invisible weight lifted from our shoulders, but I notice that Idolin is not so happy. My empathic powers show me that he is contemplative. Guilt. Exasperated. And there's bad news? I decide to ask. He looks at me intently. Belasco has taken Ileana as an apprentice at least 6 years ago. In this dimension. Everyone's eyes widen. Time is another concept that acts differently in other realities. He says gravely. Hell there. Hope you like this chapter. Is not one of my best, but this arc is the introduction of 2 important things. Magic and the multiverse. The next chapter interesting will happen. I put most of the chapters under Jean's POV so that we see how people see our MC when he is working. Jean is the most unbiased of everyone. I thought long and hard about the aging of Ileana. I eventually decided that she will not be in the age of the first X-Men group. Idolin going there saved her some years of suffering. By the way, I thought that Belasco would be an easy enemy. Till I research him. Seriously, Marvel is full of strong underrated people. Little spoiler. Beyond Belasco, another Sorcerer Supreme level candidate is visiting Limbo. I ask myself what will happen, huh? Till next time. Chapter 55, Battle in the Limbo, Part 01. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. There's no other way to go but forward. Sabito, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Recap: in the last chapter, Eidolon and the rest dived on Limbo to search for Ileana. They explore this new place, eventually discovering that she already spent years on it. Now, they're on the way to Belasco City to the final confrontation. Well. Web novel has a limit of 20k words by chapter. What a bummer. So this first part will have 13k. I stopped in a cliffhanger to mess with your guys too. Anyway, this messed up my plan. But I will release the rest still this week. The problem is I have things to do, you know. So I don't know when. But I will release till Friday at least. I don't have time to edit, other priorities. Fun fact, did you guys know that there's a demon in Limbo that idolizes Peter so much that he uses a symbiote to become Spider-Man? Keep this information in your mind. This and the connection between symbiotes and the Limbo. Eidolon POV. We are again on my flying Nimbus produced by Shirakumo's Kirojiri original quirk. The mood is a little heavy now. The fact that Ileana spent 6 years here all alone left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. I, on the other hand, am pondering one more time about this multiverse where I ended up. Again, assumptions are dangerous. Even meta-knowledge can't be taken as a face of value anymore. Marvel, a big company that was active for over 80 years when I came here. One of the great names of entertainment. Passed some bad times during the 90s but survived. Where I want to go is. Existing for this long allows a variety of canon things and source material, creating some inconsistencies, contradictions, and other problems. The most common is the fluctuation of the power level of the characters. Discussions about who can defeat who are sometimes unsolved because of these inconsistencies. One time a character is fighting cosmic threats and in another moment is having a hard time against someone mid. But other things can differ too. Like origin stories as an example. Rogues was originally a villain. And she one time absorbed a little too much of Ms. Marvel, gaining her powers. Because of this, Rogue of the 90s cartoon could fly and had super strength in her base form. Did Peter's parents experiment on him to make him compatible with the spiders in this universe? Jean died like 7 times in the comics. But there are decades of time that allow the opportunity for these sagas to happen. In real life, how this will work. And Logan. Another rabbit hole. Origin stories. Are probably closely related to fate. Fate. This invisible force that I had no idea how powerful it is. Is Ileana now being protected by it? I remember reading once that Ileana disappeared for months to the X-Men before returning. But on another time I read that they haven't even noticed her disappearance, it was like a second. Did fate adapt the time dilatation to this place, to give her time to grow into what she should be? Did fate take into consideration my existence and interference? Or this is all a coincidence? I tested fate when I killed the Green Goblin. Still waiting to see if he returns. But should I go out of my way to impede someone's origin story just to see what happens? What the consequences will be? Testing is essential to me to understand this world. This is a big deal, it's my life after all. I want to know if higher forces are toying with our destinies. With who can I test it? Recently I heard a report of General Ross spending a lot of time in a hidden military facility. And I bet that he is becoming the Red Hulk right now. I would be worried if I didn't know that the Red Hulk has a weakness to the negative zone energy and for some reason bladed weapons. I'm lucky that I read it in the wiki on my former life. But Betty Ross becomes a Hulk too, right? Should I constantly work against her to become a Hulk just to see if fate will be forceful to turn her? Well, this is all just speculation. I just need to remember to keep an eye open to all possibilities and my mind open to unpredictable things. I decide to turn to my temporary team and start some small talk to alleviate the mood. Well, Scott. It appears that you're not that wrong in coming. Considering the time dilation, when we come back, not even a second will have passed then. I comment. He only grunts in acknowledgement at my words. Is he still mad that I called him out about his overprotectiveness of Jean when we first met? Or is it about the talk I gave him earlier? You are a little petty, my dude. I'm trying so hard to not let my distaste for your fictional representation get on me, but I have to say. You're not making it easier. I'm not blind to the motives. It is his little jealousy that becomes even uglier when amplified by whatever conditioning Sinister did to him. After my talk with Jean, apparently she really listened to some of my advice and started act more independently. She also told me that she connected more with the girls. Previously she was closer with Scott. The two of them are the first students and bonded over the fact that they couldn't turn off their powers. Now, they are more distant. And for some reason is my fault. Like I did something to the girls get together. Meh, probably they talked about me in a good way and he doesn't like it. Whatever, don't care. I will be civil at least. Let's talk about the rescue plan. I said, attracting everyone's attention again. Let's be sneaky and kidnap Ileana. I say. Sneaky. Kitty asks. Kidnap. Pyotr raises an eyebrow. I go to answer them in order. We still don't want a war. I say, looking at Kitty. Even after we know that this guy has Ileana under custody. Scott asks. Belasco threat level increased several-fold after our discovery of the time dilation. I say calmly, he is here for 7 centuries to our time. I see their eyes widening in realization. One night being 6 years. He must be alive for hundreds of thousands of years. Jean says, a little shocked. Yeah. And this is the thing about sorcerers. They fight by preparing themselves. With this much of a time, and the resources of this dimension. I left the rest unsaid. After some time, I decide to relax them a little. Well, he must have reached a power roof after some time, if not he would have escaped using his own strength, I comment. So. The best way is still to rescue Ileana stealthily. Mikhail says. Are we really not gonna talk with the guy before? Kitty asks, unsure, maybe we could solve this peacefully. She says optimistically. No. And we are gonna kidnap her. I say determinedly. There you go again with kidnapping. Kitty says. We need to consider all the possibilities. Ileana was brought here at a young age. High chances of a brainwash. I say, shocking them again. Even if not slowly, maybe she was enslaved though magic. So we couldn't just go there, find her and say, Ileana, we came to rescue you. Maybe she would snitch on us, think that we are the enemies and putting everything to lose. I explain and watch they face change in a large array of emotions. We kidnap her first and ask questions later. I conclude and then wait them to nod. What is the plan? Siko asks. Simple. We will create an escape teleportation route with 3 steps. First I will invade, take her and teleport her to Mikhail, which will be a little farther. Then Mikhail will teleport again to Kurt. And then you guys alternate in teleportation to move as far away as possible. The other will wait in certain positions to prevent ambushes and will be joined by the 2 that will continue to teleport away. I will stay behind to create a distraction, clones and bait whoever is in the Belasco's castle in the opposite direction, and then I will join you all. After this, when we arrive far enough we will stop and examine Ileana. Examine. Who know how her body is right now? I shrug my shoulder, maybe she has a tracking spell, a magical high infectious disease, a curse or other thing that connects her with Belasco. We will not be taking her to our world without checking that first. I say. You really is cautious. Jean comments. Again I shrug, I say something similar to the Avengers, but I will say to you all now. We are strong. And we can affect many people easily. And I'm not talking about powers only. Every decision you make can have big consequences. I take my time to look at everyone to convey my seriousness. In the worst-case scenario, we could facilitate Belasco escape and subsequent invasion of our dimension. An invasion much worse than the Battle of New York. Are we gonna allow this when everything that takes to avoid it is being cautious? I let them think about my words. We will plan the details after seeing the layout of the place where Ileana is located. I say and go back to look at my hand. It's not like my hand is interesting, but there's a change. I notice that you're looking at your hand constantly since we arrived in Limbo. Is there a problem? Jean's voice interrupts my thoughts. I look at her, everyone is also looking at me with various level of interest. Well, no harm in telling. It's just one of my many powers. Do you know that I can turn into animals, right? I say, and for some reason Kitty giggles. There's some sort of inside joke about me. Whatever. After Jean nod, while admonishing Kitty with her look, I continue. Well, is more complicated than that. I start, apparently, my animal shape-shifting in truth connects with the biosphere of the place I am. I then raise my hand. My fingers elongated, nasty claws grew and some spikes appear in my knuckles. So my power connected with the biosphere of the Limbo when I came here. So you can turn in the demonic animals from here now? Kitty asks, interested. Yes. I was testing and is much harder. Probably because I don't know the animals from here and because I just arrived. I say. I notice that I feel like I'm slowly losing connection with my home dimension and it's become harder and harder to transform in normal animals. But it's not a big problem because I have other powers to transform into animals from Earth. The thing is that after I leave Limbo I will probably lose the ability to transform into the demonic animals from here. I think the crux of the question is that the Beast Boy card I absorbed is from him as an inexperienced teenager. Should I dedicate a good time to train his ability? Or should I use some power boost cards? I feel that I can gain the ability to save the files of animals that I encounter if I improve this ability. When I use the next travel ticket I will train this ability. So you can transform in those things that we saw on the market. Kitty asks when poking my hand. Yes. So, can you gain their abilities like? I don't know. You said that they're fantasy-like universes out there. So you can become a dragon if you go there. Or a unicorn. She asks with her eyes twinkling. I already can transform into a dragon. An animal transformation is useful when you try to take only the advantages, but is rare for an animal to have a power that I don't have already. I say calmly. What? You can transform in a dragon. Can I ride you? She asks excitedly. I look at her, phrasing, please. Oh. Oh, realization slowly hit her and she blushes a little. It is not just anyone that can ride me. But if you are a good girl I can allow you one day. I put my face closer to hers and tease. Her face goes even redder. Why is so fun to make girls blush? Now the mood is better. I will let them concentrate for now, while I focus on an interesting discovery. Has ZY, the nice demon lady, gave me the currency of this world for me to play. No, she is not my sugar mama. I initially thought that I could cheat and produce a lot of currency and buy a lot of things without a care. But it's not possible to make a perfect copy. Between my fingers rests the currency. Is a thin black rock metal thing with strange proprieties. The literal translation of this would be, shard of the black heart, in the language here. This little rock/metal thingy has a lot of energy stored inside and, darkness properties. Is used as a reagent, ingredient, and even in a way to empower the demons from here. Dude. This place is a fucking cultivation world. This is like those spirit stones that are currency and can help with cultivation. Makes sense that this is the currency. If we humans had something that we should just eat to live a little longer and grow a little stronger, it would be the most valuable thing in the world to us. Gold is simply the best option because there's really no need to change and our ancestors like the thing. I use my all-seeing eyes to look at the ground and I can detect reservoirs and veins of this metal. And the deeper I look, the strongest this energy signature gets. So maybe the core of this planet is full of these things. Observing a little more carefully, I notice that the place where we are going, Belasco City Fortress, is resting in a huge vein of this black metal. So this thing should be really precious. Seriously, this black metal is just a little worse than Stark's arc reactor when the question is energy. But the process to transform the energy inside into something usable to humans can be a little complicated. My American side is getting antsy seeing all these resources sitting here. Maybe I should bring freedom to this dimension and liberate these guys from this. Well, let's focus on Ileana's rescue now. In the future, I will come back here. Would be nice to gain a demonic summon to put on this place. Oh Raven, when you will come to me. I can only dream for now. I turn my face abruptly to look at the distance. What? My action didn't go unnoticed by Jean. Ileana's position changed. I comment while focusing on the horizon. Beyond the trackers that I put on Ileana's plushie that I gave her, and the nano trackers that I put inside her, I also registered her on my search power. Search is such a good power that even All for One wanted it. Seeing a person one time you can always reactivate the power and see the light of this person from miles away. Coupled with my super senses I can locate anyone on a planet with this. Search can even point to weak points in a person's body. It is what that wild pussycat used to train classes 1A and 1B. Like inform me this person has low stamina, that one has a bad knee and other things. Is another power on the list of upgrades. She is moving. To where? Pyotr asks while I continue to observe. I raise from my sitting position without taking the eyes of Ileana's position. She is being pursued. I say, making them gasp in shock and worry. But I continue calmly, sometimes the unpredictable can be good news. I comment, I'm going ahead. The cloud will follow me. So it's true that we wouldn't find Ileana in a castle or as a prisoner. Without waiting for a response, I move. I become intangible just to ignore air resistance and fly faster and without a sound, a little trick of mine. Is cool to do sonic booms, but I can be stealthy when I want. I move fast, to save Ileana. In no time I'm above the plains wasteland where she is running. She sometimes blinks in a blue light, using her teleportation to move dozen meters away. But her pursuers are relentless. 17 demons, being led by a robed and hooded figure. A woman, for the shape of her body. I could wait for the eventual cliché moment where Ileana would trip and the pursuers would get close and I would save her in the nick of a time. Is not a bad approach. Wait would allow me to hear them talk and discover more of the situation. But. Meh. Clichés. I shrug my shoulders and release my conqueror's hockey on the 18 pursuers. The world trembles a little, the red clouds churn and look like the sky is pressing against the earth. The demonic pursuers fall on all fours while foaming. Their consciousness holding by a thread in the face of my controlled hockey. The robed woman also falls, but she is in a better state. Ileana notices the situation after turning back to check on the people pursuing her. She is the only one not affected by me. I slowly descend between her and the others. When my feet touch the ground, I use my powers to make the earth envelop the demonic ones in a tight prison. The robed woman is enveloped by my lasso of truth in an equally tight way. I squeeze the golden lasso in my hand, making it glow, ready to extract some answers. Don't hurt her. Ileana suddenly appears in a flash of blue light between us. Protecting the woman. Stockholm much? Well, I can understand a little because I know the face below the hood. Ileana. Do you remember me? I came with your brothers to save you. I say calmly. I watch her patiently. Yep, 12 years probably. Her hair is longer now, a straight blonde hair that reaches her waist. A cute face with hits of sharpness show that she passed for some challenges here. She is skinny but doesn't look malnourished. I don't see signs of abuse either. Recent ones, at least. Her brows furrowed a little. You're that friend of my brother. Eidolon. You gave me a plushie. She says, remembering. Yes, we came as fast as we could. Only here we discovered that time passed differently. Only one day passed to us. I say with a sad voice. I don't want her to think that her brothers abandoned her. To my words, a single tear slowly slid down her cheek. The fact that her face remains mostly unchanged is another indicator that she is used to acting strong and has some good willpower. They are coming to this place right now. I came ahead because I'm faster. I explain and she sniffs a little. She turns around to hide her face. I can only see her hand wiping her eyes. You must have passed some hard times. You're so strong. We are all proud of you. I say, going to give her my characteristic head pats. Don't worry, no one will hit you anymore. I'm here. She starts bawling her eyes and turns around to bury her face in my mantle. After some minutes, holding Ileana's small trembling shoulders, she recovers herself. She is really resilient. So. I start and look at the robed woman. When I used foresight, I said that I saw 3 surprises. I only talked about 2. The third one is this. Alternative universe. I asked, telekinetically removing the hood of Aurora Monroe. An older Aurora Monroe, in the late 30s at least. There are other small differences here and there. But yeah, is one of the many storms. It's too early to multiverse bullshit. X-Men. Always with the crazy adventures of time travel, other universes, aliens. Yes. Ms. Aurora was my caretaker here. Ileana answers me while Aurora looks at me silently. Oh. Is that so? Let me first dash. I was interrupted by the distant sound of my cloud approaching. They're here. I say before grabbing my cloud telekinetically and yanking it to us much faster. Jean Grey POV. Okay. I know that Eidolon said that surprises are common. And we should let any preconceptions at home before coming here. But this is starting to get ridiculous. First, this place. Limbo is not like I expected. The demons. People here are much more civil than I expected. I totally thought that we would have to fight hordes of demons to release Ileana from a cage hanging high on a tower of a demonic wizard or something. Then we discovered that 6 years has passed here and Ileana was the apprentice of the guy. We change plans and suddenly she makes our job easy by coming to us. And then another surprise. There's an Aurora here. Taking my eyes away from the wholesome reunion of the 3 siblings, I look at the other Aurora. She is like 95% similar to our Aurora. She is older, okay. But there are some other differences too. Small, you wouldn't notice if you don't pay attention. It is like twin sisters that lived in different places and these differences molded them differently too. By the way, why did you tie her like you're into some BDSM play? I ask Eidolon at my side with a raised eyebrow. It is called Kikushibari, the turtle bondage rope. Kitty says while nodding, masterfully applied. Good job. She gave Eidolon a thumbs up. I'm not even surprised that she knows these things. I shake my head before looking at Eidolon again, waiting for an answer. What? It is efficient. He says calmly with a shrug of shoulders. The alternative Aurora still glaring at him. Violence and sex is the human race's favorite things. This nod is years of evolution and research have given form. He explains. I'm surprised that he can convince me with his bullshit. I can't release her before we discover if she is not an evil version. Eidolon says. She is not bad. Ileana suddenly says from between her brothers. The 12-years-old Ileana still amazed me a little. Yesterday she is a cute child and now she is a pre-adolescent. For you, I will give her the benefit of the doubt. Eidolon says, this lasso compels the one bound by it, to tell the truth. He declares before squeezing the lasso, did you take care of her? He asks Aurora in robes. Yes. She answers without even thinking. Her eyes widen after the word leaves her mouth. Did you do it by Belasco orders? Why yes. This too. Are you genuinely good to her? Eidolon asks after the ambiguous answer. Yes. Any hidden motive? She is a child. There's a need for a motive to help her. But. The Aurora struggles a little. I was still hopeful that one she would help me go back to my universe. She confesses. What are you to her really? He asks. Her caretaker. Babysitter. Whatever. I took care of her between Belasco lessons and protected her of abuse and other things. I couldn't defy Belasco. He has Cat. Kitty pried and Kurt under his spell. She confesses, giving Kitty and Kurt a look. Kitty and Kurt gasps are at my side. There's another Kitty and Kurt here too. It appears that you are not that bad. The last question before I release you. Eidolon pauses and looks at the demons that are enveloped in the earth-like statues. Are these guys of any importance? He asks. His eyes grow cold. Aurora looks at him. No. Very well. He takes the lasso back and puts it away in some place. Then, he turns to the demons. In his hand appears a huge sword. No, a chainsaw. A chainsaw sword. That thing looks impractical. At least 6 feet in length and thick as my torso. Where the thing turns on. Eidolon's arm blurs and in the next moment the upper body of all the demons disappear in a rain of gore that was taken far away from us by the wind. I notice Eidolon eyes in Ileana. Because of that, I look at her too. Her eyes show neither shock nor disgust. My heart clenches a little, imagining everything she has been through. Is the chainsaw sword really necessary? You could have ended them more cleanly. Murasaki asks with some mirth in her voice. I feel a weird emotion come from her, something I can't put my finger on it. Well, I have a chainsaw sword, so I need to use the chainsaw sword. Eidolon answers like is obvious. Kitty is nodding at my side for some reason, even with her face a little pale from the display of blood. Why do you even have a chainsaw sword? I can't help but ask. Why didn't you have a chainsaw sword? He asks back. I have a chainsaw sword for the same reason anyone would have a chainsaw sword if they could. He says a lot and nothing at all. But Kitty is still nodding like he said the obvious. He is right. I wish I had a chainsaw sword. She comments wistfully. Here. Take the kid's version. Eidolon says and pulls from who knows where a small version of his chainsaw sword, only 3 feet in length. Kid's version. I ask slowly. My mouth twitched a little when I see Kitty all giddy holding the thing. Yeah, this one doesn't have the flamethrower imbued. He says again like is something completely normal while teaching Kitty how to use the monstrosity. For some reason, the mental image of Eidolon taking his child to a hell dimension to kill demons as a father-son's bonding time appears in my head. Hee. I pity the mother of that family. So. Magic Aurora, can you tell us more about the whole situation? Ileana, come here, let me examine you. I will need some samples by the way. Eidolon says, urging Ileana to get close. I watch Eidolon take a little saliva and blood from Ileana. Then his arm opens like he is a cyborg and he puts the sample there. Seriously. Does this guy have a power to everything? I will not even ask. I know the answer. Yes. Magic Aurora, as how Eidolon calls her, starts telling the story. She ended up here in limbo years before Ileana. Only you and your Kitty and Kurt? Kitty asks. Yes. The 3 of us are sucked into a dimensional fissure. Magic Aurora says. Later we discovered that this was no accident at all. We are purposefully brought here by Belasco. Magic Aurora says. But why? Kurt asks. Eidolon answers this without taking his eyes from his open cybernetic arm. Kurt can teleport, probably using some hell dimension as a medium. Kitty can phase matter and energy. Aurora has a connection with an elder god. Seeing your clothes, make me think that you are much more attuned to your magic potential than our storm, right? Eidolon glances at Magic Aurora briefly. She nods slowly. From what I talked with Ileana, it appears that my universe is a little more magical connected than yours. She says. Eidolon nods and goes back to his examinations. He wants to escape. He concludes. He wants to use your guy's powers to escape. Let me guess again. There's no Ileana in your universe. Eidolon asks without even looking. There's no Rasputin family in our universe. Aurora says. What? What happened to them? Scott asks. Magic Aurora shrugs, who knows? Never heard of them before. Maybe they simply never existed, maybe they died. I can't know from here either. She says. Did you know of a Belasco from your universe? Eidolon asks. No. Interesting. He is from our universe. But Limbo appears to be connected with other parallel universes too. One limbo to multiple alternative realities, how this works in the spacetime continuum. Ah, don't mind me. Just thinking. Go on, please. Eidolon waves his hand and Magic Aurora continues. Belasco is too strong and put us under his power using Kurt's life to threaten me and Kat. He uses a spell on Kurt that made him more an animal than a human, so we would need to act obedient till we have a chance to escape. She says to our horror. 6 years ago Ileana is brought to us. I'm horrified because she is so young and I could imagine what she would go through. I would teach Ileana common magic and Kat would teach her how to fight. Belasco himself would teach her other thing and do experiments and rituals with her. Sim, a subordinate of Belasco, was also a sadist that beat her in disguise as a test several times. I tried to protect her the best I could through the years. She says calmly, but I can feel my anger boiling. Everyone is angry. In the beginning, she thought that Belasco was not that bad of a guy. Her young mind thought that he would help her get back to her family. But with time this innocence was carved out of her. She says heavily. Pyotr hugs Ileana tightly. 2 years ago Ileana got a good grasp on her power and starts escaping. She did several attempts. All of them were unsuccessful and she would be punished by Sim every time. But Belasco never appeared to care too much. He has Ileana under control too. She never stopped trying to escape. I sometimes bring her back, to try to alleviate her punishment. I tried to say to her to be more patient. But in this, she doesn't listen to me. She sighs. This time we are found by you. Magic Aurora finishes looking at Eidolon. Eidolon doesn't even look at her, while he ponders. Well, the situation changed again. But not by much. We still need to invade Belasco's place. He finally says. His arms are back to normal. He continues, first, let me share what I discovered about Ileana's situation. We pay attention to his words. There's a problem with her. Mikhail asks. Yes. First, she doesn't have any disease or anything dangerous to other people on her body. But. He pauses, she is not totally human anymore. He reveals. She looks pretty human to me. Rogue comments while we look at Ileana. Yeah, even this will not be a problem. She is a part demon now. Not a problem really. I think will bring more advantage than disadvantages. Long life, strength, better magic affinity. She is even less demonic than Kurt. No offense, dude. He says a little jokingly to alleviate our worries. None taken. Kurt says good-naturedly. She is more or less 10% demon now. But as she grows this could change. Can also change if she decides to accept this heritage and use it. We must watch her attentively from now on. Eidolon says, this is the good news. He says immediately a little more seriously. He turns to Magic Aurora, could you explain to us why her soul is not complete? He asks and Aurora sighs. I would get there. She says heavily, when she was younger, Belasco convinced her to do a ritual that put a piece of her soul on a bloodstone. Bloodstone? I ask. Bloodstones are what Belasco used to connect with extra-dimensional demons and open a portal for them to come to our dimension. My acquaintance told me about them. Eidolon says, there were 5 bloodstones, I thought all of them are destroyed. Magic Aurora scoffs, not all of them. I know for sure that Belasco has 2 in his possession. Anyway, he tricked Ileana saying that if she put her soul there would make her stronger to go back to her family faster. At that time, she still believed that he was a good guy that cared for her. Well, he didn't lie about making her stronger. But also bound her to him. While he holds the bloodstone he has some sort of control over her. I don't know how much, he never used it. Magic Aurora says. So we need to retrieve Ileana's soul. Scott says. And rescue Mai and Kurt's alternative version. Kitty adds, making all of us nod. Eidolon is motionless, his chin resting between his fingers while his eyes bore into Ileana. The characteristic patterns of the all-seeing eyes rotating. 3 holographic circles even appear in front of his face while he stares at her. The little girl squirms a little under his gaze, before recovering her bearings and staring back at him defiantly with her chin high. She is strong. There's another problem. Eidolon says softly, there's something extra on Ileana. Something demonic and foreigner. He says. What do you mean? Pyotr asks worriedly. Isn't this Ileana demonic powers? Kitty asks. No. This signature. These glyphs. They mean. He says slowly, I see. A Trojan horse. He concludes and starts looking in the direction of Belasco's residence. His words jolted us. Even Magic Aurora was surprised. Do you mean? I start. Belasco didn't care about her escaping because he is hoping for it. Eidolon says slowly, or maybe even that we rescued her. He wants her to grow strong. He lets the sim guy beat her to encourage her in running away, and made her create bonds with Aurora, Kitty, and Kurt to make her want to save them. Also that she escaped this place. And consequently, him following after her. Either in some sort of magical piggybacking by using the piece of her soul on the bloodstone or another method. This Belasco guy. What an asshole. Kitty exteriorizes my thoughts. Old sorcerers. Always annoying. Eidolon comments, paranoia saves the day again. He adds in a low voice afterward. There's a way to help her. Pyotr asks. There's always a way. Eidolon says to our relief, first, there's a chance of Ileana herself solving the issue if she recovers her lost piece of soul. I can see this, spell latching on her fractured soul. Eidolon says while looking at Ileana with his eyes. Second, if this spell is stronger than what I think, I will change my plan from distracting Belasco to defeating him. I will go through his research or whatever. I and Ileana will stay here in limbo for months or even years if necessary to break the spell. You guys return before us. He says like is no big deal. But damn, these are one of these moments that you can't help but respect the guy. He continues, the third method would be a lot more invasive. He says taking out his famous sword of actuation. The creepy blade glowed in a blood-red light. I don't want to do this. Could damage her soul. Is not like I go around dissecting souls to practice, you know. But is an alternative. He comments before putting the sword away. All this time, I notice that Ileana's eyes never left Eidolon. I can only barely hear her thoughts. Whatever change happened to her, made her mind more robust. But I can deduce that she has some sort of admiration and respect for the black-clad hero. Sincerely, I was expecting a little fear when he talked about the dissection of her soul, but this works. So, the objective now is to rescue Kitty and Kurt's alternative version and recover the bloodstone with Ileana's soul. Eidolon declares. I can somewhat feel where the bloodstone is located, Ileana says suddenly. Good, this makes things easier. Eidolon says before trailing off and looking somewhere else. What now? Murasaki asks. You can show yourself now. His eyes focus in an empty place. We have company. Scott asks going to combat mode, everyone following suit. Eidolon continues to stare before raising his hand and releasing a burst of air, strong enough to uproot trees, in an empty spot. The sand and dirt taken away by the wind are stopped by an invisible barrier. There's really a hidden enemy out there. We move to stay around Eidolon, prepared to battle. Then a blue screen appears in our field of view, and after some time it is lowered revealing two women to us. I don't recognize them, but Kurt shouts. Mommy. Gee. Now what? How many surprises this day is guarding to us? Third-person POV Eidolon holds off the urge to massage his eyes. What now? He thinks while watching the opposite party, who the heck are those people now? And mommy? My meta-knowledge is freaking out that I have no idea what is happening. The group consisting of Eidolon, Murasaki, Shadow, Mikhail, Pyotr, Jean, Scott, Kitty, Rogue, Kurt and now Ileana, is facing the two newcomers. They are two women. Hector doesn't know because there's a limit how much a casual fan of Marvel can know about the lore of the world. But these people are Margali Zardos and her daughter Jermaine Zardos. In the old X-Men comics, it was Margali that raised Kurt after he was abandoned by Mystique. In this universe, Kurt's origins are a little mixed. He was abandoned in a church and despite his appearance, the priest raised him with love. Obviously, in a way similar to the Hunchback of Notre Dame, the priest never allowed Kurt to show his face to others. But this was for Kurt's own protection. When Kurt grew a little and become aware of his own situation, he run away to don't cause trouble to the priest. With his powers, there's no one that could hold him against his will. As a side note, Kurt's heritage allowed him to use his power since he is a baby. He ended up being found by a circus where he is adopted by Margali Zardos. Margali has a gypsy heritage, learning magic from her mother and knowing about demonology and other related things. He didn't find Kurt such an anomaly. She deduced that he was an offspring of a demon with a human and was abandoned because of his appearance. Kurt was raised with Margali's two other children till an incident made them fall apart. Her daughter, who right now is by her side, is Jermaine Zardos. She doesn't have much of the looks of her mom. She is blonde with blue eyes while her mother has dark curly, almost bushy, hair with brown eyes. Someone more knowledgeable about the comics would know that Kurt and Jermaine are recurrent lovers through the years. Right now, Eidolon is analyzing the mother and daughter duo. He can feel the mother radiating hostility while the daughter looks a little hesitant. What is the story behind all this? He thinks. Quirt. Margali shouts, gripping her staff tightly. I swore the day that I met you again would be your last. Okay. What is happening here now? Scott asks around. Is complicated. Kurt says a little down. Apparently, Margali is not waiting to solve things peacefully, because she raises her staff and points to Eidolon's group and forms a huge sphere of magical blue energy that she wastes no time releasing in the hero's direction. The ball of energy, which must have 1 meter of diameter, moves incredibly fast. Incoming. Mikhail exclaims while everyone prepares to defend, move away or counterattack depending on their own capabilities. Eidolon keeps his calm and even signals Siko that she doesn't need to move, she is already pulling a sword from the scabbard. Taking a step forward, Eidolon contemptuously bitch slaps the magical energy to the side, diverting it a little far away from the two groups where it makes a big explosion. An explosion big enough to engulf city blocks and raise them. Eidolon looks at the explosion with a side glance before turning his eyes to the mother-daughter duo ahead. Margali is equally looking at him more seriously now. The two narrow their eyes at each other while taking their own measures against their opponents. Using only brute strength to divert that. Margali thinks while scrutinizing Eidolon. That's some destructive power to a casual spell. This would make her an Avengers-level threat, if we ignore Hulk and Thor. Eidolon takes his own conclusions. What is with these obscure and strong characters? Is she one of these strong ones that appear in one issue to never again? He sighs mentally. Eidolon is not totally wrong. Margali Zardos is not weak by any means. She was even a Sorcerer Supreme for some years to substitute Doctor Strange. In the comics, she even transformed herself into a demon to acquire more power. So, as a Sorcerer Supreme candidate, she is obviously very strong. It's safe to say that she should be as strong as Strange during his early years as Sorcerer Supreme. Should I take her down now, and talk from a superior position? Eidolon considers. Even if a strong sorcerer appears, that doesn't mean that he is afraid. He is wary of magic. But he is wary of what he calls bullshit illogical magical things that can warp reality, attack the soul, banish or seal someone. And all the great array of possibilities that magic provides, the unpredictable type of trouble. If all that a magic user can do is control elements or use energy projection, this makes them no different from a meta. And he can take them as easily as any meta. Woman. Did you know that I'm an advocate of true gender equality? He says plainly while giving some steps forward. Oh. Here we go. Kitty whispers behind them. I'm the type FO guy that always retributes what is given to me. Eidolon says before raising his hand and swinging forward casually. The shiny sparks in his palm are the only warning of what is coming. Boom. He releases a big explosion in a cone at Margali and Jermaine. Everyone shields their eyes or ears from the dust or the sound. Are they dead? Rogue asks. No. Eidolon is the one that answers even before the dust settles. He waves his hand again, but this time only to create a huge gust of wind to clean the place. The group is welcomed by the sight of charred earth that expands till their eyes can see. But in the middle, the duo of sorcerers is still alive and healthy. Apparently, Margali raised a shield to protect herself and her daughter. No, not a shield. 2 screens of protection that formed a V in front of them. Well, they are not dumb. Eidolon thinks seeing the efficient way to divert the explosion blast. Margali continues to stare at the black-clad hero silently for some time. Are you gonna stay between a mother and her revenge? She exclaims at him. Her Romani accent is more prominent now that she is not shouting. I'm not one to deny someone their revenge. But I have the feeling that this is all misunderstanding. You will be surprised how common misunderstandings are in this world. Always provoking unnecessary fights. Eidolon says in a carefree way, I also don't believe that Kurt, one of the most soft-hearted of the X-Men, did something that warrants such hatred. He looks at her and then crosses his arms. So yeah, till I'm sure what is going on. No one is killing anyone here. He declares. Margali grits her teeth. Sincerely, all-out fights are not something that anyone wants to partake in. Especially against an unknown strong enemy like Eidolon. And she is also outnumbered. But she can't just let Kurt go like that. Eidolon decides to take control of the situation. Why didn't you start with your accusation and then Kurt will defend himself? Did you guys even have a proper talk about whatever problems exist between you two? Eidolon hits the head of the nail. Kurt. Who are those two? Eidolon turns to ask. Margali Zardos and Jermaine Zardos. They took care of me during a good part of my childhood. Kurt says a little down. Took care. I saved and raised you like mine own son. And how did you repay me? Huh. Margali shouts from her position. These names ring no fucking bells. The same thing with Mikhail when I met him. Seriously, I will find a world where Marvel Comics exists just to read the wiki. Wait. would still be the same marvel. Hector thinks while watching the drama and pondering if his plan is feasible. What happened then? Idolin asks, trying to make the conversation progress. He killed my son. And many other kids. Margali points her trembling finger at Kurt. While everyone was surprised by the reveal, even Idolin is, and looking at Kurt. Idolin observes other things. Like the fact that Jermaine, the daughter, doesn't appear to hate Kurt, she looks a little lost. Like that awkward family member that wants to stop the fights but doesn't know how. Idolin also observes Kurt, his heart is beating fast after the reveal. And continues to do so. Normally, a liar when accused of something that he is guilty would have a rise in his heart rate for some time and then calm down. But a man that is falsely accused is always nervous because of the thoughts that no one would believe in him. Kurt was strange, he is a little in the between. He didn't calm down but he looks resigned. Did you see him doing it? Idolin asks. No. But he confessed. Margali says to his surprise. Did you do it? Idolin turns to Kurt. He hears the heart of the blue meta spiking even more. It's an accident. I never wanted it. But. He lowers his head and doesn't speak anymore. Accident. As if. Margali says slowly in anger. That's weird, Kurt. Idolin says, attracting the attention, you know, I'm very good at spotting lies. You didn't lie when you said that you did it. I believe that it was an accident or the circumstances are special, but. Idolin turns to bore his eyes into Kurt's yellow ones. You're hiding something. He says, making Kurt lose his head even more. Normally people hide shameful things, mistakes. But you confessed that you killed someone. What is worse than that? Idolin tilts his head. He is making the people around him accompany his logic. Maybe you're not lying for your sake. Idolin guesses slowly and watches Kurt act like he was electrocuted. Who are you protecting, Kurt? Kurt doesn't answer. He raises his hands to his face and cries. The X-Men go around Kurt to console him. Idolin observes some changes in Margali. She didn't look so sure of her vengeance now. What do you think about all of this? Idolin asks, but not Margali. He asks Jermaine, the daughter that was silent all this time. She stutters. Do you think Kurt is guilty? No. She says fast, I mean. He said that he is, but must there be a good reason? Right. Kurt is not like that. She says slowly. Jermaine. Margali mutters, looking at her daughter. I'm sorry, Mommy. I've been looking for Kurt secretly all these years. I want to solve this without you. You are so full of anger and... She tries to articulate, but she is apparently very nervous. You said that you raised him. Idolin addresses Margali. Why didn't you ask your own memories if the Kurt that you raised was capable of killing someone for no reason? His stepbrother nonetheless. Idolin says. Margali eyes shake with confusion and conflict, a swarm of emotions on them. Time to the last push. Idolin thinks while going close to Kurt, I will start charge for the pep talks. Kurt, no matter how painful it is, you need to face your past now. Idolin says and then turns to address Margali while showing the lasso. This is the lasso of truth. Anyone touching it will only say the truth. This can clear all misunderstandings. If you want to test. Idolin observes Jermaine looking at her mother and the mother's expression changes a little. Are they communicating with magic telepathy? I see. The daughter is more in tune with the mundane world and knows about me. She must be the one that stopped the mother from continuing fighting. Idolin guessed correctly. Margali initially doesn't want to go with Idolin's suggestion, afraid of some trick. But Jermaine convinces her eventually. It appears that Idolin's good rep can be useful even in these places. After a minute of Margali trying to lie while holding the lasso, she is convinced enough and Idolin moves to Kurt. The truth can be liberating. He says, extending the golden rope to the blue meta. Kurt looks at it for a moment before grabbing it with some hesitation. What follows is Kurt telling everything about his story with Margali's biological son, Stefan. Stefan and Kurt are good friends. In truth, Stefan was the first to discover Kurt's teleportation powers. Kurt hid it, his appearance was enough to make people scared. During the time that this family of four was traveling with a circus, Stefan discovers Kurt's secret power and in return, he revealed that his family is also special. With his mother capable of using magic and talked about how he and his sister would eventually be capable too. The family used the circus to hide from hunters or something. Stefan also revealed that the family had connections with demonic powers and confessed that he was afraid of becoming a bad person if used demonic magic. He even asked Kurt to kill him if he become a bad person. Kurt says that with time he noticed changes in Stefan. He was angry with him, jealous of the attention that his mother gives to Kurt. He becomes distant and started saying mean things to him. With time, Kurt noticed that his hatred grew and also he started behaving strangely. On the fated day, Kurt found Stefan after he had killed the children. Mutant children. He confronted his stepbrother. The two fought, and because of bad luck and a lack of control, Kurt ended up causing his death. That's when Kurt was found by some people from the circus and some visitors. Now, it's not hard to imagine how it went. A demon all bloodied over the body of dead children. No surprise that they pulled their torches and pitchforks without asking questions. From there, the misunderstandings piled up and snowballed beyond control, and the relationship of the family was destroyed. Everyone has different levels of shock hearing Kurt's tale. The mother-daughter is kneeling and hugging each other. Knowing that Stefan committed heinous things like killing children shocked the two. While the mood is sad, Idolin thinks about only one thing: irrational hate of mutants. This smell it's sublime. He side glances the mother and daughter duo crying over the dead children, Stefan and the others. They don't know what to feel. For some reason, his heart aches a little and he sighs. This is a little character, but whatever, creating another enemy to Sublime can be useful in the future. Mrs. Zardos. He called her. When she looks up at him with her tear-stained face, he decides to really go with it. There's a chance that Stefan was not himself. What do you mean? She asks. The exchange attracts the attention of the others. There's an enemy of the metas, or mutants if you're not entirely into the situation, that is secretly and discreetly turning the world against the metas. Idolin explains, it is old and can affect people's minds and emotions. And he does everything that he can to make us the enemy of the world, creating this irrational phobia. Wait. There's someone really doing it. But why? Is he a mutant too? He has powers, right? Scott asks. He is not human. I don't want to reveal too much because he is a slimy bastard, but let's say that he wants to dominate the world and we, the metas, are a thorn in his side because we are immune to his methods. He is not directly strong, he can only use these underhand methods. Idolin turns to Margali again. He affects people's minds like these. Maybe when Kurt and Stefan are children they stumbled upon something of him and he affected Stefan. Kurt being immune didn't notice a thing. Kurt, did you and Stefan went? I don't know, exploring just the two of you guys. Idolin asks. Kurt slowly nods, his mind racing. We always went around in the rivers, forests, abandoned houses. Anything that looked interesting where the circus passed. He says. In one of these adventures Stefan was contaminated, probably. Idolin comments. How did you never hear of this guy? Kitty asks. He is old. Very old. He is ingrained in society already. What he can't control with his powers he used to propaganda and influence to make the world hate metas. Because he is so old and his number of proxies is hard to trace him. Idolin sighs, do you know how many incidents are registered by the media about the metas? He asks and people frown. 4. In all history of humanity, there are only 4 moments where the metas are truly exposed by the media. In World War I, a certain massacre that was related with Wolverine and Sabretooth, Kennedy assassination, and the 2 times Magneto attacked. The last 3 are relatively recent. But the world hates metas for a longer time and appears that everyone forgets the why, or doesn't care. It is all this guy. He is probably one of the greatest if not the greatest force anti-meta in the world. Many of our enemies in governments are influenced by him and they don't even know that. Idolin describes this invisible enemy. Needless to say, everyone was shocked by the revelation. Wouldn't be better for the world to know about that? Kitty asks. No. This is something that I need to say to you all, don't speak of this out there. Seriously, this guy is a hard bastard to track. I'm almost getting him and I don't him to escape. If he escapes, he will remain hidden and impossible to track for maybe 1,000 of years. A hidden blade forever on our backs. Idolin says, but he is not much hopeful about them keeping their mouth shut. He already located Sublime. And he even started devising a cure for the sentient virus. In the worst-case scenario, he will spray the world with it. So you are saying that someone affected my boy's mind and made Kurt have to kill him? Margali says slowly and with a dangerous tone. 70% of chance. The symptoms check, but can be another motive. Or you boy is simply a psychopath. Idolin says bluntly. Idolin. Jean says in horror. But I don't know him, you are the one to judge that. He continues without a care. Now, unless you have time-based powers you can't change the past. But you can start improving the future in the present. He said before moving away a little and pointing at Kurt with his thumb. Later, the group waits for the family trio of Margali, Jermaine, and Kurt to talk in private, a little far from them. The other family trio, the Rasputins, are talking between each other too. Idolin is planning the next step when Jean elbows his side, aren't you good with these things? She teases with a smile while looking at the family hugging each other. I was thinking the same. Maybe I should quit of being a hero and become a therapist. He jokes, making her chuckle. At this moment, Kitty, Magic Aurora, Scott and Rogue approach. Murasaki and Shadow are already close to Eidolon from the beginning. So Captain, what is the next move? Kitty asks, making a salute. I distract Belasco and you guys recuperate the Bloodstone and the yours from another universe. Now, let me ask you, Magic Aurora. Eidolon turns to the woman beyond Belasco. Who should we be worried for? We need to separate them and choose who will be their opponents. Tell us everything. Magic Aurora nods and starts speaking. Beyond Belasco, there's his captain of guard Necrosis, and then his two main henchmen, Sim and Nastir. They are the strongest. How strong precisely? Use comparative with the heroes and villains. He asks. I never saw Necrosis fight. He is a centaur in armor that has 6 arms. Apparently he uses all type of medieval weapons. Swords, shields, maces, spears. She says Sim and Nastir are strong. Nastir is a sorcerer, never seen him fight, but he should be at least equal with Sim. And Sim is a physical powerhouse. Maybe strong as the Hulk, but faster. Magic Aurora says. I doubt it. Eidolon comments, he must be strong as casual enraged Hulk. He puts his chin on his fingers and starts thinking about the matchups. Seeing his silence, Kitty decides to ask Magic Aurora. How is your world, Aurora? I don't know how to explain without knowing about your world. She smiles. There's the X-Men, the Avengers and other superhero groups. By the little we talked, my world must be some years ahead of yours. Whoa. So you know the future. In what I should invest? Kitty starts asking but is interrupted by Eidolon. It's useless to try to cheat like that. Her universe is not like ours. Even a small difference can make everything different. You will just end up too tied with what you think will happen and suffering in some way. He advises. Party pooper. Kitty pouts but she suddenly smiles and turns to Aurora. How is the Eidolon from your world? No. Never heard of an Eidolon. Or nothing similar. Magic Aurora reveals. Kitty's eyes widen. So. About the metas, the Battle of New York. Metas, huh? We call ourselves mutants. And yeah, a terrible affair that battle, many died. Magic Aurora says. Jean frowns. How is the mutant situation there? She asks. Bad. Aurora says like she is accustomed. How many years ago the Battle of New York happened? Eidolon asks, but he appears uninterested. 8 years ago. Magic Aurora answers. So is useless to talk, many disasters should have happened. Your world is very ahead of yours. With is a little worrying. Worrying. Rogue asks. That means that the heroes and villains there are stronger, more experienced and in more quantity than us. If there's universal war, we would lose. He says. We don't want wars. Aurora says. Don't need to be your universe. Statically half of the multiverse is with a timeline more advanced than us. Maybe just 1 second, maybe 100 years. I don't like it. Eidolon frowns. It is good that I don't exist in your universe. With luck, I died in all other universes. He says casually. Jean stares at him. She remembers the time that he is subjected to Danielle Moonstar's power. His fear. Himself. It is not only about him going crazy or being mind-controlled. He is worried about an alternative evil version of him coming here. She thinks. Hector is worried about that truly. But his way of having a meta-power was not conventional. And he doesn't think all of his alternative versions have the essence either. The multiverse would be broken. With luck, I'm the only Hector with powers in all multiverse. He thinks, but why do I feel like I will not be so lucky? He sighs internally. He even prepared an excuse for this during the interview. His fabricated origin story is based on Dr. Manhattan, where his power is too strong and he died. For all senses and purpose, if the other Hectors don't have his powers, he can say that they didn't awaken in the same way. And if he doesn't exist, that means that they died. Eidolon then claps loudly, making everyone look at him. Okay, everyone. The break is over. Let's move to the Belasco fortress. I will say the plan along the way. He exclaims while producing the cloud again. Flying in the cloud again. Everyone is sitting in a circle while Eidolon starts to explain everyone's task. But. What are you two doing here again? He pauses to look at the sorcerer duo sitting calmly. Kurt told me the gist of it. I want to help. Margali said simply, like is natural. Eidolon stare at her, and you three solved your issues, he asks. Margali frowns. It is hard to simply forget years of hate, but I understand that is unfair to blame Kurt. I just need time. She says, and her 2 children put hands on her shoulder to comfort her. It is really complicated, even if Eidolon gave her someone to blame, must be hard to sort out her feeling in so little time. Well, these things take time. Just keep in touch. Eidolon comments, but are you here for the goodness of your heart or do you want something? He asks suddenly. Not knowing the person by their fictional character, he will keep his distance. Margali doesn't answer immediately, are you sure that you want to fight Belasco? He is not an enemy that anyone wants to make so easily. The Ancient One already told me many things about him, Eidolon interrupts, it is not that I want to make him an enemy, he is my enemy now. Tell me what you want already. He says. Eidolon. Kurt starts saying but Margali raises her hand. So you met the Ancient One. She says with a strange gaze, you're right. Sincerely I just care about Kurt and Jermaine. Margali says, I would accompany you guys just to keep him safe. If you want my help. I want something from Belasco too. Such an old sorcerer. He must have a mountain of useful things. She says. An hour ago we are almost fighting and now we are planning a raid together. Kitty comments. There are no eternal enemies, only interests. Eidolon quotes from somewhere. Margali smiles at his words, you look like a smart fella. Eidolon doesn't react to her patronizing words, anything in particular that you want? He asks. Sometimes it's good to give someone the chance to make a choice. This will reveal their objective and ambition, and help you make a good map of their character and intentions. Margali narrows her eyes a little at Eidolon, I want Belasco's sword. The two stare at each other. Ororo and Ileana's reaction of surprise didn't go unnoticed by Eidolon even if his eyes never left the older sorcerer. But in the end, he shrugs and says in a carefree way, oh, just this. Okay. He accepts easily. Ororo tried to catch his attention with her eyes, but he didn't look at her. I just want you to hold off one of Belasco's followers and the sword is yours, if I get my hands on her. With my plan will be easy to kill the guy. Eidolon says. As if I'm giving anything that you want to you, he thinks to himself, if this limbo looks like a Walmart cultivation world I will act like Wang Lin. If you want the sword, fight him yourself. Nothing is revealed on his face, but now he has the plan that if even Belasco's invulnerability is too much, he wants to at least take his weapon and cripple him beyond recovery. Okay, now that this is settled. Let me explain the plan. It is incredibly simple. Eidolon says before outstretching his hand making a hologram appear. Using the power, chart, and hologram, together with other abilities, a perfect 3D image of Belasco City appears in the middle. Oh everyone. Is this Belasco's place? Kitty asks. Yes, I mapped it earlier. Eidolon says. When? Jean asks. During our 2 wholesome family reunions. I don't like wasting time, it is all he says, he didn't explain his use of clones and other powers to scout ahead. Belasco's fortress city looks nothing out of the ordinary when compared with a feudal city. A huge castle surrounded by all types of buildings. The only thing that sticks UPS is some incredible tall towers all over the place. So, Magic Ororo. Where normally does our target stay in this place, Eidolon asks. Necrosis normally stays here, in the barracks or in patrol. She points to an isolated place close to the wall. Belasco and Narster vary a little, Nastor normally stays holed up in his tower. This one. She points to the specific tower, Sim is completely unpredictable. She shrugs. Where the Bloodstone could be. In Belasco's study probably. But there's a chance that is with him. In this case, I will need to take it myself. And before he discovers that he can use it to threaten us with Ileana's life. Eidolon comments darkly. We will divide ourselves. First, there will be a group with Ileana that will await for my signal and the confirmation that the Bloodstone is not with Belasco before invading sneakily. He makes a light shine on the back of the castle. The faces of everyone appear on the hologram and he moves them around the map. This will be everyone's initial position. Ileana, Nightcrawler, Shadowcat, Shadow, Mikhail, and Magic Aurora will wait here to go retrieve the Bloodstone and rescue the other Kurt and Kitty. He shows the position. Murasaki, Marvel Girl, Cyclops, and Colossus will attack Necrosis and the guards. Murasaki will take care of Necrosis and I want the 3 X-Men to go crazy, I want chaos, he says showing the place. There are civilians in this city. Jean asks a little worriedly. No, all of them are Belasco subordinates, but there are some slaves through. Magic Ororo says. Just attack the ones that hold weapons and attack you. I will leave this to your judgment. Eidolon says, seeing Jean's uneasy face. After she nods he continues. Mrs. Zardos. Do you know how to set traps? He asks. Yes, if you give me some time. Then you, your daughter, and Rogue will wait here. A little far away from the city. I will throw Nastor to you guys. Eidolon says, just hold him there if he prove himself too dangerous. Sorcerers are unpredictable. She nods. I will attack from the front. Attract attention and keep Belasco busy. Eidolon says, pointing to the front gate. Any doubts or suggestions? Isn't the group of Ileana a little fragile to the dangerous task? They had a great chance of finding that Sim guy, that is strong as Nastir. Jean asks. I thought about this. I will give some useful things to Mikhail and Shadow later. But there's no need for them to be super strong, they need to be capable of running away fast. I don't want too many people to put a burden on Kitty and Kurt's powers. Eidolon turns to Ileana's group. If you guys meet Sim or any other enemies, you guys have Aurora, Shadow, and Mikhail to leave behind and continue forward with the task. He tries to convey the seriousness. Your guys' mission is literally the most important, in the moment you guys complete it and we are getting out here. But no need to risk your lives, remember it. He says. Any other question? We don't need any help. Margali says, signaling at Rogue. Maybe. Better safe than sorry, and I want you guys to defeat Nastir fast. The fastest anyone defeats an enemy, the fastest they can move to help, and we will snowball on them. We have the surprise element. If we go well, we can end everything in less than half of an hour. Eidolon says. And this girl will be of any help? She asks with a raised eyebrow. Mommy. Kurt tried to mediate the situation. She will. Eidolon answers with hesitation. Rogue, come here. He then raises his arm. His suit retracts from his wrist to his shoulder. I will allow you to take a lot this time. He says. Rogue eyes widen and she gulps before nodding. Sucking him in broad light. So bold, Kitty jokes while making a show of spying on them between her fingers that are trying to cover her face. This only makes Rogue, that is taking off her gloves, blush more. Later, they are high in the air looking down on the fortress city. Yes, Nastir is in that tower. But it's hard to see inside the fortress itself. Wards maybe. But there are 2 high signatures there and there. No barrier surrounding the city, a little arrogant. Eidolon points. That's the throne room and the dungeons. Belasco should be in the throne room. Magic Aurora says, Sim should be underground. Good. Shadow. Use those. Eidolon says, taking off Beowulf of his sky poison pearl, just channel your energy and you will know how to use it. He says. Shadow put the pair of gauntlets and greaves. The devil arm adjusts to her size and she tests it a little. Mikhail. Put this. Eidolon takes off the almost forgotten EDI biomech suit. This looks like Thor armor. Kitty comments. It's inspired in it. A prototype, Eidolon says. Eidolon has outgrown the item, but that can't be useful. Together with Cortana, he is working on making a variety of power suits. He is combining Spartan armor with this biomech suit. In truth, this piece of armor and belt shouldn't even work. The armor would need the battery that is contained in the hammer. But thanks to the gacha, it works without it. But don't give the user flight of electricity projection. And because Mikhail is not a summon, he doesn't give powers to him for now. This will give you a good level of durability and strength. Give me back later with a report of the use. Eidolon says, like Mikhail is gonna test it. Now go to your positions. When everyone is ready I will start. Rogue, take this. It is an anti-magic weapon. Eidolon gives her the nth metal mace. She takes it and tries the weight, her moves precise now that she absorbed Eidolon again. Margali that is giving a long stare at Shadow's Beowulf and Rogue's mace turns to him. Belasco is a strong individual, killed all that challenged him. She comments as a good-natured warning. He never fought me. Eidolon says. This is his world. She continues. Good. Very good. He looks down on the city. I don't need to hold back then. His eyes started glowing dangerously red and the X-Men that know of his fight against Thor shuddered a little. Against Thor, he is in the middle of New York. And don't want to kill Thor. Now. Jean thinks to himself. Remember that we are still down there. Kitty half jokes. Later, Eidolon is floating alone now. He took off his mantle. Waiting for Margali to be ready. While waiting he pulls the sword of actuation from his inventory and looks at it. Better be safe than sorry. And he slowly starts to take off power boost cards and use them on the sword. Hector is a little stingy with his power boost cards. Even if they are the consolation prize of the gacha, because of his limited rolls, he can't waste them. He has a list of powers to upgrade, like New Order, or even Erasure, the power that he is keeping a secret to use against Apocalypse and make the eventual confrontation last 1 second. But powers can be trained, can be improved by an increase in strength. So he is holding it for now. But items. It is not simple to upgrade items. So is not a waste to use power boost cards on it. He uses cards 101. And no apparent changes occur, he feels like he is filling a reservoir that he doesn't know the volume of. Obviously, he can feel the slight increase in the power of the sword with each card, but he is waiting for the breakthrough or evolution. In the 8th card, it finally comes. The sword shines and trembles a little. Last time the blade changed from blue to red and I gained the ability to shift between hurting only physical or astral things. I use 2 cards, this time I use 8. If this continues in a geometric progression. He frowns thinking about the huge amount of cards needed in the future. 32 in the next and 128 after it. After the light subsided he inspected the changes in the sword. Appearance-wise, there's only one. The thorny vines that composed the guard and handle changed from green to purple. The sword looks even more alive now, pulsating. Oh. I see. He instinctively knows the new abilities and he tries one. The thorny vines move around wildly before latching around his hand. But hey, not stop there, the vines envelop his hand and continue to grow and grow till they are covering his whole arm. In a makeshift thorn arm guard that ends on his shoulder. Some vines still dance slowly at the end of it, above his shoulder. An anti-astral armor. And only the arm for now, huh? Hector counts his body parts and feels a little headache knowing how much more upgrades are needed. Well, at least shows that this sword has great potential. He puts the sword away and makes his preparations. *BZZT* in position. Rogue reports to him in his earpiece. Copy that. He says before floating down slowly. As he approaches the wall, some guards look at him and pointed but he ignored them. The one for all users said that named moves are stronger. And weirdly they really get out a little stronger. Must be the adrenaline. He muses to himself while taking position. How should I do it? Some guards with wings fly to him. First comes Rock. He mutters. No. Maybe a United States of Smash. He muses again. Nah. Talking about this, maybe I should accompany my moves with a word like smash. Yuvajin uses impact. Maybe strike. I should stick with the basic and go with a serious punch. The guards finally arrived and surrounded him. Shouting something about trespassing and going to kill him. Well, this cheap cultivation world deserves a palm attack. He raises his hand, flexing many of his energy sources. The sky darkens a little and the world starts trembling. Taking the perfect angle he attacks. From his palm, the force, and his telekinetic powers coupled with Nen emit a giant's turbid palm that flies to the city. The attack raises 25% of the giant's city as a collateral, because the real target is the tower where Nastor dwells. It is a testament to the protective wards the fact that the tower is not disintegrated, but it is uprooted and sent flying at a distance. To Margali, Jermaine, and Rogue. I will call it, cultivation bullshit palm strike. He nods to himself. Well, that is our signal. Jean comments seeing the uprooted buildings and rubbles flying crazily on the other side of the city. She, Seiko, Cyclops, and Colossus are on the roof of a building looking where can only be the barracks of the soldiers. After the commotion, demonic people start pouring out of the buildings like ants. Colossus rises from his crouched position while covering his body in metal. He steps out the roof and loudly lands on the path of the soldiers. While this, huge icebergs fall from the sky around them, conveniently blocking other escape routes. Eidolon doing trapped most of the soldiers in that part of the city. Some demonic soldiers could fly, but they're hit by Cyclops blasts. Jean helps attack the mind of the ones flooding Colossus and throwing what she can to the ones flying. Murasaki is completely still even if the fight already started. She wants to join already, but she held herself back. Her eyes focused on the buildings. At some point, a centaur knight steps out of one of the buildings shouting something, maybe orders. Seiko smiles under the mask before disappearing from her spot. She steps on Colossus's shoulder before moving forward so fast that she appears to be teleporting. Where she passes, demons receive cuts and fall. She finally arrives at the back. Missed. Necrosis, the huge centaur with 6 arms, looks around before hastily raising his shield. The blow makes him slides a little before he steadies himself to look at his opponent. Wench. You will pay for your cheap tricks. He exclaims while taking a variety of weapons. Seiko raises his sword. I'm gonna enjoy it. She licks her lips. Outside the city. Good control. Margali praises while watching the tower flying in her overall direction. Jermaine and Rogue at her side. When the tower falls and starts sliding in the ground, she times perfectly and hit her Wando F power on the ground. Blue glyphs shine on the ground and converge where the tower falls. Then a huge explosion and a pillar of blue light emerge with enough strength to reach the clouds. A sky beam. Typical. Rogue thinks. But is more like Eidolon than her. She shakes her head to focus again. She absorbed a lot. Really a lot this time. Eidolon controlled what powers she would absorb this time. focusing on the quality of powers but in the quantity of energy. She is almost glowing with strength. After the light subsided, a creature that looks like a humanoid pterodactyl with a horse face emerges from the rubble. He is very hurt and enraged. Looking around, he spotted his 3 enemies. "I'm gonna make you 3 wish that you never existed." He starts saying before receiving an attack from Rogue Mace. He is sent flying to the ground. She doesn't hesitate before dropping down on his chest with her knee. And then taking a deep breath, she releases a sonic scream close to his skull. And then drops the mace on his chest again. Margali watches this unfold. Are we really necessary here? Jermaine asks, unsure while starting to float, her hands glowing ready to give support. Back to Eidolon, he continues to rain down the destruction on the site, in a controlled way. Targeting especially the towers, the place that Magic Aurora said are the core of the wards. He disturbs everything with the goal of making Ileana's group travel unnoticed. At some point, he notices someone appearing from the balcony of a high part of the castle. Finally. Belasco looks exactly like someone would imagine a demon. Red skin, yellow eyes, and horns. He is using regal clothes, also red, but some with some jewelry. In his waist was a sword. He looks around unfazed by the destruction. Then he finally looks at Eidolon. "I was already bored without suicidal people like you." He drawls complacently. Eidolon doesn't answer him. Belasco is on the balcony of the largest building, he mutters into his earpiece. With Ileana group. They receive the message and looks at Ileana. She closes her eyes in concentration. It was not with him. She says after some time. Everyone nods. "We are invading right now, Eidolon. If the Bloodstone is not with Belasco, Eidolon only needs to take the guy away now." Eidolon raises his hand and releases a high concentrated blast of air cannon at Belasco. The upper part of the castle is destroyed, but Belasco is unaffected after he raised a shield. "You're not bad. We'll make a nice puppet," Belasco comments. To keep his focus on himself, Eidolon emits his Nen and other energies. Ready to go all out. "Oh. Are you a demigod?" It's always these heroic types born with a golden spoon in their mouths. He says condescendingly. Eidolon punches the air. But before his motion is finished, a small portal appears in front of his fist. His arm disappears and reappears close to Belasco, already giving him an uppercut to the sky. A convenient power that he took on the world of the Incredibles. Eidolon doesn't stop there. It is not in his style to give enemies chances. He continues to punch the air like he is shadowboxing. His first disappeared and reappeared in different positions close to Belasco. He punches almost every inch of his body. Face, stomach, crotch, liver, ribs, back. Belasco is treated as a rag doll for some time. Throw around in the air by the force. Enough. Belasco screams, stabilizing himself in the air with a burst of magical energy. He is panting in fury, but he looks just a little hurt. Eidolon appears above, his arm already pulled back in a huge motion. His first is shining in a blinding light. All this time he is not simply punching Belasco to accumulate damage. He is using FA Gene. Accumulating the kinetic energy of dozens of punches to multiply this one attack. First comes Rock. He says before burying his arm in Belasco's torso. Belasco is shot at the ground like a bullet, Eidolon still connected with him while he caved his heart. I really wanted to end the arc with this chapter, but the characters talked by themselves. They talk too much, I swear. Bye. This week I end this arc. I will even add the epilogue as apology. Till someday. Chapter 56, Battle in the Limbo, Part Final. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Against all the evil that hell can conjure, all the wickedness that mankind can produce, we will send unto them, only you. Rip and tear, until it is done. King Novik. Recap, in the last chapter, Eidolon's group find Ileana and surprisingly Aurora from another dimension. Now the plan changed and they will attack Belasco to recover the piece of Ileana's soul and save the X-Men from the other universe. While chaos is happening outside, inside the castle Ileana's group advances. This way. Ileana points out in a direction. She and Aurora are the guide in the maze-like interior of the castle. Sometimes they use Kitty, Mikhail, and Kurt's powers to take shortcuts, this way they avoid conflicts most of the time. The unlucky demons that crossed paths with them, however, are easily deal with it. So it is really in his study room. Aurora comments. At this time, everything shooks, making them stop for a moment. Things are heating up out there. Kitty comments. Let's hurry. Aurora advises. They continue to move steadily and carefully, if their task is completed everything is over. The group eventually finds themselves in a huge hall where they meet with a battalion of demons. Before anyone in the group could act, Aurora raises her hand and summons a strong but controlled hurricane in this closed space. Her hand shines azure while she makes the demon soldiers hit each other constantly till all of them are out of combat. Then she let them fall on the ground. Huff, I always wanted to do that with these bastards. Aurora sighs satisfied. Damn, that's some fine control. Kitty exclaims, can our Aurora do magic too? Almost everyone can do magic. Some are better than others. I have a connection with Gia, the Mother Earth, I'm luckier than most. You can ask your Aurora when you go back. She explains calmly. What? I never heard of that. Is Miss Aurora that special? She never talked about it. Kitty exclaims, wait. She is always taking care of her garden. Maybe. She puts a pensive expression. Thinking if Aurora knew about this connection, and if she choose to ignore. Anyway, she is gonna tell her when she go back. She could be missing a great opportunity. They continued in their way, taking the demons as discreetly as possible, exclamation point. Suddenly Shadow acts fast and pulls Ileana back. The ground where she was before explodes and a huge figure emerges from it. I smelled you from far away, little girl. Is this commotion your last attempt? I'm almost impressed. A pink and muscular demon with a cocky smirk says while looking down at them, oh, aren't you guys pets the last time I saw you? He asks with a condescending smirk while looking at Kurt and Kitty. Sim. Ileana says between gritted teeth. This makes Mikhail's face change. So you are the one. He says looking at the demon furiously while pulling his short adamantium sword from the scabbard. Shadow raises her hands in a stance. This is exactly what Eidolon predicted. His orders are to divide if met with a powerful enemy, but Ileana needs to keep going for the bloodstone. Without a word the rest get close to Kurt and with a bamf they disappear. Sim looks around surprised, oh yeah, he could do that trick. Well, I will follow them after killing you 2-inch, he said scratching his chin. You're dying here, bastard. Mikhail points his sword at him. Beneath. It is all that Shadow says before she punches the ground, making the three of them fall to change the battlefield. The place where Ileana and the others are going is in the upper parts of the castle, keeping Sim far away from them was the smart move. Sim contemptuously doesn't care and lets himself fall with them. Nastir is in a pinch. Being pressed down in close quarters and from distance, he can hardly breathe and much less fight back. Of all the people that are attacked on Belasco's side, he is the one in the worst situation. He is moved from far away, and ambushed with his pants down practically. He raises a shield to defend himself from Rogue, just to have his defense smashed like a common brick wall by her mace. Rogue swings Eidolon's nth metal mace once more, don't giving him a chance to rest. Dodging is the only way against this girl, he noticed. Trying to keep his distance from Rogue, and the damned mace, he opens his wings and propels himself high in the air. With another clap of his wings, magic missiles are ejected at Rogue to keep her away, but she expertly dodges them. As she fights she becomes better and better, even using aerial movements more fluidly. He tries to fly higher, but he hits a barrier. Margali trapped the four of them in this place. He makes another barrier to defend himself from more magic attacks coming from Jermaine. To where he dodged, he met Rogue Mace with his face, with enough strength to throw him on the ground. Still floating she extends one hand and a big explosion is emitted from it, hitting Nastir. The demon sorcerer groans in pain, but suddenly he forces his body to move. Blue chains emerged from the ground, trying to trap him. He moves away from them with great difficulty, throwing some items and concoctions at the chains that try to encircle him like snakes. Halting them. He tries another something that makes him blink of existence before reappearing in the same place when a lightning bolt hits him. Damn that woman. He mutters looking at Margali who just raised her wand of power to stop him from teleporting away. She already is prepared for the too common power of teleportation between sorcerers. He tries to stabilize himself after the attack, but Rogue intercepts him again, she is simply too fast. And she is not giving him any chance to approach the tower. Whatever items, potions, scrolls, weapons, or anything else he held there. It is now useless. He was really caught with his pants down. Now bleeding all over his body, his senses are slowly failing him. He is trying to keep his concentration at the highest levels against Rogue, but he also has to keep an eye on the other two. Be aware of Jermaine that is constantly throwing magic beams at him. And at Margali that stays still all the time, observing and only attacking when the opportunity presents itself. But a sheathed blade is equally dangerous. The constant mental pressure strains his nerves while he is afraid of her next move. Finally, he makes a mistake. A blue chain latches on his feet and pulls him to the ground, dragging him for some meters. Rogue then ruthlessly steps on his back and grabs his wings, before ripping them off in a show of brutality that is strange to herself. Without thinking too much she takes the mace from her belt and raises high on the air. surprising even herself on how calm her heart is when she smashed the demon head on the ground. Boom. After the dust settle, the mother-daughter duo approaches. Well, that's surprisingly easy, Margali comments. And it really is. Nastir, the strongest native sorcerer of the Limbo, dies just like that. Bullied like a little children. Overwhelmed in numbers, power, and strategy. Someone strong as him shouldn't have gone down like that. If was a fair fight he would at least escape. Alas, he met prepared enemies. Margali looks at the mace in Rogue's hand, a anti-magic weapon. What scary fella. She thinks. Boom. Suddenly Rogue attacked Nastir again with even more strength. The legs of the corpse even raise a little before lying motionless again. Question mark. The mother and daughter duo looks at her strangely. Always double tap. She answered the non-asked question in a non-nonsense voice similar of what they heard from Eidolon. Margali watches her, she is almost a completely different person. Gone is the girl that is happy to be on the background till is absolutely necessary. Rogue puts the mace away, one of the reason things went so smoothly, on her belt, and says, I'm going help the others. Her tone is different from the shy way she talked before. More confident, even her posture changed. Go ahead. I'm gonna check his tower first, Margali says. In truth, beyond looting whatever Nastir has, she wants to keep a healthy distance from Eidolon. She wants to observe him from afar a little. Like Eidolon, Rogue didn't even look at her. She nods and then with a flex of her body, takes off flying at supersonic speeds to the city. Sparks fly with every clash between Seiko and Necrosis. She must go beyond to keep up with the great number of weapons her enemy wields. She defends up, right, left and then counterattacks with a stab. Necrosis tries to cut her legs, but she jumps while delivering another strike. Necrosis parries with his shield before lifting himself a little in his hind legs and advancing with great momentum against Seiko. She parries with her sword but is pushed back. She concludes that Necrosis is stronger than her physically. She looks up and is surprised to see that he is already on her. His axe cleaves her face, passing right through her widened eyes, before she collapses in mist. Appearing above and behind him, she spins and goes for his neck, but he moves a little and she can only cut his shoulder. One of his arms now hanging by a thread of skin and meat. His lower horse body gave him an explosive acceleration, but he had a hard time turning around. If not, he would defend or counterattack such open attack. She analyzes. You're not weak. I respect you a little now. Necrosis comments a little haughtily but with a tinge of respect in his tone. His words make Seiko's eyes widen, but not for the reason that one would think. She sighs and straightens up before sheathing her sword. Question mark. Necrosis looks confused. I'm sorry. I was having fun at your expense. She says, bowing a little, he chose such a nice opponent and I was just treating you like a dummy. She sighs again. But you're a warrior. She adjusts her other sword on her waist. The adamantium katana, I will not toy with you and kill you in the next move. She says more seriously now. Ha! Bold words. Necrosis exclaims before raising himself in his hind legs again and preparing for an explosive charge. Ha! Seiko exhales deeply while closing her eyes. When she opened her eyes again she can see more, much more. The transparent world. She can see her enemy's muscles, blood flow, and air currents around him. Everything is in slow motion to her. The dust rises with each time his hooves touch the ground. In this slowed world, Seiko lowers herself in an IAI stance. Her right hand hovering over her sword. It is not possible to see because of the clothes and the mask, but from Seiko's collarbone to her left cheek a purple mark appears, expanding till it's just below her left eye. The mark looks like mist but is sharp in some way. Haki and Nen are concentrated on her blade. Kasumi no Kokyu. Sure no Kata, Iriujirai, mist breathing. Fourth form, shifting flow slash. She then disappears from her spot leaving only an afterimage behind. The world falls silent for an instant. She appears behind Necrosis, her sword unsheathed. He continues to charge for some time before noticing something is wrong. You. When he goes to turn, his body is divided in two perfectly from the top of his head till his crotch. He falls without another word in two puddles of gore. I barely felt resistance. Seiko admires the blade in her hand, he really spoils me. She says. Indeed. Cortana's voice speaks to her while she turns around. From all of his people, I think you're the one he spoils more. Don't tell Lady Jade though. She adds. Fufu. Seiko giggles before turning to the vision of her defeated foe. A shudder flows through her spine and she moans. Even if didn't have the full satisfaction of feeling her sword cutting through her opponent, because of how good the blade is. She can still admire her own deed. Her own strength. Seiko is strong. Much more than one would expect from her. She could probably solo the Avengers right now, with the exception of Thor and Hulk. She is really an anime character that can move at sonic speed and has a blade that can cut everything. Would be one hit kill in everyone if they don't prepare. That's bad. I almost cummed a little. She thinks while rubbing her thighs together, I can't allow myself to do this here. Only at home. Thinking about him. She centers herself and gave a last look at her opponent before she goes have fun with the small fries. Now using the normal sword. Sim, Shadow, and Mikhail ended up falling for a long time till they reach an open space that looks like an old subterranean cave. It looks like an abandoned mine, probably from the Prometheum. The place is dimly lit by brilliant rocks. After the fall, Shadow took a bunch of devices and threw them around in all possible directions and the devices activate in the air and start spinning and spraying black paint everywhere. The paint cover even more of the light, letting the place darker. Shadow activate the night vision of her futuristic glasses, while Mikhail put his own. Trying to beautify your tomb. Sim mocks. Shadow didn't answer and goes for a direct attack. She is always one of few words. Sim laughs and punches the incoming Shadow with blinding speed. But she expertly ducks and kicks his ribs. He would have dodged, but he is too conceited and didn't think that this little girl could hurt him. He wants to see her face of despair when her attacks are ineffective. Slowly destroying his enemy's hopes is a hobby of him. But godash, he is thrown at the wall with his side hurting a lot. What? He removes himself from the wall in a hurry. After checking his ribs he noticed a ugly scorching mark and worse, his regeneration is not kicking in. Devil Arm, Beowulf. A set of gauntlets and greaves blessed with sacred light. Highly effective against demons. In the past, Hector noticed something about the gacha, it always gives things at his power level, varying depending of his luck. But there's a loophole. Maybe can't even be called a loophole, but he gained certain things that are obviously above what he would deserve based on his power level. It's about the items. The fact that they're external help and don't increase Hector 1 power, opens the possibility of very strong items being gained through the gacha. Because it's not simple to use strong items. Not all weapons in the Omniverse is like the Mjolnir that boosts the user's power. It's the opposite, the user needs to be strong to unleash the full potential of the item. Beowulf comes from a very high-level universe and is something that can damage universal-level demons. When Shadow used it, left a scorch mark in Sim. To make a comparison, if was Hector kicking the guy with the comparative percentage of his power while wearing Beowulf, Sim would be dust now. Shadow pulled her arm back, concentrating her aura on it and then punching the demon from distance. The white veins on Beowulf shine brightly before a white beam of light is shot at Sim. Now, wary of her attacks, Sim dodges hastily to the side. He steps forward at an amazing speed and sweeps with his clawed hand at Shadow, trying to cleave her torso in two. But she saw that a second ago. Thanks to her upbringing, her observation hockey is extremely advanced. She twists her body backward to dodge, her hands touch the ground and she goes for a backflip. But while she was doing that, her right leg struck and she releases a huge Renkyaku at Sim from close range. This 3-meter-long Renkyaku, different from normal, is completely white. The thing about the Beowulf is that it can add holy properties to all attacks from the user. Since the attack was powered by Nen or Haki, to the shockwaves or even the wind moved by the pressure of the blows. All of this will have a holy light. All of this will be effective against demons. Sim puts his arm to protect himself, but the holy Renkyaku makes a huge scar on his torso, arms, and legs. You little. He gnashes his teeth. I'm not letting you have an easy death, he exclaims and tries to tackle her, using his huge physique as an advantage. Halfway through he needs to stop and hastily dodges a swing of Mikhail's sword. Now he is more cautious of their attacks, and rightly so. Sim backs off, but Mikhail presses forward elbowing the demon. Sim once again is surprised by the physical strength of this human. Mikhail, who is using the EDI suit, doesn't try to take distance and goes for a punch in the chin. His first glowing with his powers, but this time Sim dodges. You're the one that will be having an ugly death, demon. I need to repay you for 6 years of my sister's suffering. Mikhail says snarling. They exchange attacks at high speed, but Mikhail is slower. At some point, he is disarmed of his sword, but he didn't let that hinder him too much and switches up fast to a fistfight. After some blows, their two first clash at the same time and they go to a stalemate. A stalemate that doesn't last long when Shadow intervenes with a roundhouse kick. Sim needs to back off. Shadow follows with a Soru and connects a punch in his calf. The demon groans in pain. And he fell on his knees when Shadow combos her punch with another on the back of his knee. Mikhail doesn't waste time, recovering his sword he raises it in the air while teleporting directly above Sim. Swing down, his blade meets the demon's left arm that he used to defend himself. And cut his arm relatively easily. Sim eyes go wide as saucers. Adamantium. The short sword that Eidolon gifted Mikhail before entering Limbo. This metal doesn't have incredible properties. It can't absorb kinetic energy like vibranium. Or be an excellent magic conductor like you are you. Or even disrupt magic like the nth metal. Adamantium is durable. Simple as that. Nigh indestructible, and its molecular integrity is as such that it can be forged in a pico proportion, and become the sharpest blade in the world. Cutting between molecules. In the comics, Wolverine cut the Hulk in many moments with his claws. Hector tested the blade in himself. And his arm is cleaved neatly with effort, and adamantium becomes one of the highest dangers to him because his main weakness is his neck and nervous system. But he already devised a way to counter it. And would be necessary for a strong person to use against him to adamantium become effective again, someone at least at his level. But Sim is not Hector, he can't control his body and the molecular structure of his skin to make it impenetrable. And once again, Sim is surprised by the capabilities of the weapons of his enemies to hurt him. Not giving time to him to think, Shadow swipes his leg to destabilize him. But before falling, Sim goes berserk and with an animalistic roar punches the ground with all his strength. Dust and rocks fly everywhere, the castle trembles, and the wall and ceiling cracks. Sim utilizes the opportunity to run. The pink demon is a bully. And bullies target the weak. The situation is becoming dire to Sim and he is not so dumb that he haven't noticed it. These people are prepared, he thinks. He will run from now and take revenge later, he just needs to find Nastor to heal his wounds. Then he will use hit-and-run tactics to deal with these pests. Maybe even take Ileana as a hostage. Yeah, that should work. When he is crossing the exit, using the dust as cover. Shadow's eyes never left him. Again, her observation hockey is extremely good. So good that she naturally had the empathic vision and mind's eye ability that Fujitora, the Marine Admiral, had. Above the exit, she emerges from a huge ink stain that she previously put there. Letting gravity do her job, she falls on Sim back. Her two arms are outstretched, her fists closed while she places them on the demon's skin. The Beowulf's white veins shine brightly because of the aura concentrated there. Rokugan, she spoke in a soft voice. Boom. It is like a flashbang just exploded. The culmination of the Rokushiki is used with the Beowulf to deliver a devastating blow. The shockwave ravages Sim internal organs with the holy attribute. The demon screams in pain like never before. Shadow releases a breath and rolls her shoulders, thankfully she has hyper-regeneration, so in a few seconds, she is good as new. She slowly approaches her opponent. After the dust settles again, is possible to see Sim's state. He is whimpering on the ground, has cracks all over his body, bleeding everywhere. It is a signal of the demon tenacity and durability that he is still conscious. And in one piece. And he still has the strength to one last move. Desperately, he propels himself from the ground, surprising Shadow, and makes a run for his life again. The burst of strength didn't last long, he slowed down a little but he didn't stop running. He is very attached to his life. As one of the strongest residents from Limbo, he can't just die like that. Naive girl. He thinks that he really could escape, till a blue light flash at his side and he only has time to widen his eyes before his other arm is cut by Mikhail again. Run, run. I'm letting you die as you lived. In disgrace. Mikhail says with an angry expression. Aarg. You bastard. Sim shouts, but he can't even punch now that he doesn't have arms. Sim flexes his legs, maybe to jump, maybe to kick Mikhail. His intentions will continue unknown because Mikhail chops one of his legs too. The demon fells face first on the ground. Crawl like the worm you are. Mikhail says looking down on him, before raising his sword. That's for Ileana. And Sim is no more. Eidolon POV. Okay, this is the magic bullshit that I was talking about. I think while dodging attacks from all directions. After I punched Belasco in the ground, it didn't take a second for the guy to trap us together in something that can only be the mirror dimension. I felt and saw the space shift and reality be flipped, but I let him use his BFR, battlefield removal, trick, works for me. My task of keeping him occupied is completed. But damn, this is annoying. He has full control of this battlefield. I'm feeling in the Inception movie. There are parts of the castle and city in the sky. The up and down are all relative. Gravity is working strangely, I think he is controlling this too. Some places that are really far away appear close and vice versa. The ground where I stepped opened like a mouth to devours me and I jump to dodge. Magic circles appear above me and a rain of magical beams attacks me. I make my body as thin as thread and dodged with some difficult the heavy assault, but not even one touches me. My body, now like a thread, advances to Belasco position, piercing the air at hypersonic speeds. He hastily raises a shield to defend himself, but it only delays me a little before I pierce his forehead. Emerging behind him, I shake off his dirty dark blood from my thin barrier or protection. You know, gross right. Penetrate brain matter. Even more from a guy like that. Turning around, I swipe my leg to deliver a Rankyaku at him. But he teleports away. That's another annoying thing. His teleportation is flawless. Maybe is his connection with Limbo, but there are no ripples or fluctuations when he teleports. I can only follow him by seeing the future. He reappears at some distance. The hole I made in his brain appears to not be a trouble to him. He is just staring at me. Oi oi, why are you dodging? Shouldn't you be invulnerable? I taunt, starting to think that I overestimated you. I advance again. He raises his hand and from his fingertips, green fireballs the size of someone's head start to be shot like a machine gun. The fireballs go in all directions, but then they appear to sink into the air and start appearing from impossible positions. Imitating me, huh? His control over the battlefield is really annoying. I would need the Sharingan to see all this shit. Unlucky to him, I have good substitutes. Using my well-trained 3D maneuvering, I dodge all little fireballs that has the destructive power to destroy a city block. In the end, my biggest strength is still evading. And speed. The most OP of the stats. It is not for nothing that in my former life when there was a discussion about fictional characters with similar strengths they put a note of speed equalized. Being faster than your opponent, even if just a little, is a huge advantage in a fight of this level. Some fireballs come very close to comfort, it appears that he can control their direction too, and I have to slap them away. Maybe if I do things like Garu, I can gain his card. I advance while dodging, but he disappears again. The all-seeing eyes of God working a full throttle to keep up with his moves, he blends with the surroundings simply too well. In this mirror dimension, that right now looks like something that Escher would have painted, suddenly dozens of Belascos appear in many places. Small tricks. I act confused, making him think that this work on me, while I pinpoint his location. Doing some dodges that appear to be a whim, I move closer to his real location. While he continues to rain hell on me. When I see the opportunity, I turn fast and deliver a punch in the real Belasco. My punch powered by the advanced Conqueror Haki connected with the Crimson Barrier. The barrier is destroyed and my fist met another barrier. And destroying that, it met with another barrier. And finally stops, after making the third barrier distort. How do you know that I'm the real one, he asks when our eyes met. Your stench. I says. He frowns in displeasure, you have fallen into my trap anyway, he comments while red demonic glyphs appear under him, and then walls appear in all directions. Trapping me. He teleports away and the walls start closing. Trying to seal me. Ha. As if. I comment casually before crouching in the air and releasing an omnidirectional force blast. The two forces, one trying to enclose and one trying to escape clash, causing a huge explosion. I and he are affected by it. The shockwaves make some of my bones crack, and blood spills from his open wounds. I think I figured out his invulnerability. First, he is really durable, even more durable than Thor when I fought him. My punch empowered by FA Gene was literally my strongest attack till now, it's not my limit by the way, and he hadn't his torso blown away like the Deep Sea King against Saitama. I have planned to make him a donut, but my fist just went halfway through, and the wound is slowly regenerating. That is the second part of his immortality. He has a healing factor, not as fast as Wolverine or Deadpool, but he has it. I can see his dark red blood coalescing to restore him. And now the main concept behind his invulnerability/immortality. It appears that his body means Jack's hit to him. His heart was crushed, his brain pierced and he just continued to go on like nothing happened. I destroyed his parietal lobes and nothing changed. It looks like his body is like a puppet to his soul. Like how I would control a robot with my technopathy, what happens with the robot body wouldn't affect me. I check again with the all-seeing eyes of God. No, it's really him. He is not remotely controlling from far away that body. So. Is this like in D&D where some sorcerers have patrons that give them power, and when the sorcerers die their souls go to the patrons? If I kill him, I would need to trap his soul. If not, the extra-dimensional demons would retrieve it and all be for naught. Well, the plan is holding him anyway. You know, to a guy that sold his soul to become some demon's little pet, I would expect you to be stronger. I mock. In truth, I'm lying. He is very strong and resourceful. The guy has a range of abilities as big as mine. And I literally went to a world where 6 billion people have powers. His pursed lips are the only indicator that he is displeased. Why should I be content with this limited vessel when I can go much farther? I deserve to achieve great heights. He exclaims in a proud tone. Then he looks at me like I'm an insect, someone like you that was born strong can't understand. The power that you're gifted. I earned it. He shouts, raising his hands high in the air. Well, I can't argue. I would prefer to die powerless than be some demon's whore. You know that these deals never end well for the contractors, right? I say. HMPF. Only if I don't have the competency. he says before finishing his next spell. Oh. Ooh, I can't dodge that. I murmured while looking at the future. The red clouds in the sky rumble as a warning, and then in the next instant a storm of lightning is already on me. Faster than any lighting has the right to be, the huge AoE attack hits where I am. The red lightning engulfs almost all of this mirror dimension, leaving no room to dodge. Choosing to not try to test my magic resistance, which must be as weak as Superman's one, I extend both of my arms to use, reflect, empowered by, one for all. After the onslaught, I bet that he is surprised to see me still standing. Thanks for the gift, take it back. I say, returning the attack. Reflect is a trump card that I haven't shown the world. Something that I guarding to use in a crucial moment to turn the tides of a battle. Here. No one is watching. The huge attack hits him directly. And again, even after he is all burned up, he still acts chill. You're a slippery pest. He comments, slowly regenerating. Now I notice that he is absorbing energies from his surroundings to heal faster. Using the home advantage. He decided to change tactics and slowly take his sword from the scabbard. Oh, that is the thing that Margali wanted. Yep, looks nasty. There's really some high level of dark energy in that thing. He waved it at me, and a crescent-shaped bloody attack flies in my direction. Using one of my many powers, I turn my right hand into a blade and slash back. Commissary. I use Roger's signature move. A black slash empowered by Conqueror's Haki meets Belasco's red one. The two annul each other, but I think his slash is stronger. Well, I was just testing the waters. Wait. No, his slash has some sort of corrosive propriety. A corrosive power that can even affect energies. That's interesting. But appears that Haki is efficient in resisting it a little. I remove Yon's katana from my sky poison pearl, so we are playing with swords now. Holding the material sword with one hand, I construct the immaterial sword with my spiritual power in the other hand. Let's dance then, Cortana, put the only thing I know for real to play. Right way, master, it is her response. Cutting the distance in an instant, I attack with the sword in my left hand. He parries it, but I follow with the one in my right hand, while his sword is out of the way. He needs to teleport back some steps to dodge. Then, from the hand that is not holding a sword, he releases a magical attack. I twist my body back to dodge, then I pull one of my legs behind to create a stable stance and spin. A 360-degree slash is released from my attack. The slash goes far enough to destroy many buildings. But the annoying guy already teleported above. So this how it feels, huh? Belasco, you're starting to annoy me very, very much. Let's put a hold on the plan of simply keeping you occupied. I look at him from above and disappear. Appearing behind him. He teleports away again, but I follow by predicting where he will reappear. Odin Nitoryu. Tugen Shirataki, using the same attack Odin used against that giant boar, I start cutting before he even appears totally. Red blood spills from his chest. No one knows this. But destiny and luck made me become a dual sword style Edge Iceguy MC. I comment just to confuse him before using the same attack downward. It's true though. Odin, Yon, Star Killer. Who is next? Kirito. Ugh. He chooses to parry this time, a bad move. My strength is simply too much superior to his. He is thrown at the ground like a rag doll. It's decided, Belasco. I'm gonna surrender to the cliché and cut you in many pieces and scatter you around to seal you. I decide before attacking again. Dropping on him like a meteor. His durability is nothing to scoff at, so he raises the tip of his demonic sword and releases a beam of energy at me. While he is looking to the place where I was hit in the sky, I'm already with a stance at his side. Gah. I slash his side. Deciding that making big moves was not optimal, he goes to compete with me with swordplay. Another bad move. He is good. Probably because of the years. He is not just a scholar. But I'm faster, stronger, and can see a little in the future. We exchange 100 of blows, every second a new wound appears on his body. This remembers me of my fight against Thor. At that time I had the range advantage, now using two swords I have more options. He tries to keep up with some spells thrown here and there, but he is being hard-pressed. The thing is that he doesn't appear to be getting tired, so we will be at this for a long time. But I'm feeling myself improving, stretching the muscles and techniques that I don't use for the lack of opponents. It is good. And surprising fun. Which of my characters like fighting? Should be the ones from One Piece. I'm not particularly fond of battles, but I like improving. Let me use you as a stepstone. I say with a laugh, referencing those Chinese novels and annoying him further. Dude, you're too old to cough blood and anger like that. When he makes a mistake, I end him. Jean Grey POV. Maybe I had a knack to multitask. Or is it simply a thing that I developed because of my powers, but I found it easy to attack the minds of some of these demons while simultaneously throwing debris at the others? Now I'm noticing that all that mental training and meditation really paid off. I got better and handle my powers. Before it was like handling a weapon with oily hands, always slipping out of control easily. Oh, look at me, using metaphors like Eidolon. A battalion of demon soldiers approaches and I reach with my telepathy. I'm not as good as the professor who can freeze people for some time and then when unfreezing them, they wouldn't have even noticed anything. But against demons I don't need to be careful, right? Brute force it is. They fall on the ground clutching their head or foaming through their mouth. I pull an already worn-out building close with my telepathy and make it fall on them. I see another group approaching and I try to pull their weapons while Scott shot at them during the momentary confusion. Huff, I never pushed myself this hard. I'm sweating. I noticed after having to clean my forehead so that the sweat doesn't enter my eyes. Strange, my body is getting tired but my mind is as clear as ever. And I'm feeling even more mentally energized after every moment. Maybe this is my true Omega level potential. Sincerely, living with Bobby and Aurora, I was never awed by the Omega level. They are stronger than the rest, right? That's it. I never saw Aurora or Bobby go all out. Did they ever went all out in their lives? Eidolon in the interview said that an Omega level can at least affect continents with their powers. This is so weird to think about. I can't imagine myself affecting that many people. It's impossible. Eidolon said in our first encounter that sometimes ourselves are our greatest limiters. Something about mental blocks. I didn't think too much at that time. I can barely control my power. Imagine using all this potential. Sounded so distant in the past. But now. I put 2 fingers on my forehead, a little action that I conditioned myself to help my concentration, and started shutting down all the enemies I can. Their minds work differently from a human in many aspects. But in their core. They not different. Every word that I thought was punctuated with batches of demon soldiers falling. I exhale heavily. More as instinct, the small tiredness that assaulted me after exerting that much power is recovered quickly. Damn, I think I am strong. I hear a cutting noise above me. The demons that are flying and are put to sleep by me while flying are attacked by a purple light. I see Murasaki approaching at distance, cutting even more demons in 2 with her sword. Hey, a flying sword slash. Kitty would love it. A sonic boom makes my focus goes in another direction, just in enough time to see Rogue dropping in the middle of a group of demons exactly like Eidolon does. But with less class. After she straightens herself, she blurs and blurs. I can barely accompany her speed with my eyes while she appears to slide onto the ground and attack the poor demons. With a boom, she appears close to me. Finished here too? She asks. Yes. I point to Murasaki turning the demons into Legos, and where are Mrs. Zardos and her daughter? Stayed behind to take useful things from the tower. She shrugs her shoulder. I see. In hindsight, didn't Eidolon give them that task already to reward them in that way? The guy really thought in everything, huh? And Eidolon won't give Belasco's sword to them, right? I ask Rogue. I wouldn't do it. I notice some looks between Ileana and the other Aurora. That sword is dangerous. Even if Mrs. Zardos has no bad intentions. It could be like the dodecahedron in New York. Sincerely, I can't blame the guy. He at least gave the tower off as a consolation prize. Can you go and help Ileana's group? I ask. I'm worried about them now. Rogue looks at the castle. It is a huge castle. It's hard to locate them. Eidolon makes it look easy. She shakes her head. Now we are in a dilemma. Should Rogue continue here or give them reinforcements? Rogue looks around the battlefield for some time. I will go to Ileana, just to be safe. Things look in control here. She says before taking off at high speeds, almost pushing me with the wind pressure. Well, if Rogue with Eidolon mind said. I shrug and go back to assist Colossus that is being swarmed by demons. It's here. Ileana point to a huge double door, decorated in a fancy way. Shouldn't this have some ward or something? How do we will open it? Kitty asks. To this Aurora extends her hand and blasts the door with a gust of wind. Okay. Kitty says slowly. This time is better to be fast. Aurora comments while Ileana already crosses the door and looks around the room. But suddenly she hears a hissing sound and she doesn't waste time to teleport a meter back. A clawed hand swiped on the place she just was standing. Cat. Aurora exclaims. That is the other me. Kitty asks with her eyes wide. Before them, there is an anthropomorphic cat woman. Brown fur covering her whole body and using a blue leotard that is a little too skimpy for Kitty's tastes. She has been cursed by Belasco. A twisted way to teach Ileana a lesson. Ororo says. Bamf. The well-known sound is heard behind them, but their nightcrawler was still standing at their side. Ororo acts fast and throws a lightning bolt from her fingertips at the other Kurt. He, on his side, teleports away fast and reappears at Kat's side. Ziz looks. Eidolon's dimension nightcrawler starts. Savage, Kitty guesses. The other Kurt is shirtless and with a golden collar around his neck and chest. He looks like a beast, growling and salivating. So. We need to capture the most sneaky of the X-Men. Sounds easy. Kitty comments sarcastically. But then she hears something on her earpiece. Kitty, it's Rogue. Where are you? Are you hearing me? Is this on range? In one of the upper levels. Not so sure where exactly. She comments. Nothing comes from the other end for some time, can you scream for me? Rogue finally asks. That sounded wrong. Kitty answers unsure but okay. And then she shouts with hesitation. Rogue has a crush on Eidolon. Everyone looks at her strange. Some seconds later, boom. The ground explodes, Ileana groups shield their faces and when they open again there's a red-faced Rogue holding Kat and Savage Kurt by their necks. That's not what I mean. She half shouts with gritted teeth. Kitty shrugs her shoulders, I thought that the power of cringe would give you a boost. She says shamelessly. Let's not waste time. Ororo interrupts, Ileana find the bloodstone. She turns to the girl. Ileana closes her eyes to concentrate. Are you with that? Rogue asks. Kitty pulls 2 syringes from a purse behind her. Here. She delivers the 2 syringes to Rogue and the Southern Belle Meta applies them expertly in the 2 unconscious metas. Now they will stay like that for half an hour at least. Rogue says. And when Ileana found the bloodstone I pressed this button. Kitty adds holding a device that Eidolon gave to her. He said that will release a pulse that he will feel and he will end this mission. Now they went silent, to let Ileana concentrate. Eidolon and Belasco are still fighting in the mirror dimension. After this long, Eidolon has a good grasp of Belasco's abilities. Well, with the obvious exceptions being whatever trump cards the old sorcerer has under his sleeves. He is even fighting a little relaxed. No, is not like is being complacent. He is managing his advantage. In a battle of this level, mistakes can be fatal. And sometimes the only thing that can decide the result. In the manga and anime Saint Seiya, is said that if a battle between Gold Saints doesn't end in a second, will last 1,000 days. I want a Gold Saint card. Shaka if possible, my favorite. Hector thinks while exchanging dozens of blows and keeping close to Belasco. This fight can really last 1,000 days or more if this goes on, but he is not worried. Different from his fight against Thor, he didn't need to win. And making big moves give openings. He thinks while keeps pressing his opponent. Even in fight games, experienced players rarely use the ultimate moves. Because the action/animation before is a opening. It is all about combos and timing. This is the essential in a fight. Hector knows this and he knows that the advantage is all his. No need to risk having the tables turning on him. He is not kidding when he said that he is using Belasco to train. He tried many powers, even making more arms at some point. But the moment finally arrives. The small trigger that can change the tide and the rhythm of the balanced fight. Belasco face changes. A snarl grows in his feature, making him even more demonic. Ileana, he shouts before releasing a huge amount of magic to stop the fight and gain ground to breathe. This already proved a mistake before. He tried it during the fight. To break Eidolon's rhyme, but the hero expertly predicted it and backed in the right time. Again, timing. Then he pressed after Belasco finished his big move and then he was even more in advantage. Belasco is using this move again, even knowing that Eidolon wouldn't fall for this. It is because he didn't plan to continue to fight. He turns around and flies away. During his flight, he opens an exit and waves Hishin to the mirror dimension close around his foe. He is trying to seal Eidolon. Will not work. Turning the back against the enemy. Never thought that I would find someone really doig that. Eidolon murmurs, already in a stance. His 2 swords raised, his words give enough time to him to pump his body of Nen, Haki, and other powers. His limbs grow a little thicker from the concentration of power. Yon plus Odin Nitoryu. Fate sealed plus 2 Gen Tatsuka. He thinks while focusing on Belasco. He advances, so fast that the space appears to compress where he was before. Behind him, the ground explodes. Belasco feels the danger and turns around to raise his defenses and his sword. But he can't stop him. A dark energy clashes on his chest. The attack is so powerful that the X-shaped slash met the wall of the mirror dimension and shatters it, revealing the real limbo behind it. Idolan and Belasco emerge in the real limbo and the mirror dimension slowly dissipates, starting from the X-shaped fissure. Idolan is not done. His attack made Belasco fly even higher in the air uncontrollably, and he releases another attack on the defenseless sorcerer, albeit weaker this time. Like a bullet, the demon falls to the ground, making a huge crater and lifting a huge cloud of dust. Idolan spins around in the air a little before landing gracefully close to the Ileana group that is outside. He turns to look at them. Everyone is finished. Let's go then. He says like a father asking if everyone packed their things before returning to their home after a vacation. Ileana POV, some minutes earlier. It's close. I can feel it. It's in that cabinet. I exclaim after opening my eyes. My brother and that silent girl joined us while I was concentrating. I hurry to the cabinet, pushing some cauldrons and tables out the way. Belasco's study is full of weird things. Relics, books, body parts. I try to open the cabinet, but it's locked. I can't. I start, but my brother interrupts. Allow me. He says, pushing me gently to the side, then he uses his short sword to cut it open. The double doors of the cabinet are open wide after his attack, revealing their insides. There are a lot of things. A crystal ball, a gilded skull, some green candles, a staff that it's made of a bone, and... I got it. I took the golden collar with a red stone in the middle. I can recognize it everywhere. Holding it, I feel complete again. I didn't even notice that something is lacking before, but while the bloodstone is in my hands, I notice the difference immediately. Great, now we can go. The kitty of my dimension asks. Aurora turns to me, can you absorb your soul back, Ileana? She asks. I frown while looking at the bloodstone. Maybe. I say, unsure. Suddenly, I have an idea, brother, take me to a garden in that direction. I point after situating myself. He raises an eyebrow but nods. Mrs. Aurora turns to me, Ileana, are you? After some teleportations, with the others following, we arrive in a small garden in a secluded part of the castle. The garden is simple. Filled with purple grass and with a swirling red and black pool in the middle. The place is open because on some specific nights, when the moon appears, some rituals can be made here. I have seen Belasco create things from this pool. I read about it. It's like an eldritch furnace. I approach the pool holding the bloodstone necklace in my hand. Okay. Tell me that you're not gonna enter this evil-looking water. Kitty says, looking at the in disgust. I'm not gonna enter. I say, totally, and before they can even argue, I plunge my arm in the pool. Pain assaults my arm and continues through my whole body, but I grit my teeth to no scream. I let the cold feeling of the water go through my body, to my soul. I couldn't see inside the pool, but I can feel the necklace disintegrating between my fingers. The effects are better than I expected. Okay. Remember when I said not totally? I turn to the others with a strained smile, I lied, and I jump in the pool. I can use this thing to destroy whatever spell Belasco put on me and reattach this piece to my soul again. But is this the ideal? I can make my soul complete again and then what? This Isana opportunity, right? I read on some of the books from Belasco that it's possible to forge a strong and personal weapon using this pool and some part of you. Maybe only blood, maybe a limb, some assholes even used family members. I read that the greater the price, the stronger the weapon. Equivalent exchange or something like that. So if I use this piece of my soul, I can feel Belasco's spell being washed off. I feel free from the first time in a long time. The bloodstone, one of Belasco's most prized possessions, destroyed. But I can use the residual energy too, right? Everything can and must be used, it is one of that asshole lessons. The piece of soul in my hand absorbs everything that it can to become material. I see, it's easier than I thought. What weapon I should make? Well, I already thought about that. Belasco uses a sword, my brother uses a sword. Idolan uses a sword. The piece of the soul starts stretching. When I feel that is completed, I finally allow myself to emerge from the pool. Pwa, cough cough. I wheeze. I haven't noticed that I was not breathing. Ileana. My brother carries me off easily, his face worried. What you did? It's done. I say slowly and I look at my hand. A blue flame-like sword in my hand, with no distinct feature. Don't look that impressive, but it's mine. It is my strength and power. Something to attack, to defend myself. To not be helpless anymore, now I can do more than just run away. I was saved from giving an explanation by a super loud sound that echoes all over the place. It's like glass shattering mixed with other things. What the heck? Kitty exclaims, point at the sky. Above us, the sky was cut. There's a wound on it, in the shape of an X, the mirror dimension. Ms. Aurora says, they're fighting there. She adds. And then she quickly explains what is the mirror dimension to the others. I already know that. So Eidolon and Belasco are there. Then, a figure flies off the huge X-shaped scar in the sky. Belasco. In a sorry state that I would not think possible before today. He is all bloodied and is not really flying. It appears that he has been thrown around by some force. Then Eidolon appears above him. I had only 1 second to register what I'm seeing before the sky is cut again and Belasco is plummeted into the ground. Eidolon does some backflips in the sky and lands perfectly beside us. He straightens himself calmly and asks casually, everyone is finished. Let's go then. He takes a look at my soul's word but he didn't comment. I look at him. I want to be as strong as him. Maybe I should have made 2 swords. Third-person POV. Eidolon checks Ileana with the all-seeing eyes of God. It appears that you broke the spell. Good job. He says, patting Ileana's head. She came down from Mikhail's arms because she doesn't want to be treated like a kid. So this is the soul's word, huh? She really did it. It looks like Kawabara spirit sword from Yu Yu Hakusho right now. Well, I think this thing evolves with the user. He thinks to himself. So. Mission accomplished, guys. Eidolon comments before snapping his fingers. To his action, the air starts dripping with a black liquid and then Jean and the others far away appear from thin air. Everyone, but Margali and Jermaine. Ugh. Gurk. That's unpleasant. Jean comments wiping her mouth. Sorry, efficiency. Eidolon says calmly. So, we can go now. Jean asks but a loud rumbling noise is emitted. Belasco emerges from the ground and rises high in the air to look down on them, fuming with anger. He literally looks like a walking corpse. In his torso an X-shaped open wound is exposed for all to see, some of his organs are even spilling out. His invulnerability is really impressive. Eidolon's attack only cut halfway through his body. And the fact that he can still operate at 100% with no regard with his injuries is a form of strength too. None of you are leaving this place alive. He says in a calm fury and points his sword to the ground. A huge amount of what appears to be blood get out of the sword. The waterfall of blood touches the ground and goes around forming circles and writing itself in a strange language. Eidolon looks at all this with a frown. A summoning. He warns the others. The blood in the ground shines for a second before a pit appears where the magic circles were previously. The pit is full of dark red liquid and completely still. Then a demonic arm emerges from the pit. The thing is, even if this arm wouldn't look out of place in someone with the Hulk's build, it's small when compared with the pit, like an ant. Another arm appears. And another, and another, another. Countless demons start crawling out of the pit. Eidolon relaxes. So, is not a boss fight, is a wave. He thinks. He exerts his conqueror haki to test the waters. Some demons fall, but most of them continue to advance without being affected. He checks them again, mindless puppets. He comments this must be the army that he was preparing to invade our dimension. During countless years. Eidolon comments. These demons don't have free will. They don't even have base instincts. They are just like NPCs that will follow the command of their master till they be destroyed. The ones that Eidolon could affect with his haki were the ones made recently, that still held a lingering consciousness. Well, you guys run. I will hold them off for a bit. He comments nonchalantly. Puppets make for numbers, but without even base survival instincts, it means that their battle capabilities are subpar too. Are you sure? Jean looks at what now should be at least 1 million of demons filling the sky and the ground, circling them slowly. And there's more still appearing. No problem. Small fries. He says. Ileana. Belasco's voice is heard again, you belong to me. Now and always. He shouts in anger. What a creepy. Kitty says. Belasco. Ileana says, balling her fists and biting her lower lip in anger. Eidolon notices that she is trembling a little. He remembers one of the last Marvel movies that he watched in his former life. The one with the New Mutants, where Ileana appears to have some phobia and deep-rooted trauma. Maybe he can cut the root of it now. I will teleport you guys to Mrs. Zardos. Eidolon says the next move, Ileana, want to stay and help me fight Belasco? He suddenly asks an unexpected question. What? This is too dangerous. Ileana stares at him without saying anything. Eidolon shrugs, you have issues with this guy. No better way to beat trauma than, literally beat trauma. He laughs a little. He continues, remember what I said before coming here. Follow my instructions. I shouldn't even have to explain, but because Belasco is taking his sweet time to surround us, I will talk. Our win condition right now is everyone escaping. That guy has tunnel vision in Ileana now. You all escape while I and Ileana stay as bait. When you guys are far enough, the two of us will escape. The end. Everyone keeps silent, thinking about it. Before, we fought for Ileana. Let Ileana fight for you guys now. He says with a smile to the little girl. In the end, this guy is simply too good at moving the heart of others. His words ignite Ileana's resolve. He looks at the others that still don't appear to be on board with his idea. Don't worry, I will protect her. I will kill the demons and she delivers a good attack on Belasco as payback and we get out here and met you guys far away. He says. Everyone looks at each other. But no one has the moral or reason to contradict him. What do you think of my plan, Ileana? He asks the interested party, ignoring everyone else. She continues to stare at him for a while. I'm in. She says and he laughs. You all heard the girl. Bye. He didn't give them time to argue back. Go to that mountain over there. He points before pushing through a portal, to where he is feeling the presence of Margali and Jermaine. In the mountain. Everyone fall in front of the mother and daughter duo. What is this? Margali asks. Idolan and Ileana will buy time. Jean answers. Pyotr and Mikhail are still worried, looking at Belasco's city. Mikhail puts his hand on his brother's shoulder. Let's trust the two. He says and Pyotr nods after some time. They hear a sonic boom and Idolan drop close to them, pulling the flying nimbus. Hi, I'm a clone. Let's move away. It is all his explanation, before he urges everyone to climb the cloud. That guy's is really prepared. Jermaine is the one talk comments now. Belasco's city. Are you scared? Idolan asks Ileana. No. She says hiding her fears. It's okay to be scared. Being brave is pushing forward despite the fears. Idolan advises gently. She slowly nods. Don't worry, you just have to move forward till you meet him and attack with all your strength. I take care of the rest. He moves behind her and extends his hand over her shoulder. The demons continue to enclose them. Idolan's outstretched hand ignites with a blue flame. The heat increases and increases, and his palm starts shining white. The heat is so great that the light bends and is hard to distinguish his hand by the air distortion. Ileana surprisingly can't feel the heat. Idolan is shielding her. Then, he releases the flames at Belasco, destroying and incinerating all demons and their path. The jet of flames looks more like a laser. See, I will open a path to you. Just move forward and leaves everything to me. He says to Ileana. You can go in your time. He spoke softly. She nods and grips her sword tightly. She takes a huge breath and with a war cry, she teleports into the middle of the millions of demons. When she reappears, she is face to face with a fat pink demon with a hook as a hand. If someone pays attention, it's possible to say that these demon bodies are full of enhancements and weapons. Truly a product of fleshcraft. Instinctively Ileana raises her sword to attack the closer demons. But a flash of light later and the demon is cut to pieces. Continue forward, Ileana. She hears Idolan's voice close to her side. These guys don't even deserve the only thing they fear is you, OST. Idolan says more to himself. Then, all around her, sword flashes appears and all demons follow the same destiny of the first demon. With a renewed trust in Idolan, she teleports again. And the same scene repeats itself. Everywhere she goes, a sword flash appears and the demon becomes minced meat. The power of the wind pushes the ones further from her even further. She continues teleporting closer to Belasco, passing through this army with the same difficulty she would have, taking a stroll in a garden. She advances, her eyes focused on Belasco with full concentration. Finally she does her last teleport, appearing less than 2 meters away from the reason for all her suffering. He was waiting for her, obviously. Holding his sword he goes for an attack. You are nothing without me. But his swords meet Idolan's two katanas. With a twist of his wrists, Idolan diverts Belasco's sword to above, leaving the demon exposed. Ileana doesn't waste the opportunity. She is afraid. Conditioned all these years to fear this man, but gripping her sword tightly, she raise it high and deliver the strongest attack she can do. Hitting Belasco square in the face. Her move didn't do much damage but made him wobble a little. Idolan then grabs Ileana and takes off. Good job. He says while hugging her and flying away. Ileana is looking at Belasco over Idolan's shoulder. Take that, you fucker. She surprises Idolan by screaming and showing her middle finger at Belasco, in your ugly face. Fuck you. You and your stupid small horns. What are you? A succubus? Maybe is this why you wear a skirt? Idolan turns to look at her slowly, his eyes wide. Then he burst out laughing. So she has a dirty mouth. Sincerely is not a surprise, she was literally living in a hell dimension. Your brothers would have an attack hearing you now. He teases. She freezes at his words. Don't tell them. She says a little worried. Idolin smiles seeing that there's still a little girl inside her, after all these hard years. He is doing something again. Ileana warns Idolin. Yeah, I noticed. He says. His danger sense warned him. Belasco has raised his sword high in the air. Idolin can see the energies in limbo converging above him. A good chunk of the demons below him also explodes in a rain of gore that also converges above Belasco. In a huge crimson magic circle. The guy is pulling a Sid Cagino. Trying to be atomic. I'm jealous now. Idolin chuckles in his mind. Ileana, Idolin attracts the girl attention, here a lesson. Ultimate moves like that are only good at the beginning or at the end of a fight. You can start with it to grasp an advantage, or use it to finish your opponent. He says. Using like that in despair. He shakes his head, give so many openings. Idolin turns to look at Belasco one last time before accelerating. Now is checkmate. But he was on check since the beginning. He comments without looking back. Ileana once again moves her eyes to Belasco. Just in time to see. A second Idolin emerging from thin air just beside the demon. Sword of actuation in hand, aiming at Belasco's neck. Yes, Idolin has divided himself. His ghostly biofission, which separates him into two bodies, was used even before he attacked Nastor Tower. Yes, dividing himself like that reduces his power, but he couldn't trust a normal clone to do the job. Yes, he is fighting without the sword of actuation for this reason. And yes, he is fighting with only 80% of his total power all this time. Because of this he played safe and controlled the fight carefully. With Belasco, his eyes widen almost comically when he sees Idolin appearing at his side, with a horrifying-looking sword going to his neck. But the guy didn't live this long for nothing. With a crazy scream, he detonates the huge magic circle in the sky. The air becomes heavy with miasma and other dark energies. He desperately controls these energies to solidify the space to hold Idolin's attack. Idolin feels like he has fallen in a very viscous liquid, his movement becomes sluggish. He frowns before activating the new ability of the Sword of Actuation. He hadn't spent that 8 power boost card for nothing. The many eyes. Mouths and noses in the blade start to act frantically. The eyes looking everywhere almost psychotically. And the mouth screaming. And the noses inhale all magic energy in the surroundings. The mouths join them a little later. The air and space that was overcharged and dense with energies become thinner in an instant, and Idolin's sword continues its path. In the split second that all of this happened, Belasco moved away a little. The sword will not reach his neck. Zing. But blood flies in the air anyway. Together with Belasco's right arm and prized demonic sword. 4 limbs, the head, and I cut the torso in 2. 7 parts to good luck. Idolin thinks before using many powers to stop his momentum and change the sword's direction fast. Belasco can't allow this. He screams. No, is more than a scream. Idolin omnilingualism notices that this is some sort of chant. His danger sense flare, the biggest this day. His eyes move to Belasco's unattached arm. There are demonic glyphs floating and surrounding the arm. The limb is pulsating grotesquely. Explosion. Corruption. Corrosion. Decay. Blood of gods. He read all of this from the glyphs. Filho de puta. He swears in Portuguese, before acting fast and kicking the air to move away. He grabs Belasco's sword telekinetically too. In the end, Hector is the cautious type. There's no need to risk his life to try to kill the guy. This is not a game. The arm explodes. Not only it explodes, but it also appears to use the dense magic atmosphere to empower itself. Making the explosion even bigger. 1 kilometer. 5, 10. 20, 50. 100, the huge ball of destruction devours everything is a 100 kilometers radius. From afar, it looks even a little pretty. A black and red ball of energy, slowly expanding and looking like is swirling. With the X-Men. What, in, the, actual. Fuck. Kitty murmurs looking at the faraway nuke-like explosion. Do you think they're all right? Jean asks. They should be. An explosion like that is slow to Idolin. Rogue comments. Ileana. Piotr says worriedly. Idolin and Ileana stopped a little far away to look at the explosion. That guy is a little resourceful, huh? Idolin comments calmly while putting Ileana down. Is he dead? She asks looking at the explosion. No. But he is very hurt and lost his sword, castle, trusted subordinates, and army. He looks at her, in some years, if you still hate his guts you can come here and take revenge on him. He says to her. The best case scenario would be sealing Belasco, but he is no specialist in sealing anyone. So who knows if would be effective. In the end, crippling the guy is good enough. Eidolon plans to come here again, after some research and now increase in strength. Ileana looks at him and nods slowly at his words. She doesn't know how to feel right now. Should she feel happy for escape? Sad that Belasco got away. Sincerely, everything appears a dream. She will need to live a normal life for some time till she get used to it. Her normal right now is weird. Now Ileana, let's talk about something more serious. I want to talk with you alone about this. Eidolon says in a serious tone. I imagine that you are mature beyond your years. So I will not treat you like a kid. He says. After letting his words settle in, he continues, you have been here for 6 years, a little more. But you already know that to us, it has been less than a day since you disappeared. Everyone is the same, the world, your brothers, your friends. Where I'm trying to go is. I can turn you back. He says. Ileana's eyes widen. I can make your body return to your 6-year-old self. Keeping your memories, experiences, everything. Only your body will de-age. This can make things simpler for you, maybe for everyone. But it's your decision. He raises his hand, that is shining golden. I don't want you to be influenced by everyone else. I can understand that adults can be a little inconsiderate of the child's choice. But this is to normal kids. You're not a normal kid. I will support your choice. You can take your time thinking. He says. They maintain the silence for some time. Ileana staring at Eidolon hand. I think this would make my brothers happy. She finally says, but it would be a lie. She takes her eyes off his hand to look at his face. I'm not a little girl anymore. Very well. He retracts his hand. If you regret, you can simply call me. It is not like the opportunity went away. Go back, live a little, and think. Only you will know your future challenges. He says. She nods gratefully at him. Well, let's go back to your brothers. They must be worried sick. He says. But before catching her, he opens his left hand. There the sky poison pearl floats. And then he throws it at the distance like a professional baseball player. The other Eidolon is floating calmly in the sky, watching the wasteland created by Belasco's last desperate move. What is this? Magical radiation. Nasty. He comments looking around. Even he felt a little dizzy before he willed the sword of actuation to eat all this. He looks around one last time before going away. The place is a mess. He can't locate where Belasco teleported off. He didn't believe Belasco died. But the magical explosion created storms and spatial distortions. And Belasco can teleport very stealthily in this world. So there's no way to follow the guy. In some years, he should become bold enough to amass power again. This will reveal him. Then I come back and deal with him. Maybe I should start practicing destroying souls. He thinks while raising his hand casually and catching the flying green streak of light that is the sky poison pearl. He puts the sword of actuation and Belasco's sword away, before stopping in a forest nearby. Come. He says to thin air, and shadow starts to close around him. His Shadowcon army appears, carrying all sorts of stuff. Beyond waiting for the chance to strike, there are other reasons that Eidolon divided himself in two. The most important is obviously keeping the others safe from the shadows. He was observing everyone fight, ready to intervene to save them. In the end, beyond thinning the number of demons around Jean's group a little, he didn't need to intervene. They grow so fast. He wipes an imaginary tear. The other reason is obviously to loot everything possible from Belasco. In his own words, if this is a Walmart cultivation world, I will channel my inner Meng Hao and steal everything I can. He couldn't take everything, but he get a lot of books and other things that he will need to sort of later. Right now, he can only check superficially the ones that look cursed or too much malevolent. I'm not taking this shit to my home dimension. He comments, while the Shadowcon separates the loot in 2 piles, especially you. He says, taking off Belasco's sword from the sky poison pearl. He tries to hold it for a bit, and his mind is assaulted by a million corruptive thoughts. Disgusting. He let go of the sword. Using creation, Eidolon makes a rectangular perfect adamantium container. And carefully using intangibility, he puts the sword there. He also creates a bigger container to put the other unknown possibly problematic things. Then, he flies high in the air and looks around. Inside this big forest, has a promethium vein. That sword is something that he doesn't feel comfortable taking back to his world, even inside the sky poison pearl. He will use the energy of the promethium to hide the adamantium containers. There's even a cave here. Convenient. He goes to the cave, ready to dig deeper to hide the cursed things. He only needs to deal with the inhabitants. There's a group of demonic lions living there. He approaches without a care, and when the lions roared to him, he released his conqueror haki. That's better. he says after watching the effect of his power on the demonic beings. All of them cower in fear. One overly courageous lion attack him, but after being plummeted into the ground, he becomes meek like the others. You guys are pretty strong. Protect this place. He comments before going to hide the things very deep underground. After some minutes he returns. Is too close to Belasco's former castle. He asks himself, nah, sometimes the eye of the hurricane is the safest. He comments before starts flying to reunite with his other half that already caught up with the other group and is healing the other kitty. Some minutes earlier, Jean's group was waiting close to the first city that they visited Limbo before they see Eidolon approaching. Ileana. Pyotr and Mikhail exclaim relieved after seeing that their sister are okay. Siko and Shadow go close to Eidolon to check on him. So is it all over now? Jean asks Eidolon. We saw a big explosion, what happened? Kitty adds. Belasco self-destructed a limb to stop me from hacking him to pieces. He then escaped. Eidolon gives the abridged version. He looks around. Everyone defeated their foe, except me. Feeling like a failure now. Eidolon jokes to light the mood. They laugh but don't buy Eidolon's self-deprecating joke. Shadow, Mikhail, and Rogue return the borrowed items to Eidolon. When Shadow returns the Beowulf, Eidolon noticed she is a little down. Is there a problem? He asks. Hesitated. She says looking down. He understands immediately. She hesitated to deliver the finishing blow. Sim would have escaped if not for Mikhail. Eidolon pats her head, it's okay, there are things that we are comfortable doing and things we are not. For this, we have companions to cover our weaknesses. You fought a strong dude, good job. He praises gently. For some reason, Ileana is looking at this interaction strangely. Eidolon turns to everyone, I bet everyone wants to go home, but there are things to do before it. He looks at the alternative universe trio. Magic Aurora is sitting beside the unconscious forms of Kurt and Kitty. What's their problem? Eidolon asks while giving his own examination on the two. Kurt's mind has been affected after a long time by an enslaving spell and Cat has been transformed into a literal cat by Belasco's twisted sense of humor. Her mind also decreased to that of an animal. Magic Aurora says. Solvable. He comments easily. Solvable. Kitty asks, the word rolling weirdly on her tongue, is this a real word? She looks around, Jean nods at her. Do you want my help? Margali Zardos intervene from the side. Eidolon looks at her, sorry, Belasco's sword was lost during the explosion. He lies easily. She stares at him for a while, narrowing her eyes. In the end she shrugs, nothing comes easy. But you don't keep your word and even throw towers at a dame's head. How do you make up for it? She asks with a small smile. What about everything inside the tower? Should be enough compensation. There's nothing of value inside the tower. She drawls. Eidolon narrow his eyes at her, no one would believe that. He checked first too. You owe me one, my dear. She says to him. He snorts, not acknowledging any promise before crouching beside the two unconscious X-Men. There's a weird feeling in the air. Are they flirting? Kitty whispers to her fellow X-Men. Please, don't. Kurt groans. Well, with all due respect. Your mama is a MILF, Kurt, Kitty teases in a low voice, Rogue, quickly. The Eidolon inside you feels something about Kurt's mama. Rogue rolls her eyes, she only blushes a little. And like Eidolon, ignore the question. Eidolon examines Kurt and Kitty a little. First. The easier one. He says after some time. Extending his hand to Cat's stomach. His hand shone in a golden glow familiar to Ileana. He will use, rewind, to revert the effect of the spell. Normally, would be more complicated than that. Superpower and magic are a little hard to mix. Even if some have the same effect. But Belasco's spell on Cat is more cosmetic. Just a little above a prank. Something that you would see in Hogwarts. He tests the waters first. After some time he decides to go all out. In the end, magic resists. A single horn appears on the side of his forehead. The tip shines with the same golden glow of his hand, even his eyes shine golden. Oh. A horn. Cool. Kitty says. The golden light covers the unconscious Cat. 2 minutes later Eidolon retracts his hand and stands up. On the ground, now a human lies asleep. She is very similar to Kitty, the only difference being her age, and her hair that is longer. So that's the limits of my breasts. Kitty comments sadly, looking at the modest chest of her counterpart, and these clothes are too revealing. She says looking at the bare legs. For some reason, she feels embarrassed. Some seconds later, Cat Eye starts to flutter and she groans on the ground. Holding her head she sits. I had the weirdest of dreams. I was a cat and a hot guy healed me. She comments before being pulled in a hug by Aurora, and Ileana joins them afterward. Eidolon turns to unconscious Kurt. His problem is much harder to solve. His mind has been subjected to conditioning, brainwashing, suppression, and all sort of other things. Normally, he would ask for the help of someone with a better understanding of the mystic arts. But he has something useful to this. He takes the lasso the truth out. Making Kurt sit down, he wraps the blue meta on it. The lasso of truth. It is much more than a rope that can force people to tell the truth. Made by the gods of Olympus in the DC universe, and they are big shots. The lasso has so many abilities that even Hector was surprised when he received it, confirming his theories of the loophole with items. But the ability that matters right can be read in the card like that, it can force those entrapped by it to face their own falsehood. Individuals who have been altered in a metaphysical manner are forced to undergo a biophysical reset when ensnared by the lasso, making the modified revert back to their base self. This can relieve an individual from the effects of toxins or poisons, as well as cease the effects of mind control. Taken from the wiki with slight alterations. Eidolon holds the lasso enveloping Kurt, he willed it to show its power. The lasso shine and Eidolon close his eyes. He can feel and see the lasso powers on Kurt from his mind's eye. The light of the lasso shining in Kurt's twisted mind, restoring it. Kurt trashes and screams in pain. The process is painful. Everyone looks uncomfortable watching the scene. Margali, Scott, and Aurora gave some steps forward to stop it. But Seiko steps in front of them and stares at them in a warning. Have some faith in him. Did he even fail till now? She says admonishing, her hand in the pommel of her katana. Thankfully, Kurt's pains come and go fast. Like putting a dislocated bone in the right place. Eidolon retrieves the lasso, letting Kurt fall on the ground panting. Without a word, he steps back. Ugh. Where I am. The ex-savage Kurt says, rubbing his forehead. Kurt. The older kitty hugs the blue meta strongly. Jean looks at Eidolon. Do you have a solution to everything? She can't help but ask. He turns to her, yes, he says, and she rolls her eyes. But he continues, it is what I would like to say. But no. Even if everything in the multiverse has an opposite. I don't have all answers. He looks ahead again. To the wholesome reunion of another trio. He chuckles, I'm simply an overthinker. Someone that likes to be prepared. I do my best and hope for the best, he sighs, for now it's working. While Aurora, Kitty, and Kurt's counterparts talk a little about the situation. Mostly Aurora explaining everything. And the younger Kitty barging asking the older Kitty if she was married or something like that. The other half of Eidolon appears with a sonic boom. Dropping from the sky, he didn't even acknowledge anyone before using biofusion to turn one again. Eidolon stretches a little, glad to feel himself again at 100%. No signs of Belasco. He says like is something that his other half was investigating. He turns to the magic Aurora and the others. Time to help you guys go back. But how? Kurt asks. You will use your sword again. Jean guesses. Eidolon shakes his head, better to not open rifts between dimensions, that thoughtless. I have another way. I just need you guys to take me where you first appeared here. He says. I'm not even gonna say anything more. Jean shakes her head in amusement, making Eidolon laugh. Can't they come with us? Kitty asks hopefully. She wants to get to know herself better. Remember about the time dilatation. Eidolon says better not overcomplicate things. And I bet they want to go back earlier than later. Kitty nods, goodbye other me. She says dramatically. Her counterpart does the same. Two kitties are too much anyway. Rogue says sarcastically. The two kitties glare at her at the same time and show her their middle finger. After this, Aurora and the other two thank the rest of the people for the help and say one last goodbye to Ileana. They stayed with her more than their counterparts in the Ileana universe. Even more than her own brother Mikhail. They are family to her. The multiverse is too big. Without a specific power or device, will be hard to meet again. It's here. Eidolon asks after he and the alternative trio arrive close to a chain of mountains around Belasco's former city. Yes. We appeared around here. Aurora answers. Jean and the rest are heading to the place where they enter limbo in the meanwhile. Eidolon activates the all-seeing eyes of God and look around. He looks at everything, there are only small signs of a portal here. Some sort of summoning ritual. Probably what Belasco used to kidnap them. He moves a little, choosing a place calmly. He finally stops, staring at an empty clearing. He moves the earth to make a triangular tunnel and walks inside his creation. There, he activates his stand, D4C. Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap allows the user to travel the multiverse, at least to the parallel Earths. Hector's vision changes. He is presented with a kaleidoscope of options for him to choose. Lights dance in a dark background. These are worlds. He analyzes each one of them. All of them are different in some way. Some in minor things, some in big things. In truth, it's possible to check if someone is an outsider in a universe. There's a different aura around them. Hector checked before when comparing Kitty and Kurt with their counterparts. He finally found what he is looking for. A world that has the same signature as the trio. Similar to his own, but at the same time, a little more mysterious. Like the laws of magic are as much present as the laws of science. Maybe even more. Come here, you three. He called them without losing sight of the world. First of all, I will not accompany you guys. I'm afraid a second in your world could be months here and I would let my group here alone. He starts. So I would push you guys back. I think that I took the right world, but if I'm wrong, I will not be able to help you guys anymore. So, you trust me? Ready to risk? He asks. Better this than continue here on this place. Kitty says. We can figure out something if we not ended up in our home universe. Kurt adds. Your help will be much appreciated, Eidolon. Aurora says. Very well. Close your eyes. He commands and they obey. Then, without going together, he pushes them between the gate and watches they fall into the other universe. He continues to watch even after some time. Master. Cortana says softly, your vitals. She starts unsure. She felt Hector, unrest for some reason. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. It's nothing, Cortana. Don't fret over it. He says turning back to fly again. It's just me rejecting the Rick Sanchez path. Back to Eidolon Universe, X-Men Mansion. The group starts reappearing in the hall of the mansion after Eidolon reopens the spatial fissure. We are back. Mission accomplished. Kitty shouts, striking a pose. From the side, Margali and Jermaine say their goodbyes to Kurt, promising that we'll keep in touch. They don't want to linger around for long. After a last hug, the mother and daughter duo teleports away. Eidolon looks around and is surprised to not see anyone. We are in limbo for 8 hours. He goes and contacts his people that are on guard outside. Shago. How long we've been in limbo, he asks using technopathy. Obviously, he let people watch over the mansion. Hello to you too. Shago's voice is heard, some minutes. Why? Time is different there. She asks back. Yes. And makes no sense. He answers, you can go back now, take Makia with you. He gave the orders. Isn't the time dilatation constant? His musings are interrupted by Aurora appearing. Back already. Did something happen? She asks, checking on them. Then her eyes stop on the 12-year-old Ileana. Ms. Aurora. Kitty throws herself in the older woman's arms, you wouldn't believe it. We found another you. She can use magic. And Kitty starts to lay out everything that happened in a confusing and too fast to understand way. Okay. Why didn't you take a breath and tell us what happened more calmly, Aurora says with an amused smile. At this time, Xavier and the rest appeared too. I'm glad that all of you came back safely. The professor says to them. Damn, I'm hungry. Kitty comments while everyone was talking with each other. Maybe I can cook something for you guys. Eidolon says with a pensive expression, as a reward. What? You can cook. Kitty turns fast. A little. More than a little. Siko chuckles. Eidolon, there's something I need to do. Can I go back first? She asks him in a low voice. He looks at her for a second, okay. And he opens a portal to her, deciding to not comment on what she will do. I don't believe you can cook. Jubilee says from Kitty's side, this is destroying the image I had of you in my mind. She jokes. He chuckles, wait, till I put on an apron. He comments, before asking for permission to use the kitchen. Yeah, at the end of a mission, there's a banquet. It's the law. Kitty nods. Don't bring your anime's things to real life, Kitty. It's like happiness that you can eat. Kitty says between tears while eating Eidolon food. That's really good, Eidolon. You will make a good husband. Aurora jokes while eating elegantly. Is this a proposal? He flirts back and she laughs. Wait, I called dibs. Kitty jokes. Eidolon can only shake his head. He didn't have a passion for cooking, but he is enjoying having people like his food. Maybe this is the beginning of a hobby. After some time, everyone finishes eating. Ugh. I'm gonna die. That's it. I accept my fate. I'm going happy. Jubilee groans while caressing her stomach. You stuffed me. Kitty comments. Phrasing. Eidolon warns with a sigh. Mikhail, you can stay as much as you want. Let's go, Shadow. He turns to his people. Shadow also like his food. He takes some to give to Siko too. There's chocolate chips cookies baking. Take them out in 5 minutes. He says to them. These are my favorites. Jean comments. Oh. Glad I did them, there are ingredients around. He says, but in truth, he knows that is her favorite. I don't know who are Margali and Jermaine, but I remember reading about the X-Men's favorite food on a geek site. Priorities passed me, priorities. He thinks with a shake of his head. I like to do them sometimes. Jean explained the ingredients. After some more small talk. Well, I'm going now. I will come back, maybe tomorrow. Maybe after tomorrow. To check on Ileana. He notifies before teleporting away. Eidolon POV, Kamartaj. Oh ho, good job there. The Ancient One says to me after I came here to return the books. And ask some questions. I have some things to ask. I start. Go on. He says easily. About Ileana's condition. She will have problems in the future. I ask. Maybe, maybe not. Only depends on her. He answers. I stare at this guy. Why did old people like to act cryptic? And he looks so amused. Forget about it. I sigh, can I come to research on my own in the library here then? I ask. This is important. O wants to become a disciple. You're more than welcome. We can start by shaving your head. He says with a smile. He obviously messing up with me. Not a disciple. There are some rules about simply coming here to read. I ignore his other words. He chuckles and caresses his huge goatee. Obviously, if you do not take part in our teachings, you can't go to some places, take some artifacts, or read some books. But everyone can come and learn by himself. He says. Like an outer disciple then. At least, there are no responsibilities. It is all I want. Self-study. No problem, I will talk with Master Wong about it. You can come at any time. He allows it easily. Good. This is a big step. Now that this door is already open and I contacted the Ancient One, there's no reason for me to not take advantage of that. Time to learn magic. By the way, changing the subject. I start, I'm curious why the time dilatation in limbo makes no sense. I ask. Oh. A common doubt. How do you imagine the multiverse, he asks me back. Like an infinity number of 4D geometric objects overlapping each other. I say, from different angles can show infinite forms. I answer. Oh. He looks at me interested, it appears that you know a little. The infinite dimensions are constantly moving inside the big multiverse. Like grains of sand inside a container that moves erratically. Sometimes spinning, sometimes shaking. He starts. I said before that Limbo was in the center of the Splinter Realms, also known as the Archipelago of Anguish and Redemption. The archipelago is connected with multiple universes like ours. But is not like their static neighbors. Watch this. He waves his hand and 3 illusory spheres appear in the air. 2 look like the planet Earth and another one is red. Let's simplify things a little too much. The spheres move around each other. They move erratically. Going up and down, doing circles. There's no pattern there. Sometimes the red one, which could only be Limbo, is close to one Earth, in another is close to another Earth. When they are close to one another, the 2 spheres move slowly, almost at the same speed. Depending on the position relative to our reality, the time dilatation varies. I guess. Exactly. He smiles. Is the same principle with black holes and gravity? I ask. This looks like some mystic interstellar and JoJo science. Heh. If you want the simplified version. Gravity is one of the fundamentals force in the universe. But in the multiverse, it is more complicated than that. I look at the 3 planets moving in silence. Don't stare too much. And don't try to make sense of the pattern either. Our math can't calculate the moves of realities yet. If you are good, you can feel it. He says with a mysterious smile. Well, we are really only scratching the surface of science. Maybe all of our math is wrong. Heck, time. A constant. It is not a constant anymore. What type of equations can you use to calculate the multiverse movement? Hey, Rick Sanchez is really a monster, huh? And Reed too. Multiversal travel with science is a great feat even if I think that half of the portals that Reed opens are him beating rock together and hoping for a spark. Now, Rick's portal gun is more impressive. Much more impressive. Ileana is unlucky, huh? I comment with a sigh. Maybe, maybe not. He says with the same cryptic answer. I can understand that maybe is a good thing for Ileana to grow fast, but I'm having my own spell used against me. I will trademark cryptic answers. He continues to look at me amused. Can I slap your head? I ask seriously. You can try. But can you bear the consequences? His smile didn't leave his face. Well, not a priority. One day. After saying goodbye with a promise of coming back tomorrow, I make a tactical retreat. Yes, I'm testing if he can take a joke. It's good to know the personality of multiversal powerhouses. Third-person POV. After Eidolon leaves the Camartage, the Ancient One is all alone and smile. A smile full of deep meanings. I don't think you have the time left to try to slap my head. He chuckles lightly. He then sends a telepathic message to Wong, if Eidolon comes, just let him enter whatever he wants. Is that wise? Wong asks unsure in the telepathic link. Maybe, maybe not. Earth. Apparently there's this super strong guy in the other universe. Like, the god of mutants. With hundreds of powers. The kitty of this dimension says to her fellow X-Men. The ones that are still alive in this reality. There are many faces here that only a comic reader would recognize. Everyone is happy that they come back. To the people of this reality, only 3 weeks have passed. HMPF. Every time someone declares himself God or Savior or mutants, it never ends well. Hank McCoy says. He didn't declare himself anything. I'm just saying. Kitty explains, we don't have anyone like that here, right? No Omega level with this much power was ever registered by the Cerebro. The professor says. What about his true name? Scott asks. He never revealed. Ororo says. He is like Spider-Man in secrecy, Kitty adds. They talked about their experiences there. Not happy ones, so they decide to focus on the rescue and their counterparts. After some time, Xavier interrupts the talk. Everyone, I think they deserve to rest now. We can continue our talk tomorrow. Everyone disperses after that. Ororo and Kitty walk together to their rooms. It is good to be back. Kitty says while stretching. Yes, it is. If one day I meet that Eidolon guy again, I need to repay him. Maybe fighting an extra-dimensional threat together. She says, maybe in bed. He is hot. Ororo doesn't even comment, too accustomed with Kitty's antics. And it's good to hear her again. I wish I had asked his name. To search his counterpart here. Kitty adds with a finger on her lips. To what? Would not be the same. Who knows? Maybe he is a normal guy, his mutations waiting to appear, she says. Maybe he already appeared and he is not the same. I think we would notice if someone like him appeared. Maybe he is a little different. Kitty says, you know whom I remembered seeing him. The Warlock. Ororo looks at her, pausing. There are no similarities between Eidolon and the Dark Warlock. Wait, is it simply because of the black mantle? Ororo laughs a little. Not at all. It is the vibe. Didn't you think so? You only met Eidolon and the Warlock one time each. What do you know about their vibes? They're chill. Talk in a similar calm way, even when what they're talking about are absurd things. Like killing us. Or open portal to new other realities. Kitty says with a frown. The Warlock is a villain. A magic villain. He is not a mutant, the ages didn't match too. Oh, how do you know? The Warlock identity never went public. I was friends with the Fantastic Four, remember? I fought the last battle against him with the Avengers. Ororo says, remembering that time, Strange told me that the Warlock is young, like your age. Strange knows him. Yes, it appears that they are disciples together. Even if the Warlock was much younger, it appears he was equally talented. Almost became the Sorcerer Supreme. Kitty's eyes widen, really. And he becomes a villain. Ororo shrugs, it is impossible to see someone's heart. But I remember Strange commenting that he failed in the last test. Ororo eyes look distant. What test? He couldn't let go. Ororo answers, while Strange let go of his obsession in fixing his hands. The Warlock couldn't abandon his own obsession. The Warlock obsession. Kitty says slowly, what is that guy wanted so much again? Resuscitate someone. Ororo says, shocking Kitty. Wait. Kitty stops, is this why he attacked us that time targeting Jean? Ororo nods, he tried to enslave the Phoenix Force. Kitty's mouth is agape, crazy motherfucker. He would never succeed. To this Ororo stops, he invaded Hell and enslaved Mephisto. She says making Kitty's mouth fall, apparently, something happened with the soul of the one that he wants to bring back. After that, he went even crazier. Aurora looks at Kitty. Our last fight. With the Avengers, Guardians of the Galaxy, Nova Force, Fantastic Four, many others, and even some villains. Do you know what we're stopping him from doing? Aurora asks. There's no problem revealing this now. I'm afraid to ask. He was stealing power from eternity. Kitty almost faints. Aurora continues, something about reaching the center of the universe. Kitty whistle. You met him before he invaded Hell. Aurora says what happened in Hell changed him. He killed Doom, Stark, Thanos, Adam, Selene, Namor, Chala, Steve Rogers, Magneto, Wanda and many others. Aurora then declares he is not like Eidolon. Okay. It's just. He didn't look that bad when he attacked us. Didn't even hurt any of us too much. He looked a little lonely. This was before he went to Hell. Aurora remembers, but Kitty's words bring back a memory. On the day she fought against the Warlock after Chala's death. Her, Susan Storm, and the new Black Panther Shuri are in Wakanda to check on Susan's pregnancy when he attacked. It's not even a fight. Even when Bast possessed Shuri, the Warlock simply ripped the goddess of Shuri's body. Apparently, he wanted the powers of necromancy. She remembers very well the moment when he could have delivered the finishing blow in them. She was shielding Susan and Shuri on the ground. Beneath his black hood was possible to see his yellow demonic eyes staring at them with indifference. His face is covered with bandages, the consequences of his dwelling in dangerous magic. The Warlock is dangerous because he can go that far. Right there, when Aurora thought that the three of them would die. His gaze fell on Susan and he stopped. For a moment, she can swear that his eyes became a normal blue before he turns around. You should quit this hero bullshit. He said in a raspy voice, you're pregnant. And there are no happy endings. He says before teleporting away. Even he couldn't hurt a pregnant woman, is what Aurora thought. Ironically, months later Susan had a miscarriage. Completely unrelated to the Warlock. She separated from Reed and the Fantastic Four broke off, after this. What happened with him? Kitty asks, who killed him? To this, Aurora doesn't answer. No one that was present on that fight felt comfortable talking about what happened that day. 2 days later, still on Earth. Reality shifts and a woman appears close to the X-Mansion. She stops exactly where Aurora and the others reappeared. She examines her surroundings with her green eyes, they glow yellow with a demonic power after a while. This could be useful. She says before extending her hand to put something in the empty space. Anyone would recognize this woman's face. Red hair and green eyes. It's Jean's face, but she is so scantily clad that someone would not believe that is truly Jean Grey. Her smirks is something strange in that face too. They said something about Eidolon, I think. Madeline Pryor smirks before disappearing. In limbo. Belasco walks slowly into one of his many hideouts. Gnashing his teeth in anger, he tries to feel his lost arm. It's useless. He can't grow it back. Damn you all. He says in a slow voice. Years of effort wasted like that. But is okay. He tells himself. He has another card. His daughter already reincarnated back in his universe. She will deal with his enemies. Till next time. End of another volume. Chapter 57, You're a Sorcerer, Hector. And Slice of Life too. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. When you're in high school you should be doing things, about which you could never tell your parents. Isshin Kurosaki, Bleach. Recap, after defeating Belasco and his subordinates, Eidolon helped the alternative versions of the X-Men return to their home universe. Ending everything they need to do in limbo and returning safe and sound with Ileana. There's an important note at the end of this chapter, please read. Enjoy. In an apartment in New York, night. Say that again. A dark shadowy form addresses Johann Liebert. This shadow is obviously a projection of Hector, that came here to receive a report about the Kingpin. Right now he looks a little baffled, even in his featureless face. Vanessa convinced Fisk to put me in the position of the late James Wesley in helping him. Being his proxy to many of his contacts. Johann relates again with a small smile. Hector's projection remains a little speechless, a woman can really be the downfall of a man. He mutters more to himself. But Johann still comments, she already trusts me. My, not so clean, past help too. I know many languages. She thinks I'm very qualified for the job, and she wants to help her men by relieving some burden. He accepted with a little reluctance. When you prepare enough, sometimes things just fall in place, huh? Hector thinks to himself again. Johann's little criminal background not only made he approach Vanessa more easily, but people tend to feel comfortable when they know someone big secret. But also helped Kingpin think that he has some dirt on Johan, letting the men to his own devices. And now made Johan the first candidate to occupy Wesley's spot. Now I need to ask for one thing, sir. Johan says. Hector looks at him, you mean, holding back a little and pressing him, so that you look like you're doing a good job. He says while staring at Johan intensely. Yes, but also will be good to give a slimmer of hope to him, before crushing everything he holds dear. Johan stares back with an amicable smile. The stare down continues for a few seconds. Very well. I will tell Erwin. You have till next week. Make his loyal subordinates, your loyal subordinates. His contacts, your contacts. I want a change of power completely seamless. When I finally catch him, I will let you pry on his mind one last time. If you want to steal his identity as the Kingpin, I will give you the power to shapeshift. But my almost infinite patience is already running out. This month will not end with him breathing. Hector says with finality. Will be done. Johan nods. The shadowy projection slowly begins to fade. I did everything possible to make sure my revenge will affect innocent lives the minimum possible. My conscience is clear. I'm happy that he is passing through hard times right now. But it's an empty feeling. Quickly fading. After he disappears, is still possible to hear his voice. Now, the only thing missing. It is discovering how I will feel when I have my hand around his neck. Hector POV. Unknown location on Earth, on top of a mountain. A day later. Phew, I exhale deeply after exerting my new Omega-level power in the world. Stealthily, of course. This power is a little flamboyant, maybe. Storm's atmokinesis is full of fanfare, to say the least. Yes, obviously I copied their power when I tied the alternative version of Aurora Monroe. Duh. That's me. When I do bad things, most of the time is full of good reasons, and when I do good things I find a way to profit. Initially, I wanted Iceman cryokinesis. Because of this, I put him on the group while organizing who would go in the mission. A pity that Scott is Scott. I retract my control over the weather of the world and open my eyes. Yep, really strong. I already had the power to control the weather from the Villain 9, but this is another level. The whole world is at my mercy. I remember in the comics, after Civil War and at the beginning of New Asgard arc, that Stark went to try to make the recently resurrected Thor comply with the Super Registration Act and obey the government. Hey, it not went well for Iron Man, hee. Anyway, after beating Stark like a 2-year-old kid, Thor threatened to show what a god really is and put the world under his power. The god of thunder showed his domain, and images of floods, heavy rains, hurricanes, and huge lightning bolts appeared around the world. I can do that too now too. Make the world hostage of this power. Man, this would mess with transport and communications. It's not an exaggeration to say that Storm can make humanity recede to the medieval age. Well, nothing like Iceman that can literally make the world go back to the Ice Age. Literally. Storm's power has some limitations. Light can only be used in places with, atmosphere. I don't know how this power would interact in a place that is too much alien. Tests are needed. But I watched the magic Aurora producing, from her own hands, weather-related powers like lightning bolts and wind. So she can do more than control, she can also produce on her own. Well, she is an Omega level, even if one of the weakest, so she needs to live up for the title. Her connection with Gaia can level the game too. But I still prefer Iceman. The guy froze hell. Well, there are substitutes from where I can acquire similar powers. Like Elsa from Frozen. It's like Iceman, but magical, and weaker. I ask myself the difference in using two powers that are the same but with different origins. Well, I will discover when I deepen my magic studies. Talking about magical things. I also copied Ileana and Kurt's powers. Ileana's power is similar to Mikhail's. She can't do everything her elder brother can do, like control that energy. Her power allows her to open spatial discs that teleport her. She uses it very well, you almost can't see the disc when she teleports. The portal opens just enough for her to OG in and closes without leaving a gap. She is good with her power. Very seamless teleportation. But for some reason, her power is connected with the limbo. So the discs open only to the limbo dimension, and she can use that dimension as a stopover to teleport to other place here on Earth. To illustrate that, I raise my hand and a blue portal appears. On the other end is possible to see the red sky of the limbo. Now, is unknown if her power is connected with the limbo from the beginning or if this is some sort of limitation because of the circumstances. Maybe is psychological. For now, I can't connect with any other universe. Not that I know any other dimension. Coincidentally, Kurt's power works a little similarly. But he doesn't make portals, he just blinks in a different dimension. Using it as a medium. I close the portal disk to the limbo and go check on Kurt's teleportation. First I take a deep breath and then I bring my concentration to the maximum. The world slows down to me, and the clouds in the sky seem to stop. With my eyes wide and looking at an empty spot ahead of me, bamf. In the microsecond that takes to use this blink teleportation, I found myself in another dimension. This one looks even more like hell than Limbo. With rivers of lava, spiky red rocks and other generic hellish things. From afar I can see volcanoes and strange creatures. I'm floating in the air for this fraction of a second, bamf. And then I'm back to Earth. My super sense smelled the sulfur that is lingering in my body. Is that truly hell? The place where Mephisto lives? I know that Kurt's father is, probably, Azazel. Did Azazel has his own pocket dimension to use or he is sharing with others demons? I remember that Satan is more of a title in Marvel. All princes of hell call themselves that, or at least we call them like that in our history. Mephisto is the more active of these guys that mess with the humans. Apparently, there's a Lucifer in Marvel, but he is nothing like his DC counterpart. Weaker than Mephisto, apparently. Because Mephisto empowered himself with many human souls and has a bigger potion of hell. I will seal Kurt's power for now. But I will create a note to research it. Could it be a good way of entering and escaping hell at will? Wouldn't that make me even more immortal? There are many types of immortality after all. Like the main man, Lobo. If I die and go to hell, I can escape. I have many ways of using teleport, but it's good to have options. We never know when someone can try to seal me. If they use some method like magic, I can escape with technology or meta powers. Well, talking about magic. Now that I tested the new editions of my collections. Let's go to learn magic. For some reason, my invitation to Hogwarts never arrived when I was 11. Time to remedy that. Camartage, library. Some hours later. I think this is the library that I saw in my visions. Is it? I'm not sure. Now I don't know if it really is or is just a sense of déjà vu whatever. I'm reading the basics of mystic arts, trying to ignore my stalker. So. Master Wong, right. I'm not a master yet. The monk answers with a deadpan face. Really? I can swear the Ancient One called you master. I comment while taking some other books. He is only being kind. HM. But you're not a simple apprentice either, right? Being the librarian here. The keeper of the books is indeed a respectable position. He answers a little more proudly now. If you're worried that I would damage some of them, I can assure you that I'm not that clumsy or ill-intentioned. I address the crux of the question, finally turning to him. I give him a look before going to sit at a table with the books that I choose from the kids section, and the ones more interesting too. There's also a section of the library with books in strange languages. No one goes there apparently. The languages are long lost or forbidden to learn. But me. I'm a cheater character. I will go there when Budget Killalin leaves. Wong looks nothing like the actor. He is much younger, thinner and with his head completely clean of any hair beyond his eyebrows. I'm gonna slap that head. He continues to stare at me like I will put fire on the books. But I'm good at ignoring people. And I can save the contents of the book by recording my vision and scanning them. But reading with a book in ends is much better. Now, about magic. Or sorcery, or mystical arts, or arcane or whatever you want to call it. First, humans can do magic. It's not an inherent trait of our species but we can do it. Using a metaphor is like singing. Everyone can do it, some better than others. And obviously with the exceptions of people without a voice. There are people that can't do magic in any way, but this is not the normal. Squibs. HMPF, my Slytherin heart despises them. Jokes aside, all of this makes Marvel different from DC, there's no homo magi here. But there are people naturally gifted, with bloodlines that help them. Probably because their ancestors meddle with their lineage though some mean. Maybe consorting with demons, stealing power from another dimension, or whatever. The Zardos and Kurt's stepfamily are like that. And I believe that Wanda too, by her mother's part. I don't know, it is Magneto her father here. I think that was retconned. Anyway, people are not equal, no surprise there. The thing is, we humans don't normally have a fuel to use even the basic spells. Again, there are exceptions. This way, becoming a master, is an arduous path that sometimes is not worth if your talent is ordinary. Let's see what is my talent without a magic user character card. I speedrun read the introductory books. Apparently, there are 4 sources of magic power, in other words, the energy that you need to empower your spells. First is the personal energies, a gamer would call it mana, but is literally every type of energy that we have. Chi, Ki, Psionics, Vitality. Yes, Vitality. Strange, huh? Normally you empower a spell with your mental and spiritual powers, but if these lack, you can use your Vitality. It is like using your HP or SP if you don't have mana. So magic really comes from the soul. I mutter to myself while reading. Wong looks at me in silence. Maybe I need to really start dissecting souls to research the subject. But it looks like a dick move even to the very bad criminals. I believe death is enough payment for their bad deeds. Because of that, I don't torture anyone too much. I need to find literally the scum of earth to feel comfortable about researching someone's soul. There's only so much the all-seeing eyes can help with it. Oh, if your spiritual power is lacking, it's possible to use sacrifices to empower magic spells. This is starting to touch the area of the second source. The ambient. Good sorcerers can tap into the energy of the world to empower their spells. I think I've seen something similar in Isekai mangas. Borrowing the mana in the air or something like that. Most of the magic users go with that. Because again, we humans normally have small reserves of magical power. Well, small when compared with the other magic-oriented species like demons, Aesir, and others. We can't compete with them. The third source is shown in the Doctor Strange movie, extra-dimensional energy. The magic user can tap or siphon the energies of other dimensions. This is a little risky, but the gains could be great. It's not for me obviously. Other people could have no other way except to make contracts with higher beings, but I will not have a patron or something like that. As a side note, it's possible to steal the energies without having to go through the Dimension Masters, but this is even more dangerous. I think this is what the Ancient One of the MCU did. Well, taking the power of these high entities without their allowing is very badass. There's a book here of some sorcerers that trick some of these guys, receiving many benefits without giving anything. Damn, imagine someone conning Dormammu as Strange did. A normal person doing that is very ballsy. The last source is boring. Items obviously can help sorcerers. As much a helping with specific spells or a container of magical power. That wand that Margali Zardos used is like that, but she is already very gifted, so is more than a boost than an aid. The Eye of Agamotto must be the most famous of these items. And I have one of these in my inventory too. The Warlock's Eye is still in my possession. I found a book about it. Very useful to use mind spells, but not my cup of tea. Will continue to gather dust with me. My path is using my personal energy. When my knowledge deepens, maybe I can use the energies of the world or use items. Let's see if I can do this. I change my focus to a book with defensive basic spells. I have seen the apprentices doing this one earlier. Letting the book open on the table, I raised my two hands. I joined the two in opposite directions, rotating, moving the magic energy that I learned far back with the chakra books gained in my first gacha. Wait. I'm doing it wrong. I stop and correct myself. Let's see if is like this. I separate my hands, extending my right one forward. A gray construct that appears to be a magic circle appears on it. Oh. That was easy. I comment. Gray, huh? Is this the color of my mana? Well, I have that perk that can change the visual effect of my powers anyway. Gray must be a reflection of my morality. I side glance at Wong's reaction. His face doesn't change much, but he squinted his eyes a little. I can feel some emotions for him, and thanks to that I know that what I did is somewhat impressive. So I have a talent for this. Who would have guessed? But moving my magic energy, it's not that complicated. I read that is the hardest part. How good someone is with the control and manifestation of their inner energies is a deciding factor to say if they're talented. I think I'm cheating. I am already accustomed to using many inner energies. And I don't feel tired at all. I have a lot of mental strength. Is this mana? Is all mana in the many work of fiction the same? So many things to test. Let's learn the basic of everything. When you said that you want to read our books, I didn't think that you would read all of them on the first day. The amused voice of the Ancient One says from my side. I remember the place of all books, I will put them in their place later. I comment on the pile of books on the table. I'm here for half a day. Wong finally left. Apparently, he has duties. It's not about that I'm worried. Don't try to hug the world, Eidolon. He advises. Oh, is this guy really worried about me? Relax, I will not try anything that goes into the dark path. I assure him. Would be dumb of me to do it anyway. No need to take risks for power when I receive upgrades monthly. But talking about these things. Let me ask you a question. Go on. There are many spells that are born from high entities, extra-dimensional beings, and others. Is possible to use them without the need of selling my soul? I ask with a joking tone. He chuckles, yes, it's possible. There are many paths in magic. All of them have risks in some ways. Making deals with these beings is dangerous in their way, but the other methods are not less arduous. He explained, then he gave a look at the book on my hand, the Octessence, huh? They're the source of power of many popular spells. He comments. Yep, the Octessence. Like the name say, it's a group of 8 extra-dimensional entities that are in a perpetual rivalry with each other. I heard some of their names in my former life, but only now I'm discovering it. The members are Balthak, Farala, Icon, Kraken, Ragador, Valter, Watam and Sitarak. Each of them governs an aspect. Sitarak is destruction, but there are things like wind or objects. There's no theme with them. I read that some of these entities like Watam are once mortal sorcerers. He ended up claiming a part of the Splinter Realms and ascended. These 8 guys are like kids competing to see who is better, but they don't go throw hands with each other in the mortal world. They use proxies, like their avatars. The Juggernaut is an example of this. There are many spells that come from them, like the famous Crimson Bands of Sitarak and the less-known Bolts of Balthak, Chains of Kraken, and Winds of Watam. My doubt is that if it's really necessary to consort with these guys just to use the spells. Looks like a bad deal for me. The Ancient One continues to explain, while it's easy to go and make deals with the Octessence, even easier when compared with other entities, many sorcerers prefer to steal their power. Steal. Sounds risky. Not much. Would you care if someone stole a blade of grass from your yard? There are risks. You can't be too blatant or greedy of course, but it's not a suicide mission. The problem is that you need to do it constantly. He makes a cup of water appears. You steal the energy of their dimension, and every time you use the spell you spend this energy. He says while emptying the cup little by little, to continue to use the spell you need to continue to go there and take more. I see. If you make the deal you have unlimited energy. Looks broken. Only as much the entity allows you to tap. And the quantity is equivalent to how much you give back in some way. I guess. Law of equivalent exchange. He nods, some simply ask to complete some tasks, some ask for sacrifices, and others are happy with a little of respect and worship. He then continues, but if you're really good. You don't need to depend on the entity to use the spells. And not even needs to risk going to steal their energies constantly. He says, grabbing my attention. How? You need to have a deep understanding of the spell and the energy of origin. Then, you can transform your own inner energy into equivalent and similar energy that can empower the spell. Allowing you to use the spell without depending on anyone. He says. But would still be needed to take some risks to study the extra-dimensional energy. I say. He smiles, all the paths have risks. He repeats what he said in the beginning. This path looks more like me. To a normal person, it looks like a Herculean effort to just use a spell. And you would spend your energy while the others have their separate extra-dimensional reserves. The disadvantages are obvious, but it is this type of path that a cheater like me can take. The spell would be a copy. I comment. That can be as good as the original if you're talented enough. He says. I once come face to face with Sitarak. Held the Crimson Gem and even went to his dimension and astral projection. I comment idly while caressing my chin with my fingers. Maybe I can do it. I look at the book explaining the spell. The way to move the energy, the hands movements to facilitate the process. Even the chant, cringe. It is easy for me to do the movements. I cheated watching the Crimson Cosmos, Sitarak dimension, with the all-seeing eyes and I'm an end user. I'm at least ahead of a complete novice. On the second try, the first one just to get everything right, I succeed. In the last movement where I separate my hands, red bands connect my hands like a cat's cradle. It looks a little too much illusory, but I did it. As expected. I hear the Ancient One. Expected? I ask. He looks at me for a moment, but he does not answer. Almost childish he passes his hand through my spell, breaking the bands like spider's webs. Normal spider webs. Still weak. It should be something like this. He says before raising his hand. His palm facing the ceiling. From it, dozens of crimson bads appear, much more real than mine. They move to all sides, they appear to just go wild initially. But then I notice them grabbing the books on the tables and putting them in the right places perfectly. The bands move as if each one has a mind of its own. I look at this guy, no one like a show-off. But this was dope, so I will allow it this time. I say. He chuckles, and the last band brings a book to his hand. He looks at it and says, the Niafem and Kyarafem. Studying history too. Well, this one I can understand why you are interested. He comments. That book talks about Kurt's father, Azazel. Investigating for a friend. I say. The Niafem was a group of demons led by Azazel. Do you know that they're mutants? Or how you call them? Metas. He says to me. Now this is a surprise, aren't they demons? Not initially. Their metapower made them similar to demons. Then, they took the path to become one. What the heck? A metapower that grants demon physiology shouldn't be the same as being a real demon. the meta would still be a human. He answers with a question on his own: if a meta has the power of an animal, how far did this influence him? Is he senses the same as the animal? Does he like the same things? Did he have the animal's instincts? This makes me think about the examples: Toad, Sabretooth, Wolverine, and others that I met with the Morlocks and in Mutant City. They really act a little animalistic. Do you know how the metas come to be? He asks an important question. I have my theories. The Celestials, but I let him talk on his own. He nods. You must know about the modifications in the genome back then, in the past. The deviants and other things, but I will not focus on this. He shakes his hand and continues, imagine that the genome that makes you, you. The metagene. I say. Yes, imagine how it is in the past. Much more simple than nowadays where there are powers that can connect a person with another dimension, right? Yeah, I think Scott's optic beams come from another dimension or something like that. And all of this is looking slightly similar to the BNHA/MHA world, where the powers become more complex with each generation. The crux of the question is: the metagene would awaken hidden, or recessive, heritages. He says and waits for me to connect the dots. So you mean that Azazel, as an example, would have an ancestor that bred some demon. After many generations, the demon blood was so thin that it was almost non-existent. Till the metagene awakened this as a metapower. I conclude. He nods. Okay, this is interesting. And makes sense. And the animals? I say a little uncomfortable. There are all types of alien species out there, maybe. He shrugs. Okay, I prefer to believe that some Wolverine ancestor tapped some beast girl as than a real feline tail. So, back to the Niafem. They are metas that accepted a little too much of their heritage. They started acting like demons, going deeper and deeper till there's no difference between them and the original. The Chiaraphim is the opposite. They are metas with angelic, or holy, features. The two groups are enemies for a long time. I see. And here I thought that Azazel was always a demon, but this explains why the metapower of Kurt is the demonic power of the father. So from the mother, he only took the blue color. This is an interesting subject. I think I will write a thesis about this. How the metage can awaken hidden/slumbering heritages in the human genome. I comment. I remember that the quirk, all for one, fused with my metagene when I upgraded it. But, what if my slumbering metagene was of the Trump classification already? So this is why it fused with all for one and not other power. And other questions are raised. If an alien has a child with a meta, does the alien inherent power become a metapower? A child of a Skrull becomes like Mystique. Heck, maybe Mystique has Skrull blood in her family tree. an Asgardian with a meta. Can the metapower work with inherent magic? Is this what happened with Wanda? Did Ileana's long exposure affect her metagene? So much to research. One of my blind spots is that I can't copy/steal inherent powers. But if I take the long path with a little genetic engineering, I can manufacture a metaclone of an alien species, with a power set that I can copy. Loopholes, people. Abuse them. The Ancient One let me to my thoughts for a while before interrupting. Now, a little moral question. Who do you think is right between the Niafem and Chiaraphim? He asks with a mischievous smile. I look at the guy. What is this? A classroom? I don't know. I answer truthfully. Oh, he smiles interested. If I need to guess, the right one should be the one formed last. I answer. Why this? First. This looks like one of that tricky questions, but I'm old enough to know that not everything that shines is gold. I wouldn't say that the Chiaraphim is good because they look like angels or whatever. I can grow wings too. And sincerely, these self-righteous people always got on my nerves. Imagine giving yourself a holy mission only because you shine in a golden light and has wings. A little arrogant, I would say. But if they create this group to stop whatever evil deed the Niafem committed, all good. I continue, but I know very well how humans can treat someone that is different. Imagine if you look like a demon. Should has been much worse thousands of years ago. If everyone treats me like a monster, I will act like one. I shrug my shoulders as I quote. In the end, I don't know the members, their motives, the backstory. Maybe the Niafem is a group of outcasts that want better lives. Maybe the Chiaraphim are truly good guys that want to use their power for good. Maybe the two are right, maybe the two are wrong. I explain and stop. Looks like I talk too much to say depends. But I don't see the world as black and white. The Ancient One looks at me for some time. His gaze makes me frown a little. I can't decipher this guy's feelings. He hides it too well. My powers can't pierce whatever defenses he had. Then he laughs a little. This is so like you. He shakes his head and sighs. Now I frown. Is he observing me for a long time? Maybe saw a future or an alternative version of me. Dude, stop acting all cryptic. I sigh at him, and metaphors are my things, by the way. I add. He is stealing my character traits. For some reason, to my joke, he laughs out loud. Later, abusing of his goodwill, I speedrun a lot of questions. I ask for books to help Ileana and other things. Some important, others not. From how long you're the Sorcerer Supreme? 1,000 years. Didn't it get boring? You look has a lot of free time seeing that you're here with me. Ho ho sometimes, and some of my responsibilities can last for years and my free time can last as long. But Sorcerer Supreme is a 24/7 job. Are you training a successor? Why? Want to candidate yourself? He asks jokingly, this would be interesting. He rubs his chin. You. Hell no. I show my disgust with the responsibilities, but what is the perks? None that you wouldn't have if you aren't the Sorcerer Supreme. The men makes the job. This job doesn't make the men. Cryptic again. Heh. Do you have an infinity stone? I ask if like is a casual thing. Yes. Is the time stone? No. The soul stone. Do you want it? If you give to me, I would throw it in a parallel universe. In truth, I would use a travel ticket to take the stone to another multiverse and let it be there. There it would be only a shiny rock and no more infinity gauntlet or snap. You're not a greedy one, right? But you study with such fervor. Really contrasting actions. He looks at me, it looks like you're more complex than you show, Eidolon. The brimstone dimension of Azazel is part of hell. Sort of. A subsidiary backwater part of it. How many Sorcerer Supreme candidates are out there? More than one would expect. I can't tell you about them, would be not ethic. There are ethics in this line of job. You would know if you take our classes. There are some unwritten rules. How are you so hard to read with my powers? Is there some trick about it? We are always emitting thoughts and emotions all the time, no matter how small. It's hard to completely shut it off without cutting your humanity. Don't try to rush it. With time you will get better. He raises his hand and some books fly to it. There's some mental exercises here. And self-defense spells to hide things like your life force, thoughts, feelings, and others. He said, giving me the books. Thank you. From how much you will keep the title? Less than necessary, more than I want. Cryptic again. Are you gonna keep living after that? Have a retirement plan, old man. Ho ho, maybe I can go back to farming. But no. When the duty ends, so does the man. He says with a calm smile. I thought that the man makes the job. Hey, I'm on this for so long that I'm not myself anymore. For a long time, I'm the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Yao is long forgotten. He says with a melancholic smile. I can understand this a little. I know that you can. He looks at me mischievous again. It's like he knows a joke that I don't. You're creeping me out. And he only laughs. Weirdo. After some time I leave Camartage. Sincerely, the Ancient One is a little weird. He is treating me too well. Is he that nice? Or he is grooming me to some big play. Maybe I'm the key to solving some future crisis and I need to sacrifice myself. Well, it is my pessimism talking. No use thinking too hard about it. I will just continue to keep an eye open and learn magic. I'm profiting anyway. And about the Sorcerer Supreme position and the Soul Stone. Well, the stone is safe with him. And yes, not the Time Stone. This changes things a little. Maybe I should go to space and check that planet with the Power Stone. And when Thor visits, try to hint to him to take me when the convergence happens, so that I can check if the Reality Stone is embroidered with the Pluto F High movie. The Reality Stone is the one that I'm most wary. And about the Sorcerer Supreme position. Meh, Strange can have it. Till he mess up big with his big-brained friends. I don't want to myself, but maybe I can put a summon on it. Someone like Raven, yes, I'm obsessed. But I accept Zatanna, Dr. Fate, and Constantine. Heck, there are a bunch of magic users in anime that can fit the position. Fate is full of them. But I will not have thoughts while the Ancient One lives. Now, I will stop at the station for a little and go to the X-Men. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Eidolon, tell Ms. Aurora that I'm responsible. I will not use the chainsaw sword in anyone. Kitty whines at my side. We are sitting in the living room, some of the X-Men are here. By the way, I also copied her power. It's like Mirio's quirk, but hers is much easier to use, so is a good addition to not waste effort. She is responsible and she will not use the chainsaw sword on anyone. I deadpan to Storm. Apparently, she apprehended my gift for being too dangerous. TCH, come on. Take it seriously. Kitty balances my shoulders, but my face remains impassive. I'm used to it. Sorry, Kitty. But she is your guardian. She has the right and responsibility to keep you safe. Trust in her judgment. I say, full of righteousness, use your power to take it back when you want. I whisper to her in a low voice after that. Her eyes widen and she nods at me conspiratorially. Our exchange didn't pass unnoticed by Aurora. I'm not trying to hide anyway, and she is staring sternly at us. Her hand crossed over her chest. A big chest, by the way. Gaia perk. What? I ask, acting confused. You shouldn't give something dangerous to them. She says with a small frown. Relax. They live with something dangerous every day. If they are responsible with their powers, they can have a chainsaw sword. I argue. This and that are two different things. She says, tapping her foot. Not really. Trust them a little more. I trust them, but they can make mistakes because of clumsiness. There's failsafe. It can't turn on by accident. At this, someone interrupts. You two look like a married couple arguing about their children. Ileana says with a weird look before plopping herself on the couch on my front. All of you as our children. Must be the reason for our white hair. I quip, making Aurora take her hand to her mouth to release a chuckle. I decide to change the subject and ask Ileana, how are you doing? She shrugs. Overall it is a little weird. But it is okay. I see. I visited an acquaintance that is well versed in magic and did a compilation of books that can be useful to you. I say, taking out some books that I wrote myself. This one here talks about soul weapons. This one, harmless demon magic. I explain. She holds them while I point, explaining the others. I thought that you probably are not used to using smartphones or tablets, so they are books. But I brought a smartphone to you too. I give her as a gift. Already has the number of your brother and one special to contact me. She looks at the smartphone for a while before finally nodding at me, thank you. Her attitude is a little cold. Must be a rebellious phase. Well, that's all for today. Mikhail said that he is gonna visit more frequently now. We are having trouble with his documents, Russia you know, I was saying before something caught my attention. I look at Rogue intently. What? She asks, a little nervous. I start to speedwalk in circles around her like Kazuma with the sleeping Megumin in that movie. I'm messing with her a little because seeing her flustered is cute. But there's really an issue here. You have awakened Nen. I say, stopping in her front. Obviously, everyone looks at me confused. Well, a surprise. But makes sense. Normally, I wouldn't like someone gaining a power of mine like that. But as one of many, and I consider Rogue almost one of mine already. And in the future, I plan to spread the teachings of Nen to humanity anyway. It's a good discipline to delve into, like yoga. Not like all Nen users are fighters. This could be an opportunity too. Nen. They ask, confused. Let me explain. I say before sitting down, Nen is a power system that uses life force. Like chi or chi. I call it aura. Everyone has life force, but using Nen you can harness it and empower yourself in many, many ways. To illustrate that, I make a hologram of a person and steam around it. So like those power from anime. Kitty asks, and the people around roll their eyes, unaware of how right she is. Exactly like an anime. I smile. From what I can tell, Rogue awakened her aura when she absorbed my own. My huge life force was like a flood opening her nodes. Now even when the effects of absorbing me wear off, she still will have her aura unlocked and ready to use. And what did this change to her? Aurora asks. There are many advantages. There's only one disadvantage, really. It is that you can waste your aura, shrinking your lifespan. As you woke your aura forcibly, and right now you're still under the effects of absorbing myself and my experiences. There's the danger that after the effect of your power wears off, your life force will leak uncontrollably without my experience to help you. I explain and see some eyes widening. I continue to calm them. Relax, in truth. With a basic control, you can keep your aura from escaping and slowing down your aging. I say. Oh. It is because of that those Shaolin monks live like for 150 years. Kitty asks in sudden realization. Yeah, you can say that. We are constantly losing life force. With a good control you can increase your efficiency. I indulge her thoughts. She is not that far off. Makes sense. Jean comments. That means that I will live for a long time. Rogue asks, a little confused. Girl, you can be fucking scary now. You are a meta and Nen user with the power to absorb people's life force/aura. You're the new Celine Galio. If she could keep the maximum aura stolen, she could speedrun to Maruam level in a day. But she doesn't have a huge reservoir, any aura stolen will dissipate eventually. You could probably live for thousands of years. Rogue, you can absorb life force. You're immortal from the beginning. If you want. I say to her, shocking everyone, you're simply more efficient now, with Nen. Oh, you guys never thought about that, huh? I say, looking around. No. Like. Thousands of years. Everyone here would be dead. Rogue comments with a distant look. Typical of her, thinking already on the dark side of this whole ordeal. I go to gain some brownie points, relax, apparently, I'm immortal too. Hey, I say, attracting her attention, Logan will live for a long time too, the Thing from the Fantastic Four, Thor, Kurt. Even Colossus and Robert. We. Iceman asks in surprise, pointing to himself. You don't age in your ice form, if you stay like that eternally. If you want, obviously, I say, and this makes him think, even Colossus with his metal form, giving up our meat bodies, we could achieve a life expectancy as big as the material in question. I explain. I remember that there's a dystopic future where Emma Frost is immortal because she is always in her diamond form. My little speech shocked them again. I think they didn't think that far ahead. But is it reality? In 100 years, 90% of the heroes and other people of interest will be dead. I gave a small glance to Jean. She is a smart girl, she immediately noticed that I include her in the list of long-lived people. But I didn't say out loud for a reason. She still hasn't talked about the Phoenix with the rest of the X-Men, I can respect that. Stop thinking about so far ahead. One of my mottos is, if you suffer for anticipation, you're suffering more than necessary. Just live your life right now. I give some advice, I will be alive in 100 of years too, if you feel bored, we can go on an adventure in another universe. There are infinite things to do after all. I offer with a playful smile, heck, there are 2 trillion FO galaxies only in our universe. So much to see, visit. She gives me a half smile at my words, and blushes a little. Girl, your pale skin didn't help you in hiding your emotions. You need to improve your poker face. That puts things in perspective. Jean says with a sigh. After that, I give a small explanation about Nen and promise that I will be back to teach Rogue. A good way to steal her from the X-Men. While I say my goodbyes, I ignore Kitty elbowing her goth friend in the ribs with a mischievous grin. Mary Jane POV Midtown High School. Ugh, I was never a morning person, but trying to regulate my sleeping schedule is destroying me. Why did I listen to Hector about this again? Annoying know-it-all guy. Oh, there he is. Normally, I can only talk with him before the class start and after, we sit far from each other in class and at lunch. I approach him to do my daily routine of annoying him, HM. Is he hurt? I accelerate my steps and arrive at his side while he puts some things in his locker. What happened? I go straight to the point. He moves his eyes to look at me and then takes his time to go through his locker and close it. This is an infuriating thing about him, he lets the silence stretch without a care. I mean, he is not like the other guys that are always talking, afraid of being forgotten. It's a nice change of pace, his confidence. But now is annoying me, good morning to you too. When he finally makes a show of slowly closing the locker, he says to me with a sarcastic smile. Ugh. Good morning. I roll my eyes, now, what happened? I ask again, looking at the wounds on his face. A broken lip, a cut on his eyebrow, and a yellow mark that can only be a contusion, that was previously purple. These are fight wounds, did someone hurt you? I ask, showing my worry. He chuckles, I fought a demon immortal sorcerer in hell. He makes a show of thinking, but he was weaker than I expected. Ugh, this guy is good at lying. I slap his shoulder to make him be serious. Ouch, ow. He touches his shoulder where I hit and makes a pained expression. Even crouching down a little. Ah. Sorry. Are you hurt there too? I ask, trying to, I don't know, caress his shoulder to relieve him from the pain in some way. But he suddenly stops and looks at me with a smirk, completely fine, I'm touched by your worry about my well-being, MJ1. He says cockily. Gore. I hold back the urge to smack him. Be serious. Seeing my non-joking tone, he relents, okay. Relax, it was a small scuffle. Nothing serious. He says. I stare at him. This guy, acting all mysterious. Sigh, you probably will know what happened by the end of the day. A little out of character on my part. He adds and doesn't continue. I look again at his wounds. This was absolutely a fight, is hurting. What? Wanna kiss it better? He smirks and points to his broken lip. Yes. You wish. I huff and turn away and walk to class, leaving him behind. The guy is handsome even with wounds on his face, it even gives him a dangerous sexy air. God has his favorites. I discovered what happened. During class, when I saw Flash entering the class with similar injuries, but worse, I thought that Hector and Flash ended up fighting. Well, I'm correct. In the wrong way. Flash fought with Hector, not against him. Hector saved Flash ass from 4 guys that jumped him yesterday after school. Apparently, the other party is from another school, the one that our football team will face in the next game. Really, people? School rivalry. Men. Flash explained that is more common than I would think, especially if there are bets involved. Well, Flash is our ace. But ambush someone because of a high school game. I can only roll my eyes at these people. So childish. But let's focus on the present. Heh. Hee hee. I can't stop sending Hector a smug grin. Well. I remember someone saying something about never sitting at the popular table. I say to Hector at my side, sitting at the popular table. His groan makes me laugh even more. His annoyed face is a work of art to me. Flash dragged him to the table before Hector can't even react. Acting like they are childhood friends, as if all the bad blood between them is gone. Then he swung his backpack at one face while kicking the other in the chest. Flash is telling the tale of the fight to the table exaggeratedly. Hector groans while nursing his food and listening to him. I make sure that he sees my amused face. Didn't you guys hate each other earlier? Sally Everill asks from her seat on the table. Everyone pauses and the mood gets strange. Ugh, this chick. Always annoying. Get some tact, girl. This is in the past. Hector says calmly, his words disperse the heavy mood easily. Yeah, I already apologized to him. So is all good. Flash adds, hooking Hector's shoulder with his arm. So this is all it takes? Liz Allen asks with a raised eyebrow. Men friendship. Hector says with a shrug and the guys on the table nodding agreement like this is obvious. The talks go on, and Hector surprisingly fits well. He can be sociable when he wants. Damn Hector, I haven't noticed that you put some muscles. Liz comments, now at Hector's side. She took the opportunity when Flash stood up. Maybe you should go to an ophthalmologist, I can recommend one really good. Hector says seriously. Pfft. This guy. I hold back a chuckle by biting my lip. The sarcasm probably flew over Liz's head, because Hector really has a good poker face. She laughs, thinking that he is joking with her. Stop it, silly. Silly. You always use loose clothes, that's why. She says, feeling his biceps. Now I'm frowning. She is touching him with such intimacy, Hector doesn't like that. My bad mood evaporates a little seeing Hector's face. Pfft, haha. The way she looks down at her hand touching him. His face screamed, bitch, can you not? I started a healthy lifestyle last year. He says and casually takes her hand off him. Holding her watch with 2 fingers, like he is disgusted by it. Damn, compared to this, the way he annoys me is nice. I was taken off from watching Liz annoy Hector, in Not a Good Way, by Harry Osborne. He is at my other side, trying to make a conversation. My birthday has already happened, but this weekend I will make a big party. He says, inviting me to the party. I already know about this, but he is inviting me personally. A little weird to make a party when his dad died not long ago. But people can grieve in different ways, right? I think. I'm trying to be nice to him because of his circumstances, but I think he is interpreting this as having a chance with me. Sorry, but no pity sex from me. You can count me there. I say to Harry with a plain face, suddenly I think of something. Oh, Hector, what about coming to Harry's party too? I turn to him with a smile. He looks at me silently. Oh God, haha. His face. This guy is really an antisocial creature. But at this moment Flash returns and acting all friendly with Hector says that's an excellent idea. Just come, I will teach you how to have fun. He says animatedly. Hector puts on a thoughtful expression. Wait, is he really coming? Next semester I will finish high school. So this is the last opportunity. No prom to me. He says with his chin on his fingers, okay, if it's not a problem, I will go Harry. Hector says turning to Harry. No. No problem at all, the more the merrier. Harry says with a strained smile. There are sparks flying between the two. Why? Wait. More important. Hector is really going. Why I'm a little uncomfortable with it now. I look at him again and watch as Liz continues to try small talk with him. I can't be jealous, right? Like Hector is some sort of thing that I discovered and I want to monopolize. I mean, she is acting too familiar with him. It's only that. Nothing more. Idolin POV. Later that night. A party. Haha, why don't you scream to the world already? I was a disappointment to my father, now I'm happy that he is dead. But okay. Like All for One said, everything can be an opportunity to gain some advantage. Let's play detective and take care of any goblin remnants in the Osborne manner. This took the need to invade anyways. The whole thing with Flash was more of a chance encounter. Yesterday after class, when I on the parking lot ready to go home I find the little ambush on the guy. I debated in helping only for a second, before deciding to act as a Hector. Obviously, I needed to receive some punches, and because of this the wounds. The way Shago laughed when she saw. Now Flash treats me very well. Meh, I don't have hard feelings at the guy. He is so small in the great scheme of things, I'm not that petty. And I remember that in the comics he has his redemption, going to the military, losing his legs to save a friend, and becoming Agent Venom. The guy is not evil, just immature. It is a thing of age. Children are pure. Pure evil. Children can be mean in a merciless way, teenagers are not that different. No need to demonize the guy because he gave me names and pushed me sometimes in the hallway. And Liz Allen, huh? Being handsome makes life so easy. The girl is interested in me. Not so much. Only 30% of her interest is because I'm a catch now. Another 3% is because she saw MJ being all friendly with me. Some sort of female competitive spirit. The other 40% is because I ignored her. Seriously, she is so used to having everyone's attention she can't handle me acting disinterested in her. She is craving my approval now. Sigh. This generation. I even saw her going to talk with some nerds of the school, just to have them gawk at her so to boost her confidence. She is so superficial. Now, focus on the present. I will be very happy if you all can go to the nearest police station and turn yourselves in. I say in my threatening Eidolon voice to the ATM robber group that I just captured. They all nod fearfully at my words. Remember, I can keep track of you guys from a distance. I death glare them, if you guys stop, take another route or lie. I will come back. Do you want to see me again? They all shake their head. Good boys. Criminals never stop, but I need to keep these guys on a tight leash. Crimes will never stop. But the violent crime rate dropped significantly because of me. People prefer to explode at an ATM than steal a woman's purse. Good, very good. Oh. She is nearby. Maybe I can stop by to have a little talk with her. I still have to gauge her character to decide how closer I will keep her. Emma Frost POV. In my limousine I look at my tablet to keep up with the news, still working even in my breaks. That's my life. I normally would not spend much time on the internet. But I think the internet is a gold mine. Those old-time CEOs underestimate the potential of this thing, thinking that other mainstream media will be strong forever and the internet is only a phase. I think I will fire all of my marketing team for a younger batch. I mutter to myself, social media is growing strong. Going through the news, obviously, there's a focus on the heroes. There are no newspapers that don't report the deed of the costumed superpowered people. Eidolon is always the more present guy. He saved a bus from falling from a bridge. The guy really is everywhere. But now I know that he is not the pure-hearted good Samaritan that everyone thinks. Replaying our encounter in my mind is possible to see that he is cunning, deceitful even. He is not the stereotype of a musclehead hero. In hindsight, I gave too much information for free. He tired me mentally in his mind, but I couldn't call him out on this. It was my fault that I invaded his mind in the first place. He fucking played me. I fell too easy to his game of going away. TSK. I can feel the frown grow on my face. When I see him next time. What is disturbing your mind, Miss Frost? I'm not proud to say that I jumped a little on my sit in fright. Fucking Eidolon is sitting calmly at my front. You. I look at the front seats, where my driver and guards are, none of them moved a muscle. They can't perceive what is happening here right now. A small trick with people's senses. You can do it with your telepathy too. He says calmly watching my line of sight. Well, that is a scary use of powers, and this coming from a telepath. This doesn't mean that he can go anywhere unhindered. I mean, he can already do that. But him using brute force and him doing what he wants and no one noticing has a huge difference. This guy is really scary. What do you want, Eidolon? I ask with a hint of displeasure in my voice. I thought that someone like you would mind breaking your guards, I'm surprised. He comments looking to the front seat. I'm not that much of a monster. I say, but I admit that I check almost every day the mind of the people close to me. I would be a fool to not use my best weapon, and most of them can be kept loyal with these. I joke arching my back and showing my cleavage. Trying to see his reaction. I'm only a little surprised that his eyes don't accompany my movement and are kept on my face. He snorts. Be safe then. He advises. HMPF, no man in this world can touch me if I don't allow it. I say with a snort. That's not true, but okay. He says calmly and doesn't pursue the matter. Changing the subject, I ask about something that he said earlier, so you can tell if someone has his mind tampered by someone. That's interesting. He looks at me. You probably didn't meet many skilled telepaths, huh? Well, no. There's that bitch in my college years that gaslighted me, but she was just an ant. He continues, there's no perfect crime. Your mental energy leave traces, only in your wavelength, your signature, like psychic fingerprints. And it's easy to spot something wrong with a person's mind, you should already know that. He says. Yeah, it's not that easy to mess with people's memories, like the body, a mind will try to heal. But I didn't know of psychic fingerprints or whatever. I will check it later. Now, I don't believe that you came here just for some small talk. We are both busy people, after all. I say, uncrossing my legs and crossing it again, now with my right leg over the left. Again, he didn't even spare a glance at my thighs or my panties. Are you a eunuch? I ask casually while taking something to drink and offering him too. He laughs and declines with a raise of his hand. No need to have your self-esteem attacked, Miss Frost. I'm just used to beautiful women and this kind of trap. He says playfully, and indeed, I came here to warn you. I already had a good idea of the hideouts and shady business of the people that you passed the information to me last time. He looks at me more seriously. As per our agreement, I'm here to warn you. Till the end of the next month, all these guys will be out of the picture. In one way or another. He says with dead eyes. And I hate to admit that I felt a shiver from them. So, it's time for you to prepare whatever you're going to do. He finishes. So it's time to move the moles planted on the many businesses of those bastards. If everything goes well, I will take good employers, deals with governments, shares at a cheap price, and much more. I notice that he is staring at me while I'm thinking, try to not go overboard. He warns and I huff. I'm an upstanding citizen. I lie easily and he scoffs. And I'm not so dumb to do something that would make Eidolon go for me as much as he will go for those scum. I already figured out how to deal with Eidolon, it's very simple. It simply doesn't antagonize the guy, I even stop some of my more unsavory business because of that. No need to wake one day and have the guy hovering above my home, ready to take me to jail. It's simply not worth it. And be honest. I notice that he surprisingly answers seriously when I ask something, even if it was a joke. He likes honesty. So let's try being upfront with the guy. What's your endgame, Eidolon? I ask seriously. I notice the shift in his posture. Some people would think because of the fact that I'm a telepath, I don't know how to read people normally. But it's the exact reason that I'm good at reading people. I can see what people are really thinking and comparing with their facial expressions and body language. With time you crack the code. He stares at me for a while before letting out a chuckle and looking out the window. I think I know from where this question comes. He comments before turning to me again. After starting all this hero work, I notice that people tend to project themselves in me and in the others' heroes. Not so good people think that I'm up to something. That I can't have all this power and be this saint. He laughs a little melancholic. The people that defend me are the ones with a more optimistic view on life, they're good people. Better than me even. He shakes his head. The thing is, people nowadays confuse cynicism with intelligence and a good heart with naivety and stupidity. No one wants to be hurt, to be taken advantage of. They don't want to risk being on the short end of the stick. So they attack first and became the offenders, afraid of being hurt. He looks at me with a deep gaze. You're like that Emma Frost. You're a power-hungry woman that aims for the top to not be hurt by anyone. You're going all out in a preemptive strike and being better than everyone. So you find it hard to believe that I'm simply a guy trying to do good. Because you wouldn't do that. He is not wrong. If you had my powers, you would already be the empress of the world. He laughs after saying this. I like the sound of that. I quit back. Hey. I was like that in the beginning too, you know. You can imagine my thoughts when I gained my powers and discovered how many strong people there are out there. He looks at the window again. I was so eager to get power, to be capable of defending myself. To have power so that I wouldn't lose anything anymore. He gives me a meaningful stare. He chuckles again and reclines himself on his seat in a relaxed way. I'm more chill nowadays. You have to be careful with these things, Miss Frost. If you do anything to get on the top. If you sacrifice everything. Even if you arrive at the top, you will look around and notice that you have nothing. Seeking power from itself, without a reason, is a goose chase. For some reason, his words remembers me of my brother. My homosexual brother that suffered a lot of abuse from my father because of this fact. He was my best friend, till he was broken by that shitty father and his homophobic views. I accomplished my revenge. My father can't hurt us anymore, but When was the last time that I visited Christian? Last Christmas. Christian is a shell of his former self. Tried to commit suicide, drinks a lot, and barely goes out. Sincerely, became painful to visit him. Maybe this is why I'm trying to avoid it. Now I'm here, working 16h a day for more money and more power, and then what? I don't know. After I deal with Shaw and everyone that can threaten me, what will change? I will continue to work, maybe be even busier. Now that you understand, I can answer your question. Idolan's voice cut my depressive thoughts. He looks at me with a sympathetic look. Gore, I don't want anyone pity. If I really wanted to indulge myself I would have already done that. Well, I could simply abandon Earth and go to a planet where strength rules and live a life of debauchery and pleasure, doing nothing. That looks fun. I comment with a smile. An interesting thought, the guy can already conquer planets and he didn't do it. So are you saying that you're a selfless guy? I ask with a raised eyebrow. He laughs like he heard a huge joke, more like being the Emperor of Earth sounds like a hassle, not worth it. I'm not that crazy power-hungry guy, but I have an ambition too, Ms. Frost. My endgame. I talked early about empires that span an entire galaxy. Do you know that I can end them? Me alone. He says, narrowing his eyes. Well, isn't this a scary prospect? I can reach the top easily, Ms. Frost. I want to reach it, but... He raises his hand and clenches it in a fist, but I want to bring everyone to the top with me. The future I envision for our race. No more deformities, everyone will be a super soldier, will be beautiful and healthy. People with powers are assets. Entire solar systems colonized, maybe even the entire galaxy. I believe that in a few decades, I can fast forward humanity standing in the universe in dozens of thousands of years. That's my ambition. He finishes looking at me with infinite determination in his eyes. Okay. I hate to admit that my heart skipped a bit with his speech. Huff, this guy has charisma. He is more dangerous than Magneto. Do you think we'll be easy? You must know that people can be difficult. I say to reason with him. He only smiles with his eyes when any change is easy, Ms. Frost. The beginning is the hardest part. This world is divided into so many countries. I say to Probe. It's this guy planning world unification. That's crazy. How many languages are out there? Currency. Cultures. To my Probe, his only answer is I have time. He says calmly, good night, Ms. Frost. He finishes before looking out the window. His move makes me do the same, and when I turn again he disappeared. I nurse my drink in hand, before downing it. All those world leaders and schemers, thinking that at some point they will grab Idolan's weakness and control him. All of them are idiots. People are still underestimating him. No, their brain can't gauge that guy's character. Their imagination doesn't reach his depths. In truth, I think he didn't say all. And this is another scary fact. He just talked about global unification, the solar system colonization and much more. And that is not everything. What more does that man have in mind? I recline in my seat and trying to relax, but is impossible. If that guy woke one day and choose violence, we are fucked. Third person POV Harry's party night. Thanks again for giving us a ride, Hector. Mary Jane says in the passenger seat of Hector's car. She is not as much dolled up as someone would expect, only using a little makeup, a loose blouse and jeans. Well, the jeans are a little tighter than normal, Hector noticed, showing that she has huge assets and the loose blouse shows her midriff. But overall, very normal. Not that she needs to use anything extravagant. She is still one of the most beautiful women Hector met. Yep, helped a lot. Peter says from the back seat, he is together with Ned. That nods and thanks him too. No problem, I didn't think the two of you would go to parties like that. Like me, I thought that you two would prefer to assemble a Lego Death Star. Hector jokes looking at the rear view. Oh ho, normally yes. But a man needs to let their cave sometimes. To hunt. Ned says exaggeratedly cocky, even adjusting his collar and cowboy hat. Mary Jane shakes her head and laughs at the guy's antics. Wow, maybe I should warn the girls that Ned Leeds is out there looking for prey. It will be good. She points at her, and now that we're on this, maybe you should introduce these girls to me too. He says a second later, in a pleading tone. They laugh and throw my friends directly at your jaws. Nah. Hunt alone, Chad. Mary Jane jokes. HMPF, I'm more of a lone wolf myself anyway. He shrugs. Peter can't take any more and decides to interrupt Ned. I and Harry are friends for a long time. He explains Hector's initial question. Oh. I see. Hector decides to not say what he is thinking. You two didn't sound too close right now. This would create an awkward mood in the car, and be an indirect hit on Mary Jane. Sometimes, it's better to say nothing. The guy knows how to be social when he wants. Gwendolyn will be there too. It is what he decides to say. Yes. Peter answers. As if he would dare to be at a party without her. Ned scoffs and chuckles. Oh. Whipped already? Mary Jane asks with a big teasing grin on her face. And no, obviously will be better with her. Peter mumbles. Totally whipped. Ned declares he is even toning down with, ouch, he starts saying before being elbowed by Peter and realization hit his face with his hobbies. Ned says suddenly. Mary Jane. Hector. This is a little awkward. Everyone in this car knows what Peter and Ned are talking about. Because everyone knows that Peter is Spider-Man. Ned is referring to Peter's night heroic activities that have been slowed down a little thanks to Gwen. While Peter is looking out for the city, Gwen is looking out for him. Gwen is very against Peter going out at night. She is okay with him being Spider-Man during the day, but Peter is not the type of guy that knows when to stop and ended up staying all night as Spider-Man. They tried to make a compromise where Peter would go back home to sleep at a certain time, but the guy can't hold his end of the bargain. So Gwen still tries to keep him from leaving at night, but Peter being Peter still goes 8 out of 10 nights to patrol. But is a progress at least. Hector decides to mess up with the people in the car, TSK, going to a party with alcohol, promiscuity, and without an adult to supervision. You all make me sick, what Spider-Man would say. He shakes his head in a fake disappointment, even Gwendolyn, the daughter of the chief of police. Look who is talking. You're also going. Ned says. Just to keep an eye on you young-uns. Hector says like an old guy, I'm an adult, technically. He says a little smug. That's not how emancipation works, I think. Peter states the obvious. And I don't think Spider-Man would care. Mary Jane says, giving a side glance to the back seat. True, with those powers, he should have been crazy in high school. Hector comments lightly. Ned laughs, I don't know, maybe he was more of a nerd. Spider-Man as a nerd. May Jane scoffs exaggeratedly, impossible. He must have got all girls in his school. Hector comments. Peter is holding back the cringe in the back seat. This car has a strange and funny situation. Again, everyone knows that Peter is Spider-Man, but Peter thinks that only Ned knows. And Ned thinks the same. At the same time, Mary Jane knows and thinks that Hector doesn't know, but Hector knows about everything. So, they're playing clueless to the others while teasing Peter discreetly, trying to hide a secret that is not a secret, without letting go of the opportunity to mess with the poor hero. Spider-Man do whatever a spider can, Hector sings a little before smirking, if this is true. Do you guys know that some spiders can hypnotize the females? The dude must be a chick magnet. He says hiding his amusement and everyone doing the same. And Peter can only hide his face with his hands. You should comb your hair to behind more often. And trim a little too. Mary Jane comments while trying to adjust Hector's unruly hair with her fingers. Woman, stop it. I'm driving. Hector deadpans. Peter and Ned exchange some glances, are you guys dating? Ned asks. Wah, no. We're friends. Mary Jane denies it a little too fast. She tried to get on my pants, but I'm not that easy. She needs to conquer me first. Hector jokes with a serious face, receiving a flick on his ear from the redhead. As if. She says. Please. You're totally head over heels for my charms. Hector rolls his eyes like is obvious. What charms? Mary Jane asks, half outraged. My adorkable energy obviously. Women simply can't resist a socially inept awkward nerd. This makes her laugh out loud. You are not in this category anymore, Tiger. Going to parties. She gives him a big grin, entering in fights. Very normie. Hector groans, what fight? I simply threw my bag and kicked a guy. Heh, the way Flash described, you fought an Avengers-level threat with your bare hands. Mary Jane laughs. Hector snorts, I just kicked a guy in the balls and threw some hands. Dude, you can't kick someone in the nuts. It's not honorable. Ned says with shock. There's no honor in a street fight. Hector says casually, but deeply. Now we're on the upper-class part of the city, guy. If you look to your left you can see the natural habitat of Unum Presentis, more popularly known as super rich people. Hector says like a tourist guide, these fantastical animals had the custom or having homes too big for them. Scientists theorize that is to compensate the emptiness of their being or the sense of impending doom that not all the money of the world can't alleviate them from. Or their small genitalia. Pfft, stop that. Mary Jane slaps his arm while laughing. They just entered the neighborhood full of huge villas and mansions, they occupy entire blocks, so big that in some you couldn't even see the mansion. Looks at those houses. I can almost smell the old money. Ned jokes. What we can see now is not the real old money. Hector says these people become rich relatively recently, even Stark and Osborn are not old money. If we go a little more deeper in this neighborhood we can see real old money. People that invested first in oil. Hey, their families practically invented capitalism and founded this country. He laughs. He continues, people like Stark can still lose everything if they do huge a mistake, or someone does something better than him. These rich people just need to exist and the money multiplies. Wow. Ned exclaims, I can't even imagine all this money. And how do you know of these rich families living here, Hector? Mary Jane asks. Hector pauses. It looks like he is not gonna answer, till he makes a sharp turn to the left and after some detour in the route he gestures to the side with his chin while driving, that one is mine. Wadash, they look at the huge wall stretching through the block. The car continues to go through the empty street till it passes by a huge gate with a B and a circular shield with a caduceus in the middle, the symbol of medicine, the staff of Hermes. Bellucci. My grandpa started our wealth. He served with Captain America, you know that. Cool, huh? He says casually and a funny thought pops into his mind. His grandfather knew Captain America, he was part of the Howling Commandos. His parents worked in the same hospital as Doctor Strange. And he is Spider-Man's classmate. Weird. He thinks a once is chance, twice is a coincidence but the third time. 3 generations are close to superheroes. Is destiny again? I'm tied with the supers. Tangled in the mess from the beginning. He starts overthinking before stopping himself. I didn't know that you're this rich. Ned comments, and your grandfather fought with Captain America. Fucking badass. He exclaims afterward, focusing on the interesting part. Right. A pity he died some years ago. Hector says with a sigh and receives some condolences from the 3, and I'm not that rich. Not multi-billionaire rich, my mother never cared about money too so I was raised far from it in Brazil. He shrugs, this remember me, my uncle's wife was living in that house. I will talk with my lawyer to give them an eviction order. Hector. Peter looked at him weirdly and with a little shock in his voice. Hector sighs, Peter, it's not because someone is your family that they're good people. He says and Mary Jane imperceptibly nods, they are assholes. The mother is a stuck-up bitch, the son is a lazy bastard that parties every night and uses drugs, the daughter is her mother in miniature but a kleptomaniac to the booth. Everyone is shocked by his bluntness. I won't probably even live there, but that is the house my grandfather built. I will burn in the marble of the nth hell if I allow my cousins to turn it into an orgy club. Well, I can understand your point. Peter says in defeat. Don't pity the human trash, they have enough money to live a decade maintaining their lifestyle. After that. He scoffs. He can almost see in the future, they will continue spending money as nothing changed. But they are not receiving money anymore. They will not prepare themselves and will waste everything. In some years, they will turn to him, creating trouble. Plane accidents are common in this world full of superheroes, right? He starts thinking about murder. So. If that house is yours. Do you have small genitalia? Mary Jane asks slowly, biting her lips to stifle a laugh. Hector slowly turns to her, every response that I can give you now will be the wrong answer. So I will use silence to not be cancelled. He turns his eyes to the front road again, you can't win against women sometimes. He sighs and the other 3 laugh at his expense good-naturedly. He doesn't mind, it's a good way to seem approachable to people. They finally arrive at the Osborn mansion. It's a huge Gothic-style mansion in a ridiculous big land. The area is full of cars that are using the garden as a parking lot, it's possible to hear the loud music of the party that is already going on inside. Hector's eyes gain a sharp glint while looking at the mansion, a change no one notices. They enter the mansion without a problem, if someone was paying attention would be possible to notice the way that Peter winces slightly because of the loud music and Hector's eyes narrowing in concentration to not suffer from his own super senses. They are greeted first by Harry Osborn that was talking with Gwen that was waiting for Peter. After the customary greeting and compliments of the house, they start talking while walking inside. Everyone from our high school must be here. Ned comments while looking around. Yes, and even more people from some colleges that I know. Harry says a little proudly. And some SHIELD agents too. Hector thinks to himself. He also notices the amount of attention that Osborn is giving to Mary Jane, someone is trying to get lucky tonight. He laughs to himself without a care before scanning the surroundings and finding some hidden places. How was the ride? Gwen asks Peter at the side. Uneventful, but fun. We talked about a lot of things. Peter says. Really a lot, from science and technology, to rich people's genitalia and Spider-Man's capability to hypnotize females. Hector adds with a smirk. Seeing Peter blanch in the way that Gwen looks at him makes him hold a laugh. I understand now why the writers love bullying the poor guy. It's so fun. Hector. They hear Flash shouting when they arrive the place where most of their classmates are talking and drinking. Flash, aren't too early to get wasted? Hector asks casually. Uffed, I still have a long way to go till I get wasted here, drink with me. Flash offers. Nah, I'm the driver this night. Hector declines. Looking good, Hector. Liz says, approaching him and giving him a once-over. The guy is a little more fashionable, with clothes a little more form-fitting and with his hair taken care for. My grandma always said that I'm a handsome boy. He jokes. Well, she is a wise woman. Liz says with a flirty smile, and what do you think she would say about me? She says, showing her outfit. Aren't you too forward, woman? Not bad, I guess. He says disinterestedly, making her huff before getting even more clingy. There's a study about women fetish, women fantasy. Do you know what they are? Buffed, vampires, pirates, werewolves. Those shit. It's the old liking bad boys. The Beauty and the Beast. Hector says to his table with the guys, so this is why Eidolon won the poll of the most sexy hero. He is the bad boy of the heroes. Dark, unapproachable. The girls think that he will be nice only to them, that they will be special, I can fix him. Hector says to Legas. Oh god, that is so true. I can fix him, ha ha ha. One guy wipes a tear off after cackling. It makes so much sense. Flash wheezes. It's not like Eidolon is the most handsome, we can't even see his face. He is just everyone's fetish. Hector concludes. The girls look around in silence. How did the conversation arrive on this topic? Mary Jane asks. I don't know, we started normally with a simple red or green question. Flash says. Boys will be boys. And they are discussing it so seriously. Sally says with a huff. It's just a simple women's psychanalysis. Hector comments, now girls. Did I say any lie? Hector looks at them. They can't deny it. Go Flash. Are you really gonna lose to him? One of the boys shouts half drunk at the quarterback that is struggling in the arm wrestling with Hector. HNNG, I thought I got you earlier. Flash says through gritted teeth. Hector also looks like is struggling. Yeah, it's all part of my plan. Boost of strength, waste energy, Mr. Quarterback. Explosiveness needs to be used in the right time. Hector smirks, I held my ground and the bet paid off. He says slowly while his arm gains more ground. You can't turn this around. Your energy is slowly sipping away. And boom. Bam! Hector slammed Flash's arm into the table. All around them people cheer and jokingly mocks Flash with ooze. Lost to a nerd. Hi-ha, one of Flash's friends shouts, throwing himself backward while laughing. The guy is stronger than he looks, I want to see you try. Flash gumbles. Brain power. Hector joke strikes a pose, a double biceps. Hector throws the ball at the table, it bounces, landing perfectly in a cup. People cheer and force another cup at Flash. Fuck, how you are so good at this? He asks. I'm the one that is not drunk to start. He deadpans. I think I'm gonna throw up. Flash says with his face blank, staring at the void. Hector just won this game 8 times in a row. Hector, after emptying all of his social battery, goes alone to catch some food and drink something. Is everything here alcoholic? He comments with a sigh. Turning around he met Peter, Gwen, and Ned talking. He walks to them and hooks an arm around Ned's shoulder. Come with me, third wheel. Loners should stick together. He says without giving the guy a chance to respond and walk away with him. He looks around a little older, another school, internship in Osborne, ex-fat and with a more pretty friend. He locates his targets. Hey, have you met Ned? He is already accepted in Caltech. He spins, smoothly delivering Ned close to the girl and hooking up the other friend with his arm and taking her away without elaborating further. Ned splutters a little before realizing what just happened and starts to try talking with the girl. The friend doesn't even protest after seeing his face, height, and body. Is that easy? Just hook your arm around a girl and bam. Well, if you're unattractive is sexual assault, if you're handsome you have riz. After talking and entertaining the girl in his arms for a bit he dumps her smoothly too and goes in his own way. There are some hidden rooms and a hidden lab in this mansion. The fuss shows that it has not been used for some time. So Harry didn't discover them, probably. He thinks while using X-ray vision discreetly. If I deal with it now, I can stop the birth of another Green Goblin. Well, he knows about his father's secret life, everyone else in the world. If he wants to go down in the same path he will go. But I can make things difficult to him. Hector. He hears a shout from the side, in a second he is being dragged across the corridor to another living room by Flash. Come play a game, with you the men-women ratio will be perfect. Flash says. What type of game? Hector looks at him suspiciously. Is not the bottle game, right? He asks and Flash pauses. No. I mean, yes. But more exciting. The quarterback says with a big smile. Ugh. Relax, you big nerd. There are only hot girls there. And is much better because is the bottle game fused with 7 minutes in heaven. Flash starts to explain. Oh my. Hector considers karate chopping this guy's neck. Well, it's not much of trouble to avoid doing anything with my powers. He ended up going with the flow. Now in the living room where the people are gonna play this game, he found familiar faces like Harry, Mary Jane, Liz, Sally, and others. He noticed that Mary Jane sat down reluctantly after seeing him. I have a bad feeling about this. He thinks. Flash makes Hector sit between two girls. It's simple, someone spins the bottle, when lands in the closest of the opposite sex, the two will go to an empty room and have to stay there for 15 minutes. Flash says. 15 minutes? Hector raises an eyebrow. Yeah, to do something naughty. Flash smiles conspiratorially. Whoa. And what do I do with the other 14 minutes? Play rock paper scissors. He jokes, making the people around him laugh. A self-deprecating joke is always nice to break the ice. And when you say these things with confidence, no one really believes or care about whatever you said about yourself. The game goes on, and some couples leave the circle. Some return and it's possible to know that nothing happened. In the end, is the girl's choice if really something naughty happens in those 15 minutes. Hector, that was disinterested for most of the game, suddenly focused when he sees the bottle that Mary Jane just spinned. It landed in him perfectly. It did not land in one of the two girls at his side. What would count him, by the way? It really landed in him. Dead center. And no, he didn't use telekinesis to cheat. Yuki Rito's luck is really something else. He thinks while the people around him whistle in provocation to the couple. Mary Jane's faces go a little red and she discreetly checks Hector's reaction. Hector, that was with his face blank till now, surprises everyone by spinning the bottle fast. People raise some eyebrows in confusion. Is he rejecting Mary Jane? Even her face fell a little. Till the bottle land perfectly in Mary Jane. Hooah, people go crazy. What are the chances? 1 in 32. Hector answers calmly, well, it looks like his destiny. He says with a smile while getting up. Instead of acting embarrassed by the situation, he goes around the table and then like a barbarian he lifts Mary Jane by her waist to carry her on his shoulder. He ignores her yelps and weak protests, feeling her laugh and enjoyment over the treatment. Let's play rock paper and scissors. He jokes again before walking away amidst the laughs and whistles of the others. He didn't miss Harry Osborn's sour face. What's the problem, little Goblin Jr.? Gonna cry. Hello there. Life can be unpredictable. I had some things to do and even had to go to a bunch of birthday parties recently. Ugh, I'm not cut to the social life. Initially, I was putting a lot of effort into writing the chapters to meet the schedule and the ice stopped. Why I'm killing myself doing this again. Don't take me wrong, I like writing. Like that you guys like my writing, but if become a chore, will burn me out. It's a hobby. So I took a break and relaxed. It was good. Sorry to make you guys wait, but it's not like this is my job. Maybe I should make a Patreon. Anyway, now we are back on track. Hope you guys like the chapter. The little calm between arcs. I will deal with the Kingpin before the next Gacha and the travel ticket arc. By the way, relationships will become a thing now, so to train my writing I have a surprise for you all. A new fanfic with side stories of Hector's adventures. Go to my profile or search, The Gacha Master Omniversal Adventures. There I will put stories that have no space in this main fanfic, like a travel to a world just to have fun. The stories are independent of this main one. More like one-shots with the guy completing his bucket list. Him, in the near future where he can relax a little. Go check it out, depending on the feedback I will continue it. Mostly to train my writing in Lemon 2, this story will start contain it from now on. There's another small thing to address. Recently I read a comment about how the girls fall easy for the MC. Sincerely, I disagree. No one falls for him that hard. Many have crushes on him. Others have good feelings for him that may blossom if nurtured like Jean. But these are fairly young and inexperienced. The adults ones flirt with him and find him hot, like Emma, She-Hulk or Black Widow, but none of them has fallen from him. The truth is, the guy has charisma, people. Look at his assimilations. Like Yagami, Rito, Odin, Roger, fucking Yujiro, Helltaker. The guy has a magnetism. Not only for chicks. He probably can start a cult if he goes preach. These high school girls have no chance. So it's not weird if girls will thirst for him, sorry. I even have a meme for this, about the MC being perfect. He has OP power with Batman's work ethic. I have seen a comic about how strong Superman becomes when he trains. And angers me people with OP powers that commit silly mistakes because they don't train. I remember reading about a fanfic where the MC has the Speed Force in Marvel. I don't remember the name. Dude. The guy was shot. Seriously, how do you let a goon shoot you with the Speed Force? My MC could have received his powers as a gift, but he puts in the work. It's not a surprise that he is perfect. He has his flaws in other ways. Like morals, overthinking and other things. This all for today. Don't forget to check the side stories. They are fun, I promise. Bye. Till next time.